This guy is a handsome dude with the superpower to understand the feelings of other living beings, but he's been seen as the one cursed since he was a kid, getting brutally beaten up by everyone around him, even by his own family. His mom locked him in the attic all year long, keeping him away from everyone. But today, bright and early, his older brother Terios kicked down the attic door to wake him up. Terios looked all sharp and clean, totally opposite to his scruffy little brother. The reason he woke Esto up so early today is that it's the day of maturity. As Esto crawled down from the attic, everyone was already ready. His sister Rosé gave him the cold shoulder because he smelled and looked like a total mess, like a beggar. It's hilarious how they always lock Esto up in the attic, but then roast him when he looks like this. His parents don't even care, just letting his siblings bully him like that. We're heading out first. Remember to wash up before you come, they said, leaving Esto all alone. They told him to go take a shower, but where the heck was he supposed to wash up? Esto couldn't even step into the bathroom. The only place he could get water was the well outside. But it's freezing cold in the middle of winter, and the thought of bathing in that icy water made Esto hesitate. But in the end, he had to endure the biting cold to get a bit cleaner. The water was so cold it made Esto's skin turn bright red. While he was still shivering, a meow rang out from above his head, instantly lifting his spirits. Suki, is that you? Suki is Esto's black cat that he found injured in the snow many years ago when he was just a little kid. Since then, Suki has been his loyal companion. Today, she had disappeared early, but now she returned with a beautiful gift. This is a present I got, and now I'm giving it to you. Suki jumped down from the roof and wrapped herself around Esto's legs. But Esto knew things weren't that simple, so he made Suki spill the beans. Turns out, today she saved a little girl from getting run over by a carriage in the street, and as a reward, Suki demanded this cool coat for her owner. You're awesome! Thanks, Suki! Esto scratched her chin a bit before slipping into the coat, feeling the warmth wrap around him instantly. The warmth healed him right away. Suki often brought back these weird gifts for him, like medicine when he was sick, or bread when he was starving due to a bad harvest. He didn't really know how Suki managed to do that, but that just made him love his black cat even more. Besides Suki, Esto had a few other little friends, like a sparrow he named Faria that would visit the attic, and Ben and Ricky, the neighbor's dogs. Thanks to his ability to communicate with animals, Esto's life felt a bit less lonely with these buddies around. While Esto was chatting with his little friends, a beautiful girl appeared. She was the prettiest girl in the area and around Esto's age. It seemed like today he made an effort to look clean and tidy, so it took her a moment to recognize him. They exchanged a few words and Bella invited Esto to the festival with her. Meanwhile, at the festival, the villagers had gathered to drink, and Esto's parents and siblings knew he hadn't arrived yet, but they didn't care at all. Only the village chief noticed this. "Where's that kid?" he asked. Esto's parents exchanged glances, unsure how to respond, and Rosé spoke up first. "You know he's that lazy freeloader I told you about. I told him to wash up. It's been a year already, and he's still this slow?" Terios chimed in, waving his hand dismissively, ignoring Esto. The village chief didn't really care either. He was about to signal everyone to start the feast when a blonde guy interrupted him. "Hey, Blah hasn't shown up yet," he shouted. Speaking of, Blah made the crowd even louder. After all, she was the prettiest flower in the area, so all the young guys were willing to wait a little longer for her. Not long after, Blah entered the party in a stunning pink dress, and behind her was Esto, but no one paid attention to him. The blonde guy named Luis rushed over as soon as he saw Blah. When he noticed Esto, he looked surprised by how different Esto seemed from usual. Seeing Esto's hesitant demeanor, Blah suddenly broke into a weird smile and grabbed his arm, happily pulling him into the party. That grip made Esto suddenly recall a ton of memories of the young girl in front of him. From when her mom abandoned her as a kid to when Blah dated a bunch of guys. From young to old. It's been a whole year, and it's still dragging like this. Terios is right there waving his hands, calling out whatever in that indifferent way. Even the village chief isn't too concerned anymore. He was about to signal everyone to start the party but got interrupted by a blonde guy. He said the guest of honor hasn't arrived yet. Speaking of which, where is she? The atmosphere got a lot louder. After all, that girl is the prettiest flower in the area, so all the young guys were totally cool with waiting for her a little longer. Not long after, the guest of honor, in a stunning pink dress, walked into the party. Behind her was Esto, but nobody paid any attention to that blonde guy named Luis. As soon as he saw Krat arrive, he rushed over. When he spotted Esto, he looked a bit stunned by how different she looked from usual. Seeing Esto's hesitant demeanor, Beola suddenly broke into a weird smile and grabbed his arm, happily pulling him into the party. That little hand-holding made Esto suddenly recall a ton of memories of her younger self, from when her mom abandoned her as a kid to Bula dating a bunch of guys, young and old. He rushed over when he saw Krat, but then he spotted Esto and seemed totally stunned by how different he looked. Seeing his hesitant posture at Esto, Beola suddenly flashed a weird smile. Then she grabbed his arm and cheerfully pulled him along to the party. That simple touch suddenly made Esto see a ton of memories from the young woman in front of him, from her mom leaving when she was just a kid, to Bula hooking up with a whole bunch of men, from young to... The truth about this seemingly innocent girl left Esto completely shook. His face went totally pale. Bella reached out to touch his face, but got instinctively pushed away by Esto. Realizing his mistake, he quickly and awkwardly apologized. She asked, "Are you mad at me for holding your hand without asking first?" "My bad," Bella said, putting on her best innocent little angel act. "No, it's not like that at all." Esto was super uncomfortable. I mean, Bella looked so gorgeous and pure, like a total angel. But the stuff he just saw was straight up nasty. To keep the party from getting awkward, Esto tried to control his emotions and act like he hadn't seen a thing. He grabbed a cup of fruit wine, found a spot, and sat down. Of course, Bella sat down right next to him. Just to be polite, Esto tried to make some cheerful small talk with her throughout the party, but this totally rubbed some people the wrong way, especially this blonde dude named Louis. He wasn't just salty that Bella was all smiles and laughs with Esto, but he was also eyeing the expensive-looking shirt Esto was rocking. On top of that, he just so happened to overhear a conversation between Esto's parents. They were also whispering about their son's new shirt. "Honey, did you buy that shirt? I don't think we can afford that." So where did he get that shirt from? He must have borrowed it. Esto's mom looked super worried, because in their town, nobody wears a shirt with such a special design out in public. The jealousy started boiling up inside Louis. After downing his drink, he decided to go start some drama with our poor boy. "Hey Esto, where did you buy this shirt? I've never seen a design like this before." "It was a gift." Esto answered honestly. Of course, that was not the answer Louis wanted to hear. He slung an arm around Esto's shoulders, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "A gift, huh? Who gave it to you?" "A friend," Esto replied. Obviously, he couldn't say that the shirt was from Suki, because who would even believe that? Plus, he really did see Suki as a friend, so it wasn't a lie, but still, the smirk on Louis's face got uglier. "A friend? Who's this friend? You got a friend rich enough to give you a gift this fancy?" Louis's voice got louder and louder, drawing the attention of everyone at the party. "Just be honest with me. You stole this, didn't you?" This wasn't even a question. It was a straight-up accusation. Esto panicked, looking around at everyone at the party. He knew that even if he denied it, nobody would believe him. All the horrible memories from his childhood came rushing back. Back then, the villagers would always beat him and cuss him out for no reason, calling him the cursed one. Some of those beatings even almost took him out for good. To make sure her son survived, his mom locked him up in the attic. And that's how Esto grew up, living a tough life in that attic. Seeing him stay silent with that dark look on his face, Louis got even bolder. "We haven't seen you around in a while. You probably went to the city to steal this outfit just so you could look all sharp today." "Huh?" The crowd started whispering. They all thought Louis' accusation had to be right, because a guy like Esto could never get a nice shirt like that legitimately. His eyes desperately searched the crowd for any sign of sympathy, but it was totally useless. Even Bella, who just a second ago was looking at him so sweetly, was now giving him a look of pure disgust. "You monster!" Some kid at the party yelled, grabbing an apple from the table, and chucked it right at Esto. The throw missed him, but hit an oil lamp hanging overhead. The oil sloshed out and poured right onto Esto's head. He had just worked so hard to wash up in freezing cold water, finally getting himself a little clean. And now he was a disgusting, pathetic mess all over again. Esto looked over at his family with one last shred of hope that they'd stand up for him. But nope, from his parents to his siblings, not a single one gave a damn about Esto. Any hope he had for a happy family was completely shattered. That's when Esto realized there was no place for him here. That night, after going back to that same old attic, he thought for a long, long time. Esto just kept thinking, and then suddenly, he let out this bitter laugh at himself. He just kept laughing, and when he couldn't laugh anymore, the tears started streaming down his face. After a long time, Esto made the biggest decision of his life. He packed up all his stuff, getting ready to leave. For him, it didn't matter where he went. What mattered was getting the hell out of there to find some hope for himself. That was the first time Estio ever left Spia Village. It was freezing cold, and honestly, he had no idea which way to go. But luckily, along the road, Estio met a kind man who let him hitch a ride in his horse-drawn carriage. It was so warm inside the carriage, just a little bit through the gap in the roof of the carriage. Estio could see the night sky with twinkling stars. While he was lost in thought, a little black head popped in. Meow. Estio was thrilled. Sure enough, Suki was still following him, and that night, after the coming-of-age ceremony, he officially left the village he had been attached to. For 19 years, who knows how long later, Estio woke up. The carriage was still moving, but in front of him appeared a strange man. Oh my, this is interesting. Seriously, how can you sleep soundly in this freezing weather? Seeing Estio still half asleep, the guy burst out laughing and kept cracking jokes. But Estio just stayed silent. He looked behind the man and saw two huge swords. Estio guessed that this guy was the carriage guard. You're making me feel homesick. Say something, will ya? We didn't offer you a ride just to have you sit there and make me bored. Seeing this guy so enthusiastic, finally, Estio opened his mouth and managed to say, I'm Estio. Just a simple greeting, but the guy looked happier than if he'd struck gold. He introduced himself as Lena, but his full name is Lena Rannick Andre. Estio unconsciously nodded along. His clueless demeanor intrigued Lena. He leaned in closer and started asking, So, why did you come to the city? Looking for a job? Before Estio could respond, Lena continued. His mouth was running at full speed. My country boy, don't think you can get lucky in the city. There's no such thing as magic here. You'll have to experience everything yourself. Estio knew Lena's words came from the perspective of someone who had been around, but he really wasn't thinking that far ahead because he didn't have any goals or talents. His abilities didn't even help him protect himself, let alone protect others like Lena. But he still wanted to go to the city simply to escape that miserable place. Lena was pretty persistent, though. Even though he mostly stayed quiet from start to finish, he still thought of a ton of things to ask. Hey, do you have any talents? Looking at you, I guess you can't even lift anything heavy, huh? I'm good at communicating with animals. Estio honestly replied. After all, he could actually talk to birds and beasts. With this talent, Lena immediately thought of a job for him in the circus. No way! I know what they're thinking, Estio clarified, and Lena burst out laughing. The idea of reading the thoughts of other creatures was completely absurd. This made him think Estio must have just overdone it with the rock smashing last night. Estio didn't bother to explain further because he had never met anyone with abilities like his. Through contact, he could read the memories and thoughts of others. Those images vividly appeared before his eyes, even when he sometimes didn't want them to, like when he saw Bella's dirty past. Clearly, this was a power that no human should have, so when he spoke about it, it was normal for others not to believe him. He was still unsure how to change the subject when the carriage suddenly braked hard. Lena pulled back his playful demeanor and suddenly became serious. He stood up and quickly jumped off the carriage. At first, Estio thought they were being attacked by bandits, but after assessing the situation, Lena seemed helpless because the merchant said the horses pulling the carriage suddenly threw a fit. They wouldn't move and wouldn't even touch the food in the carriage. Quite a few others besides Estio were also anxious as the journey was halted midway. 3 hours later, the horses still hadn't budged, while Estio calmly munched on this situation when he suddenly remembered Estio's earlier words. I know what they're thinking. Lena's loud call startled Estio, causing him to drop the piece of bread in his hand. He quickly pulled him out of the carriage. Come on, if you're a psychic, then go see what the horses are thinking. Honestly, Estio really wanted to refuse this task because if the horse's will wasn't strong enough, even if he wanted to read their thoughts, he wouldn't be able to. But since Lena kept pushing him, and the merchant was continuously whipping the horses, Estio felt a bit sorry for them, so he decided to give it a shot. Estio approached the horses and gently wrapped his arms around their heads like hugging a lover, even though he had never loved anyone. Quickly, Estio began to listen to their hearts. They weren't tired or hungry. The horses were scared because the road ahead was filled with terrifying dangers. Dangerous? Why? Estio continued to ask. It was big and sharp. They didn't even touch the food on the carriage, and a bunch of other people besides Estio were super anxious because the journey was stalled. 3 hours later, the horses still hadn't budged while Estio calmly munched on some bread. Meanwhile, the other guests were getting restless. Lena was having a headache, not knowing how to handle this situation, when suddenly he remembered what Estio had said earlier. I know what they're thinking. Lena's loud call startled Estio, causing him to drop the piece of bread he was holding. He quickly pulled him out of the carriage. Come on, if you're a psychic, then go see what the horses are thinking. Honestly, Esto really wanted to decline this mission because if the horse's willpower wasn't strong enough, the merchant was continuously whipping the horses, which made Esto feel pity, so he decided to check it out just this once. Esto approached the horses, gently wrapping his arms around one's head like he was hugging a lover. Even though he had never loved anyone before, it didn't take long for Esto to hear their thoughts. They weren't tired or hungry. The horses were scared because the road ahead was filled with terrifying danger. In her hand, she quickly pulled him out of the carriage. Let's go. If you're a psychic, then go and see what the horses are thinking. Honestly, Esto really wanted to refuse the miss, Sean, because if the horse's willpower wasn't strong enough, he wouldn't be able to read their minds even if he wanted to. But Lena was so insistent, practically kicking his butt to get going. That merchant was just relentlessly whipping the horses, which made Esto feel a pang of pity, so he decided to give it a try. Esto approached the horses, gently cradling their heads like he was holding a lover, even though he's never loved anyone before. Very quickly, Esto heard their inner thoughts. It wasn't that they were tired, and not that they were hungry. The horses were afraid because the road ahead was full of terrifying danger. Dangerous? Why is that? Esto asked again. It's big and sharp. They're so hostile. It's going to take out our caretakers. Esto couldn't quite see what was freaking the horses out, but based on their description, it seemed like some monster was waiting for them up ahead. Esto snapped out of his vision, and the horses came back to reality when they saw he was conscious again. Lena immediately grilled him, asking if he heard what the horses were saying. Esto pointed down the road and told him every single detail, saying that there was a white-furred monster with blood-red eyes, bigger than a horse, and with long claws. On top of all that, it was seriously pissed off, and if they insisted on going through and getting attacked, the losses in life and property would be insane. Lena went quiet, thinking it over, but the merchant totally didn't buy the whole monster ahead story. I mean, he'd traveled this route a million times. While he and Lena were arguing about it, Esto quietly went over to comfort the horses, who, because they wouldn't budge earlier, had gotten whipped by the merchant until they were all bruised up. In the end, Lena decided to trust Esto because he actually knew of a huge creature, just like the one he described. It was a white-furred ape, a super rare creature, but definitely something you could run into on this snowy mountain. The second the other travelers heard Lena mention the white-furred ape, they all started gossiping. Apparently, its fur is a huge deal with the nobles, and that fact alone was enough to put a massive target on its back from hunters. But isn't it just a beast, not a monster? There's no reason the horses should be scared of it, the merchant questioned. Lena grabbed his two huge swords from the cart. Since the horses weren't budging, he had no choice but to go check things out for himself. But the kicker is, he wanted Esto to come with him. Esto's been a total wimp his whole life, so he wanted zero part in this dangerous mess. But luckily, Lena wasn't going alone. He had a few other mercenaries with him, all with god-tier skills, so you'd think that would be reassuring. But the only one feeling reassured was Lena. Esto was still totally baffled why he, a guy who couldn't even throw a punch, had to tag along. You gotta come too! What if we need a translator? Lena said nonchalantly, then dragged Esto along by the hand. The whole way there, Esto was a nervous wreck because, according to the horses, their enemy was way scarier than a white-furred ape. It had to be some savage monster, or maybe even something worse. Esto had worked so hard to escape Spia village just to have a shot at survival, and he was not thrilled to be dragged into another life-or-death mission. But Lena's reaction made Esto wonder. The guy seemed weirdly excited and happy when he found out about Esto's power. This was a total 180 from his family, who all despised Esto for this psychic ability of his. They slowly started to avoid him after realizing he could read their minds, which is why Esto had lived in complete solitude for almost 20 years. He was lost in thought as they walked, right up until one of the mercenaries signaled for the group to halt, and Esto finally snapped back to reality. It was freezing cold, and he tried to pull his collar up higher. Standing in the middle of a squad of fully armored mercs, Esto looked even skinnier and smaller. One of them used their light skill, and the whole area instantly lit up. Esto felt the snow tremble under his feet, and it looked like the thing had finally shown up. Foolish humans! Today, I'll send every last one of you to the afterlife. And yep, it really was a giant white-furred ape. Of course, the words it spoke were only heard by Esto, and that alone was enough to freak him out. See, to be able to read a creature's feelings without touching it, the creature has to have an insanely strong will. From this distance, Esto could already feel its bottomless bloodlust. That means this thing has to be unbelievably dangerous, right? Esto felt like they had zero chance of winning this fight. He was not ready to die, so he told Lena they should fall back. But it wasn't just Lena, all the other mercs refused too. This was the only road to the city after all. Are there any other monsters? Besides this one? Lena asked, drawing his blades. No, but it's super dangerous. Esto knew his warning was falling on deaf ears. I mean, you had a bunch of mercenaries here, and just one ape. Of course, they were all itching for a fight to clear a path back to the city. The monster let out a huge roar, and Esto felt the whole world shake around him. He could barely even stay on his feet. And yet, Lena looked totally pumped up, and it wasn't just him either. And the rest of them were just as nuts. Esto thought these guys were completely insane. He still wanted to stop them, but before he could even open his mouth, Lena was already lunging forward. His speed was insane. Lena's attacks were so fast you could barely even see them. The rest of the team immediately rushed forward too, to back him up. They had an archer, a mage, you name it. Everyone was busy busting out their strongest moves, trying to overwhelm the enemy. But yeah, no. Turns out this monster was a freaking tank. The damage they were dishing out didn't do jack, and it only made the thing even more pissed. The moment Esto saw the monster's two eyes go bloodshot and the white-furred ape let out another savage roar, the only thing that popped into Esto's head was, "We're so screwed." It was only at this point that those mercenaries seemed to realize the danger they were in. The monster started to fight back. With just a single swipe of its arm, it sent the bald archer dude flying nearby a good 30 feet. Just as he hit the ground, the white-furred ape's massive hand was already coming down. That dude thought he was totally done for. But then Esto, a guy with absolutely no fighting experience whatsoever, rushed forward and used his scrawny body to shield the other guy. He practically used every ounce of strength he had to scream in the giant ape's face. "That's enough. Please, just calm down." The bloodshot look in the ape's eyes disappeared. It seemed a little surprised that a human could actually communicate with it. Esto started to feel a glimmer of hope. He was about to try and negotiate with the ape instead of fighting. But right at that moment, Lena popped up from behind and completely wrecked his plan. "I told you to watch your distance, damn it," he yelled. Of course, he was yelling at the bald dude. The second he said that, Lena sliced two long gashes across the monster's back with his twin blades. The beast let out a roar of pain, and then it covered its face and bolted into the forest. The mercenaries scrambled after it, dead set on finishing the monster off. Only Esto was left, sitting there in the cold snow, still completely stunned. In that moment, he knew the beast had understood what he was saying. It had stopped, and then it ran for its life. And the words that Esto heard in his head at that moment totally didn't match the vibe of this massive monster. "Mommy, I'm so scared. Mommy!" If that was really the white-furred ape's inner voice, then Esto felt like he couldn't just sit there any longer. He shot up and followed the voice he'd heard in his head and found a cave. In front of the entrance were tons of tracks that hadn't been buried by the snowstorm yet. Looked like the ape just got back to its lair. It was dead silent all around, so he figured the warriors hadn't found this spot yet. Esto took a gamble and carefully stepped inside. The overwhelming stench of blood hit him, and he instinctively covered his nose. Esto went deeper into the cave and saw the white-furred ape sitting with its face to the wall. For some reason, it looked so strangely lonely and pathetic to him. Esto took one more step forward and was instantly pulled into the memories of the white-furred ape. Turns out, this ape was a half-breed, part white-furred ape and part human. Its mother was a gorgeous, blonde woman. Not long ago, on a freezing, snowy day, just like this, its father and his pack left the cave and found a badly injured girl. They carried her on their backs to the cave. When the girl woke up, the first thing they did was offer her a juicy piece of meat. In the days that followed, its father took care of the girl so carefully. Eventually, she was so touched that she decided to stay in the cave. A love that crossed the species barrier blossomed, and this ape was the result of that love. When he was born, he was so adorable, so they gave him the beautiful name Nura. Nura's life was once filled with happiness, having such a beautiful and gentle mother until a pack of hunters found their cave. Even though she was human, they didn't spare Nura's mother, and that was the day the little ape fell into darkness, becoming a monster. Esto was speechless, so that's why the ape was always crying, "Mommy, I'm so scared." It seemed to have calmed down now. It even mistook Esto for its mother. "I'm not your mom. My name is Esto." The white-furred ape stared at him for a long moment. Its fierce demeanor from before was completely gone. Now it just looked like an innocent child. "Did you come to kill me too, Esto?" "No," he answered right away. Honestly, Esto had no idea where he got the guts to come all the way to the lair of a monster. He just felt like he needed to be here, that's all. Nura looked sad. It started to tell him the tragic story of its life. Even though Esto had already seen it all, he listened quietly. Those evil hunters had murdered Nura's entire family, turning him from a happy child into a monster. I don't understand. Why would they do that anyway? Probably for the money, Esto answered. Nura didn't even know what money was. Hearing Esto, it really hoped that if it had money, it could see its mom and family again. Even though the creature in front of him was basically an innocent kid, Esto had to crush all its fantasies. Nura and its mom were never going to see each other again. Even though it was just a beast, Nura had feelings and awareness just like a human. When it finally sank in that it had lost its mom forever, it suddenly burst into tears. Esto stood still, listening to it cry for a long time until Nura wiped its own tears and stopped. I was so mad, I thought about killing every single human. But when Esto showed up, I felt like I didn't need to bother with that anymore. Esto suddenly felt a pang of guilt. It seemed that because he had controlled its emotions, Nura couldn't even be angry about its own revenge anymore. He spent time staying and talking with the monkey for a long time until it finally calmed down. Nura turned and went deeper into the cave, saying it wanted to rest. Esto said goodbye and left the cave. Outside, a blizzard was raging again. He felt like he was about to freeze solid. Just then, Suki appeared with Esto's bag. "I'm so glad you're okay." Esto sighed in relief when he saw it. "I'm not so weak that I'd get hurt by some punk," Suki said with a sneer. It seemed the punk it was talking about was Nura. After giving Esto his cloak, Suki was ready to dip and head back to the carriage. But Esto couldn't bring himself to leave Nura there. After all, it was seriously injured. If hunters found it, it would have zero chance of survival. Suki shot him another look of disgust. "You still want to stay here, even if you could freeze to death?" Esto was quiet for a few seconds, then he stubbornly decided to stay in the cave. Nura was already asleep. Esto put on another coat and leaned against it, but it didn't seem to get any warmer. It seems Nura had to live in a freezing place year-round, so its body temp wasn't any warmer than the weather. Esto didn't leave because he felt he couldn't just abandon a child. And Suki didn't leave either. Even though it knew it needed to get back to the carriage, it couldn't just abandon Esto. Suki waited outside the cave for a long time, until it was sure Esto had fallen asleep. Then it slowly walked in. But this time, it was no longer a small black cat, but a massive, jet black, majestic tiger. Even though it wasn't happy about it at all, Suki eventually had to lie down beside its master to keep him safe. Suddenly, it remembered the distant days from many years ago. Suki was originally an experimental product with the serial number N121. From birth, it possessed incredible power. But because of that power, Suki was also extremely hard to tame. So the very scientist who created it ordered its termination. Suki was lucky to escape death that night, but it was also severely injured. Suki just ran for its life, hoping to survive. It ran for a very long time and very far. Finally, when it was exhausted, Suki had lost almost all its power and turned into a black cat. In the moment it was fading away, its strong will to live allowed Esto, who was quite far away, to hear its cry for help. And then, as we know, he saved Suki. The two abandoned creatures just gave each other warmth and relied on one another to this day. Not long after, Suki woke up to a voice. Esto was already awake. "Thanks. Because of you, I was able to rest without catching a cold. Are you hurt anywhere?" Suki asked back coolly. Esto shook his head. Only then did Suki relax, shaking its body a few times and turning back into a gentle black cat. Nura's injuries had also gotten much better by now. After all, it was a beast. The wound on its back was almost completely healed, and things had been quiet for a while now. Esto was sure that no more groups of hunters or warriors were chasing them here. So, he was planning to part ways with the monkey right here. "Esto!" Nura suddenly spoke up. Not with its mind, it could actually talk. Even Suki was startled by this freaky phenomenon. Maybe because its mother was human, Nura also inherited some human traits. Since Esto was a special human, Nura wanted to go with him. It was confident that with its power, it could protect Esto. Above all, since its family had all left this world, Nura didn't want to be alone. This wish from the white monkey put Esto in an awkward position. After all, his destination was a big city, and Nura's size was not small at all. It was impossible to hide. He was afraid it would be attacked by humans, and also afraid it would go berserk at the sight of them. "I think maybe I will. I'll only get mad if I see the jerks who hurt my family, but I don't care about other humans." Nura kept trying to haggle, "But there will probably be a lot of people who want to take your life," Esto warned her. He didn't expect Nura to not be scared at all and just laugh it off. Well, in that case, I can get angry to protect myself, right? Nura's puppy dog eyes totally convinced Esto, and so he had to bring that monkey along to the city with him. Once they got to the city, Suki vanished again. But Esto wasn't even surprised. I mean, this wasn't the first time. She'll pop up when it's important anyway. Just as he expected, Nora quickly started drawing the attention of strangers. Luckily, she just looked like a normal monkey for now, so people just thought she was Esto's pet. A couple of guards stopped him and reminded him that medium-sized pets needed to be on a leash. Then they brought over a huge collar. Esto hesitated for a long time. He didn't want to use this thing to restrain Nira, but contrary to his awful mood, the little monkey actually seemed pretty happy about it. "It's okay, Esto. Just do it. If I really wanted to break out of it, it's not like anything could stop me, right?" After a bit of an internal struggle, Esto still had to put the collar on Nura. The two guards saw that and finally left feeling relieved. Esto looked really sad. "I'm sorry for making you get treated like this." Nura didn't blame him one bit. In fact, she felt that Esto was just like her own mother because her mom, back in the day, used to always say, "I'm sorry." At first, Nura was super curious, so she asked why she apologized so much, but every time she asked, her mom would never answer. It wasn't until much later, after hearing it so much, it became normal that Nura finally understood what that apology meant. Mom said sorry, but she really meant "I love you." I think that's what it was. Esto seemed to feel a weight lift off his shoulders. To him, Nura wasn't a pet. Just like Suki, she was a companion for Esto in this lonely life. After getting into the city, the first thing Esto did was look for a job, but he got rejected over and over again because of his weak physique. Plus, he was dragging around a massive beast. The merchants on the street told Esto he'd have better luck finding a job at the guild. This was the first time Esto had ever heard of the concept of a guild. They pointed him towards a building in the center of town called Ignis, and so Esto led Nura to the town's center. Ignis was so flashy it was impossible to miss. There was even a sign out front guaranteeing it was the best guild with a request completion rate of up to 99.9%. Esto pushed the door open and was greeted by a beautiful and cheerful receptionist. At first, the girl thought he was a client. After finding out Esto was there to apply as a new member, she directed him to head straight upstairs to fill out an application. The person in charge on the upper floor was a middle-aged man who knew just by glancing at Esto's getup that he was fresh from the countryside. "Hello, I heard you guys are recruiting new members." "That's right. Do you have any idea what kind of work the guild usually does?" "I understand that you guys take on requests and solve them." Simple enough, right? The man gave Esto a look that just screamed he was looking at a total newbie. After that, he took out a business card and handed it to him, introducing himself as Hack, the branch manager of the Ignis Guild in Galaxia. After taking the business card, Esto followed him to a nearby sofa. Normally, Hack would decide whether or not to even interview a new applicant after looking over their resume, but lately the requests have been flooding in and the guild's manpower is super limited, so he decided to skip the resume round and go straight to the interview. Hack kicked off the interview with some really basic questions like where Esto's hometown was and how old he was. The entire time from the moment he saw him, Hack kept eyeing Nura. "What's your specialty? Animal taming or something?" "Kinda, sorta. Kinda, sorta. You better not use words like that to describe it. I need to know exactly what you're good at so I can set you up with a suitable job." Originally, Esto didn't want to let people know too much about his abilities because he was afraid of being shunned just like his family and the villagers of Spia did. But he really needed this job. So he had no choice but to spill everything to Hack. When he heard that Esto could listen to the inner voices of living creatures, the pen in his hand suddenly stopped. Hack never expected this kid who looked like a total country bumpkin to actually be an ability user, but an ability to read the minds of living creatures was something he'd never heard of before. Ability users in this world aren't that rare from mages and elementalists to alchemists, pharmacists, priests, and even swordsmen. They create magic by using mana or by linking up with elemental spirits. Each class has its own, everyone's got their own thing going on. Some figure out and use special rules, while others can heal wounds. Most of the ability users in the world are neatly categorized, but the weird power S just mentioned doesn't fit into any of those classes. This made Hack a little hesitant. "My apologies. If I'd known you were an ability user beforehand, I wouldn't have bothered with this whole interview charade." S was now like a wild card because of the strange power he had. Depending on that ability, he could either become Ignis's ace in the hole or a total dud. But Hack was a businessman, and he wasn't about to pass up any opportunity. So Hack decided to test Esto by giving him his first mission. Go find the animal dealer at house number 3. On Sack Street, he's an animal collector and part of the guild, but lately he's been having some trouble handling a few rare species. If you really have the ability to control animals, You might be able to solve his problem. Who knows? Esto nodded. He got what Hack wanted him to do. Then, the man handed Esto a map and instructed him that if he succeeded, he'd get a Sugi from the merchant. That thing would be proof of his success. After getting the Suhui in hand, Esto could become an official member of Ignis. He took the map and led Nura to the address on it. Thanks to Nura's keen sense of smell, a guy with zero sense of direction like Esto was saved from wandering the streets aimlessly. He got to house number 3 on Sack Street, where 2 guard dogs were on watch. At first, they were baring their fangs and glaring at Esto, but after Nura shot them, a death glare, both dogs started shaking like leaves. Esto looked at their sorry state and found it both hilarious and kinda sad. Hey, you don't have to be scared. I'm not gonna hurt you, so don't worry, okay? I'm just here to see the owner of this place. Esto soothed them, casually reaching out to give each one a pat on the head. His ability to control animal emotions helped him calm the 2 doggos down real quick. While Esto was busy having a little heart-to-heart with them, the owner of the place came out and opened the door. The look on the man's face was not great. He was probably going nuts over the rare acquisitions he'd just bought. The man led Esto inside. His collection was pretty massive, but he took him straight to a glass cage. Inside, a tiny little dragon was barely hanging on. According to the guy, ever since he bought it, it's just been thrashing around and refusing to eat. That damn brat. It's driving me up the wall, the man grumbled and cursed as he explained. But because of his special ability, Esto could hear the man's true inner thoughts. Please don't be sick anymore, little one, okay? Turns out he was one of those tough on the outside, soft on the inside types. Esto glanced from the man's bald head to the struggling dragon. It's still just a baby, he said. What the hell are you talking about? Of course it is, the man yelled right in his ear, making Esto nearly go deaf. He thought the man wanted to train the dragon and get it in line while it was still young. Otherwise, when it grew up, it could attack people, and if that made the nobles complain about him dealing in dangerous beasts, he'd be out of a job for good. The guy's attitude was super harsh, but Esto couldn't be bothered to pay him any mind. He just focused on the little dragon in front of him, trying to figure out the real problem. Suddenly, Esto felt a sharp pain shoot through his chest, like it was about to explode, sending him stumbling backward. Luckily, Nura was there to catch her master just in time. The other guy saw what was happening to Esto and totally freaked out. Hey, what's wrong, kid? Are you in pain somewhere? No, I'm not the one in pain. It's this dragon's pain, Esto gasped, out of breath. Just then, the little dragon slowly opened its eyes. Then it sat up straight and looked right at Esto with its innocent eyes. He was immediately pulled into a vision of its memories. Seeing Esto suddenly go silent, the man got even more antsy. Hey, kid, what, did you just freeze up or something? Damn it, why'd you stop talking in the middle of a sentence? After a long pause, Esto finally answered in a sad voice. This little one, its heart is melting. What the hell? What kind of nonsense are you spouting now? The man yelled, totally confused. Esto explained to him that this type of dragon usually lives in super cold water, but he had taken it out of the water and even covered the bottom of the cage with a layer of sawdust. That's why the dragon couldn't breathe and was slowly withering away. Hearing this, the man blew his top. Who do you think you're kidding, you little punk? Huh? This is a drakey dragon. They're desert monsters. The name says it all. What kind of crap are you talking about? I'm telling you, its heart of ice is melting because of that fiery temper. The old man was about to argue with him some more, but Esto's determined gaze made him reconsider. After all, he wanted to do whatever it took to save this little dragon. So the man grabbed the shovel next to the cage and tossed it to Esto, telling him to go shovel. Go shovel some snow in here, he ordered. Just me? How come? You expect an old man like me to do it? I don't have any ice right now, so a strong young man like you should hurry up and get some snow in here. If you're too slow, both you and this annoying little dracky are going to be goners. After saying that, he picked up the little dragon out of its cage and placed it in a nearby glass tank filled with water. As soon as it touched the cool water, the little guy's facial muscles completely relaxed. The old man finally cracked a happy smile, then immediately yelled for Esto to hurry up and get the snow in there. Esto dumped the first shovel of snow into the tank, while the man anxiously watched on. Then he made him shovel in a few more loads. Of course, Esto knew he was being taken advantage of for free labor, but with his overwhelming love for animals, he was more than willing to do it. And thanks to their efforts, the ice draki actually started to liven up. Drakis are already a rare species, but among them, there are even a few ice variants that are even rarer. so not many people know about them. Seeing the little dragon looking much healthier, Estio could finally breathe a sigh of relief. But of course, the old man had no intention of letting him catch a break that easily, because besides this Draki, he had a whole bunch of other rare animals waiting for care. Estio felt like he'd turned into a veterinarian in just one afternoon, while the old man had to admit that Estio's skills were the real deal. After everything was settled, the man gave him a bag of guild coins as payment. The job was technically over, but Estio just couldn't bring himself to leave. It was because he could hear the inner thoughts of all the animals in the man's house. They were all reluctant to see him go. He could now hear every single one of their thoughts clearly, even while standing outside the door. This proved that all of them were finally okay. Thinking about this, Estio's nose started to tingle, getting all emotional. He led Nura back towards Ignis. But halfway there, his mind got flooded with all these uncertain thoughts. Estio had no idea where his future was headed, or what was going to happen to a cursed kid like him. The negative thoughts in his unhappy past made Estio tremble for a moment. He suddenly dropped to the ground by the side of the road, making Nura panic. "Are you okay? Are you cold?" it asked anxiously, one question after another. Not long after, Suki showed up too. She always appears right when her master needs her most. "What are you doing here? It doesn't look like you're hurt." "Get up! You'll catch a cold if you sit out in the cold for too long." Sometimes, Estio couldn't tell if Suki was the cat he picked up or his own mother, but the fact that she never left his side made his life feel a bit more meaningful. For example, Suki hated being touched by people, but when Estio petted her head, she didn't avoid it at all. "Thank you, Suki," Estio said out of the blue. "For what?" the sassy black cat asked. "Confused. For not avoiding me. You've known me for so long and you still don't get it." "Estio, to me, you're totally different from other humans. Do whatever you want. I'll never run from you." After saying that, Suki tiptoed away and ran off. After getting his emotions in check, Estio and Nura went back to Ignis. He got paid 2 guild coins, which really surprised Hack. I mean, that old man is so picky, yet he was so generous today. This proves that Estio's skills are the real deal. Hack acted like he'd just struck gold, and immediately changed his tune completely. "Welcome. From now on, you're an official member of Ignis." Then, Hack even personally took Estio to get his uniform and badge. The guild's identification. You have to wear it for every mission from now on. He even offered to provide Estio with a place to live. And even though the facilities here weren't the best compared to the old attic he'd lived in for a decade, this place was absolute perfection. On top of that, Hack even let Nura stay. So Estio had no reason to say no. After Hack went over all the rules at Ignis, Estio took Nura to his new room. They both got themselves cleaned up, and then Estio put on his brand new uniform. He checked himself out in the mirror. This was the first time Estio had ever seen himself looking so clean and put together. The bed was soft, and the blanket was way warmer than his old one. Next to the bed was a huge window. The lonely moonlight shining through it made Estio suddenly think about, on a miserable night in that attic, he was having trouble sleeping, so he turned to ask Nura, "Hey, are you asleep yet?" "Not yet," Nura replied from the floor. "Do you have any regrets?" "Any regrets?" Estio suddenly asked. "About what?" "About following me." Maybe because he could read the minds of other living things, Estio was way more sensitive than a normal person. That's why ever since they got to the city, he'd felt guilty about Nura. I mean, it had to wear a chain, its freedom was restricted, and it was always getting stared at by everyone. Not to mention the road ahead of them was going to be even tougher. Even though it sucked, Estio still wanted to take Nura back to the mountains and set it free. But what Nura said next proved all his worries were totally pointless. It didn't just have no regrets, it was actually happy to have followed Estio and put an end to its lonely life from before. Nura also wasn't constantly living in hatred of humans anymore. That's what made it feel like life was totally worth living. Nura's words were so gentle, but they made Estio want to cry. He buried his face in his pillow, trying to hold back his emotions. Back during the time he was locked up in the attic, Estio had gotten an old dictionary from his brother. He taught himself how to read and write the words inside, but he couldn't understand the full meaning of them all. Now Estio seemed to get it. His days with Nura had shown him the true meaning of the word bond, that even though they weren't the same species or from the same background, from now on, they would be inseparable no matter how tough the road ahead was. The next morning, Estio, as usual, woke up early. After straightening his uniform, he went downstairs to Hawk's absolute amazement. "Whoa, who's this? I almost didn't recognize you." "Looks like Estio wearing a uniform looks pretty damn good on you." "Oh, branch manager, who's this? A new member." A petite, brown-haired girl wearing glasses popped out of nowhere and suddenly spoke up. Hawk introduced the two of them. The girl's name was Rosalie, and she was also a guild member. He introduced Estio to her as the new guy, but not as someone working in the employment support division, or magic support, or combat support. Rosalie heard this and got confused, asking in a hushed voice, "Didn't you say he was an ability user? So why isn't he on the magic or combat teams?" Well, his ability is a bit special. We have to at least wait for a response from the higher-ups before we can decide. Seeing that Estio looked a little tense, Hawk pulled out a jar of colorful candies. To be polite, Estio had to grab a piece and put it in his mouth, but he didn't feel any less tense. "All right, let's go get your guild mark with me." Hawk got back to the main point. You just need to stamp it on the side. It has to be the black rubber band, so check carefully. Okay, just one set is enough. Oh, and one more thing. While you're out, if you see a unicorn feather pen, buy it for me, okay? Estio had no idea what those things were for, but if Hawk mentioned them, they must be important. He went out asking around and then headed to the nearest general store in the square to buy the items. But the shop owner was a little weird, because when Estio got there, she was hunched over doing something and had zero intention of helping any customers. It wasn't until the girl found what she needed that she even noticed the customer was still standing there. They made eye contact for less than 3 seconds before her eyes landed on Nura beside him. With nerves as fragile as a sheet of glass, she let out a blood-curdling scream. Oh my god, a monster! Unluckily for her, she was sitting on a plank. After she screamed, she lost her balance and went toppling backwards to the ground. Luckily, Estio caught her, otherwise she would have broken a leg or an arm for sure. Even though he was holding a pretty girl in his arms, Estio's expression didn't change at all. He just seriously told the girl, "That's not a monster, its name is Nura." Seeing him up close, she realized he was actually pretty cute. The girl couldn't help but blush bright red like a tomato. After she was safely back on her feet, the girl started searching for the items Estio needed, but while she was still looking, her expression suddenly changed. "Crap, where's my magic orb?" "You just dropped it over there," Estio answered casually. This girl looked pretty but seemed kinda dumb. The girl found her magic orb and looked happier than a kid on Christmas. Estio couldn't be bothered with her, so after getting everything he needed, he turned to leave, but the girl called out to stop him. "Hey, wait a sec, what's your name?" "Estio." Estio thought it was something important, but it turned out she just wanted him to try out the magic orb she was holding. According to her sales pitch, it was a brand new product that you gotta risk a lot to get your hands on it. A magic orb that can read people's emotions. To most people, that power would probably be God tier. Totally OP, right? But for Esto, it's completely useless because he's had that power since he was born. "I don't need it," Esto straight up refused. "Seriously? But why?" "Because no one wants to read someone else's heart. An ability that lets you read thoughts, memories, or emotions is the most useless power in the world," Esto answered before opening the door and leaving. The shop owner was left totally stunned. She thought that dude was hot, but he seemed a little weird. He talked like he could actually read people's minds. For real! Esto headed back to Ignis to finish up the final steps to become an official member. While waiting for the higher-ups to decide on his assignment, he just chilled, doing random chores like watering plants and cleaning the house for a few days. A few days later, Hack showed up with some awesome news. Esto was assigned to the Special Support Division, and his first official request came in right after he became a full-fledged member. The client's name is Sarah Fabian, the 10-year-old only daughter of the Fabian family. The problem she's dealing with seems to be her little puppy named Haru, who absolutely won't listen to her. And Sarah wants someone to help make Haru a good boy. Esto was feeling some type of way after hearing that. After joining Ignis, he really thought he'd get some bigger scale missions. He never imagined he'd be a dog trainer. But Hack thought, this was perfect. Esto's power doesn't need any special training or combat experience. Plus, the clients are mostly high-class nobles. You can keep them happy without breaking a sweat and still bring home the bacon. What's not to love? Seeing Esto let out a long sigh, Hack started pulling out all the stops to hype up how serious this was. It might seem simple, but you gotta meet the nobles' expectations. If you get on their bad side, besides them canceling on you, they could totally wreck your future. So you better be careful, dude. He also kept nagging Esto not to look down on Sarah just because. She's a little kid. A noble is a noble, even if they're just 2 months old. You have to serve her with all your might. So good luck. Hope your mission's a success and you whip that puppy into shape. Hack brought over the candy jar, and Esto grabbed a piece, popped it in his mouth, and headed out with Nura. The Fabian mansion was freaking massive. After checking Esto's request form, the guard rushed him inside. The interior was even more ridiculously fancy. But the only thing that got Esto's attention was the angry, resentful barking of a small dog inside. As he got a bit closer, he could hear its inner thoughts, which were just as pissed off. Not another one. Get lost, you human. Haru, stop that. He's our guest. A cute little girl with blonde hair came running out of the house. Based on her age, this had to be Lady Saralyn. Watching how Saralyn talked and acted around Haru, Esto could totally tell she was a huge animal lover. Too bad Haru was not a good boy. Esto introduced himself as a member of the guild, and Saralyn immediately got this skeptical look on her face. I thought some grumpy old dude was going to show up. So, a pretty boy like you works for the guild, huh? How old are you? Man, this kid had some serious attitude. Esto was not amused. But hey, the customer is always right, so he just bit his tongue and answered the brat's question. I just turned 19 this year. While they were talking, Haru just kept yapping nonstop in the background. The racket was really starting to get on Nura's nerves. Standing behind Esto, it gently shot Haru a death glare, which made the pup shut its trap immediately. Just then, Lady Saralyn finally noticed Nura, but instead of freaking out over the massive creature, she actually seemed super interested. Whoa, a giant gorilla, so cute! Nura instantly dropped the death glare and switched to puppy dog eyes. To charm the young lady, Saralyn was instantly smitten. She was about to rush over and hug it, but the servants stopped her for one very simple reason. Nura is a white-furred ape. They couldn't let their precious lady get near something so dangerous. After throwing a little tantrum because she wasn't allowed to squish Nura's cheeks, Saralyn decided to get back on topic. I heard you can read animals' hearts, so figure out why my Haru is always so mean to everyone else, right? Now! The little lady's impatient look made Esto realize he couldn't waste any more time. First, he told Nura to back up a bit since Haru was totally freaked out by it. Afraid it would get kicked out, it was just Esto and Haru facing off. To win the little pup's trust, Esto took off his glove and held his hand close to its face, saying, Haru, I'm not gonna hurt you. Saralyn looked super tense because usually nobody dared to do that with Haru, afraid of getting bitten. But the weird thing was, today, after hesitating for a moment, it actually came forward and nuzzled its head against Esto's hand. His power was amplified multiple times after this contact, and Esto immediately entered its inner world. Turns out, Haru had a tragic childhood. Right after being born, it had to watch its mom get cruelly dragged away by humans because small dog breeds like Haru are super popular with the nobles right now, so its mom was forced to have puppies over and over again. Even Haru itself, after losing its mother, didn't get to eat enough. It was only fed just enough to not starve to death, which was how it kept its tiny frame that the nobles loved. Not long after, Haru was noticed by Viscount Fabian, who was the father of Saralyn. The moment he took an interest, the dealers immediately took the little dog, which was weak from hunger, and cleaned it up to be sold. Haru became the most beautiful birthday present for the young lady. But for Haru, this was when its hatred for humans reached its peak. They had taken its mother and plunged it into endless suffering. Saralyn really adored Haru, and she tried her best to take care of the little puppy, but Haru never felt happy being with her. It all came to a head one day while they were playing around. Saralyn got bit hard on the hand by Haru. When Viscount Fabian saw it, he immediately gave it a kick. He couldn't accept a dog that bites its owner and immediately wanted to throw Haru out of the mansion. Saralyn cried and begged her father. The poor girl didn't want to be separated from the friend she just made, so she requested Viscount Fabian to send a request to Ignis. After understanding the whole situation, Esto just sighed. Saralyn was super anxious, asking, so how is he? Is Haru unhappy because of something? Everything. Haru is afraid of all the affection you've given it. Even though it's a puppy, Haru is also just a child, and since birth, it has never once received love. Esto recounted everything it had been through since the moment it was born. That made Haru believe that one day, humans would also take its life, just like how they took its mother away. Hearing Esto's words, Saralyn just clenched her jaw, thinking to herself, but I'm the one who loves Haru the most. If I could read hearts, I would treat him even better. These naive thoughts of hers were also heard by Esto. Just reading hearts isn't everything. Its mother was killed by humans and it was forced to starve to increase its own value. Have you ever thought about how to soothe its fear? Saralyn finally couldn't hold it in anymore and burst into tears, even though this was an act that made a noble lady like her lose all her elegance. Esto could understand Saralyn's reaction. Even if she was a noble, she was still just a kid. Plus, she was a kid who was full of love for animals, especially for Haru. To resolve this conflict, Esto created an inner world for the little dog and led Siralin into it. There, she could talk directly with Haru. After this, Haru itself finally understood the young lady's feelings for it, but it still hoped Siralin could show her affection in a more restrained way instead of actions like lifting it up high and spinning it around and around. Haru took a step forward and nuzzled against its owner's dress. Siralin also carefully bent down and held out her hand, then cautiously hugged Haru. That was the moment their two souls truly became one. And that was also when Esto completed his mission. Siralin was so happy she started crying. "Thank you, Mr. Ignis. You're truly amazing," even though I was the one who made the request. I had no idea an ability like this even existed. Siralin held Haru in her arms, her happiness completely unconcealable. She couldn't stop blaming herself for the recent time when she didn't understand the puppy at all. You're not in the wrong. The people who sold Haru are the ones at fault. It just misunderstood your intentions because your actions were completely different from anything it had ever experienced. Because Siralin was just a kid, Esto broke his own rule and offered her a few more words of encouragement. Hearing him say that, Siralin smiled brightly, like a flower. The request was complete, and she handed the Sugui to him. After Esto accepted it, Viscount Fabian appeared. "You possess a truly wonderful ability," he said, praising him sincerely. Seeing her father, Siralin happily jumped into his arms. From now on, she no longer had to worry about Viscount Fabian kicking Haru out for being a disloyal dog anymore. It turns out Viscount Fabian and young Master Jeremy had just returned to the mansion. They had been watching from outside and witnessed all of Esto's skills, so he's totally curious about his powers. From what I've seen, your power is used to handle some pretty freaky situations. Huh? What exactly is this power of yours? It's the ability to read animals' hearts. Esto just straight up tells him. Viscount Fabian goes quiet for like 3 seconds and then he blurts out 3 words. How shameless. And before Esto could even explain or react, the old dude just keeps talking. You have no idea what happens when a commoner like you dares to lie to a noble's face. Esto instantly gets all tense. Looks like he let his guard down way too soon just because the job was done. Man, these nobles are never easy to deal with, are they? I'm kind of curious how you decide what's an animal. Is it like based on smarts or their soul? What about beastmen, huh? See, Esto always tries to hide the fact that he can read people's minds too by just saying he can listen to animal hearts. But damn, this noble is way sharper than Esto expected. While the dude was interrogating him, Esto accidentally overheard the thoughts of his son Jeremy. No freaking way. If he can actually read people's minds, then he's a monster. These thoughts from Jeremy totally hit Esto where it hurts. But whatever, he's been called a cursed monster since he was a kid, so one more person thinking it. Doesn't really change much. The real issue now is the Viscount himself. It seems like Viscount Fabian is genuinely intrigued by Esto's one-of-a-kind ability. Even though he was all mysterious saying he'd send more jobs to Ignis soon, Esto just knows that in the future he and that dude are definitely going to be seeing a lot more of each other. This whole big shot adult conversation went right over Saralin's head. She was just happy that she got to find out Esto's name before he left. And of course, Siralin was super grateful that he sorted out her whole mess for her. But her brother, the young lord, Jeremy, was clearly super wary of Esto. He didn't even want his little sis getting too close to him. So does that power of yours have any limits or what? I can't read everything, so I'm not going to read your mind. Don't worry about it. You sure about that? Or are you just going to say that and read my mind anyway? In my head? Jeremy suddenly gets all ticked off. He doesn't want some dude who can read his every thought in his house for another freaking second. So he just rudely shoves Esto out the door. Siralin gets so scared by her brother's harshness that she starts crying. I mean, come on, Esto's the one who helped her patch things up with Haru, and now he's getting treated like this by Jeremy, which makes the poor girl super upset. Esto takes Nura and heads home as the sun starts to set. Those 2 words, a monster that Jeremy blurted out, were stuck in his head. Even though he's used to it, it'd be a total lie to say it didn't sting. Esto stares at the guild coin in his hand, and suddenly, once again, he feels totally lost about his life. Humans are so weird for real. Nura suddenly pipes up, seeing Esto's confused look. Before he can even ask anything, it keeps going. Nura's super happy that you can read my heart. You know what I'm thinking without me even having to say it. Esto knows that. It's trying to cheer him up. What Nura just said sounds awesome, but that's the exact reason people hate his power. Esto's whole existence is just so out of the ordinary, and it makes him feel totally alone in this world. But even so, Nura doesn't think he's scary one bit. To Nura, Esto is way kinder than all. The other people, you have a kind heart too. The real problem isn't your power, it's all the messed up thoughts other people are hiding. Nura was saying a lot, but it was all from the heart, not just some BS to make Esto feel better. He reached over and patted the monkey's head to reassure it. Don't worry, it doesn't matter who gets mad or scared of me, even if they think I'm a monster. I don't really care, because compared to being locked up in that attic, when we get to walk together like this, that's when I feel like I'm actually living. And so the guy and the monkey headed back to the guild. Esto just ignored that diss from young Master Jeremy and kept on living his life. A few days later, it looks like he caught the attention of the Lord because the dude sent a request directly to the guild. This made H and Rosalie totally stoked. I mean, with a power as special as his, this was kinda predictable. But neither of them expected his fame to blow up so fast, like a rocket. Compared to how pumped H and Rosalie were, Esto was looking pretty grim, because he knew that the more eyes were on him, the more drama he was going to face. It's super dangerous, but hey, a guy's got to work to live, right? So Esto takes on the next special support request, and this time the commission is about the Jefferson Company, which has the biggest share of the gem trade in the city. For some reason, the company suddenly shut down, screwing over all the jewelry businesses. Yeah, they're all in a tight spot now. Esto's mission is to find the company's owner, Thompson, and investigate why. Just like always, after confirming his mission, Esto grabs Nura and gets ready to head out. But today, before leaving, he realizes something. It seems like every time he goes out on a mission, H is always rushing after him just to say something like, be safe. And today, Rosalie also specifically reminded him that after finishing the mission on his way back, to remember to buy some melon bread. It's just a bunch of small things, but it really gets to Esto because this is the first time he's felt a warmth like he's in a family. So the first thing Esto does after leaving the guild is check the map. But today's location is kind of far. It would take a whole hour to walk there while he's stressing about how to get there. Nura suddenly turns its butt towards him like, hey Esto, let me carry you. I'm way faster than you if you walk for too long. You'll get tired. Esto has never seen Nura as just a pet, let alone a mount, so he refuses. But this accidentally makes it super sad because Nura feels useless, like it can't help Esto at all. In the end, not wanting to disappoint Nura, Esto reluctantly agrees to climb off its back. And for real, Nura is crazy fast. One guy and one monkey didn't take much time at all to get where they needed to go. It's just that Esto feels like after they arrived, all his guts got scrambled up. They stop in front of a huge house with a west-facing window displaying some fancy jewelry. To Esto, they just look like a bunch of colorful pebbles, so he finds it super weird that everyone goes crazy for this stuff. Setting aside the whole gem thing, Esto goes up and tries knocking on the door. According to the info, the company owner lives in this house, but he knocks for like half a day and still no one answers even. So Esto has this strong belief that Thompson wouldn't just abandon his house even if his business shut down. So he decides to just camp out here and wait until he shows up, even though it's freezing cold. Esto stubbornly holds his ground in front of the house. He and Nura wait until midnight when the temperature drops to its lowest point. And finally Thompson comes out, hey kid, you lost your mind. I thought this cold weather would make you give up and go home. Even though he's actually frozen solid, seeing Thompson makes Esto super happy because catching the guy means the mission is halfway done. It's just that Thompson sees him and immediately tries to shoo him away like a pest. Just one look, and I can guess you were sent by those nobles, right? I'm not doing any business, so go home. Originally, Thompson was going to say that and head right back inside. Seeing Esto struggling and about to freeze to death, he just couldn't bring himself to do it. The kid can't even stand up. His limbs are trembling and his face is all pale. Hey, I'm just asking, but you're not trying to off yourself. Are you? Did my house suddenly become the new hotspot for that or something? Thompson even enthusiastically suggests to Esto that there's a bridge 2 blocks away. People say the river water there is pretty warm, so if you want to do it, you could choose that spot instead of in front of his house. Of course, I'm not trying to do that. Esto weakly replies, oh, you're not then? Fine, so what the hell are you doing sitting outside someone else's house? Get lost. Thompson loses all his patience and directly pulls Esto up, wanting to toss him away, but because of this contact, Esto managed to read his memories. This guy who looks so tough on the outside is actually way more fragile than you'd think. He has a beautiful wife named Tin Thompson. Fell for her at first sight, so when Tin accepted his proposal, it was like a dream come true for him. However, married life was just a long stretch of painful days waiting for the young woman. Their first child passed away right before its first birthday, and then the second and the third. Tin entered a never-ending cycle of getting pregnant and then miscarrying much later. Tin finally gave birth to a healthy baby girl named Leah. The baby's cry was so loud, carrying all of Thompson's hopes, but sadly Tin was suffering from depression due to the prolonged stress. She thought that this baby would soon follow its siblings, so she wouldn't even look at her. Even after the baby's first birthday, the couple started to drift apart. From here, Thompson even knelt down begging his wife, but Tin still ignored him. That's also why he closed the company. Thompson had spent all his time focusing on taking care of their little daughter. Esto knew he didn't have much time to bargain with this guy. So after getting the gist of the situation, he immediately gave Thompson some advice. If his wife didn't want to talk, then just ignore her for a while and see. Thompson was shocked and panicked. He probably couldn't think of a reason why Esto knew about it, but in this situation, he could only give the advice he thought was right. If someone doesn't want to face the truth, no matter how much you push them, they won't listen. Thompson's reaction was worse than Esto imagined. He grabbed him by the collar and threw him straight into the house. After locking the door, Thompson revealed a terrifying face, just as predicted. He started questioning Esto about how he knew about Tin. Esto's whole body ached. He tried to calm down to answer Thompson's question. "I'm Esto, from Geese." Thompson put his hand on his forehead, cursing the nobles in his head for digging into his private life and even sending a proxy to bother him. However, looking at Esto, Thompson didn't feel threatened at all because he looked so weak, like Ignis had sent the worst member of his crew here. Moreover, Esto wasn't at fault in this situation, so he suddenly felt a bit guilty for physically confronting a weak kid who had been waiting for him outside for hours, then extended his hand in front of Esto. "Sorry for being rude." "Right, I am the owner of Jefferson Company." Esto looked at his hand, then up at the ceiling. Finally, he chose to stand up on his own, leaving Thompson feeling a bit awkward. "Ahem, so what did your Ignis kid bring you here for?" Esto straightforwardly asked for help so he could reopen the business. The foo, Thompson thought he misheard. The boss was indeed very impatient, huh? Anyway, this couldn't be solved in just a few sentences. Thompson invited him inside, lit a candle, and poured some wine to warm up. After choosing a bottle of wine and gulping down a few sips, his mood relaxed a bit. To be honest, now that he thought about it, Thompson felt that Esto was not only not threatening, but also a bit too naive for his mission to succeed. In times like this, he should have been trying to win him over. But the only thing Esto had done since he got here was to stand there like a statue. The only thing that piqued Thompson's interest in Esto was that he mentioned his wife. But honestly, this interest didn't lean in a positive direction because he hated being revealing someone else's private life isn't a fun thing. When talking about sensitive matters like that, you have to consider the circumstances. "I'm sorry," Esto bowed his head, stammering. "To put it bluntly, you're too naive and childish. Why would you send someone like that here?" Thompson sighed deeply. Now, he wasn't blaming Esto anymore, but he also firmly stated that he had no intention of reopening the business. Esto continued to stay silent. "Why not just ask me why?" This in turn made Thompson curious. "Aren't you going to ask why?" "Oh, why do you think I wouldn't reopen the business?" Seeing Thompson puzzled like that, Esto mechanically asked back. Thompson laughed. It was the first time he saw a member of Geese doing a mission and being this clueless. This might be the funniest thing he's seen in days, making him temporarily forget the pressures of life. Maybe because he was feeling good, he proactively shared the reason with Esto. He loved his wife and daughter very much. Even if the whole world reached out to Thompson wouldn't trade them for anything. The most important thing was that Tin's situation was getting more and more serious since giving birth to Leah. She didn't even want to leave the room. There was a time Thompson tried to force Tin out of the room, and the result was that she chose the most extreme behavior, biting her tongue. Although nothing happened that time, the truth was right in front of Thompson's eyes. That left him with no time or mood to care about gems or business anymore. Thompson rambled on until he started covering his face and crying. Esto just stayed silent. He was shocked because just a moment ago, he had seen Thompson as a fierce man, but now he was just a broken man. Man, God is seriously so impatient, huh? Anyway, this can't be solved in just a couple of sentences. Thompson invited him inside to light a candle and drink some wine to warm up. After choosing a bottle of wine and gulping it down, his mood relaxed a bit. To be honest, looking back now, Thompson felt that Esto was not only not threatening, but also a bit lacking in smarts for his mission to succeed. In situations like this, he should be trying to win him over, but the only thing Esto had done since arriving was to just stand there like a statue. The only thing that piqued Thompson's interest in Esto was that he mentioned his wife, but honestly, revealing someone else's private life isn't cool at all. When talking about sensitive stuff like that, you gotta consider the context. "I'm sorry," Esto said, lowering his head, stammering. To put it bluntly, he was just too naive and childish. Why would they send someone like him here? Thompson sighed heavily. Now, he wasn't blaming Esto anymore, but he also firmly stated that he had no intention of reopening the business. Esto continued to stay silent, which made Thompson wonder why he didn't ask about this. Why not ask why? "Oh, so why do you think about not reopening the business?" Seeing Thompson puzzled, Esto mechanically asked back. Thompson laughed. It was the first time he saw a member. This might be the funniest thing he's seen in days, making Thompson temporarily forget the pressures of his life. Maybe because he was feeling good, he voluntarily shared the reason with Esto that he loved his wife and daughter so much. Even if the whole world reached out to offer him something, Thompson wouldn't trade them for anything. The most important thing was that the situation with Tin was getting more. There was a time Thompson tried to force Tin out of the room, and the result was her choosing the most extreme behavior, biting her tongue. Although nothing happened that time, the truth was laid bare in front of Thompson that his wife would rather leave this world than face their daughter. That left him with no time or mood to deal with anything else. Estio lowered his head and mumbled, "To be blunt, you're too naive and childish. Why would Hui send someone like you here?" Thompson let out a long sigh. Now, he wasn't blaming Stowe anymore, but he also firmly stated that he had no intention of ever reopening the business. Stowe remained silent, not uttering a single question. He didn't even open his mouth to ask why. This actually made Thompson wonder, "Aren't you going to ask why? Oh, so why did you decide not to open the business again?" Seeing Thompson's curiosity, Esto just mechanically asked back. Thompson burst out laughing. "It's the first time I've ever seen a member of the guild on a mission who's this clueless." This is probably the funniest thing that's happened in days, making Thompson temporarily forget about the pressures consuming his life. And maybe, because he felt a bit better, he decided to tell Stowe the reason. He said that he loves his wife and daughter so much that even if the whole world made him an offer, Thompson wouldn't trade them for anything. The most important thing is that Tin's condition is getting more and more serious. Ever since giving birth to Leah, she refuses to even leave her room. One time, Thompson tried to force Tin out, and it resulted in her taking the most extreme measure of biting her own tongue. She was okay that time, but the harsh truth was laid bare before Thompson. His wife would rather die than have to see her own daughter. That left him with no time and no energy, too. Thompson was rambling about gems and business, and then suddenly he started crying while covering his face. Stowe was just silent, totally shocked, because earlier, even after peeking into Thompson's memories, turns out there was still stuff he didn't know. Thompson didn't cry for long. After pulling himself together, he just wiped away his own tears and cracked a forced smile. "Anyway, my bad for making your mission a bust, but I've got no plans to reopen this year, at least. So just tell them to find another supplier, all right?" Thompson gave Esto a few pats on the shoulder to console him, but someone as stubborn as our boy wasn't about to give up here. "If your wife's condition improves, you'll agree to reopen, won't you?" Thompson was just about to see him out, but he stopped dead in his tracks when he heard this. "Maybe I can help." After Esto said that, Thompson whipped his head back around. "I'll make your wife leave her room." Looking at Esto's expression, he didn't look like he was joking at all, but for real, Thompson wasn't buying it. If even he couldn't get his wife to come out of that room, how could a total stranger like Esto possibly pull it off? "How exactly do you plan on doing that?" Esto didn't answer. Instead, he just slowly walked closer to Thompson and suddenly placed 2 fingers on his forehead. Thompson flinched, all confused, and was about to swat Esto's hand away when a voice suddenly rang out in his head. A totally strange voice said, "Please don't be afraid. I'm begging you. Esto isn't a bad person." It was just Thompson and Esto there, but that voice wasn't his. Thompson looked down and met Nura's pleading, sparkly eyes, which freaked him out so much he stumbled backward and fell. The wine in his hand spilled all over the place. Just now, there was a strange voice in my head." Thompson's face went pale. Esto slowly walked over, holding out a hand to pull him up. Even though Thompson had no clue what kind of trick he just used, after that totally bizarre incident, he was sure this kid was no ordinary person. Thompson reached out and took his hand, basically accepting his offer. After that, Thompson led Esto and Nura to his wife's room. When he knocked on the door, Esto could clearly see the man's hesitation and carefulness. This whole situation with his wife had probably caused him a ton of heartache. "Honey, it's me. We have a guest today." In response to Thompson was a suffocating silence. He nervously twisted the doorknob. As soon as the door creaked open, Esto could feel a cold wind carrying a chill like snow hit them square in the face. Tin was sitting on a chair by the window. It was freezing, but she was only wearing a single thin shirt. From her expression, you could easily tell this woman had completely lost all motivation to live. Thompson anxiously went to close the window. Tin's hand, hanging limply over the chair, was already ice cold, which made him feel absolutely heartbroken. Her eyes were completely empty and lifeless. Even when Esto got near her, she didn't seem to care one bit. He tried to touch Tin's head, but the strange thing was, her mind was completely quiet. Esto had never needed to adjust his power to read someone's memories before, but it looked like this time he was going to have to. It's just, when Esto did that, the whole room was suddenly rocked by a dark power. It was so intense that even a healthy guy like Thompson almost couldn't stay standing. Gloomy black smoke filled the entire room, and in an instant, it transported Esto, Nura, and Thompson to another dimension. It was a lush, peaceful green forest. They looked all around, but nothing seemed unusual here at all. That is, until a soft voice rang out, "Whew, it's so hot, and I have to go work in the fields in this heat. I really just want to take a day off." Thompson's jaw dropped, his eyes wide, because the person in front of him was his wife. Tin looked completely healthy and normal, not at all like the sick woman from before. It seems like Estio didn't control his power very well and accidentally dove into the deepest level of her memories. And he dragged Thompson and Nura in with him. In that memory, Tin looked poor, but her face was still overflowing with happiness, just like in the memories Estio had probed from Thompson's mind earlier. Tin was the daughter of a poor farmer's family. Her mother passed away before she could even form memories, and after she grew up a bit, her father passed away too. Tin was left with only her two younger siblings who needed someone to take care of them. And so she raised her two siblings all by herself from a young age. She did all sorts of incredibly hard jobs, but luckily, her two siblings were both really good kids. Life was actually pretty happy. And then Tin fell in love. But the man wasn't Thompson, but another poor farmer named Doan. The two of them were head over heels in love, but poverty was like a swamp, dragging down their happiness. Tin couldn't make ends meet for the three of them. Even after she took on more work, the money still wasn't enough to buy food and medicine for the kids. Johann proposed to her, not once, but 3 whole times, but Tin was dead set on turning him down. Their love was huge, but reality was cruel. In the end, Tin and Johann went their separate ways. She moved to the city hoping to score more work, and that's when Tin met Thompson. That was the first time I met Tin. Watching his wife's memories play out right in front of him, Thompson couldn't help but get all choked up. The first time they met, he was face planting on the street and couldn't stop coughing. Tin was rushing to finish her delivery, but seeing that Thompson was not okay, she still decided to help him to the clinic. When Thompson finally woke up, the first thing that hit his eyes was Tin's gentle and beautiful face, and he was totally smitten. Not long after that, Thompson proposed, and Tin said yes. When she went back to her small house in the suburbs, Johann came looking for her, and when he saw that sparkling ruby ring on her finger, Johann basically lost his mind. "I heard you're getting married? If you're going to leave me, I'll just end it. Right here, right now, watch me." And it turns out Johann wasn't just talking smack, because right after that, he pulled a bottle of pesticide out of his pocket. His goal was still to force Tin to get back with him, but she firmly refused, wanting a better future for herself and her siblings. Maybe it was because of her stone-cold rejection that Johann actually did something stupid. Ever since then, Tin has been living in regret and haunted by the thought that she was cursed by Johann. This was the first time Thompson had ever witnessed the deepest memories in his wife's heart. He never knew that there was once a man who loved Tin so deeply, and because of what he just saw, Thompson was even more crushed. He figured Tin only agreed to marry him because of money. Maybe what he was thinking was right. After all, she did turn down a poor farmer to be with a guy who could gift her fancy jewels. Estio's words sounded gentle, but they were like a knife twisting in Thompson's heart. "If that's the real reason, would you change your mind? What are you talking about? If my wife's decision was influenced by money and poverty, if she was thirsty for the things you have, would she still be one of the two most precious people in the world that you told me about?" Estio's question was way too blunt, but Thompson's love for his wife was just too massive. He didn't even have to think about it, and still declared without a doubt that Tin was still the one he cherished most. She's still Thompson's precious wife, even if the truth is she's stuck in these painful memories. Tears started streaming down Thompson's face. He remembered back when Leah was just a newborn, but Tin wouldn't even glance at the baby, no matter how hard he begged. The thing is, his wife was in agony because she believed that every child she lost was the price for her own sins. Thompson was feeling a complicated mix of sadness and pain. He and Estio finally broke free from Tin's memories. Thompson then walked over to his wife, step by step, and then knelt on one knee in front of her, just like the day he proposed years ago. "Tin, it's not your fault," Thompson whispered, holding his wife's hand tight. "Leah, our daughter, is still alive. She's alive and she's going to be super healthy in the future too. She's waiting for you, so please stop blaming yourself and just come back to us, please." Thompson didn't care about Johann, he didn't care about his wife's past, and he sure as hell didn't care if she married him for money or not. He just felt there was no reason for her to torture herself like this. The only thing Thompson wanted was to get through all the pain together with his wife, because they're a family. Right at that moment, a bolt of lightning zapped down from the sky and smashed the nearby window to pieces. On instinct, Thompson yanked his wife into a hug to keep her from getting hurt. And from that second, it was like the life came back into Tin's eyes. This sudden change in his wife left Thompson both shocked and emotional. Right then, a loud cry came from the baby's room next door. Tin jumped to her feet, leaving Thompson completely stunned. "Leah!" she cried out as she ran over. For the first time ever, Tin hugged her little daughter Leah, apologizing over and over for not being there for her this whole time. This sudden turnaround brought so much happiness to Thompson. She's hungry. I can always tell by her cry. He handed his wife a baby bottle. You must be hungry too, right? We've got chicken soup at home. Thank you. Thompson was overjoyed, hugging his wife and daughter. Their little family of 3 finally got their happy ending. As for Estio, maybe because he used up too much of his power earlier, his body was totally drained after Thompson and Tin ran into the baby's room. He couldn't take it anymore and just collapsed. Estio is Thompson's savior, so obviously the guy couldn't just leave him there. So, in the middle of the freaking night, the couple rushed him over to the most famous apothecary in the area. Estio was burning up with a fever, totally out of it and delirious. After the doc checked him out, he basically had to throw in the towel. He figured Estio's issue was related to his special ability, and that was way out of his league. Plus, there aren't any apothecaries around that can treat ability users. The old doc figured this all went down because Estio had never lost control of his powers before. For now, he just needed to rest, and that would be enough. After that, they could call for help depending on how things go. The Thompsons glanced at each other. Tin kept staring at Nura, then looked back at her husband. Meanwhile, Nura was sitting by the head of the bed, her worried gaze totally fixed on Estio. Thompson thought for a sec before he finally worked up the nerve to say something. Because, you see, Nura was the one who came barging in to the baby's room to tell them Estio had passed out. This was literally the first time Thompson had ever seen a talking white monkey. And he still wasn't over. The shock. We've still got our kid at home, so we have to head back for now. I'll cover the medical bills, so don't you worry. If you need anything, just come and find us, all right? Nora nodded. Then it suddenly hit her the whole reason they came here in the first place. So, what about the commission? Thompson looked at his wife, Tin, who gave him a huge smile, so he made up his mind. The commission was to ask me to reopen the company, wasn't it? Since Estio is our savior, I'm obviously going to agree. Besides, my wife's heart has been healed, so you don't have to worry anymore. I'll leave this guy here in your care, all right? Only then did Nura finally relax. The couple also headed home, leaving Nura to keep a constant, worried watch over Estio's bedside. On the morning of the 3rd day, Estio finally woke up, and the very first thing he saw was Nura's tear-filled eyes. She couldn't hold back her feelings and just leaped onto the bed, hugging him tight. After confirming that he was stable, Estio asked the old doc for permission to head back. I mean, being stuck in bed for a solid 2 days was way more than enough for him. They went back to the guild, where the reward for the successful commission was already waiting. This time, it was a whole 5 coins. Hack was so thrilled he was grinning from ear to ear. He'd supported a ton of ability users with his own 2 hands, but this was the first time he'd ever seen a member get results as amazing as Estio's after being in the guild for such a short time. Right now, Estio is basically Ignis's golden goose. His rep is so good, it's already reached the nobles in the next city over. But just as Estio got better, another problem popped up. He got a second commission from the Fabian family. This time, the request came directly from Viscount Fabian himself, but the letter was super vague about what the commission was actually about. Still, Estio couldn't exactly say no, since you don't want to piss off the nobility. So he had to drag Nura along and head over to that mansion once again. The second Estio walked in, Hiru came running out to greet him. It looked like the little guy really missed him since it's been a while. Saralyn rushed out too, and as soon as she saw the letter in Estio's hand, she knew right away her dad had called for him. I'm so happy to see you again. What about you, Estio? Estio was totally caught off guard by Saralyn's question. He was totally stumped on how to respond. It's not good. Not happy with that answer. Saralyn jumped forward and pinched his cheek. Huh? What do you mean? It's not good? So is that a yes or a no? Are you happy to see me again or what? Aren't you scared I can read people's minds? Estio didn't answer her question directly. Instead, he shot a question right back at her. Ever since the young master of the Fabian house treated him like crap last time, he'd been feeling pretty down about it. Coming here today felt super awkward for Estio, but Saralyn was nothing like her brother. She wasn't scared one bit, and she definitely didn't hate Estio's power. She believed he would never take the secrets in her heart and spill them to everyone. And she knew he'd never try to control her feelings either, because in Saralyn's eyes, Estio was a super nice guy. Their little chat was cut short by the mansion's butler. Apparently, the Viscount was itching to see Estio. Saralyn pouted, but she couldn't exactly disobey her dad. Fine, but you have to come see me before you leave. Don't you dare try to dip, you hear me? Estio nodded, agreeing to her terms. Then He followed the butler to the head of the house's room. The Viscount was already waiting for him. Before Esto could even get a hello in, the Viscount hit him with a question that seemed to come out of left field. Tell me, do you know about cacti? No, sir, Esto answered. How can a green plant possibly survive in a desert with barely any water? Isn't that just a miracle? Since they're plants, it's not like they don't need any water at all, but if you water them like regular plants, they'll just rot. Viscount Fabian started, going on and on about the cactus. He finally wrapped it up by saying that if the owner doesn't know its value, they'll easily kill it. Esto knew the guy wasn't just talking about a cactus. Can you read its mind? Viscount Fabian asked, holding the cactus right in front of Esto. But he'd never read a plant's mind before. He never even thought plants could have thoughts like animals do. And yet, after using a little more of his power, Esto heard a voice cussing up a storm. Damn, this old geezer talks way too much. Esto tried to hide his surprise. For real, the cactus in the Viscount's hand could think, and what's more, it was totally roasting the old man. And just as Esto suspected, Viscount Fabian didn't call him over just to chat about a plant. Esto, a cactus doesn't have a choice, but you yourself have the right to choose the master who will support you. It was crystal clear Viscount Fabian was trying to recruit Esto to his side. He promised him a position where no one in this house would dare disrespect him, and the only person he'd have to listen to would be him. At the same time, he'd get the best perks a commoner could ever dream of. Esto figured the guy was thirsty for his mind-reading ability, and yep, he was spot on. The Viscount didn't even bother to hide it. He demanded that Esto read the minds of anyone he pointed at. Hey kid, don't believe him, he's lying? That's just what manipulators say. Before Esto could even say a word, he heard the cactus screaming in the Viscount's hand. He had no intention of accepting this offer anyway. Even though he didn't want to start beef with a noble, the Viscount's intentions seemed shady as hell. Thank you so much for the offer, sir, but I'm satisfied with my current job, Esto replied, and his answer made the old geezer burst out laughing. Let's see, I think there's been a misunderstanding here. This is an order. Switching up that fast? Yeah, this guy was definitely not a good person at all. Esto tried to stay calm. He bluntly asked Viscount Fabian what would happen if he disobeyed his order. For now, nothing, but eventually bad things will definitely find their way to you. That was a clear threat. Esto was just a 19-year-old commoner. How could he not be scared by the threat of a seasoned nobleman? But he still managed to keep a calm face until the very end. Esto bowed his head respectfully, then said to the Viscount that if he wanted him to switch jobs, he'd have to discuss it with Gil first. Ironically, Esto's completely unwilling attitude actually pleased the Viscount. If he had agreed right away, it would have proved he wasn't trustworthy, and the old man wouldn't have dared to use him. The Viscount then dropped his intimidating act and said he'd give Esto a little more time to think about where his true loyalties lie. After that, he handed the cactus to the butler and told him to just toss it. Get rid of this thing. I'll replace this picky plant with a beautiful flower. Esto could hear the cactus screaming like crazy. What? Where are you touching me? Huh? You bastard? You're gonna throw me away? You scumbag, let me go, you damn human. The butler then conveniently led Esto out. On the way out, he kept hearing the cactus's hopeless screams. So Esto worked up the courage to ask for it. I mean, they were just going to throw it away anyway. This thing doesn't have flowers, and its body is all thorns. Not to mention, it's hard to care for. You really want it? There's no guarantee it'll even bloom, you know. Seeing Esto was so insistent, the butler handed the plant over to him. Then he told Esto to hang around the mansion a bit longer because the young Miss Saralyn wanted to see him too. After that guy left, the cactus in Esto's hand was still shaking nonstop. It seemed like it was scared, thinking that he would also throw it away. So Esto had to speak up to calm it down. I'm not going to hurt you. I won't burn you or throw you away. However, this is the first time I've had a cactus, so I don't know what's best for you. When you're thirsty, just tell me straight up, okay? The cactus in Esto's hand immediately went quiet. I can hear your voice, so just speak up if you're uncomfortable with anything, okay? In response, Esto got nothing but silence. It seemed like the cactus in his hand was in shock that a human could understand its inner thoughts. A long while later, it finally spoke up, completely stunned. Whoa, are you a god or something? So you can hear me talking? Esto decides to name the plant Ahu, since the name it gave itself was a total mouthful. Nura, who's been watching him talk to himself this whole time, figures out he's actually talking to the plant in his hand and can't help but start clapping like crazy. Esto, you can talk to plants now? That's so freaking cool. Even though it was just a simple compliment, Nura's super impressed look makes Esto feel awesome, like he just achieved something huge. So he introduces Ahu to her. The two of them seem to hit it off right away, even though they're different species and can't even talk to each other. Ahu also really likes Esto. Even the thorns on its body get way softer whenever he's around. I can't really move my body freely yet, but I can at least control these thorns enough not to hurt. Esto! You can't move? Esto asks, totally confused. Yeah, you didn't know? If we cacti live long enough or get strong enough, we can totally move around whenever we want. I'm still just a baby, but my willpower is super strong, so I can at least control my own thorns. Esto mentally filed away that weird new fact. He wanted to chat more with Ahu while waiting for Saralyn, but of course, a whole new batch of trouble just had to show up. It's young master Jeremy, looking just as pissed off as last time, and he's spotted Esto. Didn't I tell you to get lost and never show your face around here again? What? Is your memory so bad you can't remember that? Or do you think I'm just kidding around? You filthy commoner. This time, Jeremy's insults are even nastier. He keeps trash talking Esto, calling him a lowly commoner and calling Nura an ugly monster, but then he tries to buy her because she's a monster that can understand people. He also makes fun of Esto for muttering to a plant. This really pisses Ahu off. What's this? Another meathead with more muscle than brains? Nura is not for sale! Esto is super annoyed by Jeremy's bossy attitude, but this jerk is just so persistent. How clever of you. Since you can read my mind, I guess we're done negotiating, huh? Just take it. He pulls out 10 gold coins, but Esto just repeats himself, saying Nura isn't for sale. Jeremy thinks the kid is just trying to haggle for more cash, but Esto says it loud and clear that he will never, ever sell Nura. This defiance from Esto makes him see red. Jeremy is absolutely livid that some nobody from the sticks like Esto dares to disrespect a noble like him. Look, I was holding back from punching your lights out, but instead, you ignore my warning and start loitering around my house? What the hell is that? Esto tries to explain that he was invited by Viscount Fabian, but of course, Jeremy doesn't buy it. He aggressively lunges forward and grabs Esto by the collar. Compared to a rich kid who's been training with a sword since he was a toddler, a scrawny, weak kid like Esto is obviously no match. Just as Jeremy is about to really deck him, Nora can't take it anymore and screeches, "Don't you dare bully Esto!" Jeremy is so shocked he lets go. He knew this white-furred monkey could understand people, but he didn't think it could actually talk. His greed goes into overdrive. Jeremy says he'll pay Esto 30 gold coins to buy Nura outright, but this time he doesn't give him a choice. Instead, Jeremy orders the nearby knights to capture Nura and take her to the breeding grounds. I said, "I'm not selling!" Esto screams back, way louder than Jeremy. The dude is literally shaking with rage because this is the first time in his entire life that a commoner has yelled in his face like that. Esto gets surrounded by 4 of the Fabian family's knights. They're planning to snatch Nura by force, but they have no idea they're playing with fire. Esto might be able to take the abuse, but Nura has had enough. She finally snaps and attacks first. The monkey's sharp claws rake across one of the knight's arms, instantly crippling it. A blood-curdling scream echoes through the hall, and the other guys get scared and back the hell up. Jeremy's rage totally boils over. Just then, a few more goons run up, and he points straight at Esto, ordering them to seize him and lock him up for attempted murder. Esto's heart drops, and so does Nura's. Jeremy calls her a monster, but his own actions are way more monstrous than hers. Following their young master's orders, the knights immediately throw a huge net over Nura. Then, they pull out their swords and start attacking her. The sound of their laughter, mixed with their brutal attacks, officially makes Nura go berserk. Even though she's been with Esto for a while and even agreed to wear a collar, at the end of the day, its wild instincts were still going strong. Jeremy got so scared by Nura's roar that he stumbled back a few steps, and right then all the commotion alerted the Viscount, who came downstairs asking what all the racket was about. The second Jeremy saw his dad, he was totally relieved, but before he could even start playing the victim, the Viscount lunged at him, grabbing his shoulders and just let him have it. "You idiot! That thing should have been mine by now, but you just had to jump in and screw it all up." "Dad, what do you mean?" Jeremy was in total shock. Not only was his dad cussing him out, but it was over some random commoner too. "Shut up, you idiot." The Viscount was completely fed up and just shoved his precious son to the side. Then he ordered the knights to clean up the mess. He commanded the soldiers to capture Esto alive and told them to do whatever they wanted with Nura. These knights, with the Viscount, were a whole different league because they knew how to use magic. Nura was totally cornered and whispered an apology to Esto. "Nura is sorry, Esto. I just wanted to stay with you. Don't apologize. You didn't do anything wrong." Nura's eyes filled with sadness and despair as those knights began to cast their magic. It knew that even with its size, it stood no chance against them now. Nura squeezed its eyes shut, bracing for the worst. Then a massive explosion erupted. The whole main hall of the mansion shook from the blast. Jeremy just clicked his tongue, thinking, what a shame. If you had just taken the money in the first place, we wouldn't be in this mess. Thick smoke and dust filled the entire room. When it finally cleared the Fabian, father and son were totally shocked to see Esto still alive and kicking. He wasn't even scratched. The one who needs to apologize isn't Nura, it's all of you. The knights were also stunned seeing how ridiculously tough he was. Following the Viscount's command, they all started charging at Esto. But tough luck, because not a single one of them could land a hit on him. And why is that? Because even though Esto has zero muscle and is super skinny, he's got this insane mind control ability, like one soldier was right about to slash him with his sword. But Esto just took control of him and reversed the move, making the dude stab himself with his own sword. The Fabian father and son just stood there with their jaws dropped, completely stunned. All the other soldiers were also under Esto's control. They all simultaneously dropped their weapons and kneeled at his feet, all while Esto's face remained totally stoic, not showing a single emotion. "Daddy, big brother," a tiny voice cried out, sobbing. It was only then that Esto noticed Cerilyn had shown up on the staircase at some point. The poor kid saw Esto with blood all over his face, surrounded by soldiers passed out all over the place. The scene was way too violent for her, and Cerilyn fainted right then and there. The Viscount scrambled to catch the little girl, and then using a total victim-playing tone, he confronted, "Esto, are you happy now? Just look around you. Is any more of this bloodshed really necessary?" Esto knew damn well that the fault wasn't on him. He didn't want to suppress himself any longer. His whole life he'd had to hold back because of this power that made everyone think he was cursed. But holding back never made his life any easier. It just got him beaten and ostracized for 19 years. And now that he'd finally escaped that hellish life, he was back to holding back again, letting people push Nura around. Esto didn't want to take it anymore. But looking at the situation now, maybe it was best to stop. "Right here. I won't attack anyone else. In exchange, let's all just pretend none of this ever happened." The Viscount thought this was a pretty ballsy request. But before he could even speak up, that little punk, Jeremy started screaming from the corner where he was, "Lying, you evil beast, you murderer. You did all this, and now you have the nerve to demand we pretend this never happened?" Esto turned and gave Jeremy a look that made him shake in his boots. Then he mimicked the Viscount's tone of voice and said, "This isn't a request, it's an order!" Jeremy was trembling with fury, but honestly, besides gritting his teeth, there was nothing he could do about it. In the end, both he and the Viscount passed out from the sheer force of Esto's mind control. And right on cue, Mookie showed up. Of course, it always appears when Esto needs it most. Since he couldn't carry Nura back on his own, Suki changed back into its tiger form and hoisted it onto its back. "You get on too." Suki insisted, "But you'll get tired, Suki. I can just walk, it's fine. Carrying you two isn't going to make a big difference, so just hop on." Esto couldn't politely refuse anymore, so he climbed onto Suki's back. To be honest, after using his powers for so long, he was completely wiped out anyway. Esto held on tight to both Nura and Suki. The tiger crouched down and then launched itself out of the Fabian mansion. Suki carried both Esto and Nura through the dark streets. Nura was passed out and Esto was just heartbreakingly sad. Even though you know Suki doesn't really like to open up right now, besides pouring your heart out to her, you don't know where else to find comfort. What's up with Suki? "It seems like I'm really a monster, huh?" Esto's mood is super chaotic because earlier you weren't just reading other people's thoughts, but you also controlled it, making those soldiers end their own lives. Think about the hall in Fabian's mansion, filled with the stench of blood. Others might faint from fear, but strangely, Esto feels nothing at all. Even though you know what you just did was wrong, you're not scared or sad about it. This makes Esto feel like they're getting pretty close to that monster concept. So what? Suki doesn't answer but counters, saying if it were her, she'd have taken all their lives by now. Suki bluntly calls Esto weak because, for her, there's no reason to fear or mourn for those who harmed and threatened to take away what you cherish. But in the end, you're the one who harmed others, and Esto still isn't tired of being down about it. Huh. Well, you could be a little sad. After all, you didn't want to go around hurting people. Ahur, who's been lying in Esto's arms, listening to you and Suki talk, is itching to jump in and share his thoughts. Ahu finds it hilarious that you, clearly a living person, are doubting whether you're a monster or not. Even if you really were a monster, that wouldn't harm world peace, as long as Esto doesn't use their powers to hurt others. The straightforwardness of a tree leaves Esto stunned, but who knows if after this you'll feel less insecure about yourself. Anyway, that monster label and dark past have stuck with you for 19 years. Those feelings aren't something you can just shake off. Suki isn't in a hurry to take them back. A few days later, the Ignis branch is just as chaotic. A guy with a bird head named Avian brings news that makes everyone freak out. An emergency summons from headquarters regarding Esto. This means the royal family has pressured the Guild headquarters, or someone at the main office thinks Esto is a dangerous power. Rosali is also having a headache. This summons is a problem, but the most important issue is that since receiving the commission from Visc Fabian, Esto has been missing for 10 days. Recently, there's been a rumor spreading that the Fabian family was attacked by a young guy and a white-furred monkey. Still, she firmly believes Esto isn't the type to harm others like that. Just when the two are worried sick, Esto finally returns, looking ragged, with torn clothes and some dried blood on them. You can't help but feel worried, but in the end, he still reaches out and pats Esto's shoulder with a proud look. "You did great! Aren't you going to ask about my mission progress?" Naturally, you'd have to report on the mission, but let's skip that for now. "Do you have any idea how worried we were when we suddenly lost contact with you?" Hack scolds, while Rosali nods continuously. Avian in the back clears his throat repeatedly, having to temporarily set aside the emotional reunion. Suddenly, he notices that Nura isn't by Esto's side like usual. You explain that Nura got hurt and is resting to recover. Luckily, the injuries aren't serious. Today, just take it easy. You can submit your mission report in 3 days. Hack pushes Avian aside and gives Esto some advice, but even if he treats you like a golden egg to protect, Avian won't easily let this slide. If Hack can't say it, then he'll say it himself. Avian makes a grand entrance in front of S, looking like an angel, but the news he brings isn't good at all. As you know, it's a Jido. You have to follow him back to the headquarters of G immediately. You still want to resist, but Esto obediently agrees. Ignis is your bread and butter, and you have no intention of quitting this job. As long as you're still in Gil, refusing the headquarters decision isn't wise at all, so you have to say goodbye to Hack, even though you feel really guilty. On the way, Esto keeps resting their head against the carriage window, looking sad like they've lost something important. Ahu suddenly pipes up, saying he's found Esto's biggest problem. "You're really bad at saying no, and you listen to others way too much. Just say no if you don't like it. Just say you hate it. It's that simple. So why can't you say it? This tree is making more noise than a living creature, Nura." Rosali was shaking her head disapprovingly, while Avian in the back kept clearing his throat, so he had to temporarily skip the lengthy emotional chit-chat. Suddenly, he realized that Nura wasn't sticking around like usual. He explained that it was injured and needed to rest to recover. Thankfully, the injury wasn't serious. "Just take it easy today. You can submit the mission report in 3 days," he said, pushing Avian aside to give Esto some advice. But even if he treated Esto like a golden egg to protect, Avian wasn't going to let this slide easily. If he couldn't say it, then he would say it himself. Avian showed up in front of S looking like an angel, but the news he brought was anything but good. As you know, it was a Jido who had to take him back to the headquarters of G immediately. Esto wanted to resist, but he obediently agreed. Ignis was his bread and butter, and he wasn't planning to give up this job. As long as he was in Gil, refusing the headquarters decision was just plain stupid. So he had to say goodbye, even though he felt really guilty towards him. Along the way, Esto kept resting his head against the carriage window, looking all gloomy like he lost his rice supply. Ahu suddenly piped up, saying he found Esto's biggest problem. He was terrible at saying no and way too obedient to others. "Just say no if you hate it. Why can't you just say it?" Ahu exclaimed, "This tree is louder than a living creature, Nura." Esto, he had no intention of quitting this job, and as long as he was in the guild, refusing a decision from headquarters was not a smart move at all. Therefore, he had no choice but to say goodbye to Hack, even though he felt incredibly guilty. Along the way, Esto just kept leaning his head against the carriage window, looking as sad as a puppy in the rain. Ahu suddenly exclaimed, saying it had figured out Esto's most serious problem. He's terrible at refusing people, and he listens to others way more than he should. If you don't like it, just say no. If you hate it, just say so. It's that simple. Why can't you say it? Damn! This tree is 4 times louder than a living Nura. Estu raised. He shot it a judgmental look, but he couldn't say anything back because Avian was still sitting right across from him. But since Ahu was being so damn loud, Esto finally had to snap. "Quiet down, will ya?" Then Ahu grumbled back. Avian was floored. He knew that quiet down wasn't for him, so did Esto just have a conversation with a tree? When Avian asked him about it, Esto didn't even deny it. He just figured Avian would be like everyone else, get freaked out and think he was some kind of monster. In reality, Avian was surprised, but it was more like he was totally hyped. "Whoa, that's amazing," he gushed. "I heard you can read minds, Esto, right? Can you read what I'm thinking right now? Seriously, who in the world is this eager to have their mind read?" Esto originally just planned to keep his mouth shut, but just then, Nura, who was lying next to him, suddenly stirred. A whole flood of Avian's thoughts slammed into his head, making Esto's ears ring. Ugh, so cool, but so scary. They say the white-furred monkey is a monster, so what if I get eaten? Esto started rattling off everything in Avian's head, in a totally deadpan voice. Whoa, he can for real read my thoughts. I really shouldn't have asked. Huh? I want to crawl into a hole and die. Okay, that's enough. I'm sorry. Avian started totally freaking out. Even though Esto only read a tiny snippet, it was enough to prove his powers were the real deal. He didn't dare to be curious anymore. Just then, Nura woke up too. Even though it was still injured, seeing Esto's tired face, it pulled him over to lean on its shoulder and rest. The fur and Nura's soft body gave off an indescribably comforting feeling. The scene made Avian pause for a moment. Seeing you guys like this, you're like a family, you know? As night fell, the carriage kept moving. Avian prepared a thin blanket and pillow for Esto. Along the way, he was constantly worried that he'd be cold or uncomfortable. Do you want another blanket? If you're hungry or uncomfortable at all, just let me know, okay? This is comfortable enough, thanks, Esto replied. It wasn't that he was just being polite, it's that Avian could never in a million years imagine how hard of a life he had in the attic before. So even if the blanket was a little thin, even if the carriage was constantly shaking, Esto didn't feel uncomfortable at all. They traveled a bit further, and then it started to rain. Avian was fast asleep by now, even snoring with his mouth open. Nura also suddenly woke up, looking super alarmed. Esto thought it was woken up by the guy snoring, but that wasn't it. Its sharp animal instincts were screaming at Nura that something was gathering around the carriage. It wasn't human, and it wasn't an animal, but it gave Nura a seriously bad feeling, a feeling that this thing was here to end them. And sure enough, not long after, the carriage driver threw open the door, looking totally terrified. We're in deep trouble. We're completely surrounded by a pack of monsters. Avian immediately woke up, but he still looked super groggy. Surrounded? How many enemies are there? Can we escape? Well, they're all harpies, with super high combat power. As soon as the driver finished speaking, the look on Avian's face quickly turned grim. Harpy monsters normally only show up when winter comes, but now they were here surrounding them. What's more, it wasn't just one, but a whole flock. The driver said that even if they broke through the encirclement, it would be almost impossible to escape, because those monsters are way faster than horses. Let Nura go out and check. Nura, who hadn't even fully recovered, eagerly volunteered to charge to the front line. Esto was about to stop it, but before he could do anything, Nura had already dashed out of the carriage. The rain was getting heavier and heavier, and Esto was getting antsy inside the carriage. Hey, letting your ally fight alone is a bit much, the driver said, looking pointedly at Avian. But this guy immediately started protesting. Even though he's also an ability user, in reality, he has zero combat skills. If he rushed out now, he'd just be a liability instead of any help at all. As for Esto, he couldn't just leave Nura alone. Avian wanted to stop him, thinking that Esto's ability wasn't suited for combat either, but from the very beginning, Esto had no intention of using brute force to fight them. The look in Esto's eyes was as cold as ice, making Avian shiver for a second. What the heck? If he's not planning to fight, then is he planning to use that white-furred monkey as food for the harpies? At that thought, Avian couldn't just sit still anymore. He also scrambled out of the carriage, even though he had no fighting ability. But Avian's knowledge was vast. He had to give Esto a few reminders. Those harpy monsters are famous for being super brutal, and when they attack, when they swarm like that, they're way more dangerous. They're not the kind of enemy you can take on all by yourself. Esto, please, just listen to me. This whole thing won't be over just by taking out a few of them. Meanwhile, Nura's over here going ham on the harpies. But even so, Avian still thinks they should totally bail before they all get slaughtered. While he's busy trying to talk some sense into Esto, a harpy suddenly dives down from out of nowhere. Avian totally froze up since he has zero real-life combat experience. The dude couldn't even run away. In the end, it was Esto who jumped in to take the hit. He took a fatal blow meant for Avian. The harpy's beak slammed right into his left shoulder. The wound was super deep and started bleeding like crazy. Esto used his power to mind control the beast, stopping it from attacking again. But the real problem was the smell of his blood. It drew in every single harpy in the area. They all swarmed to their location. Meanwhile, Nura was still just using brute force to knock out one enemy after another. The only thing freaking him out was that Esto was bleeding. Even though he said he was fine, how could Nura not be panicking? but he couldn't even get to him because the harpies were swarming like ants. They just kept coming wave after wave. TBH Esto wasn't actually sure he could win this. He had no idea if he could even use his power on multiple targets at once, but hey, if he didn't do something, he'd just be a sitting duck. So when the whole flock of harpies dived down to attack, Esto took a huge gamble and just stood still. Everything went dead silent. The harpies actually stopped just hovering in midair. In that moment, Esto actually wondered if he should just end them, but in the end, he chose to be the good guy. Go back to where you came from. The harpies started flapping their wings, but turned around and flew away. This whole scene had Avian's jaw on the floor. In his entire life, this was the first time he'd ever seen monsters actually obey a human's command. Esto's little experiment was a success. The danger was gone. He and Nura headed back to the carriage, leaving Avian. Still standing there, completely stunned. The harpies vanished without a trace. Their whole attack felt like some crazy dream. Esto ended that threat way too easily. Now, Avian finally gets why HQ sent out an urgent SOS to track him down no matter what. Even though Esto looks super innocent and his whole vibe doesn't give off any intimidating energy at all. But after seeing that, Avian was 100% sure this kid is the most dangerous ability user on the planet. Night fell with the moon hanging high in the sky as a carriage sped down the road. Esto was lying inside when suddenly a voice piped up. "You're so annoying!" His eyes were shut tight, then they snapped open. Suki told him, "You always gotta do things your own way, don't you? This is exactly why I hate humans." He looked down and added, "Get some sleep and stop running around like an idiot getting yourself bitten by monsters again." Esto cracked his eyes open and said, "Sorry." Suki was pulling back his blanket and kept going. "Don't apologize, just stay out of trouble and you won't have to say sorry in the first place." Esto suddenly fell into a silent void. Suki turned its back on him and said, "Esto, don't get hurt again." The carriage glided through a hilly, snow-covered landscape. Ahu suddenly perked up. What a beautiful morning. He weakly looked over at Ahu and asked, "What are you doing?" It replied, "Hello there." Right after that, a bunch of roots shot out from the bottom of the pot and scurried towards him as he asked, "You can walk!" Ahu strutted across the table and said, "Ah, you're surprised because suddenly there's a walking Ahu running around, huh? So refreshing." Ahu continued, "I'm shocked too." Nora looked at Ahu and asked, "Yo, you can walk?" Then he pointed at the cactus spines and added, "Congrats." Ahu excitedly replied, "Thanks, thanks." Parker Saturday bolt upright and asked, "What the hell is going on?" Seeing Nura and the cactus laughing it up together, he just smiled and exclaimed, "Your friend is pretty weird, huh?" Then he suddenly thought, wait, a walking cactus isn't even that weird, is it? I mean, this guy can send a whole flock of harpies packing with just a single word. The red monsters with 2 pairs of horns flew in the sky surrounding a dude walking on the grass. The harpies quickly scattered as he got closer. Parker thought again, if this dude's the main character, I wouldn't even be surprised if he could make friends with a dragon. The power to read hearts and control others is seriously insane. Parker wondered and then asked. Esto just replied, "It's your wing." He laughed and said, "Ah ha ha, I gotta write a thank you note." The carriage suddenly stopped in front of a snow-covered pine forest. Esto was just sitting. He met up with Nura for a bite and thought. Speaking of which, seeing Ahu toddling nearby, he suddenly asked, "Ahu, you need some water." Ahu immediately replied, "Nah, I'm all good on water, Nura." Seeing that, Nura asked, "You already ate?" Ahu replied, "Not exactly. It's just that yesterday when Esto got hurt, he lowered his head and was like, And then I heard Ahu continue, "Didn't you bleed a whole lot?" Blood dripped down his pale skin, and right then, a drop landed on Ahu, who then said, "I drank a little bit of your blood, a little bit of it." Then it just laughed like a total airhead. "You drank my blood?" "Yeah," Ahu replied excitedly. "Yep." Esto tried to play it cool but had no idea what to say, then totally freaked out and started explaining. "Don't get the wrong idea, okay? I couldn't even move then, and it's not like I did it on purpose. The blood just accidentally fell on it, that's all." And then Ahu suddenly bloomed a flower and added, "I also." Bloomed for the first time. Nora looked at Ahu with a soft gaze. Then he said, "How interesting. A flower bloomed after it drank your blood." Parker then jumped in. Wait, you should be focusing on the detail that a regular plant drank your blood and can now walk. That's the real kicker." Ahu bloomed, bowing its head in his hand, and said, "This is a fruit. Please accept my sincere gratitude." Esto gently held Ahu in his hands and said, "Thank you." Ahu laughed victoriously. Then it added, "You're the one who should be thanking me." Suddenly, the petal from Ahu's flower fell onto his arm. Instantly, the spot began to decay, leaving behind dark marks that slowly faded away. Esto cried out sadly, "The flower's gone." Ahu then sadly said, "My fruit." Then it added, "Esto, look, there's a light on your shoulder." Esto was totally shocked, like a million question marks just appeared over his head. Esto looked at his wound on his shoulder. He then put a hand on it, lost in thought. Suddenly, a piece of black fabric and a white cord materialized. Esto leaned back in his chair and said, "This flower seems to have some kind of healing power." Ahu cheered, "Isn't that totally cool?" Then someone called out, "Nura, hey, Nura." Hearing that, he shouted back, "Yeah." The person continued, "Suki came to see us last night, didn't she?" Nura looked up and replied, "Well, you're half right." The black cat was lying on the chair, curled up like a little fluff ball. That person spoke again. "Suki's been on the carriage with us since last night." After putting on his clothes, Esto was still thinking it wasn't a dream. His hand reached out, grabbed some yellow object, and held it up. He stood up, leaning back a bit. The blue-haired dude yelled again, "What are we gonna do?" "The carriage is moving. It's super dangerous," Esto said. "Suki, I know you're up there." Esto's hand shot up, grabbing onto the roof of the carriage. The black cat suddenly appeared and let out a meow. Seeing that, Esto said, "It's dangerous up here. Get inside." But Suki just sat there on the roof, unbothered. It started walking proudly and said, "Seems like you're in way more danger than I am." Suki then suddenly jumped to another spot, surprising the heck out of Esto. Then it sat down all high and mighty right in front of him. Just as he got back to his seat, someone asked, "A cat?" Parker scratched his head and asked, "Is that your pet cat?" As Suki let out a yawn, Esto started to explain, "No, Suki doesn't have an owner." "Huh?" "And she's not a stray, either." Parker then had a thought, "So, she's a friend?" Suki hopped onto the seat next to Esto and asked, "Who's that moron?" He quickly answered, "This is Parker." Suki curled up on his lap again and asked, "Your wound, are you okay?" Esto replied, "Yeah, Ahu helped me out with the treatment." Suki asked, "What can that tiny thing Ahu even do?" Ahu immediately scurried over to Suki. A gentle look crossed Esto's face as he said, "It has the power to heal, since you're following me around anyway." Suki shot back, "I'm not following you. I just happened to see you got hurt when I was out exploring. That's it." Esto petted Suki's head and continued, "So why don't you just stick with me from now on?" Suki's tail suddenly started wagging. Esto pulled her into a tight hug, her little face blushing as she got all pampered and cuddly. The carriage rushed on down a steep road. The black cat spoke again. "Let's get one thing straight. I'm only tagging along because you told me to. What's the deal with you always getting hurt the second I'm not around, huh?" Esto just smiled and said, "Yeah, thank you." Suki cracked open one eye when his hand touched her head. Then she shut both eyes again and thought, "Esto's changed. I don't really care how he's changed. But this kind of change is actually not bad at all." The carriage kept moving. Esto turned his head when someone called out his name. A red mirror suddenly materialized up ahead. "We've reached the teleportation gate that connects to headquarters," a voice announced. Esto and Suki slowly walked toward the gate. Meanwhile, Parker was holding a piece of paper and said, "Parker and Esto from the Ignis Guild. Just send the bill to the guild, and we're good." The person at the counter? The clerk said, "Yes, that's confirmed. For security reasons, the gate can only be used 3 times a day per adult." Esto's eyes were still fixed. About that gate, the cashier continued, "You might experience some side effects after using the gate. If you accept these conditions, we'll open it up for you." A man suddenly stepped forward, and Esto slowly moved closer to the gate, tightly shutting his eyes before opening them wide again. In front of him was a huge castle. As soon as Esto stepped through, Nura also arrived, and he thought this must be the headquarters of the Bearer Guild. With a cheerful laugh, he said, "Welcome, Esto. This is the headquarters of the Ignis Guild." Outside was a tall building with ancient architecture as people gradually walked up a spiral staircase. Nura looked up at the higher floors while walking, and Esto was lost in thought, feeling like he was climbing an endless staircase. It felt like walking up to heaven. I wonder if heaven really exists up there. A man held a glass of red gold wine, surrounded by those with power and wealth. People kept praising him and his supporters. Esto looked up and thought, "Will it be better the higher I go?" Esto stayed silent, continuing to climb without saying anything. Bearer turned to him and said, "We're almost there. Time flies, huh?" Bearer replied, "This is the magic staircase. It's quite similar to a teleportation gate. Anyway, you were supposed to meet the guild leader, but they've been absent for almost 3 months now. So, of course, you'll have to meet W. Lesky." A man prepared to step to the closed door, his hand reaching forward to press a button on the door. Pear quietly knocked on the door, and all 3 focused their attention there. Pear scratched his head and said, "Looks like W. Lesky is asleep again." Suddenly curious, he asked, Is he sleeping? As Parker kept knocking on the door, it suddenly creaked open, revealing an empty space. Esto was pulled in by a force, and both Parker and Esto were surprised by this. Rongo worriedly said, "Hey! I almost lost my head just now. How did that happen?" Esto replied, "Where's my cactus head?" A hand grabbed a sword and shouted, "Damn!" The orange-haired man yawned and asked, "Who's there?" His eyes widened and his eyebrows furrowed as he looked ahead. W. Lesky looked at Parker and said, "Didn't I order chicken?" He shouted angrily, "How many times do I have to tell you, W. Lesky? I'm not food." Ahu yelled back, confirming his point about that chicken. Paris said, "But I brought guests here." W. Lesky continued, "Guests? What guests?" Bosser replied, "Your guests, W. Lesky." W. Lesky placed a hand on his stomach and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? Why do I have to entertain guests? Isn't anyone working down there? I'll deduct your pay for waking someone up from a good sleep." Early in the morning, Bosser yelled angrily. W. Lesky turned away and ordered him to leave. Suddenly, a cat meowed loudly, and W. Lesky's eyes lit up as he asked, "A cat?" Suki sat on the ground and meowed again. W. Lesky sat down and praised, "Wow, you're so cute." "Are you a guest, too?" As his hand reached out, Kay suddenly turned and walked away, heading to where another person was standing. Suddenly, someone said, "He's the one, replacing the special support position of the Gallia branch." Esto was standing holding Ahu in his hands. W. Lesky squatted down and said, "A guest, huh? So you brought our guild leader?" W. Lesky stood still and then extended his hand to introduce himself. "I'm W. Lesky from Ignis." Their hands clasped tightly in a handshake. He said, "So I've met the leader from the rumors." Esto was astonished, but only silently wondered, "The leader? W. Lesky?" He puffed out his chest and continued, "Well, come on in." Esto simply replied, "Thanks." Inside was a messy room, with clothes scattered everywhere. Ahu saw this scene and asked, "Isn't this a pigsty?" Nura tilted his head to one side and said, if Nezu had to go in, he'd step on those. W. Lesky quickly moved forward and replied, "It's fine, it's fine." He stepped on the pile of clothes and said, "I don't care what you step on, but W." Lesky smiled confidently as if he were advertising toothpaste and said, "That white monkey friend of yours can really talk." Jura immediately asked, "How do you know?" W. Lesky replied, "Just a guess," he continued. "Just kidding. If I were an animal." He raised his head and shouted, "K." He chuckled lightly, thinking he wouldn't like talking to humans about why he could talk. Esto looked at W. Lesky and Nura chatting together and silently assessed how different he was inside and out. Suddenly, W. Lesky looked up and asked, "Do you want to drink coffee?" Hearing that, Esto immediately declined. He rubbed his chin again and continued, "Sorry, I guess you're not old enough to taste the goodness of those things. COC might be better." Esto stood there, yelled out, and he chuckled, thinking he wouldn't want to talk to people about why he could say that. Esto looked at Wenlesky and Nura chatting together and secretly assessed how different he was inside and out. Suddenly, Wenlesky looked up and asked Esto if he wanted coffee. Hearing that, he immediately declined. He rubbed his chin and continued, "Sorry, but you probably haven't reached the age to appreciate the good stuff yet. Maybe COC will be better." Esto stood, frozen and thinking I didn't really refuse because it's bitter. A drink was brought and placed next to the steaming hot cup of water, and beside it was a plate of cookies. Delicious. Esto bowed his head holding the cup of water when suddenly W. Lesky's voice rang out. "Seems like our new leader is pretty young, huh?" His next words made him laugh out loud. "I had my coming-of-age ceremony already," he continued. "That's why I told you, when adults are complimented for being young, they don't refuse, right?" "Thanks," B. Sir worriedly said. W. Lesky heard the call, raised the cup to his mouth, and asked, "What's up, B. Sir?" V continued, "It sounds like those pervs who like to tease kids, so just stop it." W. Lesky leaned back in his chair, laughing mockingly. "Let's get to the main point. That's the president's idea when calling the leader from headquarters." Esto replied, "But why am I—" Before he could finish, W. Lesky interrupted, "The leader. Huh. That's also the president's idea. I'm just the messenger." At first, the title of leader was just a new title added on, so I'm not really clear on what it specifically means. Parker's face started to look worried while S remained calm, listening intently. Suddenly, his hand holding the cup trembled a bit. He wondered if the club was really a decent place. They had two secretive positions and attitudes that changed frequently. Still, Stowe's dark, sad eyes thought further. "At least there hasn't been any lies yet," W. Lesky continued. "From now on, you'll be taking on very different tasks compared to before." Esto asked back, "How is this different?" Suddenly, W. Lesky raised the cup high and said, "Yeah, there'll be special tasks. that only a leader can handle. Right after that, he lowered his face, showing a confident yet slightly sinister smile at a schoolyard. There was someone who also said, "Yeah, we'll have special tasks that only a leader can handle." Stowe was surprised, thinking. The leader switched scenes. Someone threw a bag of money on the table and said, "You have to take this." On the step, it was written leader of the Ignis Club, or Stowe, then added, "Your promotion." It comes with the new uniform and badge of the team, plus other supporting equipment, along with X from the team. Beeser looked at Stowe with admiration, while Stowe, still holding the cup of water, looked emotionless at the pile of money. The person added, "Oh, and finally, Nura still wore the necklace, looking towards the bag of money." Vice President Wleski added, "This is just my personal curiosity. It has nothing to do with the club president." Estio didn't understand Wleski's meaning. Wleski added, "How strong the new leader is, that the club president wants you to accompany us to that extent, huh? I'm a bit puzzled about that while waiting for you." Wleski leaned on his thighs and added, "So can I admire it before you leave?" "Not the little leader." Estio hesitated, reached for the sword, and said, "Now show me how strong you are." After a while, she saw him sitting on the ground. One cup had fallen, and the sword had slipped from his hand, while Parker and Estio couldn't help but laugh. Ha! The hot cup of water on the table along with the plate of pastries. A coffee cup lay rolled on the ground. Water spilled out. He looked up, his face showing fatigue, looking at the steaming cup of water. In his heart, he thought, "Do I really have to fight against something like this? Don't make me laugh, huh?" Sitting on the chair, holding the sword, draped over the chair, and lying down, I have to see how strong this kid is. I rushed at Stowe like a bullet. Estio was startled by Wleski's unexpected attack. In Wleski's mind, there was a question. Why isn't he defending himself? But not wanting to keep them waiting long, something slid past. The person was surprised that Estio still hadn't made a move, his hand still holding the hot cup. He suddenly realized he was pointing the sword at his own neck, trembling. In his heart, he thought, "It's not moving." Estio casually said, "That's what you wanted to see." Then he just saw Estio's eyes light up and added, "Is this enough?" At that moment, Wleski knelt down, looking at Estio with a bewildered and panicked expression. The sword had slipped from his hand. He was furious. Why didn't he have to say clearly, Wleski? It should be the club president. The papers fell down. They continued to train, saying, "Here's the Dominator." Wleski then asked, "How can you control a strong predator?" Wleski thought to himself, looking at Estio's cold demeanor, not being swallowed by it is good enough, but he couldn't help but smile. Finally, he just saw Wleski place both hands on his head, leaning back on the chair and saying, "A new era has begun." In a film studio, a black lie was raised to create a wonderful piece of land. Estio then asked the owner of his cactus, "Do you like it?" The cactus replied, "Yes. Is it that I like it a lot?" Finally, he just sighed, putting his hands behind his head, slumping on the chair, and said, "A new era has begun." In a film studio, a black lie was unfolding, revealing a wonderful piece of land. Estio then asked his cactus owner, "Do you like it?" The cactus replied, "Yeah, I really like it." Then they laughed joyfully and said to the plant pot, "That's good." After that, they looked at a room filled with many boxes that looked like little houses for cats. On the shelf, pictures of beautiful natural places appeared, and they thought to themselves, "Do they really need to do this much?" Nura picked up a shirt and joyfully said to Estio, "Look at this new outfit." Inside the box were some really cool shirts, and outside was a clean pair of shoes. Estio casually said, "Yeah, those clothes are nice." But Nura added, "It's not just clothes. There's magic involved, too." "How awesome is that?" Really added. "It can clean itself and control temperature like a shock absorber." Estio thought to himself, "I wonder if Natu wants to wear these clothes." Then Estio asked Nura, "Wait a minute, Nura." Nura replied, "K." And Estio said, "I'll check if we can get clothes that fit Natu and Suki." Nura said, "K, Nezu doesn't need clothes." Suki came closer to Estio and said, "I find it annoying and troublesome, so don't mind me." Estio knelt down on one knee and asked Suki, "Are you cold without warm clothes, or are you shy about being naked like this?" Suki thought to himself, "You're making me lose it." Then jumped into his arms and said, "Animals don't wear clothes at all. We have fur already." At that moment, Estio realized and exclaimed, "Oh," Nura said, "I've heard that people usually wear nice clothes to be treated well." The male lead lowered his head and said, "If I were in better shape, it would be fine." Nura cheerfully replied, "Many people would adapt better." Estio was surprised and said, "Just because a few people have high social status, does that mean they'll be liked by many? What about those who aren't liked?" Nura paused, then responded, "At least they won't attack you automatically." Nura looked at him with an innocent expression and said, "Nezu will do his best to protect the male lead, but it will be very troublesome if someone stronger than any you attacks." He suddenly remembered the time his hand reached out toward his mother and cried out. The male lead silently stared at him. Then suddenly his hand reached out, gently placing both hands on Nura's shoulders. After that, he removed the chains from him and said, "I'll take this off when no one is around. Being chained like this must be uncomfortable." Nura happily said, "I'm fine. My body is like this, so I won't get tired walking." The male lead looked at him with pity and replied, "Seeing you like this makes me uncomfortable too." He cheerfully said, "All right, wait for Suki on my back," then jumped down to the ground. The male lead continued, "Thanks for the new clothes, and I'm glad for me. Also, you don't need to worry anymore." Nura leaned forward and shouted his name, "Because now, if I want, I can make anyone kneel before me." He was still in a female kneeling position. He continued, "I've realized a few things lately. My powers are getting stronger. Why should I worry?" He suddenly remembered the time a man swung a sword down at him and even when attacked by other monsters. Just think about it. Isn't it just about money? His hand clenched tightly, and he hesitated, saying, "I might be the most selfish human being." In the spacious room, a voice rang out with a request. A carefully sealed letter was delivered to Parker and placed before the male lead just as he was having his meal, still focused on his bowl of soup. The male lead thanked the person who delivered the letter. Parker scratched his head and said, "Well, this is my job." He had gradually gotten used to being the boss. Estio held the letter in his hand and said, "It's pretty comfortable. I was a bit bored because there was nothing to do, but now with a request, I feel relieved." Bosser was as happy as if he had struck gold and said, "Wow, you're so meticulous." Estio replied, "Should I call you leader now?" The male lead remained calm, inviting him to eat with him. He asked, "Can I go get my food now?" The male lead had a spoon in his mouth while thinking, "Even if they call me leader or commander, I still don't know what I'm supposed to do." The letter was a request, and the requester was two girls. He suddenly repeated the name. The cactus heard that name and exclaimed, "Oh, I know where that is." It began to present its knowledge, saying it was one of the new noble families in the country. The head of the Mubien family was the emperor's cousin and had the ability to use his body very flexibly. The male lead looked over at the cactus and asked, "Have you met him?" It looked back and replied, "Yeah, I know a lot of people." Nura glanced around and asked, "What did it say?" Estio calmly explained, "Ahu said he had met the person who requested our order." Nura began to flatter, "Ahu knows everything." "That's amazing." The main guy remained calm, inviting him to eat with him. He asked, "Is it okay? I'll go get my food right now." The main guy had a spoon in his mouth, while thinking, even if they call me a leader or commander, I still have no idea what I'm supposed to do. In the letter, the request was made by Tu Ga, and when he saw that name, he suddenly repeated it. The cactus heard that name and shouted, "Wow, I know that place." It started to explain its knowledge, saying it was one of the new duke families in the country, and the head of the Mubien family was the emperor's cousin, capable of using his body very flexibly. The main guy glanced at C and asked, "Have you met him?" It looked back and said, "Yeah, I know a lot of people." Nura looked around and asked, "What did you say?" Estio calmly explained, "Ahu said he had met the requester of our letter." Nora started flattering Ahu. "You know everything. You're amazing." Awesome cactus. The cat's curled up at the foot of the table, fast asleep. "Thanks. You're pretty cool yourself." The cactus raises its two branch arms and says, "Speaking of Demu, I know him. He's a little crazy." Thinking about that dude, it adds, "I don't know anything else, but his swordsmanship is pretty sick." Estio's eyes go wide as he asks, "He's that strong?" Suddenly, a blunt no echoes out. It continues, "Not just strong. Before he became the head of the Jatan, there was another guy famous for his sword skills. But rumor has it, he beat that guy with a single sword strike. He also won against monsters, winning every single fight." The main character thinks to himself, "Someone that strong is taking requests?" Later, Parker brings over a tray of food and says, "All right, let's eat." Estio replies, "Yeah." Parker says, "Hope you enjoy your meal." The cactus warns, "There's fur in the soup." A giant question mark appears over Parker's head as he takes in the scene, and Ahu's warning, the dining hall returns to its usual peaceful state. Estio holds the request letter, looking at the description. He starts thinking again. "Just as I thought. There are no specific details at all." Suddenly, he asks Parker, "You done eating yet?" He replies, "Huh? Yeah." Estio quickly grabs the food tray and says, "Then let's go." Parker looks up worriedly. Then he looks away to avoid attention. Watching Estio walk ahead, he calls out, "Hey, Commander!" I noticed this before, but you're kind of weird, you know? Hearing this, Esto asks, What do you mean? Parker replies, No, it's not like that. Esto gives him a light flick on the head in the silence. Suddenly, an image of a brutish man appears, yelling, You damn monster! Get out of my sight! As Esto walks, he thinks, Come to think of it, it's been a long time since I've eaten with someone. The scene changes to a wide hallway. A man's footsteps echo lightly on the tiled floor. A moment later, someone else rushes to catch up to him. Esto suddenly stops. He turns his head and realizes it's Parker. For a moment, their eyes lock passionately. Esto asks, You still got work at headquarters? A huge question mark pops up over Parker's head. He explains, Nah, I've been off the clock for a while. The request I gave you was my last one. The back and forth between the two of them begins. Esto says, So you're on vacation? Congrats. Parker replies, Nope, I'm still working. He then adjusts his tie and asks, You haven't heard? Esto looks as confused as a deer in headlights and asks, Heard what? Parker confidently introduces himself. I, Benny Parker, have been transferred to the commander's squad. Esto whips around to look at Parker and asks, A squad? Parker holds out his hand and says, So from now on, I'm a soldier directly under your command. Looking forward to working with you, Commander. Esto looks up with an expression that's a little worried. He replies, Same here. The two firmly shake hands. Esto thinks to himself, All of a sudden, I have a teammate and a soldier under my command. On his left breast is a badge with two eagle wings. He continues to think. Commander? A slightly flustered Parker waves a hand in front of Esto's face and asks, Commander? You okay? Maybe I was coming on a little strong. Esto looks down and replies, Right. First, let's pack our bags. Hearing this, Parker immediately asks, Huh? We're going somewhere? As he walks away, Esto says, I'm planning on heading out. We have to go to our client's place. Mubi Zega. Esto, along with Nura and the cat, are standing in front of a gate. Nearby, a man stands guard. As Esto looks back, another man approaches and says, Just as I thought. It's Parker, carrying a mountain of luggage, and exclaims, Aren't we going to need camping gear? Both Esto and Nura are frozen solid for a few seconds. Esto continues to explain, Parker, we don't need to go camping. He gleefully replies, I brought snacks too. Parker holds them out and says, Salted crab and grilled octopus cakes. He's super proud of the stinky food and says, This is the limited edition stuff. I spent all my money on it. Since you're the commander, I'll give you a special half. Hearing this, Esto immediately refuses. No, I'm good, thanks. His words leave Parker heartbroken, his eyes welling up with tears. The guard in front of the gate says, Excuse me, the Haiga territory is outside of our departure route. Instead, we can take you to the Renauld underground cave, which will cut your travel time in half. The guard pulls a lever and says, I'll activate the gate now. Have a safe trip. Esto slowly walks toward the gate, a purple light illuminating his face. Inside the underground cave, it's pitch black all around. Water drips from the black stalactites that cover the place. Esto looks down at the ground, assessing the situation, while Parker looks terrified. He's trembling and shaking his head. Suddenly, from behind, him! Someone else appears! They let out a menacing laugh and greet him. Suddenly, a pair of blue wings sprout out. Parker tries to fly up, but smacks right into something in the light. Partner totally passes out on the ground, and Esto locks eyes with the dude who just scared him. Esto, seeing this, asks if he's okay. The guy's like, yeah, I see you guys. Then, this same dude who scared Partner calls him an energetic little pigeon. Partner's like, who the heck are you? The guy just laughs and says, that's right, I'm the manager of this portal. Esto looks a little shocked and then asks for a favor. Excuse me, manager, are we in the Reno underground cave? The old guy just laughs happily and says, oh, what a polite kid. It's been a hot minute since anyone came to visit this cave. Suddenly, a bunch of bats fly out of the cave into the darkness. The old man's voice echoes, but why would a young person like you come all the way out here? Esto bows his head and explains, we're on our way to the Haiga territory. The old man smirks and asks, Haiga? His eyes flash with this creepy glint as he continues, not many adventurers dare to go to that land of the death, God. Esto wonders why Haiga's territory is called the Land of Death. An image of a house flashes in Esto's mind as the old man explains that the Emperor didn't dare to keep his super talented relative by his side because the guy was good at everything, super strong and crazy, handsome. The old man laughs, showing off a mouthful of missing teeth. Just that alone is enough to show you how much the Emperor had to watch his back. The manager points ahead and asks, you see that path in the middle of the dark cave? Before Esto can answer, the old guy continues, even though that's the only entrance to Haiga's territory, nobody knows what's inside. Esto asks again, "Nobody knows. What do you mean?" The old manager just laughs and says, "What I mean is, I can let you guys go, but I can't guarantee you'll make it out alive. You could get torn into 100 pieces and nobody would." Even no. Partner's face goes totally pale. He asks, "Are there monsters in there?" The old man's like, "Isn't that obvious?" And suddenly, tons of glowing eyes appear in the darkness. The manager then says, "The territory the Duke rules is crawling with deadly, long-fanged monsters. It just means that Cowardly King is terrified of his own relative." The manager's creepy smile makes both Esto and partner super nervous. Esto glances to the side, then stares straight ahead. The tunnel manager just smirks, thinking to himself, "Look at this kid." Not even a little bit scared or distracted. Suddenly, something unusual appears in Esto's eyes. He takes a few steps forward, and the manager points at him, saying, "You'd better be a little careful. It would be for the best." He points right where Esto's heart is pounding and warns him, "You have to try your best not to let that cowardly king notice you. If you don't, you'll be swallowed whole before you can even break out of your shell." Esto just gives a small smile and says, "Please, send this message to the Duke for me." I'd be more than happy to accept his invitation. He starts to walk away, but glances back at the old manager and says, "And when that time comes, he can talk to me freely, without having to hide." Esto's figure slowly disappears, but the manager just stands there watching him. He's lost in thought for a moment, and then this wild laugh just erupts from him. "Talk freely and without having to hide." Huh? The manager brings his hand up to his neck, and then a slice tears the skin open. Suddenly, a super handsome young man appears and exclaims, "Now, this is interesting." A small light is sparkling in the night sky. Over there, Esto, Parker, and Nura are walking along. Parker suddenly starts looking around, all scared, and he glances over at a blank-faced Esto and a super cheerful Nura. Esto suddenly says, "I didn't know you were scared of being underground." "My bad." Parker starts trembling and stammers, What do you mean?" Then suddenly he calms down and asks, "Did you just read my mind?" Esto replies, "Sorry if that was rude of me." Parker gets all confident, puts his hands on his hips, and says, "Nah, it's cool. You can read it as much as you want. You're the commander after all." Right after that, Parker scratches his head and adds, "Instead of saying I'm scared, it's more like a characteristic of my race that's more accurate." Hearing that, Esto asks, "A characteristic of your race?" In the middle of the desolate mountain forest, a voice explains, "Because avians are a species that usually lives on high mountains and hills. We tend to feel uncomfortable in a completely enclosed space like this. Inside the cave," Parker continues, "it's also hard to fly because it's too narrow." Esto replies, "Is that right? Well, since this cave connects directly to Hyga's territory, we'll get there in about half a day if we don't stop." Glancing back, Esto continues, "Because the portal has a limited use, we'd have to wait a whole day to use it again. So I figured going through the cave would be faster." Parker looks like he just had a huge epiphany and says, "This way is actually way more efficient." Esto immediately replies, "It's also my fault for teleporting without thinking about the whole team." He then immediately denies it. No, don't worry about making mistakes. You just have to give the orders." Esto puts a finger to his temple and says, "Give orders?" "So you're saying you'll follow all of my commands without any regard for your own wishes, huh?" Parker flashes this totally fake business smile and replies, "Yes, sir." Esto just purses his lips and starts thinking, at the end of the day, that's no different than just mind controlling and dominating them, you know? Parker, all cheerful and confident like a little bird, continued, "And it's not because I don't think about my own wants. I'm here because I want to follow you." Esto heard that and was like, "You want to follow me?" The guy answered, "You're my superior, but you're also the one who saved my life." Parker suddenly remembered that time Esto stepped up to protect him. Esto just looked down, brushing it off, and said, "I was in danger back then too. That's all." But Parker got all giddy again and was like, "Even if that's true, I would have been dead without you. I'm seriously so grateful." While Parker was rambling on, Nura suddenly got pissed and started growling nonstop. Parker got freaked out and started sobbing. Asterisk, sniffle times, why is it acting like that? Esto called out Nura's name to calm it down. But then, out of nowhere, some dark creatures appeared in the distance. Esto was like, "Are those monsters? There are so many of them." Parker immediately asked, "A lot? Like, how many?" Nura answered, "A huge swarm, and they're fast too." Parker totally lost his cool and yelled, "So how close are they?" Esto looked down and saw a few cracks forming under his feet. He answered, "Right underneath us." The second he said that, the ground started cracking open even more. Some kind of yellow larva arched its body and crawled up. "Out of the ground!" Parker was so terrified he was just stuttering, couldn't even get a word out. Staring at the squirmy things crawling out of the earth, someone yelled out, "Sandworms!" Seeing that, Esto immediately asked, "Giant worms?" Ahu immediately corrected him, "Sandworms! Whoa, this is my first time seeing them." Ahu was super excited, being held by Nura. It kept talking. "It's cool. They're not hostile. They're actually really chill. As long as you don't mess with them, they won't get mad." Ahu pointed ahead and told everyone to check out the sandworms. The sandworms slowly crawled onto the surface. "Not bothering anyone," Ahu kept explaining. "They've got no reason to attack us. They don't eat people or plants." Esto crouched down and asked Ahu, "So what do they eat?" It answered, "They eat dirt." The yellow worms crawled along the ground, opening their huge mouths to munch on chunks of dirt. Esto and Nura were both just calmly watching the whole thing. Meanwhile, Parker was screaming his head off, "Save me!" Ahu kept trying to calm him down. "They're not gonna kill you." "Hey, you big baby, are you crying?" Esto glanced over at the sandworms like he was figuring something out. Suddenly, he turned back and said, "They said we can go through." Parker, still crawling on the ground, asked, "But what if they eat us?" Esto was like, "They don't eat people." As he watched Esto walk right through the swarm of yellow worms, Parker called out again, "Commander, if they grab you or something, what then?" Esto just kept walking smoothly and answered, "It's fine. They've known we were here for a while. They're probably just curious, since it's been ages since anyone came through this cave." He looked up like he just got a cool piece of intel and exclaimed, "Oh, they said they're the ones who made this cave." The whining from Parker started up again. "The sandworms did? Oh my God." Standing on the other side of the worm swarm, Esto tried to encourage him. "Their feelings are a lot like human curiosity, so you should just come on over." Parker let out a choked sob, hugging his shaking body. Then he looked over at the sandworms and moaned, "Oh my God." Parker just stood there hesitating for a long time before he finally started walking towards the worms. Esto looked at him with a concerned face and said, "Parker, if it's too much for you." The guy snapped back, yelling, "No, I can do it." Parker's foot was trembling as he took each step forward, all while Esto was just thinking to himself, "I was just going to ask the sandworms to move a bit, you know?" From the shadows, the sound of Parker's quiet sobs could be heard. After making it through that terrifying ordeal, Parker whined, "Ugh, I'm totally filthy now," Nura sadly added. "My fur smells like crap," Esto thought. The smell wasn't actually that bad, but Parker, being a little clueless, asked, "So, it smells really bad, huh?" Esto glanced back at Parker while walking and said, "A bad smell is no big deal. It doesn't smell bad? It's good." He immediately thought to himself, even a guy who can control moods like him is a terrible liar, huh? Looking up at the glowing orbs hanging from the ceiling, Parker spoke up again. "Looks like I had the wrong idea about this Reno cave." Hearing that, Esto turned back and asked, "What do you mean by that?" Parker's voice echoed as pairs of eyes watched them from the shadows. "The story goes that there are tons of monsters down here that attack people, which is why almost no one ever visits. But looking at these sandworms, even though they're ugly and they stink, they're actually really nice." Esto asked him, "You're still scared even after knowing they won't attack us?" Parker, as he followed Esto through the cave, kept talking. "They're all slimy, so it freaks me out. Just seeing them pop up made me feel like I was about to be their dinner." Esto, who was walking in front, glanced back at him and said, "Really? I thought they were kind of cute." Parker looked horrified and shot back, "Cute? You mean those squirmy, slimy things?" Esto started, defending the worms. "Yeah, they came all this way just to see us, and they even act all cute and cuddly when they move their bodies." Esto's adorable sandworm gave a little wiggle. Hearing Parker say that's just being spoiled, the bright yellow lights illuminated their path as they looked around. Esto guessed they were almost there. Sarah continued to complain, "I just want to wash off this smell as fast as possible. Even a quick rinse will do." Suddenly, Nura took a deep breath through her nose. She pointed ahead and said, "There's water over there," following her finger. Nura continued, "I can smell clean water and hear a waterfall over there." In front of them was a large, bright object where a stream of crystal clear water flowed, and a question echoed, "A waterfall inside a cave? Why is the waterfall cascading down onto the dry ground?" Esto's group stood at the foot of the waterfall, awed by the scene. "This waterfall is real," he said as he moved closer to the nearby stream. He bent down to scoop some water into his hands and then let it go. The water looked really clear. He turned around to say, "It's pretty cold, so be careful," but before he could finish, Nura had. Jumped right past him and splashed into the stream, water spraying all over Esto. She was smiling and playing in the water, not forgetting to say, "It's super refreshing here, Esto." Standing on a nearby rock, Ahu exclaimed, "That looks so fun!" The two standing by got soaked from the splashes. Silent and unsure of what to say, they exchanged glances and then burst into laughter. Green Hair chimed in, "Well, since you said that," and Esto, sitting down, replied, "Yeah, I guess so." Nura was having a blast playing in the water. "Come on, Esto, drink some too," Nura called out. Green Hair glanced over and asked, "Aren't you going to wash the cat?" Esto looked at the grumpy-faced cat, Suki, who didn't like water. "But there's water here already. A quick wash should be fine, right? Being dirty can make you sick," Suki grumbled. "That little bird brain, what are you talking about?" "I can wash myself," she said, standing up. She stepped back, hesitantly putting her foot in the water. She really didn't like it. Suddenly, a gust of wind pushed her out, startling her, and she didn't understand what was happening. Turns out the bird had jumped down. "Okay, let's go." She barely managed to let out a meow before the bird dived in, leaving only Suki's pitiful cries echoing. Esto stood in the shallow water calling for Nura, then suddenly noticed Suki was standing on her head, flailing around. This made him burst out laughing. Immediately, Suki jumped up onto the shore, growling, "I won't let that bird get away." Esto tried to calm her down. "Easy there, Suki. At least your fur is clean now." He bent down to dry her off, sitting her up a bit so he could dry her properly. The blue bird behind him scratched its head, laughing. "So, does the cat like it?" Suki fluffed up her fur. "I'll kill that bird!" Esto had no choice but to hold her tight, keeping her calm. Parker quickly replied, "Yeah." And Esto explained. Suki got startled. He advised Parker to apologize and promise not to do that again next time. Sayre, looking a bit sad, bowed his head and said, "Sorry," adding, "Next time, I'll let you know beforehand." Esto walked on, saying, "Let's move on." Ahu kept calling out, "I'm thirsty." Suki yelled, "What are you doing?" Esto suggested. "How about some water?" Ahu explained. "I just drank, but it wasn't good. Must be the feeling of a hungry cactus, huh?" Esto advised. "Drink some water. It's important. Too little isn't good either." Ahu kept insisting, "Can you give me something else to drink?" Esto was quite curious about what else. Ahu replied, "Something stronger, with a different flavor, and delicious." Esto thought for a moment. Could it be that their eating habits changed since that kiss? What if it's something alive, like a plant that drinks blood? He placed his hand on it, feeling the difference in his blood compared to the others. He had to exclaim, "That's weird." Esto said, "Show me your thorns. Hurry up." Sayre approached and saw Ahu's thorns poking into his hand, blood oozing from Ahu's hand, trembling with excitement. "There's blood," Parker said, confused. Esto explained, "I just let the cactus eat, so no need to panic." Parker looked skeptical. "Do you think someone purposely created that waterfall?" Esto had similar doubts. "Maybe so." Sayre expressed his thoughts. "It's probably not from an earthquake digging this waterfall to make a bathing stream. It feels like some giant creature used to live here," Esto wondered. "Why do you think that?" Ahu explained. "I heard that caves like this usually have owners," he continued. "Haven't you heard? Caves can have tigers, wolves, or dragons." Esto was quite surprised. "Dragons live in caves?" Parker explained. "Yeah, I learned that dragon territories are usual. Recently, there have been some discoveries about dragon territories in caves too, but their bodies must be huge." Esto chuckled. This place is a bit small for a dragon to live." Sayre raised 2 fingers in a gesture. "But some people say that dragons are the strongest among all types of dragons, having 2 forms. The cave has tigers, wolves, or dragons." Esto was quite surprised. "Dragons live in caves too?" Parker explained. "Yeah, I learned that dragon territories are usually caves. Recently, there have been some discoveries about dragon territories in caves too, but their bodies must be huge." Stowe laughed and said, This place is a bit too small for a dragon to live in. There have also been a few discoveries of dragon lairs in caves recently, but their bodies must be huge." Stowe said with a laugh. This place is a little small." Beeser raised 2 fingers to indicate, but some people say that dragons are the strongest among all types of dragons, having 2 forms. Esto was shocked about the 2 physical forms. Parker explained that one form has wings, a tail, and short front claws, something like that. He added that they say unless they use their power, most of them try to maintain their human form. Esto asked, "So you're saying dragons live by transforming into humans?" Parker gestured to make his point. "It's more than just transforming. It's like they have 2 bodies. Dragons are also a species highly favored by the gods. Isn't it written in the Holy Scripture that the body of man is the very image of God?" So dragons also have a second form created in God's image. Although to confirm all this, we'd need to meet a real dragon for ourselves. Esto was skeptical. I wouldn't know since I've never been to a temple before. Parker was pretty surprised. For real? Every village is supposed to have a place of worship, Esto explained. Because I was born in a super poor city up in the mountains. Besides, even if they were favored by God, in the end, they still ended up as nothing. Even as a species favored by God, they all went extinct and nothing's left. Parker started waving his hands and feet around, protesting. No, no, actually, it's the other way around, Commander. Esto was confused. The other way around? Parker explained. I heard that the dragons abandoned this world and left. Even though they were called guardians, they were the strongest hunters at the top of the food chain. Who could possibly make dragons go extinct? Esto asked. Weren't they killed by humans? Parker laughed and said, no way that happened. The real reason was because of humanity's constant evolution and the fallout from all the wars. The dragons mourned as they saw the world start to fall apart. God gave them one final choice, Esto chimed in. They could either stay in this world as guardians, Parker said, or abandon this world to go to a world of their own. Esto got it, so they left, Parker said. I don't know if it's true, but that's what the Holy Book says. But one thing is for sure, dragons are super favored by God. Maybe even more favored than humans. Nura heard that and looked pretty sad, then kinda mad. Esto shivered. Why do I feel like something's following us? So they aren't as friendly as you said, huh? I think they want to kill us! Suddenly, 3 growling wolves appeared. Parker's jaw dropped. They're red cave wolves. They must live here. Nura gritted his teeth. They don't look friendly at all. Maybe they're just on edge because they're hungry. It suddenly attacked from above. 2 wolves charged in. Nura wound up and slammed his fist into one's jaw, making the wolf pass out right on the spot. He let out a roar, making the other wolves back away in fear. Nura sensed one coming up from behind. He spun around and, with a bloody backhand, sent the wolf flying. The remaining wolves, already scared, got even more terrified. Esto, standing to the side, held his hand out toward the other 2 wolves. They suddenly became super obedient. Nura was psyched, realizing Esto had used his power. He glanced at the wolves and thought to himself, I don't want to kill them, but wolves live in packs. If that's the case, then he muttered, from now on, I am your master. Hearing that, the wolf lifted its snout and howled for a bit. Then the entire pack bowed down and cleared a path for them. Parker started talking to Nura. Man, I just finished giving this white-furred kid a bath, and now he's all splattered. Nura grinned back. Ah, it's cool. I'll just take another bath later. And my name is Nura. Calling me Whitey sounds weird, so just call me Nura, okay? Parker cheered up. Ah, right, I got it. He looked up and spotted the exit. The 3 of them were genuinely stoked. His eyes lit up. It's Hyga over there. Esto looked around at the scene of castles, soldiers, and weapons. So this is Hyga's territory. As they were walking, their bodies suddenly started shaking. They panicked. What was that? An earthquake? Not an earthquake, Nura pointed. Look over there. It was a group of people riding toward them, Parker exclaimed. Whoa, there are so many of them. The guy in the lead got off his horse and asked, Are you the commander of the Ignis Guild? Esto answered, Yes. The man bowed respectfully. The Lord is waiting for you. Inside the town, everyone was, surprised and wondering. A noble? Nah, look at that dude's clothes. He's a member of Ignis. They look pretty strong, huh? One of them even has wings. Are they getting ready for a battle? So we have to fight? That's right. New tax soldiers? Why do we have to fight? Suddenly, the atmosphere got hyped up. Everyone started cheering. Let's fight. Sir, if you need our help, we're always ready to pitch in. Let's protect this city. Esto was amazed and couldn't help but blurt out, This is truly an amazing country. The man beside him asked why he thought so. He explained, Because of the hearts of these people. He thought to himself, these strong hearts that yearn to protect the place they were born and live together. I've never, not even once, felt this desperate urge to protect the land where I was born. Arriving at the royal palace, they were hit by its sheer magnificence. The imposing soldier spoke up. Excuse me, but the only one allowed in is the guild commander. No one else is permitted unless they have a direct invitation from the Duke. That's the rule. Esto turned back and said, Just do what he says. Nura looked pretty worried, but Esto reassured him, I'll just take a quick look at the request and be right back out. Just wait here for me, all right? Nura looked bummed out, but did as he was told. But then Bog's face suddenly turned suspicious. He sent a thought, transmission, If anything goes down, just scream your head off and call for me. Esto nodded and headed inside. Perra also yelled out, Just leave this to me, Commander. I'll take great care of things. Before he could even finish, the door slammed shut, leaving him crying his eyes out while Nura tried to comfort him. Esto glanced back one last time. He thought to himself, I don't think I've ever left those three alone together like this. He worried, I'll just get the information, confirm the request, and get out of here. Then Ahu's appearance snapped him out of his thoughts. It waddled forward, reminding Esto of when Nezu held it for a bit. But then, all of a sudden, the other person spoke up. So you've come. Ah, did you make an appointment? That person sat up and took off their glasses. You said you'd be more than happy to accept my welcome, didn't you? Isn't that what you said, Esto? The guy's eyes went wide when he realized the person in front of him was a cactus. Not Esto, Ahu shyly said. My name is Ahu. I'm a cactus. This made him totally freeze up and then scream his head off. At the same time, the cactus also let out a shriek, making Esto just completely short-circuit. A second later, he shook it off as a few guards yelled out and asked, My lord, is something wrong? This made the guy just zone out for a sec. He cleared his throat, glanced back at the cactus, and then told the guards, It's nothing! Everyone, back to your posts. They exchanged confused looks before heading out. He let out a huge sigh of relief and said, I heard the commander was some kind of weirdo, but I never thought he'd be a literal cactus. I heard the commander was a normal human being. You can actually walk and talk just like a person. Huh? The cactus shot back, annoyed. What? Are you an idiot? The guy looked down, smirked, and added, Your spines are pretty tough, though. I like that. The cactus retorted, Whatever I am, this meathead definitely can't be the Duke. Esto stepped forward and said, I'm the commander of the guild. Didn't you say we'd met before? Mew looked surprised for a second, then laughed. Ah, just a little precaution. I didn't know if you had some weird hobby of disguising yourself as a cactus or something. Esto shot back, I do not have a hobby like that. The guy said, But you have the power to do it, don't you? The power of mind manipulation. Esto looked totally baffled. The guy added, Oh, so I hit the nail on the head, huh? It was just a guess. Since a guy who can read minds can probably control them too, Esto asked. What exactly do you know? The guy just chuckled. It was just a guess. Don't get so touchy, pal, Mew thought to himself. Yep, no doubt about it. The pressure this guy gives off is insane. He held out his hand. Let me introduce myself properly. I'm Mubi Vega. I'm the one who sent the request to your guild. It's a pleasure to meet you. Esto was still a bit out of it, but shook his hand. I'm Esto from the Ignis Guild. He then asked, So, what was the request? But before he could finish, Mubi cut in. First off, there's one thing I'm a little curious about. If you're not controlling the cactus, then what the heck is a talking cactus? Is it a monster? The cactus got pissed. You're calling me a monster? I mean, you're not wrong, but you can't just call me a monster to my face. I'm not gonna hold back. And just like that, the cactus leaped into the air. Mubi jumped back, totally freaked out. What is it saying? Then he leaped onto the desk. The cactus started running circles around the desk below, waiting for him to get down, leaving Esto just standing there totally speechless. Then he bent down and called out, Ahu, come here now. The cactus immediately turned and scurried over to him. Esto asked the Duke, Your Grace, were you able to hear what Ahu was saying? Mubi turned back, sweating bullets. He stammered, well. A moment later, Mubi composed himself. So that's what the cactus was saying? I heard every word. Man, it was shaking in its boots. So scary. What was I not supposed to hear it? Esto said, I'm sorry for asking this, but you can hear plants talk too? You also have the ability? He started blushing as he spoke, but Mubi immediately cut in. No, I don't. What are you talking about? Now, if it was the sword I always carry, I'd understand it. Esto looked up and asked, What does your sword have to do with anything? He answered, A bond can be strengthened through fresh blood. For example, if that cactus were to drink your blood, Mubi rubbed his chin. Is that right? So this is definitely your power. Your power, then. Your ability allows the voices of plants to reach my senses. This power is activated through a certain method. You can also give verbal commands, but if it absorbs enough blood, you don't even need to speak to activate your abilities. Esto replied, You know more about my power than I do. Mubi waved his hand dismissively. Don't get the wrong idea. I didn't specifically investigate you or anything. It's just from the massive amount of information I've gathered over the years. Now I just happen to stop at night. So you're saying there are others with powers like mine? Na replied. There used to be. But that's just a theory. Honestly, the characteristics of our family's entity have been passed down for so many generations. We've been misunderstood because of our hair color. Black hair, black eyes, and that weird ability. Everyone wonders about this. Is the High Ga clan descended from the Black Dragon? Many people are curious. Whether the Haiga clan is indeed descendants of the Black Dragon, you frown. The Black Dragon? Ah, he exclaimed. My ego is too big. The Duke shivered. I can't stand still. Esto stepped forward. The Duke spoke up. I can feel the blood of the Black Dragon flowing in my veins. Ah, pull my shirt. Let's go home. The Duke waved his hand, laughing. Sorry, I was just joking. Clearly, I'm not the Black Dragon. You're just bringing up old rumors. I'm turning back because those rumors are related to the request I made. S spoke up. What is your request, Duke? He tossed a large bag into your hands. It's too heavy, you said. I want to find the true descendants of the Black Dragon. You were genuinely surprised by that. He continued, in 1 month, if you help me with this task in the next month, my request will be considered complete, regardless of the outcome. You said, if you're the Duke, you can step down. He shone, saying, there's no need to worry. Just follow my orders. I've already found a replacement. 1 month will be fine. You said straight up, I'm telling you now, I'm not a close combat fighter. Do you have soldiers with you? The Duke asked back. Soldiers? Why would I need that? If you're talking about swordsmen, I'm the top swordsman of the Empire. Ah, you're too much, the Duke said. Moreover, if anyone wants to disturb my affairs, they should be worried for their lives. If anyone wants to disturb my affairs, they should be worried for their lives. I'm not like the previous clan leaders. Not even the Emperor is an exception. No matter who they are, you asked, can you confirm that your desire to find the Black Dragon has nothing to do with your current thoughts? He hesitated. You read him well. He's a bigger obstacle than I thought. He said, I'll clarify that this request is not for the Duke of this nation, but just for an individual. Me. It has nothing to do with politics. You nodded, understanding. Mubi opened his eyes wide, saying the Haiga clan definitely has no relation to the bloodline of the Black Dragon. But indeed, there's a mix of Black Dragon blood. The door opened, Muan continued. One of my ancestors drank dragon blood, and from there, they gained power gradually over time. Baser and the others saw Estio step out towards you. And you, upon hearing that, were about to say something when Muan interrupted, pretty much like your cactus, right? Ah, you said, huh, brat, don't drag me down with you. You stepped forward and said, Duke, please choose our destination first. He thought for a moment. Where should we go? Next, in this month of mine is to investigate you, the one with the power of the Black Dragon as recorded by my ancestors. Everyone was stunned, not understanding what was happening. He turned back, laughing. Isn't it interesting? Among all dragons, the pure power of the Black Dragon has a dark attribute. Based on the mind control ability, it can dominate normal life. Then he started to look like he was thinking. In my view, your domination ability is too similar to the Black Dragon to be a coincidence. Esto was suspicious. It can't be. Mubi confirmed. You're right. I called you here because I've always thought you would have some connection with those dragons. So let's help each other out in the next month, okay? A beautiful girl spoke up. Where did Mubi go? Here, my lovely star saw you, the little boy curled up in a corner. The girl couldn't help but feel choked up, but then perked up again, talking to the boy. Were you playing hide and seek because you couldn't sleep? Hearing another voice, the boy shyly looked up, and the next moment felt like he was floating. It turned out the girl had picked him up gently, asking, let me tell you a fun story before you sleep, okay? Hearing that, the boy immediately agreed, yes! It turned out that the girl was the boy's mother. She gently hugged him, comforting him. The blood of the dragon flows within you. The boy heard his mother say that and was a bit confused. Dragon blood? She smiled. Yes, it's the most precious and beautiful gift from the Black Dragon in this world. The boy pouted, feeling a bit tired, so he rested his head on his mother's shoulder, rebutting. Let's tell a bedtime story for the kid, okay? Hearing this, the boy immediately agreed, yes. Turns out that girl was the boy's mom. She gently hugged him close. The blood of the dragon flows within you, my dear. The boy was a bit confused, hearing his mom say that. Dragon blood? What's that? She smiled. Yes, it is. Isn't it wonderful? It's a gift from the most precious and beautiful black dragon in the world. The boy pouted, feeling a bit tired, and rested his head on his mom's shoulder, rebutting, it's a gift from the most precious and beautiful black dragons in this world. You know. The little boy pouted, feeling a bit tired, so he rested his head on his mother's shoulder to retort. You're lying, he told me. Dragons went extinct a long time ago. Oh my God, the mother just giggled. Did Lord HC really tell you that? She asked, pulling the little boy into a hug. She held him close and rushed toward the room, continuing the story. It's true, other dragons might have vanished because the world got way too big and complicated to protect their kind. The little dude pouted at his mom. Aw, for real? But why? His mom continued. However, you have to remember this, okay? For my little star. She placed her son, who was totally hanging on her every word, onto the bed. Then she flashed a super bright smile at the kid. The dragons that share this bloodline with us, they haven't disappeared at all, and the proof is our family. For ages, our family has always produced strong, healthy kids. Seeing his mom about to leave, the boy reached out and grabbed her clothes. But wait, didn't they die like a super long time ago? Hearing his adorable question, she leaned down and planted a warm kiss right on his tiny forehead. Dragons are the guardians of the world. They don't get old, they don't get sick, and they will never die. I told you before, remember? They are the most noble and beautiful creatures in this entire world. I'm sure they're protecting our family from somewhere out there. Seeing the proud look on his mom's face, the boy flinched, feeling a little shy. He avoided her gaze, all embarrassed. What if the dragons aren't protecting us because they want to? What if it's just because we're too weak for them to ignore? She nodded. She agreed with her son's words. Yep. Compared to dragons, we're basically nothing. However, by living honorably and continuing our family line, we become the only living proof of their existence in this world. Hearing his mom say that, little Muan went quiet for a moment, then looked up at his gentle mother. He cried out, Jiria. Then, why doesn't that dragon just leave? Why does it just stay hidden like that? Jiria smiled, and her smile was so bright it lit up everything. Because the black dragon loves humans very much, and just like that, Muan's heavy eyes shot wide open. He sat bolt upright, rubbing his dizzy head. That dream again? He was still totally groggy from waking up when another voice cut through his daze. You're awake? He looked up to see Esto sitting by the fire. Why aren't you sleeping? Muan asked. Esto replied, I just woke up too. After that, well, Since they're both mega introverts, the only sound was the crackling fire filling the awkward void. The silence was getting a little weird, so Muan scratched his face and tried to start a conversation. He stammered for a bit, then looked at Esto and asked, was I talking in my sleep, or... But before he could even finish, Esto cut him off. Nope, you were sleeping peacefully. Seriously? Muan was a little suspicious, but Esto totally confirmed it, shutting down his doubts. Yep, for real. Muan was speechless and his eyes darted around. Thinking about it, the calm way he answered was a lot like Jiria. At that thought, he started shaking his head like a bobblehead on a dashboard. He was trying to get rid of the thought. What the hell? Jeria was a gentle, warm woman with reddish-pink hair, a complete 180 from this gloomy emo dude. Esto let out a sigh, watching Muan act like a total weirdo again. He didn't know what else to say. But why are you still up? You should be sleeping. I feel kinda guilty about it. He glanced over at Nura, who was sleeping like a log. Esto picked up a twig and poked the fire. Have you forgotten? My most basic ability is reading minds. Other people's minds, that is. If someone has a dream with really strong images, sometimes they'll start flooding into my head, even if I don't want to see them. It's like they're being broadcast straight to me. Hearing him say that, the flickering fire reflected in Muan's eyes. He chuckled and said, So you saw everything, huh? Esto nodded. She was a beautiful and wise mother, wasn't she? Muan laughed and scratched his head. Yeah, Jiria. My mom was super smart, not like me. After saying that, he looked up at the sky. A glittering band of stars caught his eye. Even though she's not here anymore, this feeling was just swelling up inside of him. Sigh. Sensing Muan's mood was getting heavy, Esto quickly changed the subject. You only slept for 1 hour. Can't you sleep anymore? When Muan heard him ask. He shook his head. Nah, I've got insomnia. Remembering that whole massacre, Muan gave a bitter laugh. Getting that much sleep is actually good enough for me. And once again, the vibe got super quiet. Then he suddenly burst out laughing. Ha ha! Letting you see a piece of my past from my memories. It was an interesting dream, right? So you have one guy trying to make things less awkward, and the other guy just gives a cold as ice reply. Esto just calmly grunted out a yeah, which made Muan practically choke with frustration. Jeria was my father's second wife. But of course, I always saw Jeria as my real mother. I heard my birth mother died trying to have me. As he said this, Muan's voice got a little choked up. Jeria's voice, it echoes cheerfully in your head because my lovely star calls me her star, but I can't give her anything, so I just grind my teeth. Even her life, he's super angry at himself for that night when a monster invaded the Teen family estate and the workers' shouts rang out. The monster is coming, those sharp iron eyes flickering in the dark, the calls echoing frantically. Jeria, where are you? That day, they all died, except for me. He forced a smile, but he had no idea how strained that smile was. If the black dragon still existed in this world, I really just wanted to ask it one thing. Just one thing, he said. then flopped down, listening in silence as Muon shared his thoughts. What should I do now? He reached out to the sky. What am I supposed to protect? Feeling helpless, he said, I don't need this damn power anymore. If I keep going like this, the bloodline of the Haga family will disappear forever. I'd rather not see. Your state of despair, Esto said. It's better if you have nothing left to protect than you can rest. Silly thoughts often pop up when people don't get enough sleep. He looked up. What? You said I should just sleep? That left him speechless, wondering if he was really the descendant of the Black Dragon. It's fine. Just sit down, he added. Tonight you won't have any nightmares. He thought. Right, he said. He could read people's minds and hearts, but isn't that not a nightmare at all? Right after that, he dozed off. The next morning, a pot of porridge was being cooked, and the delicious aroma wafted through, waking him up. He woke up while yawning, saying, Huh? Morning already? How did I sleep so well? A person who knows how to use mental power is truly amazing. For the first time in a while, he slept so well. A strange voice came out. Hello, you just woke up? You look so lazy. Are you related to a sloth? A small, walking, talking creature. He smiled brightly and replied, No way. I usually don't sleep that much. Aru jumped up. No problem. Go wash your face. After that, he said whatever he wanted, closing his eyes and smiling back. Wow, so straightforward. He rubbed his eyes, and at that moment, a guy named Parker came in holding a bowl of soup. Here's the hot cheese corn soup. He reached out to take it, but before he could say thanks, he looked into the bowl and saw a black, murky soup cooked with a bunch of stuff. He frowned. What is this? Parker renamed the dish to Cheesy Potato Soup Surprise. He yelled, You changed the name without asking? Parker looked puzzled. Why is it called Cheesy Crab Corn Soup then? He pouted. Isn't this just a hodgepodge of everything you brought? Parker insisted. No way. Your Grace, don't ignore my 20 years of cooking experience. He shot back. How old are you to have 20 years of cooking experience? Parker replied. I'm 21. I learned to cook when I was just 1 year old, making my own baby food. This made him annoyed. What nonsense. Oru suddenly appeared. That doesn't make sense. And because of the avan species, they're related to birds and can fly really well at just 1 year old. Parker added, Haha, right. I was a good little bird too, flying since I was tiny, and now I'm a messenger, recognized as a member of the command team. He turned away. Where's the commander? Parker turned away, sweating. Who knows? He said he'd check this place out for a bit. He asked, where's that reliable member? Parker jumped, waving his hands. Shouldn't we let him be alone sometimes? It's pretty shocking. And he wasn't even adopted, and he just found out he has dragon-like powers. He asked, when did the commander disappear? Parker replied, I think it was when I was cleaning up the pot for breakfast. It's been a while, but he's the commander, so nothing bad should happen, right? He stood up, saying that sounds fishy, but this area isn't safe yet. He thought to himself, I should have told him to be more careful. Parker looked surprised. What? Not safe? He sighed. Robbers from the enemy kingdom are still lurking around. This place hasn't escaped the war. Saying we're safe without any precautions is just when I have my sword next to you guys. Immediately, he dashed off, frowning. It's like nothing ever happened. Parker chased after him, asking, Really? Should I look for the commander? He walked away. I'll wait here. Instantly, he took off. Parker was surprised, jumping high. While he was jumping, he suddenly caught a whiff of blood. He saw a person in a black cloak and yelled, Hey! Then he jumped down to ask, Are you okay? Esto turned around, and suddenly a wolf growled, startling him. Why are the wild wolves out here? He looked at the pack of wolves, growling and baring their teeth. Shouldn't we tell him to be more careful? He was surprised. What? Not safe? He sighed. Robbing soldiers from the enemy kingdom, Tu-Ga is still a land that hasn't escaped from war. We say we're safe, but without any precautions, it's just when I have a sword next to you guys. Immediately, he dashed off, frowning and saying, From the war, saying we're safe, without taking any precautions. It's only when I'm holding a sword beside you guys. He immediately dashed off, grimacing and saying, It's like nothing happened, dude. Seriously? Should I go look for the commander? He walks away saying, We'll wait here. Just go already. Para jumps up in surprise. While he's jumping, he suddenly catches a whiff of blood. He sees a guy in a black cloak and yells, Hey! Then jumps down to ask, You good, man? Is this a joke? Suddenly, a wolf growls, startling him, and he says, Why are the wild wolves out here? He sees a pack of wolves growling and baring their teeth. Mubi's eyes were deep in thought, wondering why these wolves were outside, as if they were being controlled. The look in their eyes had no hint of goodwill at all. Just then, Esto's voice cut through his thoughts. Are you ready to leave? Not yet, Muon replied. I'm still having breakfast. Esto responded, then I'll head back right away. Muon looked up at him. But what are you doing here? Esto gently cradled the little wolf in his arms and said, these are the wolves I met when I was in the underground cave. Renaud, a wolf beside him, looked at Esto with a completely different gaze than he did at Muon. He continued, they are a species that lives and hunts in caves, but when they leave the cave with us, they have suffered great losses due to humans. Muon nodded, stroking his chin. That makes sense, because to humans, these wolves are just a nuisance, so they get hunted. Wait, you're surprised that they're being hunted? He quickly added, they're predators. The Reno's cave system is the only place that connects the territory of the wolves with the outside world, allowing the people to be safe. Here, eliminating monsters and beasts that threaten lives is the right thing to do. After all, if we don't do that, the weak will be eaten. Let them fend for themselves, he concluded, when suddenly a scent wafted to his nose, making him look over to see a large wolf licking the blood off the little wolf. Did it give it its own blood? Seeing the blood on Esto's mouth, he calmly said, I don't know if it works, but my blood has saved injured animals before. Hearing this, Muon replied, I get it, you want to help it. But giving your blood away for free isn't good. If you really are a descendant of dragons, your blood could revive lower creatures and turn them into your guardians, serving the black dragon like the Haga clan. Esto looked confused at this, making Muon realize he might have said too much. Anyway, you should stop helping and let them take care of themselves, he said as he turned to leave. At that moment, Esto spoke up darkly. I agree with you, Your Grace, but we can change them now. Hearing this, Muon paused. Esto calmly replied, yes, if the wolves promise not to harm the Haga people anymore, what can you offer them in return? This made Muon turn back to look at Esto. There was a saying that the black dragon would moderate the relationship between humans and other creatures. We're getting closer to the original goal, he thought, smiling slightly. Just promising not to harm us isn't enough. Perhaps if they promise to become one of the guardian forces of Haga, we can ensure their safety and security. In the forest, a deep scent wafted through the air. Parker was cooking and saw Esto, surprised. You're back! He suddenly jumped, looking at the wolves behind Esto, shouting, what are they? They're the wolves, Mubi laughed, waving. My new companions. Esto calmly replied. We decided to stick together from now on, Parker shouted. I can't provide food for the wolves anymore. Esto replied. Is that why you're panicking? Bearer quickly responded. Don't you know how important meals are? Nura's eyes lit up as he looked at Esto and the pack of wolves. Is that a wolf pup? He quickly replied. Yes, but it's seriously injured. I think if we let its mother take care of it, the injury will get worse. It got shot in the leg with an arrow. Can you check its condition? Bakker replied. Yes, Your Grace. If it doesn't require minor surgery, I can help. He approached, saying, get some medicine and a cloth. He looked at the little wolf lying in the cloth. Parker carefully treated it. Let's see. He suddenly looked surprised. What injury? Esto was taken aback by this, and Parker quickly said, if a wolf pup got shot in the leg, its tail would be pierced, but it only has a tiny scratch. Calling it an injury is a bit much. Its temperature is normal. It seems like it's just recovering. Bakker looked up at him. Are you sure it was shot with an arrow? He thought for a moment and replied, not sure. I might be wrong. I probably mistook it for another wolf. He hid the arrow behind him. Looking at the scene, Muon stood silently behind, deep in thought. Esto hid the arrow behind his back, looking down at Parker sitting on the ground. I guess I was wrong, Esto continued. I must have confused it with another wolf. Muon crossed his arms, staring intently at him, silent as if he was concentrating on something extremely important. He noticed Muon's gaze and turned his head back to him. He raised his hand to his mouth, signaling to keep it a secret. Muon frowned, deep in thought. So he didn't want his teammates to know about his special abilities. Why is that? The campfire had burned out, and the wolves were already prepared. If it stabbed his leg, its tail would get pierced too, but it's just a tiny scratch. Calling it an injury is a bit much. Its temperature seems normal, so he just regained his strength. North looks up at the commander and asks, are you sure it was hit by an arrow? He thinks for a moment and says, not sure. I might be wrong. With another wolf behind him, he hides the arrow. Seeing this, Mu stands behind silently, deep in thought, hiding the arrow behind his back, looking down. Parker is sitting on the ground, saying, I must be wrong. Esto continues, I must have mixed it up with another wolf. Mew crosses his arms, staring intently at him, silent like he's deep in thought. He realizes Mew's gaze is on him. He turns his head back to look at him. He raises a hand to his mouth, signaling to keep it a secret. Furrowing his brows, he ponders. So, he doesn't want his teammates to know about his special abilities? Why is that? The camp is already burnt down, and the wolves are ready. One of them suddenly grabbed the neck of Suki's sleeping child, who was peacefully napping on the tree. Suddenly, a voice called out to it, Suki, and it squinted its eyes, not quite ready to wake up. The light from Esto called out, "We're getting ready to leave." Suki looked down at the ground and saw Parker and Esto looking up at it. Everyone was all set to go, and the curious black cat looked at the pack of wolves, wondering what was up with them. Suki stared at them for a moment before it quickly jumped down, successfully landing on the head of one of the guys. He looked up at it and said, "Now they're our teammates and will stick with us until we finish the mission." Suki asked about the teammates, glancing at the wolves behind it. "So, they'll also be the new legal citizens of the Haga territory?" Suki calmly licked its paw and said, "What do you want to do?" "Then do it! Have you thought about our next destination yet?" Suddenly, a hand shot up. X jumped into the conversation. "I should have spoken up sooner." Muon raised his hand and smiled. "But I've already chosen our next destination, Parker." Huang Mang leaned in and whispered, "When did you decide that?" He casually replied, "Right now." Parker was shocked. "Really?" Muon walked over to Esto and said, "I heard you grew up in a rural village. Where exactly is that village?" Esto was surprised by Muon's question, looking at him and not knowing what to say. He recalled a village in the dark night, feeling a bit sad, and gently replied, "It's the Spia village." Muon, full of enthusiasm, said, "I'll go there." Parker was so shocked he shouted, while Nura looked on with wide, innocent eyes full of curiosity. "Why would you do something you know Esto won't like? Is he a weirdo?" Even though he noticed the reactions of those around him, MB still smiled as if nothing was wrong. Ahu concluded, looking at that smile, "He must be a weirdo." Esto looked at him and asked, "Why do you want to go to my hometown?" Muon smiled and said, "I just want to observe you." He reached out toward Esto and continued, "But from what I see, it seems you don't really know much about yourself. Huh?" He cheerfully added, "If we meet your adoptive family, maybe I'll understand you better." Esto recalled his foster family, their expressions filled with indifference and anger. He hesitated, thinking that his foster parents weren't his real parents. "That's not the issue," he frowned, extremely resistant to meeting them. Suddenly, a voice cut through his thoughts. "Hey, Muon." Bien leaned in close to his face, smiling with a hint of mischief. "You should listen to your master's request." He looked straight at Esto and said, "What do you think?" Esto avoided his gaze. "I get it, let's go." At the Ignis branch of Galaxia, a voice rang out, "Welcome back!" "I can't say that anymore." Hack placed a hand on his chest and bowed politely. "Welcome, how are you, Commander?" He raised his hand to stop Hack's actions and said, "Manage quickly." Hack shyly smiled. "Please treat me like before. That makes me feel more comfortable." He cautiously asked, "But my rank is now lower than yours." Esto replied, "Please." Hack cleared his throat a few times and said, "If you say so." He seemed to revert to his old self, smiling broadly as he said to Esto, "So, how are you?" Esto was a bit surprised by his attitude, but quickly felt a weight lift off his shoulders and cheerfully replied, "I'm good." Hack patted his shoulder, praising him. "You're doing great as the commander. That new outfit suits you well. Please, come in." Although it seemed like he was praising Esto, he was actually feeling proud of himself. "I knew you would do something impressive. I have a great eye for people." Muon and Parker stood silently, listening to their conversation. Parker was confused, thinking, "Why is he flattering himself so much?" Hack said with a long sigh, "My eye for people is extraordinary. My salary should be higher. If not, at least I should get some of those multi-flavored candies you got from Delphia every month or week, right?" He talked so much that Esto could only awkwardly respond. A delicate hand went up to his mouth, stopping him from talking further. That hand belonged to Rosal, who cheerfully said, "Esto, it's so good to see you again. I heard you're heading to Spia village in the river region," she said worriedly. "But if it's the mountainous area, it's really far from here." She reminded him that he would have to cross many mountains. The road is really bumpy, and if you walk there, it'll take forever and be really tough. Hack generously added to Rosal's words, "I'll lend you a horse to make it easier." Rosal agreed with his suggestion, saying, "We'll prepare a carriage for you." Esto felt grateful. "Yes, thank you." Hack smiled and said to Esto's group, "Well, I guess everyone's tired now. You all should rest in your rooms. The sunset has set, and the last rays of sunlight are shining into the room. With Esto's group, everyone must be tired. You guys should rest in the room. The sunset has set, and the last rays of sunlight shine into the room." Esto sat quietly on the bed, reminiscing as he looked around the room that felt just the same as when he left. Just then, he heard some noises. At the door, something caught his attention. He peeked out, curious about who it was. The continuous noise outside made Esto alert, wondering what was going on. Who could be coming here? Suddenly, there was a click, and the door opened. S was tense, staring intently at the entrance, his eyes widening in surprise as it was Dong, his colleague. he called out. Rosaline? Rosaline politely asked. Am I disturbing your rest? Esto got up from the bed and replied, No, no, it's fine, Rosaline. He quickly walked over. You know how to ride a horse, right? He gently replied, No, I've never learned that. She looked a bit regretful. Oh, that sounds unfortunate. But right now, there aren't any usable carriages. It seems like they're all being used for other requests. We still have a few horses, but if you don't know how to ride, Esto interjected. It's fine, smiling at her. Since the request deadline is pretty long, I can walk. Rosaline still looked a bit awkward. She was about to suggest something else. At least I can call a lot of friends to go with you. Outside the door, a few figures appeared, eavesdropping two people, one a beast and the other a cactus. Esto noticed the people outside and glanced at them, but continued talking to Rosaline. No need for that. She curiously asked, What do you mean? Of course, I have no fighting skills, but since my client has proclaimed himself the best swordsman in the capital, I think I can trust him. Hearing himself mentioned, he felt a bit awkward. But after hearing Esto's words, he felt extremely embarrassed, thinking, Proclaimed? What a joke. Rosaline clapped her hands. All right then. If you need help, just let me know. Parker raised his hand, apologizing, and smiled brightly. By the way, after you finish talking, there's something I want to mention. We're almost out of cooking ingredients. The pot in my hand is all blackened. The bottom is dirty from burning. Ahu complained, This is such a mess. Esto laughed. Rubbing his head, he said, So I think this is a good opportunity to get a new one. Can you provide this for us? Rosaline turned around, pointing the way. Of course, let me report to you where to go. He asked, Can we buy other things too? She immediately agreed. Sure. Looking at Esto, they headed to the weapon shop. Nura popped her head up from the bed. Have fun, Esto replied without expression. Yes, you take care. Suki praised. Good job, feeling a bit left out. Not knowing what to say, he asked, Are you going by yourself? Esto casually replied, I don't know anything about weapon shops. Didn't you say you used to operate in this area? He glanced at him. I'm not a close combat person. I'm just part of a special operations unit. He tightened his grip on his arm and continued, So I've never had to use weapons. He was surprised and asked, So you really don't know how to use weapons? Esto nodded in agreement with his question, then asked back, I thought you grew up in the countryside. Haven't you ever hunted animals or found their hiding places? Esto frowned a bit, looking displeased, and said, I don't want to kill them, Mu asked. So have you ever killed a person? Hearing his question, he fell into memories, recalling the bloody images from battles, the bright red blood spreading across the floor. He fell silent and then pondered. So it's not that I don't know how to do it. He looked at Esto, thinking that he had never even cut a chicken. He could kill a person if necessary. He pulled himself out of his thoughts and said, Either way, I know you have a huge source of power, but humans are more fragile than you think, so having at least a weapon is better. He smiled cheerfully. This is also a request from the client. Esto sighed. Nura, wait here with Ahu. Nura looked a bit sad, saying, I want to go too. He refused. No, we'll be back soon. Just rest. Nura sadly said goodbye. Take care. Ahu seriously added, But why are you bringing the wolf? Suki was about to step out but stopped, waiting for his answer. He replied, Suki will definitely still follow me, even if you try to stop her. Suki wagged her tail, satisfied. You know me well. Who dares to stop me? Mu confidently strutted forward while Esto was curiously looking around. The two arrived in front of a weapon shop. Muan opened the door and called out loudly, Excuse me! But in front of them was just an empty desk with scattered papers. A voice echoed from the table. Who is it? Muan replied. A customer. From under the table, a middle-aged man with a white bandage on his forehead stood up awkwardly. He said, I forgot to lock the door while cleaning. He leaned on the desk, straightened up, took a deep breath, and said, Today, I'm not selling anything, so sorry. He asked the guy why he isn't selling anything. The shopkeeper is like, What are you talking about? Because Viscount Fabian just bought out the entire place. Looking at the empty weapon racks, he says that even though he was running low on stock, Fabian still placed more orders and forced me to crank out even more weapons. The weaponsmith scrunches up his face trying to remember, saying he heard the Viscount is gathering troops, but he's already out of equipment and getting more weapons from other shops is going to be tough. Esto asks him if Viscount Fabian is really gathering troops. The old man looks at him like something just clicked. You're from the Ignis Guild, right? The weaponsmith gets all thoughtful and asks him back, Then, shouldn't you know more about this than me? The young lady of that family is seriously sick. Esto is totally thrown by what the guy said. Sick? The shopkeeper frowns, looking super suspicious. You really don't know? It's been all over the place lately. He clears his throat a few times, then gets all mysterious, crooking his fingers. Haga and Esto rush back to the counter, leaning in close. The rumor is his voice drops to a whisper that the young lady's heart freaks out whenever she sees blood and has nightmares every single night. A while back, a bunch of their family's soldiers were wiped out, and it looks like she's terrified of the emptiness. That's why he's so desperate to hire more soldiers and is trying to find a long-term cure for his daughter. Esto doesn't say a word, just hangs his head with this totally blank look in his eyes. The shopkeeper smiles his voice back to normal. Yeah, it's a real sad story. So can I help you guys with anything else? Hagen nods and goes, then can you sharpen my sword for me? The guy happily agrees, of course. But Esto is just staring off into space thinking about that story. He remembers what Cerilyn Beyond said. If you can read my secret, then that means we're secret friends, okay? Suddenly a voice cuts right through his train of thought. Esto! Haga hands him a small sword. Here, take this. He takes it with both hands, totally confused, asking, why are you giving this to me? It's better than you being empty-handed. Safety first, right? And he points at Esto. You gotta look out for yourself, man. You're way too careless about your own skin. Then he turns to leave. Come on, let's go, leaving Esto with this look of total confusion. He looks down at the sword in his hands and stammers out a thank you. They walk down the street as the sun starts to set, and Esto glances at the black cat Suki walking slowly beside him. Hey Suki, do you remember Sarah? The cat's voice pops into his head. I don't remember every single human I've ever met or what they looked like, you know. He nods. Maybe it's better if you don't remember. Suki calls out to Esto, its blue eyes looking sad. They make your life a living hell, but you still worry about them? He clenches his hand into a fist. Sarah didn't do anything wrong. Suki probes, so what are you going to do about it? Esto just says blankly, I'm not going to do anything. Viscount Fabian screams at the top of his lungs, bring him here right now. The receptionist is flustered too. Sir, we can't do that, he snarls, his eyes bulging. Can't do it? How dare the guild cancel my request? The receptionist waves her hands like, whoa, 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 calm down, sir. Just because you named him doesn't mean we have to follow through, she shrugs. Because we received the request, but before she can even finish, Viscount Fabian cuts her off. It's been 10 days already! Right at that moment, Esto walks in and recognizes the guy, Viscount Fabian. The girl at the front desk forces a smile. I'm sorry, my Lord Viscount, but Commander Esto is now one of the guild's leaders, so even if it's a formal request, a furious Viscount Fabian screams, shut your mouth! He slams his fist on the counter. You dare talk back to me? Do you want this whole building to go under? The girl tries to explain. I'm sorry, but since this building is under the direct authority of the Emperor, unless we receive a direct order or punishment from His Majesty's representative. But he cuts her off again. Shut up! I told you to. Bring him here right now. Esto's group walks in on this whole shouting match. Haga frowns. So that's the infamous Viscount everyone's talking about? Esto awkwardly replies, yeah. Haga stares hard at Viscount Fabian, but seeing his raggedy clothes and how he's acting like a total thug, he thinks to himself looks like he's the one who's the crazy one, not his daughter. So much for noble dignity, and why is he showing up looking like a mess like that? Let's just ignore him and walk past. Esto shows he agrees. Yeah, I think so too. The two of them start to walk away while the Viscount is still yelling his head off. Fabian's eyes dart past the people nearby when he suddenly screams, Esto! The dark circles under his eyes are super obvious, along with a beard that hasn't been touched in forever. You! He runs over, looking at him like he's found a long-lost treasure. Viscount Fabian grabs hold of Esto's shoulders. It's been so long. I heard you switch jobs. Do you have any idea how long I've been waiting for you? His hands are shaking. Are you going to be here from now on? Esto's face is ice cold as he says let go. The Viscount flustered lets him go. Of course. Viscount Fabian forces a painful smile. I've been a bit of a mess lately. It's me, Leo Fabian. Listen to me. Right away, the guy's eyes were all teary. My daughter Sarah. Her condition isn't good. You can help her, can't you? But Esto just kept that same cold as ice attitude. Why should I do that? Viscount Fabian anxiously asked back. What do you mean? This is something only you can do. If it's you, you can erase the kid's memories. Or at least help her get some decent sleep. Hago, watching from a distance, honestly didn't know what to say. Esto turned away. I'm already handling another request. Please leave for now. It was like his whole world came crashing down in an instant. Another request? The Viscount waved his hand and raised his voice. That's not important. Cancel it. Haga cut in. I don't think so. The old man looked over. And who are you? Haga pointed to his own face. Me? I'm the one who made the request, he pouted, wagging his index finger back and forth. I have absolutely no intention of canceling my request, you know. So you better just drop it. The old man bared his teeth, fuming with rage. This young punk. How dare you act so rudely in front of a Viscount? Haga let out a little oops. My apologies, I haven't introduced myself. He put his hands on his hips, smiled gently, and stated his own name, Mubi Haga. Viscount Fabian's expression darkened. The whole atmosphere between the two of them just froze solid. Even the people watching nearby went dead silent. Viscount Fabian's eyes widened as he thought to himself, someone as important as the Duke is stepping in like this? Esto turned away, without saying a word. Haga just chuckled and held out his hand. My bad for acting like a punk young Duke, okay? He then kept that smile on his face. Fabian was surprised. He thought, someone as important as the Duke. He stood in front of Esto and said, Don't tell me you still plan on being hostile with me because of that whole thing? He remembered the scene of his own son pointing, his finger and cursing at Nura while beating him up. Snapping out of his thoughts, he placed a hand on his chest and said to him, Good heavens, please don't hold a grudge over such a petty thing. Think it over. Shouldn't I be the one who's angry after losing so many things? He started sweating as he added, I've already forgotten everything. This is too sensitive a time to be thinking about things like that. Esto glanced at the old man, thinking to himself, that's right, he's always been this type of person, completely unable to recognize his mistakes or apologize for anything. Seeing him turn back around, the Viscount flinched and said fearfully, I'll never ask you for anything again. Please, just this one time, help me, just this once. He grabbed Esto's shoulders and shook him. Esto said, Why should I do that? The man was stunned by that. That, Esto said without emotion. Let go, now. As soon as he let go, Esto turned away. The man let out an ah. He trembled all over, thinking, this can't be happening. Right after that, he yelled out, Sarah wants to see you. Then he dropped to his knees and begged, I'm begging you, please, save my daughter. The people standing there flinched. Esto turned away, thinking, in the end, he still didn't apologize, not even one time. Later that evening, Sarah stood by the window, looking up at the sky. The little dog at her feet clung to her skirt, barking a few times. Another rustling sound echoed. A black cat appeared out of nowhere right in front of Sarah. It stood there looking at her and then meowed a few times. Sarah exclaimed in surprise, A black cat? She looked at it and called out, Esto, you're really so much like him. At first, I thought he was really naive. He was skinny and so quiet. He didn't look happy either. When reading other people's minds, if it were me, I would love that. I could talk to Haru all day, and even though he had the adorable Nura by his side, his face was still so empty. But when I saw him, his eyes were so beautiful. My heart felt so at peace when I saw those blue eyes. But when I think about the fact that he would use those eyes to kill someone else out there, I don't know anymore. I can't think of anything. I was truly horrified by what my father and my brother did, but at the same time, I felt relieved. Even though all those people present died, Esto didn't harm my father and my brother. I was scared of myself for thinking that way. A voice rang out. That's not your fault. Don't blame yourself over nothing. The black cat jumped down and ran to the man who had spoken. The little girl turned around and called out, Esto? With a look of surprise in her eyes. He smiled at her and said, It's been a while, hasn't it, Lady Saralyn? He held his hand out towards Sarah with confidence. She was genuinely stunned for a long moment. In just a flash, that face broke into a bright, sunny smile. I told you to just call me Sarah. Did you come here after hearing the news from my father? He immediately replied, This has nothing to do with the Viscount. Didn't you say so yourself that time, my lady? He shyly and slowly replied that we're friends. Sarah's face lit up as she added, That's right, secret friends. You still remember. He added, As your friend, my lady, I have no intention of harming you or your family. So I'm going to erase your memories, my lady. The girl who had been so happy looked completely stunned after hearing that. She asked blankly, What? He patted her head reassuringly. You don't need to be afraid, Saralyn. This is something that's necessary for you. She knocked his hand away and said, What are you talking about? Esto grew pensive again. He hesitated before saying, If I don't, are you just planning on dying? The little girl looked up at him and then said, About that. Seeing her, the little girl hesitated, and he said, If you forget everything about me, you can be happy and smile when you see your family. She just stood there, trembling from head to toe. She hung her head low as if thinking about something. After a moment, Saralyn clenched her fists and finally spoke up. What do you mean? That's what I need! The little girl screamed. Is it better not to know? Just ignore the things I don't like. And that's okay. To just look away, ignore it, and forget everything? She got even more worked up. Is that what being a grown-up is all about? Esto leaned down and said gently, That's not what I meant. That's not it. The girl grabbed his shirt and demanded, Then what do you mean, you idiot? Saralyn's eyes were already brimming with tears. I'm scared. I'll forget all these feelings. Bullying other people. without even realizing it and hurting them. I'm scared I'll just be smiling, not even knowing that what I'm doing is wrong. She was reminded of her own father, someone just like him, and then she saw Haru came running over. The little girl called out his name and scooped him up. She added, "If I forget about you, I'll forget everything about Hiro, too." Her tears were just full of so much pain. I never, ever want that to happen. Seeing her like this, he couldn't help but wonder. He asked Saralyn, "So, what do you want to do?" The little girl was quiet for a long moment, then suddenly said she wanted to keep going. She looked at him, her face beaming. "Just being your friend is enough for me. I'll figure out the rest on my own." He was a little taken aback and asked, "Are you sure about that?" The little girl confirmed. "Yep, I'm sure." Her silhouette seemed to glow under the starry sky, and she flashed a huge smile. "After all, I'm Saralyn Fabian, so don't you even think about erasing my memories," she finished, giving him a sharp glare to go with it. Esto replied, "Got it." And with that, their chat was over. Esto turned to leave. "All right, see you then." Right after, he climbed onto the windowsill, ready to dip. The girl was about to ask something else, but then he turned back to look at her. "So, you got this, right?" He gave her a super gentle smile. "Yeah, if it's you, I know you can." And with that, he jumped, making the little girl totally freak out. She screamed his name to see if he was okay, but was surprised to see these beautiful feathers floating down. She was so captivated she just laughed and stared. Watching his back as he left, she thought to herself, wow, he has so many friends now. The sky, the moon, and the stars all went quiet again. The three of them were walking down the street when Esto suddenly stopped in his tracks. He turned around and asked, "Yo, how did you two know?" "I was at the Fabian estate." Parker scratched his head, like, "Me?" "Mubi just dragged me along, saying we had to go find you." Muon just shrugged and was like, "What do you mean? How did we know?" He reminded him that Esto had said, "What I do is my business." After saying that, he just turned and left, walking up the grand staircase in the huge mansion. It was so quiet you could hear every single footstep. Esto was heading up the stairs with Muon still trailing behind him. He suddenly stopped and called out to Muon, who just looked totally lost. Like, huh? Esto told him to go on ahead and get some rest. Then he walked right past Muon, catching him off guard. Esto hurried back down the stairs, leaving Muon completely baffled. The guy just sighed. "Oh, for crying out loud." As he walked down the stairs, Muon started whining again. He's still acting like such a little kid. With an attitude like that, how could we not figure it out? Muon came over and slung an arm around his shoulder. But damn, I had no idea that little Missy was so head over heels. "For you!" Esto immediately shot back. "It's not like that," he thought to himself. "Okay, I'm shutting up now." Just then, a voice called out, "Esto!" from a window up above. It was Ahu, waving at them. It waved and yelled, "Dinner's just finished." Mew looked up and said, "Oh man, I'm kind of starving myself." Parker chimed in, "Yeah, we gotta leave tomorrow, so we should grab a bite." Esto thought to himself, Tomorrow we head to Spia Village." They all started chattering excitedly. Tonight's dinner has special beans, sliced meat, eggs, and fried rice. Another person piped up, "Wait, isn't that just like the bare minimum meal at a guild?" In the middle of the forest, you could hear Ahu whining, "I'm so tired." The ground here was pretty rough, making Nura complain constantly. "Ha! My roots are killing me!" Ahu turned around and asked, "You super tired?" It held out its little hands towards the cactus. "Let me carry you," it offered with the cutest little face. Immediately, the cactus hopped into Ahu's hands, and the group kept moving. Parker pulled out a handkerchief to wipe his sweat, panting heavily. "Man, this road is so rough. Even a carriage would be rattling like mad on this thing." Moo, who was walking behind him, chimed in. "I was thinking the same thing. We've walked for so long, and we're still not there yet." Esto answered, "We still got to go a little further." Mew added, "This village is super isolated, being this deep in the woods. I get it now." Esto looked up towards the light in the sky. Come to think of it, he really did used to live in a place super far away. Parker said, "In a place like this, you'd never get robbed." Mew shot back. "How are you going to get robbed when there's literally nobody here?" He started fanning himself with his wing and asked, "So, Commander, how long's it been since you went back home?" Esto replied, "I only just left the village at the start of this year." The guy asked again, "Oh, so you bounced right after your coming-of-age ceremony?" He seemed to drift off into his thoughts. Memories started flashing in his mind about everything that happened. The insults, the yelling. "Get the hell out of here, you piece of trash." He's definitely the cursed kid. Yeah, that was it. He just stood there, like he was drowning in some dark memory. Esto snapped out of it, startled when Parker said he must have felt a huge sense of responsibility. A huge responsibility. So you left as soon as you became an adult, huh? He turned back and asked, responsibility? Parker just smiled and said, yeah, leaving the place where you grew up is a really hard thing to do, even if it's to chase your dreams or whatever. Those words sent him back into his own head for a sec. After a moment, he spoke up, saying, it's not like that. It wasn't because of some so-called responsibility. With that, he turned and started walking away again. He clenched his fist, thinking to himself, I only left because I wanted to live. Muon and Parker just looked at each other, totally confused. Muon asked, but didn't you say your family is still in Spia Village? He gave a half-assed reply. I guess so. Muon, being a cop, did a little digging on your family. Both your parents are doing fine, and you're the youngest child with an older brother and an older sister. They'd be thrilled to see you come back, right? But he just stayed quiet. Parker thought to himself, is Esto really not happy about this? Even though, and he's a guild commander now, he hardly ever talks about his family. The look on his face whenever they're brought up is awful, too. But why though? How could they not like a kid with such amazing powers? Suddenly, he flinched and was like, huh? Then he yelled, fire! Esto immediately took off, running toward the blaze. Parker shot up into the air. I'll go check it out right now, Muon asked. What's all that smoke? Is it a forest fire? He looked up and replied, no, that's where the village is. Muon whipped around and asked, what did you say? So the village is on fire? But he just answered, who knows? Esto's expression didn't change one bit as he stared at the smoke. Muon wondered why he was so damn calm about it. Ahu started freaking out. What do we do? What if the villagers are hurt? A fire this big in a village that's totally cut off from the rest of the world is going to be a nightmare to deal with. Muon looked up, saying, well, since we don't have anyone who can control water, we're already in a pretty tight spot. Ahu's eyes lit up as it asked, the ability to control water? Control water? He explained it to the little guy. Mages can use any water that's nearby. Elemental mages can even make it rain. Right after he said that, Parker came flying back. He returned to give them the rundown. I just went to check it out. Ahu asked, so what's the deal? Is the fire huge? He just kept stammering, no, it's not that. It's not. The mountain on fire. They all just stood there, totally clueless. Then something clicked for Esto, and he said to everyone, hold on a sec. Esto turned back and asked, what do you mean it's not right now? Parker finally answered, the thing is, the villagers built a pyre in a shrine, and they're burning it. The cactus narrator chimed in, ugh. I'm exhausted. You're just telling a story. Why is it so freaking hard? Parker got all flustered and said, if I saw it correctly, on the burning platform, Esto cut in. And? So what? Parker continued. On the burning platform, there's someone tied up on it. Esto was standing in front of the raging inferno. Hearing that someone was tied to the burning platform completely shocked him. Esto was just frozen for a second, like he couldn't process it. He looked at Parker, clenched his fists, and asked, you mean to tell me the villagers tied someone up and are burning them alive? Parker stammered. It looks that way. The person who's tied up. I think they're still alive. The second he said that, the whole vibe just got heavy. Esto gritted his teeth, thinking, no way, he has to be wrong. Without another word, he immediately spun around and bolted towards the forest. Parker yelled in a panic, Esto! But he only ran faster, his footsteps pounding urgently as he raced through the forest. The villagers wouldn't go this far. No matter how messed up they are, they wouldn't dare commit such a horrible crime. No matter how bad they are, they wouldn't dare do something so heinous. But what if they really are that twisted? The more he ran, the more Esto worried. The first person they should have tied up there was me. After running like his life depended on it, he finally saw the village. Esto stopped under the cover of some trees, staring at the fire. On the platform, there really was a girl tied up there. Zing. Seeing Bella tied to the stake made his blood run cold. She was crying and screaming, please, save me! He recognized her and yelled her name, Bella! Bella cried her eyes out, insisting, it's not me! I'm not like that. Please believe me, she called out to Dino and Luis, but they just looked away, acting like they couldn't hear a thing. Bella then called out to an older man, but the woman next to him screamed, how dare you call my husband, you witch! Tears streamed down her face as she begged helplessly, please, somebody save me. She remembered a time long ago when she was just a little girl. Her parents had abandoned her, leaving her to just stand behind them and watch. Play with you? We're busy. Don't bother your mom and dad. Just go play outside. The little girl's eyes started to well up with tears. But I want to be with you and Dad. Suddenly, a voice called out, hey, are you Bella? Want to play together? The little girl turned around, surprised. Together? She asked. looking over at the group of friends. Come on, let's play together. For the little girl, it was like a ray of light in the darkness. She rushed over to them, making precious memories with her new friends. You're so cute. Whoa. Hey, kiddo, do you want to be my little sis? The little girl was so happy she smiled from ear to ear. So, this is what it feels like to be loved, huh? I'm so freaking happy. It was the first time she'd ever felt love and care from other people. Everyone complimented Bella, saying she was seriously so adorable. You're getting cuter and cuter every day. The little girl wanted to be loved to hear those sweet words. I love you, Bella. She just wished she could be loved even more, but later on, all she got were curses from the wives. You and my husband, huh? How could you? How dare you? Bella just thought that if she did that, she'd continue to be loved, but in the end, she only got cursed out. That girl is a witch. You were seduced by her, you know. She was completely bewildered. But mister, you said you loved me, she screamed out loud. You said you loved me. But now all around her were just curses. Die! Burn her at the stake! Burn the witch! The flames got bigger and bigger. It's so hot. Bella could only cry and pray, hoping she wouldn't die like this. Somebody please save me. But hearing her prayer, Suki appeared standing right on the wooden post and let out a meow. She looked up totally confused. Is that a cat? Everyone around them was shook. A black cat. This is a sign of the devil. She's definitely a witch for sure. The black cat looked over at her and meowed a couple of times, and she looked back at it. The more she looked at the cat, the more Bella felt it looked exactly like that guy. Yeah, this is all his fault. If he hadn't left, I wouldn't be in this mess. All of a sudden, the ropes binding her were cut loose. Everyone on the ground was freaking out. What the heck? What did you just do? Estio jumped down and landed on the platform. Then he walked over to stand in front of her. Bella was still in shock that Estio came to rescue her. Just like that, he picked her up and carried her out of the flames. An old man standing in front of Estio looked at the insignia on his uniform. He immediately recognized it as the insignia of the Ignis Guild. Estio gently helped her down to the ground. He stood protectively in front of her and asked, "What's happening here?" The old man gritted his teeth and replied, "That girl, she's a sinner. She committed a grave sin that angered the gods, and now she has to pay the price for that." He calmly asked, "What exactly did Bella do?" The woman over there seethed. "That thing seduced a man and then killed him?" Rosette Estio's older sister walked up and said sarcastically, "Well, look at you. Look at the state you're in coming back here." "So what?" she continued. "The girl you just saved is a killer." "Yeah, a killer," Bella quickly tried to explain. "That's not true." But without letting her explain, the other woman said, "She's a witch. She seduces the men in the village, kills them, and then eats their livers. I heard she loves eating fresh organs straight from the body. We have to kill her, a disgusting witch." Estio still asked coldly, "Is there any proof and a fair judgment?" Rosé laughed her head off. "Why would we need to do that?" Someone else spoke up. "To defend a sinner like that, you really are a cursed child." Terios, who is Estio's older brother, added insult to injury. "If you were going to leave, you should have just vanished without a trace, shouldn't you?" he said sarcastically, crawling back to the village like a kicked dog. "Like this for what?" he stated firmly. "Bella has never killed anyone." The moment he said that, Terios got seriously pissed off. Estio then explained, "I just read Bella's memories. There's nothing like that in her memories at all." She quickly defended herself. "That's right, I'm innocent." But nobody believed it. "He's using that weird power of his. He's got to be lying. How can we believe that?" After that came the insults. "Get out of here, you monster." To make it worse, they grabbed a whole fish and threw it at his head. This made the old man truly panic. He turned around and screamed, "You moron! What stupid thing did you just do?" All of a sudden, it started pouring rain, and the rain got heavier and heavier. Estio stood perfectly still, facing the crowd. The blood on his forehead mixed with the rain and trickled down his face. Bella quickly asked with concern, "Estio, there's blood on your head. You're bleeding." He seemed out of it for a moment, then laughed loudly. "This place hasn't changed at all." Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he ordered, "Stop!" Everyone instantly fell to their knees. They couldn't move at all. "You just put a curse on us!" Terios shouted. "You ungrateful bastard! Even after we were the ones who raised you! How could you?" He suddenly saw feathers falling down. Mu, who had been watching, couldn't take it anymore and growled, "That's enough! Don't you dare speak so carelessly to the commander of the Ignis Guild. Where are your manners?" Rosette's face turned pale. "The famous Ignis Guild? Since the weather isn't suitable for receiving guests outside, I will take the members of the Ignis Guild to my home." "Everyone else go home!" That old man dismissed the crowd. "All of you can follow me." It was only then that everyone obeyed and dispersed. Bella, looking sad, hesitated for a moment. She walked up and grabbed his shirt. He let her be. She tugged on his sleeve and said, "Thank you for saving me." Coldly said, "I'm not trying to save you. Don't get it twisted." But still said, "Even if you say that, I know how you are. And he turned away coldly, saying, "You still owe me. Until now, it's as much as when you hoped I would be the one to fall into that fiery pit." And she screamed, "No way!" He pulled her hand. "Look, I'm not good enough to accept someone who's disgusted with themselves. After this is over, I hope we won't have to face each other again because you and this place just wear me out." She felt a bit wronged inside and wanted to explain to him back then, "I didn't know anything about you and believed the lies those two-faced people said about you, but now, I know that's not the truth. I'm really regretful. I get it now. We're the same. We've both been abandoned, so I want to speak up. What are you doing? Are you really going to listen to that nonsense?" She replied, "No, let's go," but she still tried to hold on to him. He asked her back, "We were friends when we were kids, right?" She was about to say more about us, but before she could finish, he shot back. "When have we ever been close enough to say stuff like that?" And just like that, he turned and left with Mbaolang. Sitting down, her heart was filled with regret. She screamed and cried in the rain, wondering why inside a house everyone was shouting in unison. Why is it that inside the house, the old man with silver hair joyfully exclaimed, "How could such a wonderful person be born in our village?" "Ha ha ha." The old man awkwardly laughed and added, "That's right, it's been a while since you got to see your family, so just welcome him." The more he said, the more awkward it got, making the atmosphere in the house suddenly go silent. The old man continued to ease the tense atmosphere and said, Who? He's already famous. Coming back here is amazing, right?" The old man stretched his hand forward about a height that felt like just the other day he was only this tall. The man with a lot of hair and beard said, "That's right. Ha ha," as a voice rang out. It seemed like it startled the two of them. A young man replied, "Our commander came back not because he missed you guys, but to fulfill my request." The old man immediately changed his expression, looking displeased. "I know you're the one making demands, but don't interrupt when adults are talking." He reached for the teacup, looking up and speaking clumsily, then continued to lift the teacup to drink normally and said, "You old folks all talk the same, huh?" He looked up, demanding a proper answer from me. The two others jumped a bit, trembling. The old man looked at him and asked, "Are you a noble?" He rested his chin on his hand and replied, "Why?" He reached into his pocket and pulled out a bag of gold, dropping the bag of gold on the table. I said, "I'm the one making demands," and everyone around gasped, eyes wide at the pile of money he poured out. He smiled slyly and then added, "If you answer my question, I'll give you all the money on this table." The old man was taken aback by what was happening. Everyone around is wide-eyed and jaw-dropped at the pile of money he just dumped out. He grins like a sly fox and adds, "This is yours." He lifts the pile of cash and drops it again, saying, "If you answer my question, I'll give you all the cash on this table." The old man is taken aback by this. The power of money is too great. He warmly welcomed MUBN, saying, "Oh my, you should have said you were a noble to us." "Sir," a lady spoke up, "I knew it right away. You exude a scent so elegant, like you bathed in honey." He raised his hand to slick back his hair, looking cool, saying, "It's not honey, I use that perfume. The scent is distilled from crick given by the emperor himself to keep my feet fresh every morning as a gift. If I don't use it, it would be really rude." A voice rang out, intending to sing right away, "It's truly wonderful." He looked displeased, glancing at him, thinking to himself he had hoped for something special since this is where he grew up, but this place is just disgusting. The old man warmly stood up to speak to him, "But, sir, I don't know what information people like us from the countryside could provide you." MUBN raised his hand, holding a bean, fiddling with it, and said, "I was surprised by how foolish and blind you all are. If I didn't know you were the family of the commander, I wouldn't have guessed at all. It's truly astonishing." He said, then crushed the bean, adding, "Enough with the nonsense. Let's get to the main point." He tossed the bean onto the table and said, "At least you fools should be able to answer questions about your own experiences." He looked up and asked them, "Are you really the family of the commander?" Everyone around glanced at the couple, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Then the two answered, "Yes, of course, this is our child." The woman turned to Estio, looking at him, but Estio was in a daze, not looking at anyone, just staring at one. He slams his hands on the table and says, "At least you idiots should be able to answer questions about your own experiences." He looks up and asks, "Is this really the family of Commander Stowe?" Everyone around glances at the couple, sweat beading on their foreheads. Then the two finally respond, "Yeah, of course. Esto is our child." The woman turns to Esto, looking at him, but Esto is in a daze, not looking at anyone, just staring blankly. The lady wanders over and starts stroking Stio's head, trying to act all lovey-dovey with him, saying, "He's our precious child." Mu immediately shoots back that he doesn't need to hear that. "Want to hear that?" The lady's face gets all awkward, and he repeats the question. I'm asking if Esto is actually blood related to you guys. If you lie, there will be consequences immediately. So be honest and talk. The woman keeps stroking Esto's head and adds, Sir, the boy is my son. But Esto's face still has absolutely no emotion on it. She even adds, he looks just like his parents and his sister, so how can you doubt us? The other two immediately look over at Mew. He turns to the other two and asks more questions. So, were you guys present when Esto was born? Terrio stammers, I don't remember. The old man glances at his son and immediately speaks up for them. The kids were too young back then. Terios was only 3 years old and Rosette was just 1 year older. Mew crosses his arms, looking totally skeptical. But I remember everything I heard and saw when I was just 1 year old. Para starts waving his hands and feet around, saying to him, That's because you're special, Your Highness Mu. He looks over at Stio and asks, So, are they telling the truth? Stio looks totally confused and asks back, Why are you asking me? Mu looks at Esto and adds, Because you're the only one who can tell if someone is telling the truth or not. At this point, Esto's face gets even more confused, and he asks back, I have to check if they're lying? Esto turns around and looks at the man with white hair and a goatee. Esto then turns to look at the woman. She's also looking at Esto with a worried expression. Esto thinks to himself, I can't do it! Esto suddenly sees a flashback to when he was a kid. The woman is holding a soup ladle, getting ready to hit him. Back then, all he could do was power and shield himself, curled up on the ground. The man starts speaking to Esto. Listen here, the man scolds him. Reading other people's memories is a very bad thing. Then he points right in Esto's face and yells, You're a monster who does all sorts of evil things. Esto backs away in fear. But before he can finish the sentence, a hand covers the boy's mouth. The couple just keeps on scolding and yelling at him, treating him like a monster. The woman even threatens him, asking if he understands yet. At this moment, Esto's face flushes red with fear as he looks at the two of them. The woman threatens him. You will never read our minds again. If you do that, then the woman shoves Esto hard against the wall and says, You will never be part of our family again. As a kid who didn't understand what was going on, being yelled at like that made Esto's eyes well up with tears of resentment. The phrase, you will never be part of our family again, keeps echoing in Stio's head. Right now, his face looks incredibly sad as he thinks to himself, what did I even read back then? Anyway, I can't remember at all. Esto closes his eyes and shakes his head repeatedly. What did I even remember? Bacchus sees the situation isn't looking good and speaks up to check on Esto. Commander, you don't look so good. Are you okay? Mu also looks at Esto to check on him. Esto immediately tries to reassure everyone, stammering, about that. A sudden yelp makes him jump in surprise. Down at his feet, Nura and Ahu are walking towards Esto with worried faces. Estio musters up a gentle smile and replies, I'm okay. I was just thinking about something for a second. Esto turns his head back to reassure everyone, don't worry. Then, Esto turns to look at the people who are supposedly his parents, and it feels like the two of them are getting super anxious and restless. Esto thinks to himself that they're definitely hiding something. Esto stands straight up and walks towards the two of them. He slowly walks up behind them. The two of them are still sitting there, frozen like statues. Esto places his hand on their trembling shoulders and says to them, as per the request of our client, please allow me to see your memories for confirmation, okay? The two of them jump in shock. The woman immediately screams, no way, while the man is still sitting still. She screams, we already told you, Esto. It's because you do things like that you became a monster. You don't know how hard we tried. So that Mew, annoyed by all her noise, slams his hand down on the table, breaking it in half. Their daughter screams in fear. The brother also looks over at him with a terrified expression. Mu's face is clearly annoyed now as he says, cut it out with that monster nonsense. He's really angry now, adding, you guys better shut your mouths. Esto is surprised to hear him say, the monster would be sad if he heard that, you know. Nura crosses her arms, pouts, and adds, that's right. I don't like it. Either. Bacchus also scratches his head, laughing awkwardly and saying, actually, I'm not really human like you folks either. I'm an avian, one of the bird people. Bacchus then laughs. Heh heh heh. Ahu, who was face down on the table this whole time, suddenly pops up. Ahu then adds, what's going on? Let me get in on this. Everyone there is completely shocked, staring with wide eyes. Seeing the talking cactus, the girl screamed monster, and then fainted from shock, causing everyone to panic and call for Rosette. Wait, is this thing scary? Hudo yelled in anger. I know you're just pretending to be fainted. Then he added, oh my god, there's a monkey here. A talking furry one, and a guy with blood ties to a black dragon, plus a talking chicken. But I'm the only one who's scary, right? Sarah jumped in, feeling annoyed at being called a chicken. Ahi's face darkened with anger as he jumped onto Esto's hand, then leaned down to check the situation and saw Ahu crying, while Oris was sobbing uncontrollably. Everyone looks down on me, Ahu lamented. Esto reassured him, they don't look down on you, they're just scared. You can scare a lot of people, and that's pretty impressive. Ahu replied, if you say so. I must be really good at it, huh? Esto just turned to look at the others without answering. If you want your reward, you better cooperate. Seo yelled, who do you think you're threatening? Then he boldly stepped towards Esto, grabbing his collar and shouting, you damn loser! You're the reason we've been living in shame. Why are we getting stoned and humiliated just because of you? The more he spoke, the angrier he got. I should throw you into the attic so I don't have to see you, you little punk. Esto remained silent, not saying a word. The guy continued with an arrogant expression, you know, that attic wasn't built for living. Did you know that in winter it's like a freezer, so no one can survive there? An older man yelled at him, shut up! He was startled when he heard the older man say that, but he kept going, we won't even feed you, and you still live like a cockroach. The older man shouted, I told you to stop, but the guy wouldn't quit and yelled at Esto, if you're still alive when we send you to hell, what are you, if not a monster? The older man panicked when he heard his son say that, and even the woman covered her mouth at those words. Esto, with a cold expression, looked up and said, that's how it is. The guy kept saying, I hate you. You're the biggest freak among us. It's disgusting. You act like you're one of my family just because you mimic my mom's eye color. Esto thought to himself, why would I mimic eye color? Esto clenched his fist and said, I've hated you for a long time. Esto's face was filled with annoyance and anger. I hate you too. Terios gritted his teeth in pure rage at Esto's words. You have no mercy at all. Then he threw a punch at Esto, shouting, you bastard! The punch flew like a bullet, but Esto's father stepped in to block it. Esto was taken aback by what was happening. The guy called out for his dad, but the man calmly said, he's your brother, Terios. I'm not forcing you two to get along. The man, with a determined look, faced his son and said, but you can't deny it. The guy shouted, why not? Terios yelled in his father's face, you hate him too. You're always scared of him. The older man honestly replied, yes, I'm scared of him, trembling all over, but I've never hated him. Esto thought to himself, if you're not hating him, then why? Esto quickly placed his hand on his father's back, thinking, why would you do that? Suddenly, Esto's hand emitted a beam of light, surprising him. Esto's mouth dropped open as he thought, this is the source of light spreading throughout the room. Suddenly, the light in the room vanished, leaving no one there. Outside, dark clouds rolled in over the forest. The man was panting, holding an axe, with something strapped to his back, climbing up the mountain step by step. A crow flapped its wings and flew out, startling the man, causing him to stumble back. After the crow flew away, the man slowly stood up, cursing. Damn it! He looked around, cursing himself for taking the wrong path, when a beam of light appeared in the distance, blinding him. He squinted his eyes, looking towards the light, which shone through the treetops, revealing something before him. The man quickly ran toward it, shouting, sorry! Hey! Over there! Help me! He kept running, panting heavily. Please wait for me a bit. At least stay with me until the sun rises. The light grew brighter, dazzling his eyes, making him cover his face with his hands. When the light stopped, the man slowly opened his eyes and gasped, oh my God! Below him in a wide pit was a stone. He falls back as the crow flies away. The man slowly stands up, cursing, damn it! He looks around, scolding himself for going the wrong way. Then a light shines in the distance, blinding him. He squints his eyes, looking toward the light, which beams through the trees, appearing before him. The man quickly runs toward it, shouting, sorry! Over there! Help me! He continues to run, panting hard. Please wait for me a bit. At least stay with me until the sun rises. The light grows brighter, blinding him, making him cover his face with his hands. When the light stops, the man slowly opens his eyes and gasps, oh my God! Below him, in a wide pit, there's a stone. The man, seeing the glowing yellow light, looked at the yellow stone and kept praying to God. Then he slowly slid down into the pit, making his way toward the yellow stone the moment he got down. When he got there, the man couldn't help but shout out loud. Oh my God! He thought to himself, that's gotta be gold. He broke into a huge grin. It's gold! A massive, freaking, huge nugget of gold. Then the man gleefully said, I can totally take this. Suddenly, a strange noise echoed out. Turns out it was a wolf with wounds on its front and back legs. It growled as it limped toward the man. The man freaked out and jumped back. The wolf bared its fangs. Its steely eyes locked on him. The man was shaking in his boots. A few drops of cold sweat dripped down his face. That chunk of gold just kept on glowing while the wolf dragged its injured body closer to the man. Deep in his heart, an image of his wife and two little kids flashed through his mind. He gripped the axe in his hand. If I can just get that thing home, my life could finally change. The man went for broke and lunged forward, swinging his axe at the wolf. The wolf looked up at the man. Then the man tried to bring his axe down on the wolf, but the wolf bit his arm. The man gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, and brought the axe down on the wolf. A spray of blood flew into the air. The wolf's yelp slowly faded away. It lay completely still in a pool of blood. The man dropped his axe and slumped to the ground. He hugged the yellow rock. He started laughing with pure joy. "If I take this!" His laughter echoed all over the place. After that, the man ran home, pounding on the door and yelling for his wife. "Honey, open up!" The woman, holding a child, answered the door and said to him, "No way! You've been!" He frantically cut her off. "Just pack your stuff first." She had no clue what was going on and snapped at him. "Are you nuts or something? What's with all this sudden nonsense? I don't have time to explain. We need to grab the kids and leave this village now." She shot back. "You better explain yourself before I even think about waking them up and packing anything." So the man told her the story about getting lost in the mountains. She got worried. "Are you okay? Are you hurt or anything?" "I'm fine," the man answered. "You're going to be so shocked when you see what I found up on the mountain." She immediately stepped closer and asked, "What is it?" The man opened the container and said, "It's a precious jewel, the likes of which I've never seen." The man pointed at the chunk of gold inside. "It's gold," she asked again. "Have you lost your mind?" He was shocked too and looked back inside. What the heck? Because inside was a little boy. The cute kid was smiling at the man. The man screamed, "No, wait a minute. What is this?" A huge slap smacked right across the man's face. Blood went flying everywhere. The man collapsed onto the tile floor, saying, "No, honey, it's a misunderstanding. The woman was furious. A precious gem like you've never seen, huh?" The man put his hands up, pleading, "No, what I brought home wasn't." "Shut up!" A few cries echoed from deep in the forest. The man was carrying the child through the woods, thinking to himself, "It was totally a chunk of gold. The child was in his arms. Was I lost? Was I possessed by a ghost or something?" The man glanced behind him and saw his wife following, looking super annoyed. Her face was just so grim. She snapped, "Take it back to where you found it, right now." The man just stayed quiet and kept walking with the baby. As he walked, he thought to himself, if that chunk of gold was a person, then that beast. What was that thing? He got scared, thinking to himself, did I kill someone? The man walked over and stood by a tree, looking off in the distance. His wife followed right behind him. When he got back to the place where he'd picked up what he thought was a gold nugget, he saw a bunch of people gathered down below. There were people crowded around the edge of the pit, making a racket. He tried to calm himself down. Right, a hole this big was bound to be discovered. Just act natural, he overheard someone say. I heard the priest from the temple came. Looks like they're about to do something. Another person chimed in. From what I've heard, whatever was supposed to be here has vanished. The man finally spoke up and asked, Excuse me, what's happening here? The guy with orange hair looked surprised and said, You came here without knowing anything? The orange-haired dude pointed to the crowd below. See that? The guy holding what looks like a cross? That's the priest from the holy temple. The man was totally shocked. His face went pale as he thought to himself, the holy temple? And a priest? He anxiously asked the orange-haired guy, So why is the priest here? The orange-haired guy replied, They're saying a dragon's treasure fell here. The man freaked out, and his wife behind him was just as shocked by what she heard. The man stammered, A dragon? The orange-haired guy confirmed it. Yep, a dragon. The orange-haired guy added, Aren't dragons supposed to be, like, divine creatures? According to the records, it's been hiding for 100 years. The temple must be in total chaos right now. Things are getting wild. The woman's face went pale when she heard that. But then they said that someone had killed the dragon's guardian and stolen the treasure. That person clicked their tongue. They've got some nerve. They deserve to be punished 1,000 times for daring to steal a dragon's treasure. If they're caught, it's the death penalty for them, man. He got scared and hugged the child tighter. The other guy added, The royal family will probably handle it before the dragon gets its hands on them. They won't survive. When the two of them got home, they didn't say a word. The man was still holding the sleeping baby in his arms. He asked his wife, What do we do now? The wife didn't know how to answer either. A kid came out of the house and asked, Dad? The man called out, Terrios! The little boy kept asking, Did you go to the market? What did you guys buy? Anything yummy? The two of them just looked at each other, trying to figure out what to say to their son. The man nodded at his wife. He just laughed and said, "Nah, nothing like that." Tyrios, the little boy added. "Then what is it?" The man put the baby down and said, "Here, a baby. He's going to be your little brother." The boy immediately asked, "A little brother?" The man replied, "Yep, a baby even younger than Rosette." The kid got all excited, got closer to Esto, and said, "For real? So this is my second little brother?" The man answered, "That's right." The boy continued excitedly, "Whoa, his eyes are dark but so bright. What's his name?" The man just realized he hadn't named the baby yet and stammered, "Right, a name. His name is—" The boy kept getting closer to Esto, staring at the baby. The man thought for a moment and then gave the baby a name, Esto. He decided to name the boy Esto. Back in the present, after hearing the whole story, Terios blurted out, "What the heck, Dad?" The two of them just looked grim and said nothing. He then yelled at his parents, "What is that bastard?" The man stammered out an apology. He bowed his head. I'm sorry, Esto." The man walked closer to Esto. He clenched his fist and gave a sincere apology. "I'm truly sorry." He then dropped to his knees. "Please forgive me. I really didn't know." The man bowed his head low, shaking no. "I still don't know exactly what you are." Esto was silent and deep in thought. The man added, "I couldn't let my whole family get killed. But that doesn't mean I blame or hate you. As your father, I just wanted to protect everyone." He said this with tears welling up in his eyes. The man continued to speak from his heart, because the more you showed your true self outside, the more danger everyone would be in. Esto just stood there, saying nothing. Then he looked down at the man. Seeing this, the man quickly added, "I also decided to protect you. I really wanted to treat you like my own son by giving you a name and watching you grow up. But you're not normal. You were just imitating normal people. Human language, human emotions, even the rare development of a human. The process of you growing up slowed down when you lived in the attic, but no matter what, you still woke up and walked out like it was nothing. I was so scared." The man then fell to his knees, with both hands on the floor. "Please forgive me. I was wrong." Esto's face was full of confusion. An apology in exchange for his family's lives? He was in a tough spot. "It would have been better if I couldn't read them so well." He raised his fist and punched the air. Everything felt like it was shattering. Everyone in the room looked at him. On the table, the dishes were a mess. Looking over at the old man, he was terrified and backed away, shaking. "A dragon?" When Terio saw him move, he freaked out and backed up. "Are you going to kill us? I'm still your brother. Spare me. I'm sorry. It's my fault, so just let me live." The woman could only stand to the side, covering her face and crying. "Is it really this obvious?" He walked up to Terios. Thinking about how pathetic they were, he turned and walked away. The other two also turned to follow him. Esto stepped out of the house. He walked step by step into the rain. The whole group left behind him. In the rain, everything fell silent. The two of them also walked silently behind, watching Esto. The rain got heavier and heavier, like it was pouring down. It was as if the heavens were crying for him. Esto went deep into the forest. Despite the roaring thunder, he just kept walking. Finally, Esto stopped. Everyone stopped in front of a pond. Turns out that was the pit where he was born. So that hole became a pond, he thought. He looked at his own reflection in the water, then glanced at the wolf walking beside him. He wondered to himself, "What is your name?" Muon, who was standing behind him, suddenly knelt on one knee. Esto spoke up, "You knew everything, didn't you?" Muon replied, "I figured it out on my own. But if I said I had no idea they did all that stuff, would you believe me?" Seeing no reply from Esto, he continued, "Do you resent them?" "Why should I resent you for opening my mouth?" I was about to answer, but it wasn't necessary. You turned around and said your request is fair, and I accepted it. I asked to be entrusted to you, and you agree, right? So I just have to say, I accept, and I will protect that. Hearing this made you quite surprised. He continued, "Ha! The Dragon Blood Clan, Mur Haga. The name I received from the gods has been redeemed to ensure such tragedies don't happen again. Once again, I want you to choose me as your guardian." Everyone was silent. Esto looked at him and began to think about the guardian of the dragon receiving blessings from the dragon blood. But there's a price for that blessing, and the cost is the subjugation of the soul. The one who becomes the guardian must obey, and the safety of the master is the top priority. That's a blood pact. They returned to the inn to rest. "You've done a lot today. Take a break," Suki said as she approached the bed. Esto looked thoughtful. "You must be really confused, so sleeping like this is good." Suddenly, you softly spoke and unexpectedly hugged the cat, calling its name Suk. It bumped its head against yours, and you gently said, "It's okay. No matter what you are, it doesn't change anything." The next morning, sunlight began to shine through the window. The light hit Esto, and you slowly opened your eyes. You sat up and looked around the room, surprised at how you had fallen asleep. Suki walked in with a smile, saying, "Oh, I was going to wake you up, but it seems you're already up. Good morning." Moan also appeared at the door, saying, "Let's go eat." Before you could say anything, Moan interrupted, causing Parker to yell in frustration, "I was about to say that!" Transitioning to the outside, it was pouring rain, while everyone inside was eating. Suddenly, Parker spoke up. "They say it'll take about 2 days to reach Gallia, but it's raining so hard that the carriage can't go anywhere. Now we have to wait until the sky clears." Back Ko picked up a piece of bread and said, "I just ate while mumbling something I couldn't hear." The cactus chimed in, asking, "What will we do when we get back to headquarters?" You fell silent, looking blank, unsure of what to say. After a moment, you replied, "I guess we'll wait for the next mission." Moan cut in, asking, "Are you planning to continue working in the guild?" Estio replied, "You have your own mission with your status as a noble, right?" "I'm just a regular guy," Moan responded. "I plan to give up all my status." But Estio stopped him, saying, "No need for that." Moan refused. "A guard can't leave their master. You know they can't survive on their own. But for you, it's different. The only thing I know is the truth about myself, nothing else." You thought, right. If we talk about Estio's real age, he's just a newborn dragon. The growth process of a dragon takes a long time, at least 100 years, and the longest can be 500 years. After hatching, a dragon will be cared for by its mother for up to 100 years before starting to mature. So this commander is no different from a newborn. Besides, he might look like a human, but that form is just a mimicry for survival. Why doesn't the black dragon protect its bloodline? What if it's not that it can't protect it, but rather it's unable to? Transitioning to Mu and Estio talking, he explained, "The mission is complete. Let's head back." "Why do you insist on staying in the guild?" Estio placed his hand on his chest and sincerely said, "You should come with me instead of staying here. My territory is safer." Estio nonchalantly replied, "I might not be the existence you think I am. Honestly, everything up to now has been the truth, and I'm not sure I want to know more. So please, just leave." Mew tried to say more, but stopped. He thought about the only remaining trace of the dragon, the master he had always wanted to find. But if everything he's done so far has been for nothing, he clenched his fists, thinking, "Haga, is this really such a useless clan?" Stowe spoke up. "However, in the future, I will contact you. Please go back and continue your work. When I need you, I will call." Estio said very seriously to Emby, "I swear." Transitioning to the headquarters, a voice rang out, "Rest." Estio stood there with Ahu and Nura, papers flying everywhere. The vice president said to you, "Take a break. The president wants to see you. He'll meet you soon, so just rest for now." You stood there, confused, watching the vice president. He stood up and approached you, handing you a blanket, saying, "This is very precious to me, but I'll give it to you. You don't know the joy of rolling up in a blanket on the bed, do you?" He added, "Try reading a book in the warm room. Since you have a blanket now, you can open the window a bit for fresh air, sit back, snack a little, and then wake up and try a bar. The president wants to see you. He'll be looking for you soon, so just relax for now." You look confused. The vice president stands up and walks over to you, handing you a blanket. "This is very precious to me, but I'll give it to you. You have no idea how nice it is to roll up in a blanket on the bed," he says, still looking confused. "Try reading a book in the warm room. Now that you have a blanket, you can crack the window a bit for some fresh air, snack a little, lie down, and wake up to try a bar. How's the chocolate? Do you want to take some of the stuff in my room?" You just hold the blanket and stare at it without saying a word. The vice president left, adding, "What's up? Just rest. Don't push yourself too hard." Just listen to the vice president and go into the warm room. Suddenly, Jura called you, and you replied, "Yeah." He continued, "Are you really okay? If you don't know more about your family," you answered, "Uh-huh," and walked away. Even though they made you endure all the prickly cactus anger, what the heck? You were so mad you could blow smoke. Seriously, I can't take it anymore, but I'll be back to stuff thorns in their mouths. You turned back and said to Ahu, "Even if they change, I won't change." No need to change anything at all. The scene shifts to the next morning. At this moment, you suddenly opened your eyes, pondering as you stared at the ceiling. You thought to yourself, "I've never learned how to play. What should I do now?" Then you sat up, getting ready to get out of bed. You reached out to open the window. You stood there, gazing outside. Suddenly, a noise caught your attention. The surroundings were filled with tall buildings under a tree canopy. At this moment, you were sitting on a stone bench, looking thoughtful. Suddenly, you heard a voice. "Huh?" Then there was Perer, walking with Lena, waving to you. "Hey, Commander," Lena called out. "Wait a sec. I'll go say hi first. The Commander you always praised. Huh? Should I go say hi too?" You suddenly thought, "I'm afraid it'll be too noisy." If we go together, he's probably enjoying his alone time, right? He turned his gaze to you, and you couldn't understand his feelings. Then Lena walked away, saying, I'll go by myself. Hey, Commander! Para came closer and called you. Then he asked, have you eaten yet? You were a bit surprised. Is it time for lunch already? Yeah, he replied. Actually, it's past time. I've been waiting for a friend to finish up. He smiled and added, I'm on break like you. You replied, oh, really? Then Parker suggested, let's go together. He added, any you, Ahu, and the kitten too. You wondered, me too? Will it make everyone uncomfortable? He denied it, saying, no way, you don't need to stress. Those shameless guys won't mind. Suddenly, Lena slowly approached and stood behind him. When you saw her, you greeted her. Oh, hey, familiar face. Para turned around, looking surprised. What? You two know each other? He spoke softly. He might have moved closer, staring at you, seeing you as both strange and familiar. Lena suddenly realized something and smiled brightly when she recognized you. Oh, right! Your face is always etched in my memory because it's so unique. You recalled the past and continued to smile. You called out to him, Lena! Aha! So you still remember me, he said to you, looking pleased. I thought you were a goner because of that white fur thing, but you're still alive. So good to see you. He talked about that white fur thing, saying, even though I searched the whole mountain, that white fur thing vanished without a trace. Everyone thought you were eaten by it. Lena continued, I didn't think we'd get a chance to meet again. Suddenly, Nezu popped its head out from behind your chair. When Lena saw it, she freaked out. The white fur thing, she screamed, her face pale. Parker noticed things were getting out of hand and spoke up to calm her down. Relax, Lena. Niu is the commander's companion. Lena observed Nezu looking at her with sparkling eyes. Companion? That white fur monster? Then he asked you, so you tamed that beast with your mind-reading ability? He praised you? Impressive, more than I thought. Oh my god, you're the commander of the guild? Parker stood aside, reminding him with a helpless expression, Lena, you're being rude. Even though you're the ace of the combat department, you still need to show respect to the commander, or you'll drop significantly on the ranking board. After he said that, Lena didn't understand what was going on. She guessed, the ranking board? He replied, exactly. As you know, causing chaos will lead to demotion or expulsion, right? You suddenly spoke up, Para, go eat with your friend. Para wondered, aren't you coming with us? You replied, I'll go alone. If it's like this, everyone will be uncomfortable. You added, I also feel uncomfortable when you say any you like that. The three of them looked at you helplessly after hearing that. Then everyone said their goodbyes and left. Lena stayed behind, thinking about something. Then he called out to you, hey, Commander. You heard him and turned around, wanting to say something more. Lena bowed her head sincerely. I'm sorry. Nezu was looking at him with sparkling eyes. The companion? That white-furred monster? Then he asks, Esto, is that it? So you tamed the beast with your mind-reading ability? He praises him. Impressive, more than I thought. Oh my god, you're the commander of the guild? North stands aside, reminding him with a helpless expression, Lena, you're being really rude. Even though you're the ace of the combat department, you still need to show respect to the commander. Otherwise, you'll drop pretty far down the rankings. After hearing this, Lena is confused about what's going on. She guesses about the rankings. He responds, just like you know, causing chaos will get you demoted or expelled, right? Esto suddenly speaks up. Perer, go eat with your friends. Perer asks, aren't you coming with us? He replies, I'll go alone. If it's like this, everyone will be uncomfortable. He adds, I don't feel comfortable with you saying that. After hearing this, the three look at him helplessly. Then everyone says their goodbyes and leaves. Lena stays behind, thinking about something. Comfortable when he spoke about Nu like that. After hearing him, the three of them looked at him with a helpless expression. Then, everyone said their goodbyes and left. Lena stayed behind, thinking about something. Then he called out to say hi. This commander, if you heard it, turned around and wanted to say something more. Lena bowed her head sincerely. I'm sorry, Esto. Staring at him, he spoke up. It's not that I'm uncomfortable, it's just that I was so shocked when I saw it. I promise I won't call it that white furry thing anymore. And I'm also not used to someone I know being the commander. From now on, I'll call you Captain. He looked up and said to Esto and Nezu, so please don't get the wrong idea. I'll treat everyone today as an apology. Since we're out, I'll take you to the best restaurant. The best one. A cheerful voice rang out from an old-fashioned building. This place right here is the best restaurant in the city of Revital. Lena happily waved, calling a waiter over. He generously told Esto, I'll order for you. Trust me, this is the most popular dish here. Esto was surprised, exclaiming, Oh, really? Lena immediately replied, Of course. Esto silently stared at Ahu, thinking to himself that he was being strangely quiet today. Ahu really wasn't moving at all. He was completely motionless, looking just like a regular cactus, nothing more, nothing less. Esto was incredibly worried, thinking, is he hurt somewhere? Suddenly, a voice shattered his gloomy thoughts. Excuse me, perhaps Jen was genuinely curious, so she directly asked how old that cactus was. Esto felt awkward. I've never asked it, so I don't know. Jen had no intention of letting it go. She continued to press. For some reason, Jen's face was calm. Her voice was completely flat. You can know without having to ask. After she spoke, Jen's expression suddenly darkened. Esto stared at Jen, silently, judging her. This is so weird. I can't read any of her emotions. He didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. Who are you? Lena, who was nearby, suddenly scooted closer to introduce her for Esto. Jen isn't human. She's a doll made by the guildmaster. Esto was extremely surprised. A doll? Beeser jumped into the conversation at that moment. He smiled and asked, huh? You didn't know? Then he started to explain it himself, more about Jen's origin. The captain of Ignis is the only puppet master in this world. Taking a closer look at Jen's eyes, hair, nose, and mouth, Esto couldn't help but think, aside from the fact that I can't see her emotions, she looks just like a human. He curiously asked Lena, how can you tell? That she's a doll? Lena didn't answer directly, just told him to look at Jen more closely. And sure enough, looking closely at Jen's face, Esto easily spotted a small star right under her eyelid. Lena calmly continued, you see the tattoo under her eye? All the dolls made by the guildmaster have that mark to distinguish them. He rested his hands on the table, his tone a bit troubled. Well, don't pay too much attention to her. After all, a doll is just a doll, Lena advised. But it was also as if he was telling himself. A doll only obeys its master's orders and doesn't know what pain is. It's not good if you treat it like a human. Lena glanced at the delicious plate of food that had just been served, finishing his thought. I'm speaking from experience, so you can trust me. The restaurant waiter also chimed in at the perfect moment. Here's everyone's food. Lena excitedly dragged out the sound. Ooh, Esto once again fell into deep thought. A living doll. When the food was all served, Lena happily called out to him. Esto, look at this. Besser chimed in as well. All right, everyone, eat up. Nura's eyes sparkled like 1,000 stars, unable to contain her happy mood. Every dish looked so delicious. Esto looked at the dazzling plates of food in front of him and agreed. It really does. The group of them started to dig in and eat heartily. As Besser was about to lift a piece of fish to his mouth, his ears suddenly perked up as if he heard something. He looked at Esto, who still hadn't moved. He asked doubtfully, Commander, aren't you eating? Then he was startled as he realized, could it be that you can't eat raw food? Hearing that, Lena also freaked out completely. Just as I thought! We should have asked before ordering. He quickly came up with a plan. Should we order some cooked dishes instead? Esto gently refuted. It's not that. He seemed like he was about to say something, but then stopped. He turned his face away and said helplessly, it's just that it's not to my taste. He quietly glanced back at the plates piled high with food. They still looked very appealing, but in his eyes, those plates of food looked absolutely horrifying. He couldn't help but think of the creatures cut into pieces while they were alive just a few minutes or even just a few seconds ago. His gaze on the plate of food darkened. The extreme fear and the clear pain of a creature that had once been alive. The atmosphere around him also became dark and gloomy. I can only see it as a mess of hatred, then I quickly brushed that chaotic thought aside and forgot about it. Anyway, it's not really important. I returned to the conversation with Lena and Parker, and I wasn't that hungry anyway. Parker still wasn't too keen on it and wanted to try to convince me a bit more. But Esto quickly interrupted. It's all good. No worries. Bossair couldn't sway me, so I angrily turned to scold, Lena, this is all your fault. Even though the vice president had told us to take good care of the commander, Lena helplessly scratched her head. I know! If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have done this. Bossair could only groan and shout, Damn it! Lena cautiously asked. So what should we do now? Esto, standing by, didn't intervene in their conversation. Instead, I bent down to ask, NEU, can you walk? NEU happily replied, Yeah. Seeing that, Bossair suddenly had an idea. He cheerfully suggested, how about we take the commander on a little city tour? The scenery was so spacious and clean, with houses lined up next to each other. Parker kept trying to persuade him, you've only been assigned to headquarters for a little while, right? Since then, you've been stuck inside with all that work, so you probably haven't been outside at all. Bossair genuinely cared about Esto, and the most important thing was that he looked pretty tired after finishing his mission. Lena confidently assured, Don't worry, leading city tours is my specialty. He mischievously winked at Esto. The pink scene made him shiver. Lena cheerfully rushed over, threw an arm around Esto. Come on, Commander. You don't have anything important to do today, right? Saying that, he pointed towards the city. So let's go. Wait, where are we going? Lena smiled smugly, starting her tour guide duties. Actually, our club has a tradition that dates back a long time, back when it was first established. His face was beaming with excitement. That's the culture of welcoming newcomers. Esto showed no clear reaction, just staring at Lena. While Bosser was super excited, he chimed in, "Yeah, that's right. I experienced it myself." Then a series of info was shared by Lena about the welcoming ceremony for newcomers. The typical sights of this city appeared one by one in Lena's storytelling, from the humble houses to the clock tower, which is the city's symbol, and even the roadside stalls. Usually, we ask newcomers to patrol around the headquarters to understand the structure of the castle, and then they get randomly called to answer questions about the city, like the biggest sculpture in the candy shop square and a ton of similar. Lena twirled her fingers as if illustrating the images. If you can't answer, they'll make you run around until you're drenched in sweat. Then he laughed out loud. But since you won't go through the newbie phase, Lena will help you out, Commander. Esto, not too enthusiastic. Confirmed. Really? Then please guide me well. He bowed his head respectfully. Then please trust me and follow me. The safest and most prosperous castle. Rivet. Starting from now, I'll take you on the best tour ever. Esto didn't object and quickly agreed, but Bosser suddenly noticed something else and shouted, "Wait! Why are you turning your back on me, Commander?" Ren quietly walked behind her, casually evaluating this noisy group. Ren looked at Esto from behind her, smiling a beautiful smile, silently admiring, "You really are a good person, Commander." Rays of sunlight shone down on the bustling city. A peaceful and joyful atmosphere enveloped the space. Lena said this was the famous Sunshine Street. He eagerly introduced, "The interesting thing is that the sun moves directly along this street, or should we take a carriage and go explore?" Esto looked around and shook his head, refusing. "No, no need." Lena looked at him curiously. "But Commander, you've been looking around for a while now. Are you looking for something?" Esto then looked up and asked him, "Is there a medical center here to check on plant conditions?" Lena was taken aback. "You're checking on the cactus?" In his mind, he thought, if it's a plant. Lena hesitated. "There's a botanical garden, but the manager there is always busy, so I don't know if we can meet them now." Esto gently asked, "Could you please take me there?" Lena then smiled brightly, happily responding, "Now I feel like bringing the commander along is worth it." He excitedly led the group. "Please trust me. Follow me." Bosser looked at him awkwardly. So Ren quietly followed behind her, casually assessing this noisy group. Ren looked at Esto from behind her, smiling a beautiful smile, feeling silently. "You're really a good person," the commander said, as rays of sunlight shone down on the bustling city, with a peaceful and joyful atmosphere enveloping the space. Lena said, "This is the street. The rays of sunlight are not yet famous." He eagerly introduced the interesting thing that the sun directly moves along this street, or should we take a carriage and go explore? Esto looked around and shook his head, refusing. "No, no need." Lena looked at him curiously. "But Commander, you've been looking around for a while now. Are you looking for something?" Esto then looked up and asked him, "Is there a medical center here to check the condition of the plants?" Lena was surprised to look at him. "You're checking on the cactus?" In his heart, he thought if it was a plant, Lena hesitated to say, "There's a botanical garden, but the manager there is always busy, so I don't know if we can meet them now." Stowe gently asked, "Could you please take me there?" Lena immediately smiled brightly and replied, "Now I feel like bringing the commander along is worth it." He excitedly led the group, saying, "Please trust me. Follow me." "Now I feel like bringing the commander was worth it," he said excitedly, leading the group. "Please trust me. Follow me." Basco looked at him shyly, finding a reason to deny that embarrassment of Lena. "He's always so full of life, huh? You don't care," just casually responding. "It's fine, dude, just helplessly rubbing your hands." Sighing, "He's just like a little horse without reins. It's such a shame that the club gave him the nickname Beautiful Lena. What a joke!" Eyes wide open when hearing that nickname for Lena. "Dude, look at Lena bouncing ahead, quickly explaining that it's a pretty crazy name for him. Jokingly said to you, just hearing the name makes people think of a beautiful woman, so we often use that to tease newcomers. I've been fooled too." Lena, seeing the group behind getting left behind, shouted, "What are you two doing? You're not talking trash about me, are you?" Dude chuckled back, Yeah, we're just here." Looking down at the Ahu in his hands, he remained silent as the scene shifted to a garden. In the beautiful White House, Dude wondered, "The door's open?" Lena quickly replied, "Because this is the botanical garden funded by the club, I guess. It's also considered the city's garden." The group of dudes was walking along the path into the garden. Lena continued, so anyone can come and see the flowers and plants. Dude looked around in surprise, saying, "This is my first time at the botanical garden. The peaceful scenery filled with sunlight makes," he exclaimed. "It's not like animals. Plants don't move or talk." Dude suddenly turned around and asked, "Do the plants here talk?" Casually replied, "I don't know." He was surprised and asked back, "What?" Lena turned around, curiously asking, "Can't you read the emotions of animals? Isn't it harder to do that with plants?" Dude looked at the cactus in his hand and explained slowly, "It's not like I always hear them. It can happen if I look at it or have a certain level of contact with it." Lena, enlightened, said, "The more I hear, the more interesting it gets." Suddenly, he grabbed a tree trunk. Lena innocently said, "So now I can know what this guy is saying, right?" "You're so clever." Looking at that big tree, the sunlight shining through the leaves sparkled. Dude bowed his head and replied, "If I could, I wouldn't want to hear it." Lena looked at you, confused. "But why?" He started thinking, "If I could read the hearts of other things, I'd get curious and try to read everything." "Damn," a voice rang out. It welcomed him, Perer, and Lena. Janen spoke up, calling you, "Hey, dude." Facing the tree, she said, "Welcome, everyone." The tree started shedding leaves, its voice ringing out, "Nice to meet you, the last child of the Black Clan." It was such a relief. "How are you still alive?" A leaf gently fell on your head, like a little greeting from it. Dude raised his hand to take the leaf down, looking at it in his hand, then swaying it back and forth. You turned to her and asked, "Jenin, can you hear the voice of the plants?" She calmly replied, "I'm made from trees too." You were surprised and then bowed your head, thinking, "So she doesn't have the ability like me." Ren approached you, suggesting, "Let's listen to the roots of the trees." Dude immediately refused. "No, I'm good." She wondered, "Why do you hate trees?" You shook your head, denying it. "It's not like that." Dude showed a sad expression, replying, "They probably don't want me to read their thoughts." His broken inner self surfaced as he struggled to say, "Reading the heart of someone who doesn't want to be like that can become violent." Jenin asked back, confused, "Violent? Like indifference, oppression, and the harsh insults from the past?" Those memories began to resurface in his mind. Dude heavily replied, "Exactly." Jen walked over to you, reminding, "Dude, trees can't talk. If you don't listen to them," you reacted by looking up at her. Zen began explaining, "Even if they want to say something, even in moments of wilting and dying from lack of water, they can't express themselves." She slowly took off her hat, saying, "That's the nature of trees." Ren revealed a bright face smiling at you. "Did you know? To us, your existence is a blessing." Dude looked at her, about to respond, but was interrupted by the others. Green was now angrily questioning the group. "What are you guys doing in the garden?" Dude quickly bowed his head, admitting, "I'm sorry for Lena touching the tree without permission." Lena stiffened, standing behind him, saying, "Why are you using me to apologize?" He hurried over. "No, no, not the tree," he pointed, and now hurriedly saying, "You're stepping on the flowers." Then it startled and cried out. To apologize, he hurriedly ran over. "No, no, not that tree." He pointed and said urgently, "You're stepping on the flowers." Then he suddenly jumped back, exclaiming, with a thump, he lifted his foot. A poor flower had just sacrificed its life. Nezu quickly dodged the flowers in the bush guiltily, saying, "Sorry." A crack was heard again. He flinched, feeling a pang of guilt. Green stared blankly at the poor little flower resting under Nezu's foot, and unconsciously snapped the broom handle in his grip, his head in anguish. Looking at his precious, he let out a tragic scream. No! In the botanical garden, sunlight streamed through the leaves, creating a beautiful scene. Lena kept saying, "We're so sorry, Manager Bryn." He suppressed his grief and replied, "Lena, is that you, kiddo? Are you still living like some wandering mercenary because you haven't made it big yet?" He immediately flared up, denying it. "What are you talking about, old man? I'm super famous." Lena forced a proud smile and said, "I'm the captain of the combat division. I've got plenty of quests and items now. Manager Chu, you're so mean for bringing up old drama in front of the commander." Green curiously looked up and asked, "Commander?" He looked at Estio's group and thought for a moment, "Could you guys be?" He looked straight at him in surprise. "Don't tell me you're the guild's new commander, who was recently promoted." Green warmly shook his hand and introduced himself. "I'm Bringer. I'm still a bit rough around the edges, but I'm in charge of taking care of this botanical garden." Estio replied softly, "I'm Esto." The thoughts of a nearby tree popped up as it saw their hands shake. A person who can read the hearts of others. Looking at the genuine smile on Bryn's face, it exclaimed, "How cool! I should ask him what these kids are thinking." Esto totally froze when he heard that. He was completely speechless at the tree's innocent thought. Scene change. Right now, Bryn is using a magnifying glass to closely examine a cactus. He He was seriously thinking, making some quiet humming noises. Baser next to him quickly asked, "Manager, how's Ahu doing?" He examined it carefully, then answered, "It's a bit tricky." Hearing that, he let out a frustrated sound. Green sized it up. "So this cactus is named Ahu, huh? It's been very well cared for." He looked at the pot on the table confused and explained, "It's not dehydrated, and it's not lacking nutrients either. Based on its appearance, there's absolutely nothing wrong with its health." Baser asked suspiciously, "So its condition isn't good?" He grabbed his chin and shook his head. "No, I don't know why, but it looks strangely weak." Green turned to Esto and asked for permission. "Commander, may I take this little guy out of its pot and check its roots?" A strange voice suddenly piped up. "Roots?" He was totally bewildered. Looking down at Ahu on the table, Green froze completely stunned when he realized where the voice came from. Ahu swayed its body and said, "Whose roots? Mine? Seriously? You pervert!" Quick as a flash, he leaped back and screamed in panic. "Oh my God!" Green gloomily stammered, "Did it just call me a pervert?" Baser was surprised and asked, "Isn't that the wrong thing to be shocked about right now?" He then realized the real issue and screamed once again. "Wait a minute, the cactus is talking!" Ahu swayed indignantly. "What are you staring at? First time seeing a talking cactus or something?" It got so mad its whole body turned red and it was already cooking up a whole list of insults for Bryn. Esto stepped in to stop it. "Ahu, stop!" It immediately reeled back all the colorful language it was about to unleash and swallowed its words. It agreed and replied. "Okay, fine." Esto patted its head to soothe it. "You seemed a little off, so I just asked him to check on you." Ahu asked, "Is he a doctor?" Esto looked at the man and introduced him. "A plant doctor! He's Briner!" Ahu asked in awe. "You're really a plant doctor?" Green stammered. "Yes." It thought for a moment and then said, "Here! You can check out my roots from the bottom of the pot. Isn't yanking me out of my pot a little too cruel for a plant like me?" Its roots started poking out from the bottom of the pot, wiggling back and forth. He seriously and meticulously examined them. Green touched its roots and came to a conclusion. "You're incredibly healthy." Ahu immediately replied enthusiastically. "See, I was just sleepy, that's all. I'm totally healthy." Green was suspicious. "Sleepy?" He looked at it and asked, "Hey kiddo, I'm just asking to be sure. But how old are you?" Ahu shyly covered its face and said, 200. Baser popped up out of nowhere and scoffed. "No way! This cactus has been alive for 200 years. It looked at him surprised and shot back. "What? You don't believe me?" Ahu flared up, ready to prove its point. "To be exact, I'm even older than that. It's just been 200 years since I've been on my own, and in my tribe, I'm still considered one of the young ones." Green's eyes widened in amazement. "Oh my God." He excitedly jumped to his feet and turned to report to Esto. "Commander, this little guy is a rare species of plant that was thought to be extinct for ages, a giant cactus. He was shocked. It's been 200 years since I was alone, and in my tribe, I'm still part of the young green generation." Eyes wide open in shock. "Oh my God!" He jumped up excitedly. He turned to report to the commander. "This little guy is a rare plant thought to be extinct long ago, a giant cactus. You're surprised, right?" Green started explaining its origins. "It's a very large and beautiful desert flower, and it's believed that every 1,000 years, it produces a fruit." Ahu was startled when he heard that. "We went extinct? But my mom and all my relatives are still alive back home." Green couldn't believe it. "How could that be? You're still in the mood to report to him?" "According to what I observed, Ahu's current drowsiness is just a sleep phase caused by its growth period." But after a moment, he became serious and reminded him, "Because this is the first time I've seen a giant cactus, I can't be completely sure." He looked at him and asked how long the sleep phase would last. Green replied, "I need to research data on this to be more accurate. I only know that a giant cactus, when it grows to 1,000 years old, will have several long sleep phases." He turned to call out to Ahu, saying, "This is the botanical garden at our headquarters. I'll ask them to take care of you safely until your sleep phase ends. So, make sure to rest well. A greenhouse with all the amenities and proper lighting is really suitable for plants." Ahu stubbornly refused this request, saying, "I don't want to." He gently asked it, "If you feel uncomfortable here, I can also ask Lord Huya, because Muin is a strong person." But before he could finish, Ahu interrupted, feeling upset. "You make me feel uncomfortable." He suddenly couldn't say anything after that, then patted its head. "No, that's not it. It's just that you cut me off again." Ahu firmly asserted his determination, saying to him, "I don't want to sleep. I will never sleep." Then it leaned against his hand, quietly thinking, "Because I'm worried about you." Just then, Green had to leave with his group. He said a few notes about Ahu to him, as it's a special type of plant that can talk and even move. "I can't be completely sure about this," he explained seriously, "but continuously refusing to sleep might lead to some health issues. I hope you remember this." Got it, he replied. Green looked at it in his hand and continued, although plants seem simple, the more you understand them, the more intricate and diverse they are, just like animals. So, the rays of light shining through the glass add to the beauty of each species of plant and flower. Green spoke softly about their habitat, size, gender, age, or even the shape of the leaves, making them all unique. He smiled at Ahu, cheerfully exclaiming, even though this little buddy here might take advantage of knowing how to talk to gain benefits, Green handed him a bag and reminded him, I packed some nutrients and loose soil. They will help you. Ahu accepted the bag, replying, thank you. Green suddenly remembered something, rummaging through his pocket, saying, oh, and one more thing. A letter was stuffed in a glass bottle. He handed it to Ahu, saying, this is a handwritten guide from the president for you. Ahu looked at Green, who was holding the glass bottle in front of him, and asked in surprise, did you know I would come here? He scratched his head, smiling awkwardly, and replied, not at all. I was just informed a little before you arrived, Commander. He held the glass bottle, staring at it thoughtfully for a long time. Ahu realized something and thought to himself, so, I'm being watched? As if knowing what he was thinking, Green quickly waved his hands to explain, please don't misunderstand. The president doesn't just do this for you. She always cares about all the members. Ahu curiously asked again, always? He began to introduce the president. She controls puppets, and the number of puppets she can publicly control is known to be over 1,000. Actually, it could be even more, he continued. Because the puppets are prone to breaking and quickly becoming useless, she makes a lot of them. Ahu opened the letter and began reading the content inside. The letter stated, the president has a special mission for the commander at the central market of the Rivet Castle. Time limit, 30 minutes. Requirements. Find President Kai at the central market of Rivet Castle within the time limit. The reward will be given when you find her, and the guide will automatically cancel after the time limit. So, hurry up and find her. The doctor tiptoed closer and whispered in his ear. In fact, there could be many more, he continued, because the puppets are easily damaged and quickly become useless. So she made a lot. Stowe opened the letter and began reading the content inside. The letter wrote about the NIS Association, a special mission for the commander at the central market of the Rivet Castle, with a time limit of 30 minutes. The task is to find the association leader Kai at the central market of the Revital Castle within the time limit. The reward will be given when you find her, and the guide will automatically cancel after the time limit. So hurry up and find her. From the association leader Kai, a reward will be given when you find her, and the guide will automatically be canceled after the time limit. So please find her quickly. From Guildmaster Kai, after... You just finished reading the letter when the number on it started counting down. Lena curiously looked at the letter and asked about the magic ink. I wonder how rushed she must be to set a time limit for you. He suddenly realized something and reminded you, wait, isn't it less than 30 minutes left? The number is still gradually decreasing. Lena worriedly said, it's already 27 minutes now. He waved his hand in exasperation. Oh my God, this is hopeless. Estio, doubting the way back is so long, Lena denied and began to explain. It's not like that the central market of the castle. Rivet is really vast, with 8 main roads going in different directions, and the narrow alleys are very complex, and there are also tons of people too. Uncle Bo began to hurry to reply. Above all, we don't know what the president looks like, Lena responded to him. That's right, the president usually only communicates through puppets. Uncle Bo continued saying, right, because only the vice president has ever talked directly with the president before he could finish his sentence. Estio quickly ran past Uncle Bo, who called you back. The commander replied to him, it's just a brief announcement from you. I will go to the central market. Suddenly you stopped, turned around to look at Green. Standing in the crowd, Estio, with a determined look, said to him, all the plants in the garden are grateful to you. They all like you. Green was surprised and couldn't believe it, stammered, asking back, really? You explained the ginkgo tree behind you, or even the flowers that were trampled by any. You also want to hear words of thanks from you. They've wanted to say this to you all this time. Green heard your words and felt warm inside. A surprising happiness spread in his heart after conveying everything he wanted to say. As well as the words of the plants, Estio quickly ran away, leaving just 2 words, goodbye. The group of people Estio was walking in the central market felt the darkness surrounding Estio, making you uncomfortable. Your hand, holding the letter, unconsciously tightened as chaotic thoughts continuously appeared in your mind. Estio silently thought, if I have to find out who the president is among so many people, I will have to read their abilities like a double-edged sword, hurting my own spirit. Estio took a deep breath. You opened your eyes, began to receive information. Each line of thought from all the people in the market appeared before you. Stowe used your ears to focus on listening to a complainer. It's so hot, I'm gonna die. Another one was plotting, there are so many here, surely they won't notice if I take one, right? The bustling sounds of the city filled the space. Come here, it's free. I won't ask everyone to pay, so come in and take a look. Even the small thoughts of people are exaggerated. This sword is disgusting. Really, Esto didn't give up. You closed your eyes, began to filter the information not much longer. Your ability sneaked through the alleys of the market, compressing enough energy. You opened your eyes wide in thought, just wanting to find one person only. The president. You were startled, feeling a stream of liquid flowing out. Nezu beside you worriedly reminded Esto, your nose is bleeding you. Just gently wiped your nose and calmly said, I'm fine. Nezu began to tear up, panicking, replied, you're bleeding you. Are not fine at all. Ignoring the wet boy beside Esto stared intently in one direction with sharp eyes. You silently thought. I found her without saying a word. Walked forward. Perer confusedly called, your name, Esto. At a corner of the central market, Esto walked up to a stall. A gentle voice came from inside. Welcome, a blonde girl smiled and asked Esto, are you looking for a gift? Her smile became even brighter as she continued, or something for yourself. Esto stared at her and immediately confirmed in his mind the puppet of the president. You held the letter out in front, slowly saying, I came here to meet the president. Kai, she still smiled at you without saying anything. This made Esto feel confused. You thought, isn't she here? But I'm sure I felt it before. You suddenly sensed something turn to the side when a small hand pinched your hair with a pink bow. Kai smiled and said to you, here, this is a reward for finding me. Please accept it to the resting place. Esto friendly greeted. Nice to meet you, the commander. She also replied to you, introducing herself. This is Kai, the president of XIs. Just as Stowe was about to open his mouth to call out, another voice interrupted, calling loudly. Master Ren came running from somewhere, happily shouting. Calling back Master on her face was an extremely bright and happy smile. Seeing this smile, Bo and Lena were dumbfounded, gaping. Kai was still smiling at him without saying anything. This made Esto feel confused. He thought, isn't it here? But he was sure he had felt it before. He suddenly sensed something and turned to the side, where a small hand had clipped a pink bow onto his hair. Kai smiled and said to him, here, this is a reward for finding me. Please accept it. At the resting place, Esto friendly greeted, nice to meet you, Commander. She also replied to him, introducing herself, I'm Kai, the leader of Cease. Just as Stowe was about to call out, another voice interrupted loudly, Master! Ren came running from somewhere, joyfully calling out, myself. This is Kai, the guildmaster of Cease. Just as Stowe was about to open his mouth to call out, another voice interrupted, shouting loudly, Master! Ren came running from out of nowhere, shouting with joy, calling back, Master! On her face was an incredibly bright and happy smile. Seeing this smile, Bako and Lena were left speechless, stammering, you. Look at him smiling. As soon as they finished talking, he ran over and hugged you tightly. Seeing them embrace so passionately, he started introducing me as Est, when I was still climbing the ladder after leaving my hometown and having nowhere to go. The acceptance from the group helped me a lot, even though it was a bit late. I want to thank you, Kay. She gently and politely replied, feel free to speak. We at Ignis have received a lot of trust from you. Seeing her look a bit confused, you bluntly revealed, I'm also a member of Ignis, dear President. Hearing what you said, she paused for a moment, realizing she had let something slip. She quickly laughed it off. I made a mistake. The commander is also an important member of Ignis. Thank you for helping me understand. Right after that, she stood up and walked straight to you, asking if there was anything else you wanted to know. I've prepared everything to meet you. She opened the way without hesitation. You asked straightforwardly why she assigned me the commander position. She lightly waved her hand, replying, oh, that's a good question. It's similar to why I came to see you. Then, looking around, she suggested, if others hear about this, it won't be good. So let's use the special ability of the commander. Hearing her, you hesitated, guessing her special ability was under that cloak. She subtly nodded and smiled mysteriously. Under the blue sky, Esto still stood still in that position, but a few seconds later, the sky was suddenly covered by a dark night. Inside the dark space, there were only two of you and Kai when a voice rang out. That voice came from Kai, wanting to protect you, and then she began to tell about her group. Inside the dark space, there were only two people, him and Kai, when a voice rang out. That voice came from Kai, wanting to protect him, and then our group was created to help those with abilities. We have always protected valuable ability users under the wings of Ignis. Among them, the commander position was created solely to protect you because for a long time, her face and voice became increasingly mysterious, revealing that she knew of an existence with abilities similar to yours. Hearing this, Esto frowned slightly, a bit surprised. Then Kai continued, a long time ago, it was said that dragons had disappeared from this world, but two remained. Out of curiosity, you asked who they were. She calmly and slowly replied, one has died, and the other stayed in this world until the end, which is Kim Long-Su Hanan. I once thought that was the dragon, until I heard the report about you. You were slightly shaken, wanting to ask more about what that meant for him. But immediately, Kai interrupted, saying something strange. Esto, stay away from Suan, she pointed at you and warned. I understand what you're feeling right now. You must want to meet and learn more about him. However, you absolutely must not be curious about this, and don't try to find him. Got it? Su Hanan doesn't know about your existence. If he finds out there's another black dragon alive in this world, listening to every word she said, your eyes became hollow and confused. He will definitely find a way to end your life. But on the other hand, she still reassured you. Luckily, Su Hanan doesn't live in the Ruan Empire because you can't hide forever. I decided that it's better to let everyone know that you're being specially protected in this empire. After a long discussion, she finally decided, Commander Stowe, for these reasons, I think from now on I will accompany you. But under the cloak, no one saw your hand tightly clenched, trying to stay calm. Why are you confused? Am I worthy of this? I don't even know exactly what I am. What does the president believe in to put the entire group in danger just for me? Kai gently lifted her foot, stepping forward, saying, It seems you still don't know your value. She stood in front of you, confidently asserting, However, please remember this. I won't do anything that puts myself at a disadvantage. Saying that, she smiled brightly, gently hiding the secrets to end the conversation. A moment later, they returned to reality. Kay spoke up cheerfully. Together, we will slowly find the answers. She looked up at you, smiling excitedly, saying, It seems that even if I say it now, you still won't understand. Just as she said, Esto had remained silent, not understanding. As soon as Kai turned around, Parsair and Lena immediately straightened up to listen to her. Go back and rest. I'm sorry for today. The two of them hurriedly bowed respectfully to her, and before leaving she waved her hand, cheerfully saying, I'll see you soon, Commander, firmly asserted. However, please remember this. I will not do anything that puts me at a disadvantage. Saying that, she smiled brightly, gently hiding the secret. To end the conversation, a moment later they returned to reality. Kai spoke up cheerfully. Together, we will slowly find the answer. She looked up at him, smiling playfully. It seems that even if I say it now, you still won't understand. Just as she said, Esto had been silent, not understanding, her head up to look at him, and said with an amused smile, It seems that even if I told you right now, you wouldn't be able to understand. Just as she said, Esto had been in the same state the whole time. The moment Kai just turned around, Parsair and Lena immediately straightened up to listen to her. Go back and rest. I'm sorry for today. The two of them hurriedly bowed respectfully to her, and before leaving, she gently waved her hand, cheerfully saying, I will see you soon, Commander. Time slowly passed, night turned to day in the Ruan Empire, and a blinding ray of sunlight shone down on a villa where conversations were happening. Esto had been asleep for a few days. Nezu was holding a meeting with Suki and Ahu, thinking, What should I do? He turned to look at the person who was deep in sleep, worried. Should I wake him up? Esto was still in bed, unaware of the conversation, lost in sweet dreams. Suki gently moved his tail, signaling that he was thinking. Suddenly, he jumped up high and rushed forward, sitting on the bed, tilting his head to focus on the person breathing steadily. Out of nowhere, Suki turned his head. He looked at Nezu and gently shook his head, as if to refuse his earlier suggestion. The two of them sat silently, watching their master sleep peacefully. But Nezu didn't know that Suki was extremely worried inside. Continuing like this might be really dangerous. At that moment, who could help? He looked over at those two useless ones and chose Lena, that muscle-brained girl who probably wouldn't understand his signals. So maybe the bird guy would be a better choice because they had good instincts. Suki turned his head again, pondering. Just then, Esto stirred, reassuringly breaking his worries. I'm still okay, Suki. Under the sunset's golden rays, a guilty voice rang out, I'm sorry for waking up late. Esto shyly hugged his pets, while Nezu hugged him tightly, feeling negative and relieved. I was worried you were sick because you wouldn't wake up. Suki nuzzled against him and added, I thought you were in a deep sleep. Now everything is fine. All good. Esto, with a flushed face, shrugged to reassure them. I'm fine, he said, hugging Suki and wobbling to stand up. Nezu saw this and shouted, Esto! He suddenly grabbed one of his jackets, panicking. The sun has set. Where do you think you're going? Ahu? He moved his body, trying to persuade him. Anyway, you've already woken up late. Just rest a little longer. But Esto, one hand holding the jacket and the other carrying Suki, refused. I'm going. To get food, suddenly, he interrupted. You're running a fever! Esto had been holding him, and he seemed to feel his temperature, questioning, Are you sick? Why are you pretending everything is fine? Hearing his words, Esto paused for a moment, letting out a sound. Just then, a knock on the door caught his attention. Esto let go of Suki and opened the door, asking, "Who's out there?" It was Kai, holding a piece of paper, smiling brightly as she handed it to him. "You have a mission." Suddenly, her smile faded when she saw his current state. She noticed his flushed face and heavy breathing, and immediately lowered her hand, worriedly expressing, "Looks like I came to find you a bit too early." Saying that, she tucked the paper back into her pocket and changed the subject. "Today, we'll pause our talk about your work." Seeing her change her mind, Esto barely managed to say a few words about the mission before she cut him off. "So where are you planning to go? Put on your cloak and come out with your pets." "I was going to the cafeteria." Hearing his plan, Kai suggested, "Oh, then let's go together. The food in our cafeteria is the best," right? As she said this, she thought of countless delicious dishes. "Honestly, I want to go there more often, but for some reason, every time I go, I attract a lot of attention. It's really uncomfortable." Ahu seemed to realize the reason behind it. He asked again, "You really don't know why?" Immediately, he gave a straightforward answer without any subtlety. "You dress normally." But Kai innocently repeated, "What's wrong with my clothes?" "Of course," Ahu confidently asserted. "It's really strange." However, she could only throw her hands up and reply, "But I can't change my clothes." Hearing that, he wondered, "Why?" She casually exclaimed. "They're expensive." Ahu officially gave up. "Do whatever you want. It's your life." He watched her walk ahead, radiating energy, and assessed that a kid dressed like that would attract more attention. People are usually interested in unique things. After a while, they arrived together at the bustling cafeteria, where the tables were piled high with food. Esto looked at the mountain of food in front of him and shyly said, "I can't eat that much." Kai comfortably replied, "Just eat as much as you can. I'm not forcing you." Then she turned to Suki beside him. "You too, big guy." But his gaze towards her clearly showed his dislike. Realizing the situation, Esto helplessly exclaimed, "Just like me. I think she already knows a lot. You take the spoon and put it in the bowl of soup, quietly thinking about Kim Long's fluffy hair, just based on colors alone, you think? Then you look up and call out to the person in front of you, the president, with your cheeks stuffed full of food. Just call me Kai. If possible, I don't want my position to be revealed." She understood and put the spoon down, getting to the main topic. "Got it, Kai. How did you know about the dragons?" After swallowing a mouthful of food, she laughed a little and replied, "I was just wondering what you were thinking so deeply about." "So now you're serious, huh?" You replied coolly, "Yeah." She picked up her chopsticks and moved on to the fish dish, commenting that you seemed pretty indifferent about your own issues. "You're the commander." She was pondering while skillfully slicing through the fish. Carefully, she used the chopsticks to separate the fish into two pieces, almost like it was nothing. After separating the fish, she pushed it toward that dark four-legged figure and revealed, "This is just information I've learned on my own throughout my long life." Suki was focused on the beautifully presented dish in front of him, not saying much. He used his foot to kick the annoying fish dish away. Then he ruthlessly climbed onto Eniyu's back, leaving it to explain for him. "Suki doesn't eat fish, you know." Hearing this, Kai was a bit surprised. "I thought cats liked fish, didn't you?" Nezu, full of wisdom, explained to her that it's just a stereotype. Hearing that, she seemed to understand. "Oh, I get it." From this action, she concluded an example for Stowe. "As you can see, I also have some wrong information." Saying that, she stabbed a fork into a piece of bread, rambling on. "A long life just means I've experienced more than others. So, the information I know about you might not be completely accurate either." Suddenly, her grip became stronger, but her gaze and the atmosphere around her grew tense and pressured. "I can assure you, Kim Long is definitely the enemy." Right after that, her tone changed again. "Oh," and Kai revealed an interesting piece of information. "Starting tomorrow, I'm thinking about joining the support team of the commander." "You're not like the president, just Kai." Your tone dropped a bit. "Got it." A moment later, she seemed to have finished eating and walked toward the door. "Bye. Enjoy your dinner. I'll see you tomorrow." She left, and not long after, Suki suggested, "Do we need to end the meal now?" You quickly stopped him. "No, let's take our time and we can go for a walk after dinner." The sky gradually turned red from the beautiful and peaceful sunset as you and your pets strolled around the club's grounds after a hearty meal. In the club's courtyard, a peaceful scene unfolded with a monkey playing with rabbits and bears, and horses drinking from a small stream where a duck was present. Witnessing this scene, you were a bit surprised, unable to believe that these animals could thrive in the same environment. Just then, a greeting sound came from below. "Hello!" A tiny bear cat appeared, smiling brightly at your feet. Your head was filled with question marks as you bent down and exclaimed, "A bear cat?" Hearing this, the red panda immediately got defensive and angrily scolded you. "What bear cat? I'm a red panda." It scolded you, making you feel flustered. You quickly replied to calm it down, "Sorry, I got confused." Upon receiving your apology, it quickly cheered up again. "Huh, you've been forgiven." Then the red panda began to introduce itself. "So, my name is Ban. Who are you?" You answered the red panda's question slowly. "I'm Esto. I just arrived at the headquarters not long ago." You thought to yourself, "Is this one of the animals belonging to the Ignis family? Why does it look a bit different from the animals I've seen in the village?" You curiously looked at the red panda's hand with its sharp claws and then shifted your gaze to its fluffy tail. Suddenly, other animals appeared one after another: rabbits, monkeys, bears, and horses, all surrounding the red panda. It cheerfully opened its arms to welcome you. "So, you're one of our family." You looked in surprise at the animals standing around. You bent down toward the red panda, curiously asking, "Aren't you afraid of humans?" Its face lit up as it quickly answered your question. "No, everyone in the Aegis Club is really nice." The red panda listed a bunch of things about the club. Esto was surprised, looking at the animals standing there. He bent down towards the curious panda, asking, "Aren't you afraid of humans?" Its face brightened as it quickly answered his question. "No, everyone in the EG Association is very kind." The red panda listed a series of things about the association. Ennis makes them not fear humans. They feed us, teach us, and even clean up after us. Even the horse is excited to hear this. The panda continues saying they play with us every day, take us out, so we really love humans. The sky has turned clear. The scene cuts to night at the white-furred monkey Nezu's bed. He's cheerfully praising the animals they just met, saying they were so cute. Esto chimes in too. "Yeah, they were as cute as the bristles on my pitchfork, I guess." He turns to Esto for confirmation, right? That raccoon named Ban was especially cute. Nezu messes up and calls it a raccoon, just like Esto did. So Esto immediately corrects him. It's a red panda. Nezu leans over the bed and excitedly tells Esto, "I want to see them again." He immediately agrees and replies, "We can go tomorrow if you want." Nezu rolls back onto his bed, his face full of excitement. "Okay," C said, "she'll bring the mission tomorrow." Esto stares at his raised palm and replies to Nezu, "Right." Then he immediately clenches his hand into a fist, telling the monkey forcefully, "Once we get the mission, we'll have to leave headquarters for a while, so get some good rest. And it's better if we say goodbye to them before we leave." The dark night slowly fades, giving way to the first rays of the morning dawn. Esto gently opens the window to let in the sunlight. Little sparrows start chirping at him, "Hello, Esto," and at the same time, they remind him it's going to rain later. They warn him, "It's a morning shower. Be careful not to get wet." Esto is pretty surprised to hear this, but he politely replies to them, "Thanks." Nezu is also awake and walks up to him. "You're up?" Hearing this, Esto turns around, and Nezu's face is absolutely radiant. He flashes a bright smile and says, "Today is an incredibly beautiful morning." Esto curiously wonders to himself, "Incredibly? Where did he even learn that?" Nezu's eyes light up as he eagerly suggests to Esto, "Let's eat and then go say hi to the friends we met yesterday." Esto goes along with it, walking toward Nezu. "All right." Then heavy, dark clouds appear, slowly gathering to cover the entire sky. A cold wind blows through the trees. Esto and Nezu are both walking down a tree-shaded path. Esto is walking in front while a sleepy Nezu follows behind. Suddenly, a voice calls out to him, "Esto, it's Lena!" And his face lights up when he sees Esto. He greets him warmly. "So we meet in a place like this, huh? Great to see you." Lena also doesn't forget to greet Nezu. "Hey, White Fur." In contrast to Lena, Esto looks more indifferent and just calls out his name, Lena. He's confused and doesn't understand what's going on, and quickly asks, you look awful. Did something happen?" Esto quickly averts his gaze and just replies in a bland tone, "No." "Morning." Lena smiles and puts an arm around Esto's shoulder, asking, "What are you doing here?" "I'm getting ready to train." He raises a hand and points toward a direction in the forest, and continues, "If you go this way, you'll see the training grounds." Then he starts telling Esto something he heard. "Actually, I heard that a super strong warrior returned today. I heard that person mainly uses a spear, but can also use other weapons." After he says this, the weapons appear in both of their minds. Besides the spear, there's a sword, a bow, an arrow, and a flail. An image of a warrior holding a spear also appears. Lena continues to speak. Anyway, with his superior killing skills, he's also known as, he curls his fingers like the talons of a bird, saying it's the talon of Ignis. After processing the information Lena just gave him, Esto replies, I see. The three of them walk and talk, and Lena wonders, isn't Ignis a mythical bird? If that warrior is called the Talon of Ignis, then he must be a legend too. Esto wonders and turns back to ask Lena, why are you trying to meet him? He lets out a hearty laugh. I just want to see if I can learn anything from him. He's already taken the Talon, so I'll become the beak. Esto, neither too excited nor too indifferent, says, I'll cheer for you. Lena's face involuntarily turns red, sparkling with joy. He clears his throat shyly and replies, thanks. Suddenly, he stops in his tracks. Lena awkwardly scratches his head. Well then, I'll go this way. Lena suddenly senses something, turns his head back, and tells Esto, wait a minute. A sudden gust of wind blows strongly out of the forest. It sweeps up the fallen leaves from the ground, the rustling sound echoing all around. Lena furrows his brow worriedly and says, Commander, I don't think you should go this way today. I can smell blood at the end of the road. Nezu, looking worried, says, that's not human blood. He says fearfully, I think it's the blood of animals. We met yesterday. Esto seems to sense something strange around them. Do you think something is approaching us? Lena gets into a fighting stance. One hand firmly gripping the sword, the other hand shielding Esto. The danger is getting closer. Suddenly, they see a pair of legs slowly stepping out of the shadows. A girl with many bruises on her arms and a sword strapped to her back. Her name is Bang. Her eyes are downcast, as if covered by a gloomy mist. Her silent gaze exudes a cold sharpness. When Lena sees the girl approaching, she still holds the sword, slowly drawing it out. She speaks first to break the tense atmosphere. Starting a new day with the smell of blood, a monster has appeared in the headquarters. Hey, Bang, are you so hungry that you had to butcher it yourself? She curiously asks back, Butcher? Hearing the word butcher reminds her of something. Her lips gently part, and she raises her hand. Pointing forward, she insists, there's another one here. She firmly points at NEU, who is confused, standing in a corner, a dirty creature. Nezu is puzzled, wondering why she's targeting him when he hasn't done anything. A glowing dagger appears in her hand. She sneers, not a human, but a filthy living creature. Saying that, she grips both daggers and charges straight at Nezu. In a panic, Nezu raises both hands to shield himself. His sudden action causes the cactus on his head to fly off. The white-furred monkey trembles, clutching its chest, asking, why did you suddenly swing your sword like that? Surprised? Can you explain? She reassesses the white-furred monkey in front of her. What is this? You're not a monster, just a hairy human, right? Her hands, gripping the dagger, tremble slightly. Nezu, scared, shuts his eyes tight, only hearing her mumble like a crazy person. There will be a problem. If you're human, then say it. You're not saying you're not human? Suddenly, a hand grips her glowing dagger. Esto's voice rings out, are you human or not? Esto's grip is so steady that she can't move or take a step forward. Bang is stunned. Looking up, in her heart, she thinks, since when did he? Esto counters her. Does that even matter? He lightly flicks his hand, and Bang's glowing dagger is released, disappearing. Esto looks at her, calling her name, Zeon Bang. She's still a bit confused. How does he know my name? She retracts her hand, cautiously asking, you're the one who uses psychic powers, right? Why are you stopping me? Esto stands protectively in front of the white-furred monkey. Nezu questions, Bang, why do you want to harm him? She calmly replies, monsters are bugs that need to be eliminated. Esto explains, Nezu is not a monster. Bang stubbornly argues, he's not human either. The two can't reach a common understanding, and the argument goes nowhere, ending in silence as they glare at each other. After a moment, Bang looks at the innocent-looking white-furred monkey and accuses, that monster could use its sharp teeth and claws to tear you apart any time it wants. She continues to defend her point. Unlike us humans, we can't communicate with these low-level living creatures. Bang steps forward, and if we can't communicate with them, then we can never trust them. Esto calmly questions, is that why you kill them? Bang hesitates slightly. She doesn't turn back but answers, the president ordered me not to harm others recklessly. She glances back, meaning that if they're not human, then it's fine. Just then, Kai appears to clarify. That's not what I meant. Mirang happily turns around upon hearing her voice. Kai walks up. I asked you not to end the lives of other creatures unnecessarily. Bang realizes Kai isn't defending her. She responds gloomily, no one lost their lives. Kai, dissatisfied, sighs. That includes the animals cared for within the guild. She explains they are an important part of the guild and also allies. Bang suddenly feels annoyed, shouting, from the very beginning, treating those things as allies was a mistake. She turns her back on everyone, angrily saying, not satisfied. She sighed. That includes the animals being cared for inside the association, she explained. They are an important part of the association and also allies. Suddenly annoyed, she shouted. From the beginning, treating those things as allies was a mistake. She turned her back on everyone and angrily said, "One thing's for sure. I'm not getting involved in this mission. Kai, you need to watch what you say more." She turned away and went silent. C looked at her. "I'm going to demand compensation for this incident, so just go back to where you came from. I hope you won't cause any harm to the guild while you're here." After hearing this, she gritted her teeth, clearly unable to accept it. Right before she actually left, she muttered, "Fine." Esto and Nezu watched her go. The figure walked away, and both of them looked unhappy after she left. They glanced back at the battlefield she had left behind. Trees toppled, the lake's clear water now stained with blood, not to mention the animal corpses scattered across the grass. Lena gasped. How could this happen? Desperate, she searched for any animal that might have escaped. I don't see any animal still alive. Esto looked sadly at the gentle, lovable creatures that had lost their lives. He stepped into the grass and walked over to the unfortunate animals. Kai spoke up from behind. "I'm sorry. Let me explain. Mirang isn't a bad kid, but every time she sees monsters or wild animals," Kai hesitated, clearing her throat. "The first meeting between you and her was unbelievably terrible." S spoke up. "Those who deserve an apology. You clenched your fist. They had to face death just because they were different from humans. You recalled what they had said before. We love humans." Esto bowed his head, unable to see clearly. If a very powerful creature appeared and harmed humans without a second thought, he turned to glare at Kai sharply. After seeing all the human victims, he could only say, "This is another terrible thing." Kai chuckled softly, thinking, "This is indeed a disaster." As she tried to salvage them. Things won't change until that happens. Esto knelt beside the corpses of the animals, sadly cradling the weasel's body with both hands. Then he turned and walked toward an empty patch of land. The atmosphere was quite somber. Kai watched Esto's actions as he knelt beside the empty ground, placing the weasel's body aside, then began digging with his bare hands. While focused on digging, Esto felt someone place a hand on his shoulder. It was Lena. He smiled gently and said, "Let's do this together." Nezu also stepped in, signaling that he would lend a hand. On the makeshift grave, there were a few white flowers to bid farewell to the new friends they had just met. Esto's hands were covered in dirt, but he didn't care about that. The two of them and a white-furred monkey stood still, staring at the graves they had just dug to bury their unfortunate animal friends who had passed away due to Bira's recklessness. Who knows what was going through their minds? The wind rustled the leaves, hoping that those animals could rest peacefully near these trees. After this, everyone headed into town. It was a clear day, hoping that no more sad events would happen. In front of a cafe, the crowd bustled back and forth. Inside, Kai and Esto sat across from each other, ready to discuss work. Seeing Nezu chained outside, Esto reassured him, "It's a bit cramped in here. I'll be out right after this chat." Then he turned to read the mission details on the exclusive mission paper from the guild leader Ignis, who requested Maris S. Rubana Konia. Location, capital Eli. Esto's eyes widened in surprise, thinking about Ruben across from him. Kai, sipping his coffee, began explaining the mission in detail. "Your Highness Marisa is the first princess of the Ruan Empire. She's also the Emperor's eldest daughter and has received all his affection. That mysterious princess seems to be quite bold, according to Kai's account. This year, she'll be turning 21. She's a tomboy princess who has rejected every marriage proposal. She said if it were her, she might demand something unreasonable." Kai laughed and asked Esto, "Would you accept?" S calmly replied, "I have the right to refuse the royal family." Kai smiled brightly, announcing there was a condition before you undertake this mission. She playfully stated the condition, to bring a warrior to that location with you. Kai pointed out that this mission was originally assigned to the guild. Then she looked at the coffee cup in front of Esto and changed her tone. However, since the situation has become like this, and she smiled gently, pointing at her hand. "Of course, I will go with you, but I shouldn't be considered a fighting member." Saying that, she pushed several file folders toward Esto. "I'll give you the right to choose your fighting members. Please choose from these lists." Esto put down the mission paper and looked at the 3 folders in front of him. He flipped through the information of each person. The first one had lightning magic. While reading, Esto asked, "Is there a reason for requesting a fighting member for this mission?" Kai replied, "The capital, L, is a very peaceful city." Then her expression turned serious as she explained. "However, according to the guild's rules, the team taking on the mission must include. Of course, I will go with you, but I shouldn't be considered a fighting member." Saying that, she pushed a stack of documents towards Stowe. "You get to choose your battle team members, so please pick from these lists drop the mission paper, and look at the 3 files in front of you. You flip through the info of the first person who has lightning magic. While checking it out, you ask if there's a reason for requesting a battle member. For this mission, they say the capital L is a very peaceful city, but then you get serious and explain that according to the guild's rules, the mission team must include all the support and fighting members are stuck with Kai because you're one of the leaders of the guild. You can't leave without a bodyguard. You know that, right? I get the issue, but I'm still wondering, do I really need more protection than usual? C looked at Estio's serious face and replied, "Of course. It's not easy to go against your powers." She also glanced at NEU, who was chained up with a cactus on his head, and cried a little outside the window. "I know, your teammate NEU is also really strong. After all, Kai is still worried about Esto. But if you run into an enemy at the level of the guild, can you beat them without getting hurt?" Esto quietly looked at the information of the fighting members without answering. Finally, he closed the file, seeming reluctant to choose anyone from the list, so he asked if the fighting member had to be chosen from the guild. Kai replied, "No. If you can recruit someone from outside the guild, feel free to do it." Esto lowered his eyes, thought for a moment, then pushed the file back to Kai and made a decision. So, on a clear day in the Green Forest, there were pitiful groans. Bosser just stepped out of the teleport gate and was hugging a tree, throwing up. Esto had to stand behind and pat his back. Parker's face was pale like his hair. He covered his mouth and apologized to the commander. At this moment, Kai also stepped out of the teleport gate, and Parker continued to vomit everything in his stomach and explain his embarrassing actions. "The teleport gate is fine, but sometimes I have after effects." Worrying about Parker's stamina, Esto turned back to ask Kai, "Isn't there a gate that goes straight from the headquarters to the capital?" Kai explained that the Emperor is very cautious. The royal family always has many enemies. Thinking about the Emperor who hasn't met her, she gave an example of his caution. Even Muen and Haga, the people from his maternal family, were sent to the front lines and never called back. From Kai's words, it wasn't hard to guess her conclusion. That's why he doesn't want a guild full of people with powers who can easily enter the capital. Finally, Kai smiled and pointed to the road ahead. "So, even though we're really tired, starting from here, we have to walk." A gentle breeze blew through the green branches and the leaves danced in the wind. Everyone walked for a while and finally arrived at a place. The villagers seemed excited to welcome the new group of tourists. "Look at the newcomers," they asked the villagers, and someone exclaimed, "There's even an angel!" The village kids peeked out from behind a pile of firewood, asking each other, "Where did they come from? I heard they came from the She Guild." The boy in the middle turned to ask, "The guild? The ones who came here in the middle of the night last night also came from a guild." The boy on the left replied, "No, they came from the Ballista Guild." The other boy wondered who was stronger. The 2 boys next to him immediately shouted, "Of course, it's Ignis, you idiot! Ignis is the best guild in our country." Over there, NEU heard the noise. The boy with black hair confirmed, "That's right, Ignis is the biggest and strongest guild of all." The other boy chimed in, "The Emperor is on their side too." The buzzcut boy didn't understand the situation. The guilds had to praise "Awesome." Suddenly, a red-haired boy joined the group. "Do these guys accept to—" the boy asked with anticipation. "The guild is where they take on missions." The buzzcut boy spoke up, "Ryan, I heard you have to pay if you want to request a mission from them." The black-haired boy also said, "That's right." Ryan clenched his fist. "I have money." The other boys jumped up quickly and made a decision. "So, let's go ask." The black-haired boy excitedly said, "Okay." Then he pulled Ryan's hand. "Come on, Ryan." The red-haired boy hesitated, looking back a bit, then exclaimed, "Oh no!" Parker's regretful voice echoed in the house. "I'm really sorry." Esto comforted him. "It's okay. Just rest until the after effects wear off." He was trying to apologize while also unable to hold back and vomited again. "Sorry!" Kai walked into the room and immediately saw this scene. "Oh my God, this is terrible. Is he okay?" He covered Parker with a blanket and replied, "He's still okay." Esto stood up and asked, "Please take care of Parker. I'll step outside for a bit." She understood and replied, "I know you must have a reason to leave." Even so, Kai still reminded him, "But right now, you don't have any fighting members in your team, so be careful." Nezu confidently said, "Don't worry too much. Nezu will go with him." The cheerful monkey waved goodbye. "See you later." They went outside together and closed the door, and she worriedly you asked the guild why those who came here last night also came from a guild. The boy on the left answers, "Nope, they came from the Ballista Guild." The other boy is confused. He wonders who's stronger. The 2 friends next to him immediately shout, "Of course it's Ignis, you idiot. Ignis is the best guild in our country." Over there, NEU hears this. There's a noise. He looks over at the pile of wood, but the kids have jumped back, hiding. NEU, curious and full of question marks, sits down on the ground. The black-haired boy in the middle asserts. That's right, Ignis is the biggest and strongest guild of all. His friend chimes in, the Emperor is on their side too. The buzzcut boy doesn't get the situation. The guilds at this moment also have to chime in, praising how awesome it is. Then a red-haired boy joins them. Will you guys help us? No, the boy says with an eager look. The guild is where they take on missions. The buzzcut boy spoke up earlier. Ryan, I heard you have to pay if you want to request a mission from them. The black-haired boy agrees. That's right, Ryan clenches his fist. I have money. The other boys jump up quickly to make a decision. Then let's go. Ask away, the black-haired boy excitedly says, then pulls Ran along. Ran, the red-haired boy, hesitates a bit, looking back before exclaiming, Dad! Parker's regretful voice echoes in the house. I'm really sorry. Estio comforts him. It's okay. Just rest until the symptoms ease up. As he's trying to apologize but can't help but throw up. Sorry! Kai walks into the room and sees this scene. Oh man, this is bad. Is he okay? You cover Parker with a blanket and reply, he's fine. Estio stands up, asking, please take care of Parker. I'll be out for a bit. She understands and replies, I know you must have a reason to leave. Still, Kai reminds him, but right now, you don't have any battle members in your team, so be careful. Nezu confidently says, don't worry too much. Nezu will go with him. The cheerful monkey waves goodbye. See you later. They head out together and close the door behind them. She looks worriedly after them. The figure was fading away as Kai returned. While Parker was lounging comfortably, she touched the door and thought of someone who was a real pain in the neck. Looking at the glass door, I thought this was the only person who could appoint the Duke as his guardian. He just bowed his head observing this, and Nezuko was eagerly waiting for me, hoping you arrive soon, Duke. At the same time, Suki was perched on a high branch, letting out a shout. The black cat immediately sensed someone was watching. Hey, I replied. I knew. Right after that, Suki jumped down from the tree. The cat stood on my shoulder, suspiciously announcing, it wasn't just a bunch of kids. Suki hated to recount the jerks who were staying at the same inn with that stupid avian. They had been following him since he stepped in here. But still, this guy remained calm and replied, I knew that too. Suki had landed on the ground, commenting, hey, you've become sharper than before, he spoke up to explain. I just sensed them naturally. Glancing at the suspicious guys behind me, I recounted the thoughts that naturally flooded in. Even when I wasn't focused on it, the cat flicked its tail, praising, good job, you need to practice more like a strict teacher. Suki continued lecturing. You have to be careful. Even around people or animals, they can all become cunning. You obediently agreed, yeah, I'll try. Suddenly, a disdainful voice rang out. What are you mumbling to yourself about? Turns out it was a lowly soldier walking with his buddies. You can talk to cats and stuff, right? That guy's words left Suki speechless and confused. That idiot seems to not know your rank. His buddies scoffed. That guy doesn't have a weapon, so I doubt he's a physical fighter. Another one speculated, maybe he left it at the inn. The leader started laughing loudly, mocking, making a fundamental mistake. Oh, really? Such a rookie. This guy is hard to understand, questioning who they were. They screamed like cats with their tails stepped on. We are the ballista. He angrily raised his voice. Unexpectedly, that guy dared to mock us even after seeing our emblem, right? Just as he finished speaking, the leader pointed at the guild emblem on his chest. After seeing you, he realized, so that's the emblem of the guild. He proudly continued, now do you see? Let them bask in glory for how long? Any you stepped forward, letting out an incomprehensible sound. The soldier trembled in fear. He had tamed a wild beast, a monster or something. I gently clarified, any you isn't a monster. He pretended to be friendly, but inside he was bad-mouthing. He was showing off for having a huge beast beside him. Don't go too far, man. The soldier tried to tone it down. We're just trying to understand you better since we operate in the same field, right? You thought to yourself, does their guild have any grudges against Nis? They saw me quiet and then got restless, biting their lips. One soldier angrily questioned, why aren't you answering? He yelled. Are you saying you don't want to talk to a low-level guild like us? The other guy was just as furious. You talk to that cat but treat us like we're nothing? You focused on their anger and didn't understand anything. The ballista guys were still mumbling, making any you helpless at that moment, trying to understand him better since we're in the same field, right? You think to yourself, does their guild have any grudges against Nis? They see Estio being quiet and get restless, biting their lips. One soldier angrily questions, why aren't you answering? He yells, what? You don't want to talk to a low-level guild like us? Another guy, equally furious, adds, you talk to that cat, but you think we're nothing? You focus on their anger and don't get it at all. The guys from the Ballista Guild are still grumbling, making NEU feel helpless. Looking down on us, he stared intently at their anger and didn't understand a thing. The guys from the Ballista gang were still mumbling, leaving Nu feeling helpless in. I stepped closer to NEU, telling the monkey, I can't stay here long, so just finish what you want to say. Although still quite worried, the leader spoke up. Seems like you're just a low-level member tasked with protecting a kid without proper teammates. His words left both me and Suki stunned. A kid? Wait a minute. Suki immediately realized the misunderstanding was escalating. Another soldier raised his voice. He started working from when? You humbly replied. I joined the guild at the beginning of this year. After hearing this answer, they regained their confidence. Really? I said that, and in an instant he threw a punch, laughing mockingly. He's just a newbie. The leader seemed to use all his strength to swing a punch at me in the blink of an eye. NEU's hand blocked his attack. My face gradually darkened while the monkey was angrily growling. The soldier was shocked, trembling at the sight before his eyes, both stunned and scared. He glanced at me. The leader was scared, but still didn't forget to scold that jerk, not even blinking. Suddenly, a loud warning cry rang out. Captain, watch out. Above. It turned out Suki had transformed into a tiger shape, pouncing as if to attack. In shock, he glances at Estio, the leader, in fear, but still doesn't forget to scold that jerk. He doesn't even blink. Suddenly, a loud warning cry rings out. Captain, watch out! It turns out Suki has transformed into a tiger and is pouncing like it wants to attack. Suki in that form, like a tiger pouncing. The guys from the Ballista gang screamed in fear, Tiger! One of them yelled in pain after getting scratched and spat blood out. Luckily, Estio managed to stop it before things got worse. Suki, hold on, he gently intervened. You can't just attack people like that. Estio slowly approached while the two thugs were freaking out and backing away. They didn't really mean to hurt us, right, Jose? Smark, the captain of the special forces, after being exposed, sat up in shock, thinking, damn, does he know everything about us already? The thugs were sweating bullets but still kept their mouths shut. You dare attack the leader, Sauron? Suddenly, the kid sitting in the tree shouted, Stop! No fighting in the Ranger Village! The kid threatened seriously, We'll report you if you cause any more trouble. Just as he got up, one of them retorted, Hey, that's a bit much. We're the ones getting beat up here. They stumbled away. Hey, you little punk, you better get out of your gang as soon as possible. Still, Josmar turned around to remind them. The leader of Ignis isn't human. He's a monster. Estio calmly questioned, Do you have any proof that the leader is an enemy of humanity or not? He replied, Saint Suhanan told us. Estio's face darkened as he repeated, Kimlong Swan Nan. Josmar struggled to recount. Seems like you don't know, huh? Recently, there's news from the Eastern Continent about a newly appointed emperor. Those with quick info already know. Estio confidently asserted, You don't know? Recently, there's news from the Eastern Continent about a newly appointed emperor. Those with quick info have already learned that Estio is sure, deep down, he wasn't lying. He continued in a not-so-friendly tone. Even though he hasn't officially entered the Holy Land, how long do you think the cowardly emperor will cling to Ennis? Staring intensely, J. Smark advised, I hope you make a wise decision, buddy. Estio pondered as he watched his back leaving. Ryan and his friends approached, asking, You good, man? He turned around, grateful. I'm fine. Thanks for stopping them. The kids, full of admiration, curiously asked, Are you raising a tiger? You don't agree? Fix that. Suki is my companion. The kids touched Suki's head and gushed. Oh wow, he's friends with a tiger. That's awesome. The kids, confused, questioned, But why didn't you do anything? You're from Ignis, right? Yeah, you should teach those guys a lesson. Estio seemed troubled by their words. Didn't you guys say fighting is banned in this village? Ryan stepped in, replying naturally. That's true, but they provoked him first, so it's not wrong to punish them. And the kid suddenly hesitated, clenching his fists. Rand's hesitation made Estio curious. The boy boldly asked, Can we also make requests like this? He gently replied, Of course, there's no age limit for requests. Ryan cheerfully exclaimed, Really? I heard Ballista doesn't accept requests unless you're an adult. Then he thought, maybe She's can do it. Estio bent down to inform the boy. However, right now, I'm handling another request. I don't want to disappoint Rand, so I'll suggest, if you want to send a request to the guild, please go to the nearest branch. Another kid sadly declined. I can't do that. The people of Venger Village can't leave the forest. Estio complied with the rules, while Rand looked visibly frustrated. There are procedures to make requests to the guild. If you don't follow them, we can't accept your request. The kids complained in unison. This is so unfair. Suki endured the kid's petting, knowing full well that if he were truly heartless, he wouldn't explain things to the kids. The brown-haired boy pleaded, "Can't you at least listen to us? Rand's dad in the capital hasn't." Before he could finish, Rand cut him off. "No need. Enough with the procedures and all that," the kid said desperately. "You mean you can't even pass the guild to people like us? Those who can't leave this forest?" Rand's friend gently advised, "Ran, if we ask politely," but Rand wasn't hearing any of it. "Enough!" the kid yelled, wanting to express his frustration. "I don't need help from a group like that." Suddenly, a strong gust of wind pushed Esto back. He stumbled into a gray space, realizing Esto had returned to the painful memory of Ran. The two were happily playing in the forest when his father, "The guild is for people like us, who can't leave this forest." Rand's friend gently advises, "Ran, if we ask nicely," but Rand doesn't hear it. "Enough!" the kid yells, wanting to express his dissatisfaction. "I don't need help from a guild like that." Suddenly, a strong gust of wind pushes Esto back. He stumbles into a gray space. It turns out Esto has returned to a painful memory of Ran. The two of them were happily playing in the forest when his dad... It was like discovering something. Suddenly, a group of soldiers marched in a serious manner toward them, making them curious. Suddenly, one soldier grabbed Ryan's dad's hand and pulled him away. They were escorting him and preventing the kid from following. Ryan, with tears in his eyes, reached out, wanting to chase after him, shouting, "Dad!" He remembered that this was the end, and then Esto happened. Snapping back to reality, all confused, the little kids yelled after Ryan's figure, grabbing his attention. Then they immediately took off running after Ryan like, "Wait up!" even though he was trying to act all cool about it. But Esto was still watching the kids, totally lost in his own messy thoughts. They all headed back to the house when it was already getting dark. He walked slowly into the room and called for Kai. Kai, as if she already knew, was like, "Looks like you've got a lot on your mind, huh, Esto?" Looking super down, he cut right to the chase. Was Aegis created to harm people? His question totally threw her off. That question is so heavy, I'm kinda hesitant to answer. But Esto was persistent. "Please, just answer me, Kai." After thinking it over, she got serious and answered, "This organization has no intention of harming anyone." He replied firmly, "I understand." She was stunned, asking, "That's it?" Esto stated firmly, "I've heard everything that I needed to hear. There's just one thing I wasn't sure about. Between Suhanan and you, Kai, one of you is lying." He declared dramatically, "I can tell if you're telling the truth or not." Esto continued with his deduction while thinking of Suhanan. "I just wanted to hear the truth from you myself, which means the one who's lying is the Golden Dragon, Suhanan." The owner of those unconsciously clenched fists apologized. "There's still one thing I haven't told you." Kai sat on the bed, sincerely confessing, "I didn't mean to deceive you, but in the end I used you without being upfront about it." She carefully revealed what she knew. A long, long time ago, when the organization was first founded, people with abilities like us were once hunted and oppressed. That's why the organization was created, with the hope of making a place for those with powers to live with dignity. At the same time, we also hoped for a world where everyone could coexist peacefully. But times have changed, and those with powers are no longer persecuted, and the leader even joined forces with the organization. As she said this, she remembered that giant figure. "It was then that I met Suhanan, his dragon." Eyes were filled with rage and hatred. He spat a nasty curse. "I will never ever forgive you, Black Dragon Du Aaron. I despise the human race that you love so dearly." Ending the flashback, Kai slowly raised her hand, looked up at Esto, and said, "Duarin was the Black Dragon, who never gave up on humanity, even at the very end, choosing to stay in the human world." She pointed straight at him and dropped her theory. "Esto, I'm guessing you carry his bloodline." She frowned slightly, asserting what she knew. "Because only a dragon can kill or harm another dragon. Since he was on the verge of death, I can only assume that Suhanan survived after killing Duarin." Then she remembered. The moment she arrived at the giant dragon's location, after the screams died down, I went back to look, and when I saw the ground didn't have a single trace, my heart ached. But Suhanan had vanished without a trace. She gradually composed herself and raised a suspicion. "I'm sure he's plotting something." So I wandered the world searching for him. I finally picked up his trail on the eastern continent, the place furthest from the Empire. Kai bowed her head gravely. She thought to herself, even though he's lost his former power, the fact that Suhanan took the position of Pope and is openly confronting Aegis, it means he's finally started. His move to destroy the world he despises. "It was during that time that I found you." Esto had been listening intently in silence this whole time. "I was afraid that you would follow the Golden Dragon's path and come to hate humans. That's why I wanted to keep you by my side." Suddenly, he said her name, cutting her off. And right after that, he hit her with a tough question. Is it a sin just to hold hatred in your heart? Have you ever tried to see things from Suhanen's perspective? Hearing him say that, Kai was a bit taken aback. Suhanen's perspective? She immediately shook her head in denial. No way. I don't have the ability to read people's hearts like you do. How could I possibly understand him? Esto firmly countered her. You can still try to guess. Right after, he proposed a theory. Maybe Suhanen was the one who sensed hostility. From you first. I also hate those who hate me. Hearing what he said, Kai lowered her head, resting her chin on her hand, deep in thought. But Suhanen's rage and power can't be underestimated. With that thought, she immediately stood up to leave. It's late. Everyone should get some rest. Esto quickly stepped aside. Thank you. Thank you for telling me this. Story without hiding anything? Seeing him thank her, she found it strange. You're not mad? He calmly repeated his earlier words. I'll say it again. Just, because you didn't say it doesn't mean I didn't already know. Hearing that, Kai seemed to agree. That's true. Not lingering any longer, she pulled up her cloak's hood and headed for the door. Goodbye. Good night. The next morning, a clear voice echoed throughout the inn. Sorry for the disturbance. In Esto's room, he and the others. Different people were intently watching the one walking all wobbly, worried. You can walk now, right? The guy turned around, gave a thumbs up, and smiled brightly, saying, I'm totally fine. Go ahead. Suddenly, the door swung open, and bursting in from outside was a bunch of kids from the village, excitedly greeting them. Hey, guys! The Ignis crew saw the kids, and immediately, Esto's group had big question marks popping up around their heads. At that moment, the old man looked at the kids rushing past him and complained, These kids just barged in out of nowhere! This is going to be a hassle, he thought, seeing they weren't paying attention to him. He hurriedly reminded them, if you want to meet the leader, you have to talk properly, one at a time. Just as he finished, the kids immediately stood up straight in a line in front of Sko. He looked at the kids in front of him and asked, You guys are waiting for me? The kids quickly nodded. We've been here since before sunrise. Please accept Rand's request. He reluctantly looked at the kids and guided them. Yesterday, I explained the process clearly. If you want to send a request, you need to submit it at the nearest branch. But the kid with the puffy face awkwardly exclaimed, But we can't leave the forest! Just then, another kid outside the door walked in. The red-haired kid seemed to be the leader of these kids. He stepped in and asked, Sir, you declined because you already have another mission, right? The kid frowned slightly and sincerely pleaded, Well, after you finish that, can you help us? Hearing his words, the other kids put on their best puppy dog eyes, pleading, Yeah, once you finish that mission, we can wait, please. The kid with the puffy face begged so hard he started crying, If you leave, we don't know when we'll see the guild members again. Caught in a tough spot, Esto turned to Kai for help, but it seemed she wanted the same thing as these kids. Her face was all sweet and shining, making him feel conflicted and awkward. So he turned to look elsewhere. Then he caught the pitiful, pleading gaze of the kid leader from the village. Suddenly, a past memory flashed back to him, a big bear being carried by a huge man. The man proudly showed off the bear to the excited kid, saying, Look what your dad caught, the kid excitedly replied. I'll become the best ranger in the village, just like Dad. Hearing that, the kid's dad praised him. Good! Be an excellent ranger so we can proudly show off to your mom in heaven. Back to reality, Esto knelt in front of the kid and said, Ran, I heard you said yesterday that you didn't need the guild's help, so what do you want me to do this time? Hearing this, the kid suddenly hesitated about his unexpected request. His eyes began to well up with tears. Ran seemed unable to control his emotions, tightly closing his eyes, feeling frustrated, cursing under his breath. The kid clenched his fists and mustered all his strength to reveal his true feelings, saying, I want to leave the forest by myself to find my dad, but if I leave, I don't know what to do or where to go. I can't do anything. Rand gathered all his... Please find my dad in the capital. Find him and tell me how he is, even just a little bit. Please. As soon as he finished speaking, he burst into tears in the middle of the room. Seeing the kid like that, Esto felt a bit regretful and said, I'm sorry, but I can't accept your request. Hearing him say that, Rand immediately turned around, disappointed. I knew from the start you wouldn't be able to do it. But before the kid could finish his sentence, he interrupted, Actually, I will personally go find out about your dad. When he heard the next question from the kid turned around, asking, What's your dad's name? The kid quickly sniffled and placed his hand on his shoulder, answering, It's Isaac. Receiving the answer, Esto stood up and said, Got it. Once I finish the mission, I'll pass by here. Wait for me, okay? The kid suddenly thought of something and hesitated. So, what about the payment? He didn't think too much and immediately declined. This isn't a mission, so no money is needed. But promise me you'll wait here and not leave the forest, okay? The kid cheerfully assured him, I promise. Thank you. Then he happily headed toward the door. Suddenly, the kid shouted, stopping him, wait. But when I heard your question, I paused. What's your name? He immediately turned around, smiling gently, and replied, S. The scene shifted from the tavern to the dense forest under the bright blue sky, with the sounds of insects buzzing in the heat. Suddenly cries out in the room. Seeing the kid like that, Esto feels a bit regretful, saying, I'm sorry, but I can't accept your request. Hearing that, Ran immediately turns around, disappointed. I knew from the start you wouldn't be able to do it. But just as the kid is about to finish his sentence, he cuts in, no, I will definitely go find out about my dad. When he hears the next question, the kid turns around, what's your dad's name? The kid quickly wipes his tears and puts his hand on his shoulder, replying, it's Isak. Upon receiving the answer, Esto stands up, saying, got it. Once I finish the mission, I'll swing by here. Wait for me, okay? The kid suddenly thinks of, so, what's the deal? You're hesitating, but what about the price? Don't think too much and just turn it down. This kid here doesn't need money for a mission like this. But promise me you'll wait here and not leave the forest, okay? The cheerful kid definitely promised. I promise. Thanks, bro. And then he looked satisfied. Moving towards the door, suddenly the kid called out to stop him. But wait, what's your name? He paused for a moment. He turned his head and replied with a gentle smile as the scene shifted from the inn to the dense forest under the vast blue sky, with the sound of insects buzzing in the heat. So at that moment, a lively sound rang out in the quiet space. The weather was too pleasant for people, but Ahu wasn't having it. I'm so tired of complaining about the heat, Buck agreed a bit, saying summer mornings wake me up suddenly because it's just too hot. Ahu sighed, feeling exhausted. I just hope winter comes early, he agreed with you again. I like winter way more than summer. Suddenly, he realized something was off and yelled, you're from the desert, right? Shouldn't you like hot weather more? Aru felt a bit helpless and shot back at him. Oh my gosh! If that's the case, do you also like eating bugs since you're a bird? Hearing you throw shade at him, Bakko got mad and retorted, I'm not a bird, I'm a winged creature, and I absolutely hate bugs. Based on his answer, Ahu said, I hate summer too. I just happen to be born in the desert. You're really biased. Listening to them argue, Kai Teen came closer, saying, looks like you guys don't match at all, huh? You're so calm, Anne. It's all good. Ahu doesn't actually hate Pear. If he really did, it would be obvious. But she didn't seem to believe it. Watching them bicker, she replied, but I feel like he's being pretty aggressive right now. Not caring too much, he clearly stated that it's just his normal way of talking. Esto knew them well and argued, if he really hated someone, it wouldn't just stop at this level. Saying that, he smiled gently, turning away. Watching his actions, she thought to herself, he definitely didn't smile when leaving the inn. From this action, she felt confident, affirming, yeah, he's definitely different from Suhanan. That guy only lives for revenge and hatred. Thinking about it, she started a conversation with Stowe. Before we leave, can I ask why you agreed to those kids' requests? You casually replied, I didn't agree to any requests. Hearing this, she quickly corrected herself. Of course, that wasn't a mission from the guild, it was a promise. She followed you step by step, revealing, I just heard them talking. But the next words she was about to say turned into a mumble in her heart. Dragons always keep their promises. It seemed like he still didn't understand how important a promise is to a dragon. Esto didn't pay attention, genuinely explaining, we're already on our way to the capital, and since it's not too difficult, I decided to agree. Just then, Suki appeared, exclaiming, you're not heartless! As soon as he said that, you remembered the crying image of that kid and promised, I'll find out what happened to Ryan's dad myself. This won't affect anyone else, so no need to worry. Saying this, you seemed to recall something and turned to ask, does acting alone like this violate the guild's rules? Kay shook his head lightly. No, that doesn't violate anything. Right after that, B-Sir seemed to have just argued with Ahu and cleared his throat, the captain said. As long as you don't violate the rules, you can do whatever the protector asked you to do. He looked really happy. Actually, the support team is already here, so just feel free to do what you want. Stowe was a bit surprised and asked for more details, even about personal stuff. He laughed and joked, of course, Batka hummed and whistled, coming closer to you. All of this is work, and all guild members get paid based on their work. He expressed his desire with sparkling eyes. I'll work hard because this year I want to get a green Pegasus. Hearing this for the first time, you asked back, what's a green Pegasus? Hearing your clueless question, he proudly explained, simply put, it's a winged horse. These Pegasi are really fast and strong, but only care about shiny gems, so they're pretty hard to manage. B. Sir puffed out his chest proudly, revealing, where I live, many avians dream of riding Pegasi and unicorns. Hearing that, Esto looked at his arms and said, aren't you already winged? He raised his hand, seemingly learning from Ahu, giving an example. Well, even though humans have legs, they still ride carriages, so we're the same. Saying that, he hugged Ahu and jumped ahead. If I could, I'd want a Pegasus more than a unicorn. You looked at him and said something confusing. Is there a big difference between them? At this moment, Beeser imagined images of the mythical creatures. Although they're both the same species, unicorns are usually female, and instead of wings, they have a horn that can heal. Pegasi, on the other hand, are male and have huge wings. He said, aren't you already winged? He raised his hand, seemingly learning from Ahu, giving an example. Well, even though humans have legs, they still ride carriages, right? Saying that, he hugged Ahu and bounced forward. If I could, I'd take a Pegasus over a unicorn any day. Looking at him like that, Ahu said something confusing. Is there really a big difference between them? At that moment, Beeser imagined images of the mythical creatures. Even though they're the same species, unicorns are usually female, and instead of wings, they have a horn that can heal. Pegasus, on the other hand, is male and has huge wings. How dreamy it would be to imagine a magical scene if I could put on that silver armor over that green fur. If I had one, I'd show it to the captain. The fairy looked at him all excited like that, but Stowe felt a bit helpless. Yeah, I really hope so. Right after that, they wrapped up their chat and moved forward, heading to the front. Hoei led the group instead of you like before, frolicking through the forest, which had returned to its original peaceful state under the scorching summer sun, with only the sound of insects left. After walking for a bit, they reached a cliff, where he raised his hand to shield his eyes from the sun, looking ahead and discovering something. He pointed excitedly. Captain, look! Up in the sky, there's a flock of white birds soaring high and free, and down below is a magnificent castle. It gradually came into view. He gazed at the majestic scenery before him and exclaimed, finally, we've arrived at the capital. Eli! He excitedly admired the castle ahead. That distant castle is the Zuzan Palace. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud barking sound echoed. Wow, Nezu, it looks amazing. It's like a work of art rather than just a city. Hearing that, Ahu was astonished and curious. You know what a work of art is, right? He nodded slightly, showing his understanding. Of course. It's something that contains beauty. I think it's really beautiful. Suddenly, he became a bit shy and asked, but, Nezu, can we go there? Ahu found it a bit hard to understand. Is there a problem? Nezu clenched his hands, hesitating, and said, well, for others, it feels like a guilty secret. Instantly, a feeling of guilt enveloped him as he continued. Nezu is very dirty, with all that white fur. Feeling guilty, he added, for others, Nezu is very dirty. Hearing this, Stowe fell silent for a moment. Nezu continued to express his insecurities about his body. I'm really big, and I have a lot of fur. And at that moment, he stepped forward and interrupted. Is what Bang said bothering you? He asked. Nezu looked up at him, eyes brimming with tears, lips pressed tight, hesitating. Finally, he bowed his head and honestly said, to be honest, yes. Nezu recalled the moment when others pointed at him and called him a filthy creature, a monster that needed to be exterminated. Bang angrily shouted that from the start, considering those things allies was a mistake. After she finished speaking, both Esto and Nezu fell into silence, glancing at her. At that moment, Nezu felt a wave of turmoil inside. She was right. Most people hated creatures like him. Can I stay by Esto's side? I want to protect Esto, but if I do, it might put him in more danger. Back to reality, he clenched his hands tightly, apologizing for making Nezu hear those words. Hearing him say that, Nezu gasped, no, it's not that I feel bad. He carefully expressed his thoughts. I'm worried. I'm afraid people will attack Stowe again just because of Nezu. He stood atop the mountain with others, looking down and suggesting, the capital will have more people than other cities, right? If so, Nezu won't go in, but just wait out there. Esto immediately interrupted. You don't have to do that. Hearing this, Nezu looked at him, but he gently placed his hand on Nezu's shoulder, reassuring him, it's not your fault. Nezu also lightly placed his hand on his. Understandingly, he replied, I know, but I don't like people who say such nasty things. Hearing this, he felt a bit uncomfortable. Hey, Nezu, I would be really mad if I heard those words again. Saying that, he turned his head forward and boldly declared, and I said, you're not dirty. You're just different. Under the sunlight of the sunset, Esto made a statement to reassure people. I will face it with you. Don't shy away. Their eyes met, and Nezu looked up at him, smiling and nodding slightly. Ahu immediately chimed in, assuring, "If anyone says anything, I'll respond to them." Feeling empowered, he became happier. "Thank you." The scene gradually shifted closer to the villagers who were carrying goods below. Then it switched to two men laughing and admiring a bird. And then the scene shifted to the group of S following the villagers into the city, with the sky becoming increasingly tinted with the deep colors of sunset. After the city wall, at the city gate, a guard was inquiring about their group. "Where do you come from?" "We come from the Ignis Guild." Just as the guard was demanding a few things, he noticed Ahura moving. "Please present your identification." Ahu seemed to sense something and shifted his body slightly. After being cleared, they began to enter the city. At that moment, Ahu exclaimed, "Wow, it smells so good here." His words immediately caught Estio's attention. He moved closer to the villagers who were hauling goods below. Then it shifted to two men laughing and admiring a bird. Then the scene cut to S's group following the villagers into the city, with the sky getting darker as the sunset approached beyond the city walls. At the city gate, a guard was asking for information from their group. "Where are you from?" "We're from the Ignis Guild." Just as the guard was asking for a few things, he noticed Ahu moving. "Please present your ID." Ahu seemed to sense something and slightly shifted his body after being asked. Once they were cleared, they began to enter the capital city. Just then, Ahu exclaimed, "Wow, it smells amazing here." His words caught Estio's attention. "Do you smell that?" Ahu looked at the dim lights in front of him, confused by the question. "Can't you feel it?" he asked, while others stared blankly. I immediately revealed, "This is definitely the smell of divine power." Hearing what I said, Kai seemed to realize something. Oh, speaking of which, the capital has a direct connection to the temple. Seeing the unexpected use of my power, I proudly raised it high and praised, "Oh my gosh, Oru, you can detect divine power?" Khan, full of excitement, replied, "I don't even know." He didn't care about that and continued to cheer, asking if plants are sensitive to divine power. "That's amazing, Ahu." I nodded in agreement. Suddenly, he continued to act wise, explaining, "Of course, divine power can only be sensed by the chosen priests. I've heard that plants usually thrive in sacred places and wither away in unholy ones. That's why there's a theory that plants were the first beings to discover divine power." Ahu looked at him helplessly, rebutting, "That's just a theory." He was rebutted, and Para chuckled, trying to save himself. "Actually, since we can't communicate with plants, we have no way to ask them, even if we're curious." After that, they continued deeper into the city. Kai seemed to be searching for something when suddenly she stepped forward and called my name, asking for information. "Do you know where to meet the requester?" I nodded slightly, replying, "I know." Hearing that, Kai immediately suggested, "Well, since we have a few days before the deadline, let's take a break." Today, seeing her suggest that, I was a bit curious if there was a special reason. She carefully explained her request further. "It's best to postpone the meeting so we can gather our fighting forces first." When she mentioned this, I suddenly remembered something. I recalled the image of two girls and exclaimed I had appointed her. I remembered I said I would call her when needed, and right after that, Kai turned to call out her full name. The person next to Bunny Parker was called out like that, and he panicked, shouting, "Do you know where the Ignis branch in L is?" He regained his composure and replied, "I've been here every year to deliver goods, so I'm very familiar with it." Immediately, she directed, "Then I'll leave the rest to you." Upon receiving the order, Back Ko saluted seriously. Suddenly, he realized something and asked her, "But what about you?" She gently turned around, revealing her actions. "I have someone to meet for a bit," she said, then blended into the crowd and left. "You go ahead," she added. Just like that, her figure grew distant, disappearing deeper into the city. Time passed, from the afternoon sunlight to when night fell, and until the next morning. The next day at the Ignis Branch building in L, Back Ko sat in a chair, watching Stowe walk by and asked, "Where are you going?" He carefully fastened his cloak while replying, "I heard the guild has a special team managing information." Hearing what I said, he immediately jumped up, excited. "The information management team? Is it related to the father of Lei?" "Oh my gosh! You should have told me!" This is something the support team leader should handle. He seemed a bit awkward, hesitating. "No, it's not necessary." But Parker didn't seem to hear. He rushed up the stairs, telling me, "Please wait here. I'll call the information team right away." I looked at him, confused, as he hurriedly used feathers and only managed to let out a quick "Ah!" before it was over. Ahu looked helplessly at the feathers floating in the air. I called out and then asked, "Any you, do you know?" Any you innocently replied, "I know," looking at the pigeons flying in the sky. Ahu continued, "Every time a pigeon flaps its wings, 100 chicks will fall out of it." Esto reminded Ahu, "If you keep chasing like that, you might really be hated in the future." Hearing that, Ahu seemed a bit sad and shouted, "Sorry!" Seeing Ahu like that, Esto thought to himself, what I meant was, he might be hated by Parker in the future. It seemed like he regretted saying that. He thought, I shouldn't have said that. At the same time, Parker brought Skyla over. On Parker's face, it was clear that he was in a very good mood. Captain, I've brought them here, Parker said. After that, Skyla stood at attention and greeted him politely, introducing herself. I'm the team leader of the Senior Information Management Department, Skyla. It's a great honor to meet you, Captain. After the greeting, Skyla and Stowe sat down to discuss work. What information are you looking for? She asked. Stowe immediately replied, I'm looking for two things. Hearing that, Skyla asked further. Hundreds of bugs will fall off it, Esto reminded Ahu. If you keep chasing like that, you might really get hated in the future. Hearing this, Ahu looked a bit sad. He quickly shouted, Sorry! Seeing Ahu like that, Esto thought to himself, what I meant was he might get hated by Parker in the future. It seemed he regretted saying that. Esto thought silently, while at the same time Parker had brought Skyla over. You could clearly see that he was in a good mood. Captain, I've brought them here, Parker said. Then Skyla stood straight and politely introduced herself. I'm the team leader of the Senior Information Management Department. Sky, it's a pleasure to meet you, Captain. After the greeting, Skyla and Stowe sat down to discuss work. What information are you looking for? She asked. Stowe immediately replied, I'm looking for two things. Hearing this, Skyla asked further. Skyla and Stowe sat down to talk business. So what info are you looking for? She asked. Stowe immediately replied, I'm looking for two things. Hearing that, Skyla asked what they were. Can we discuss the information here? One of them can answer later, and then the two of them started talking about the main issue. So can you talk about that first? Skyla asked, I'm looking for someone, and after hearing that, she handed Stowe a piece of paper and asked him to fill it out. Got it. Please fill it out. This form with the details of the person he's looking for. He immediately grabbed it and quickly filled in all the info he needed, like name, Isaac, age, and hair color, and eye color. Baxter, standing off to the side, was wondering how the heck he knew all that when Khan didn't even give a description. I guess the captain would know in a flash. In a blink, Esto was done filling everything out. Skyla then said, I'll waive the other documents since this isn't an official request. She added, all right then, we can switch locations and continue our chat, but suddenly three random dudes bust in out of nowhere. They just kick the door down and walk right in. They even broke a potted plant in the room. Seeing this mess, everyone in the room who had no idea what was going on just stared at them all confused. The three dudes had these super intense looks on their faces as they slowly advanced. It looks like Esto recognized who they were. He thought to himself, the Ballista Guild that I saw in Ranger Village. Meanwhile, the attendant looked totally baffled. He awkwardly asked, what are you guys doing here? One of them looked annoyed and shot back, huh? Then he slammed his hand down hard on the table and yelled, what kind of question is that? Seeing their attitude, the poor staff member clutched his head in fear and let out a scream. One of the goons piped up, oh, come on, what do you think we came to the guild for? We're here to make a request, he said. Hearing that answer, the staff member calmed down a little and continued, sorry, but that emblem... Aren't you guys members of the Ballista Guild? The one in the middle crossed his arms and said smugly so. You do recognize us. It seems the great Ignis Guild pays some attention to a weak guild like ours. The attendant immediately denied it, saying, I'm sorry, sir, but the Ignis Guild doesn't accept requests from other guilds. The second he finished speaking, the guy's face scrunched up as if he was furious. The attendant then replied, I'm also very sorry to have to turn away a client who came all this way for us. If possible, maybe another time. Before he could even finish his sentence, they angrily shouted, we aren't customers? That's right. Are you discriminating against us? When they didn't get their way, they started to cause a huge scene yelling, we said we'll pay and make a request. Witnessing the scene unfold before him, Esto thought they're a bit rough, but I don't sense any real malice from them. It seems like the Ballista Guild misunderstood what the attendant was saying, so he tried to explain to calm them down. What I meant to say, sirs, is that we can't accept members of other guilds as requesters. This applies to all guilds, not just Ignis. So, before he could finish his sentence, one of them cursed out loud. Damn it! Our lives are in danger here, he said agitatedly. Get your guildmaster here right now. Seeing their attitude, the staff member awkwardly tried to calm them down again, saying, please calm down. There's no calming down here, they replied, then knocked a pile of papers off the table. Feeling the situation was getting unstable, Esto stood up intending to help. He thought to himself, they seem to really need help. Right at that moment, I need to check this out a bit more, Esto thought. Suddenly, an unexpected voice rang out, rule violation! Hearing that, Esto whipped his head around toward the voice. Then she continued to list off all the offenses the three of them had committed. Property damage, obstruction of business. Turns out it was bang. She was radiating a murderous aura as she slowly walked in. According to the Alliance's rules, when a guild member enters the branch building of another guild, her eyes were ice cold as she said it is considered a provocation. After saying that, she immediately manifested her power. Seeing this, Esto was stunned for a moment. Ba-bang! He called out. Then she decisively hurled the spear in her hand, yelling, "Eliminate!" And her target was the loudmouth who was just causing all that ruckus. But surprisingly, in that life or death situation, Esto jumped right in front of that guy to shield him. Seeing his action, Bang was completely shocked. She quickly threw the spear somewhere else just before. It hit Esto! The spear slammed hard into the ground and no one was hurt. After that, the two of them just stared at each other. Neither of them said a word. Then suddenly, Bang spoke up. "Why is this guy here?" Esto stayed silent, not answering. The faces of the two guys behind him also looked super awkward. One of them finally spoke up and asked, "What the hell was that?" "That girl. She's a battle mage," one of them answered. Then Bang picked up her spear. She asked him, "You didn't follow me all the way here, did you? I'm sure I told you I refuse to work in a team." After hearing that, Esto replied, "You were just about to kill this man." Bang didn't even, not feeling a shred of guilt, she shot back that they were intruders from another guild, but he retorted that they could just quietly show them the door. John Bang was still being stubborn. Sticking with her plan, she argued that killing them would make things quicker. Then Esto posed a question, asking if what they did was really wrong enough to deserve death. Bang immediately aimed her spear at Esto and said they were trash, that someone needed to take out. "I'm not telling you to do it, so get out of the way, you coward." Seeing this, a guy from the Ballista Guild stepped forward and pushed Esto aside. He said, "I was going to let it slide, but aren't you going way too far? I never expected the guild, called the greatest in the Empire, would have customer service this crappy." Another member of the guild was visibly annoyed and said, "Let's just go, all right?" After that, he looked at Jian Bang and said with disappointment that we actually came here to submit a request, not to pick a fight. Hearing that, she couldn't have cared less, to apologize and even pressed her spear against his neck. The member of the Ballista Guild continued, "So if you don't move this damn spear, we're gonna draw our swords." At this point, that guy was absolutely furious. The two of them stared each other down with murderous intent, looking like a fight could break out at any second. Seeing this, Esto tried to intervene, saying, "Lower your weapons!" Bang got all worked up, backed away, and said, "You're not even the leader! You dare give me orders!" Suddenly, a surprised look appeared on Bang's face. It seems like she tried to grab her staff but couldn't even touch it. Bang fumbled around, looking everywhere for it. Who knows how, but Bang's staff had been moved to the corner of the room. She couldn't believe it, saying, "What was that just now?" It looks like Bang's anger had reached its peak. She angrily called out to him. Then Bang furiously rushed over, grabbed Esto by the collar, and screamed in rage, "What did you do to me?" Hearing this, Esto didn't answer, but instead responded to her. With complete silence, Bang continued to grill him. "Isn't your ability just reading?" She continued, "You're not human. If you're not human." While she was trying to dig up more information from Esto, behind her, Bang's staff started moving and aimed its sharp end right at her. Seeing this, the people in the guild from Ballista shouted a warning, "Hey! Watch out! Esto, be careful!" Nezu was also shocked and yelled out. Then suddenly, some guy swooped in and slashed right between them. Luckily, Bang and Esto managed to dodge just in time. After that shock, Bang still couldn't get her head straight. Turns out, it was Duke Hyga. He even joked, "Stop it, you little hothead." Then Haga walked over, put his arm around Esto's shoulder, and said, "If this man gets hurt, even just a little, I'm gonna get really angry." Haga's eyes were radiating a murderous aura. "You wouldn't like me when I'm angry," he said. Hearing this, Jian Bang tightened her grip on her staff, thinking to herself that she didn't even realize when he got close. After that, she walked up to Hyga and asked, "Who are you?" He smiled and replied, "Me? I'm a combat member of the leader's support team." Bang continued, "I heard there were no combat members, so you guys have one now?" Hearing this, Hyga replied, "It's just temporary. My circumstances don't allow me to join the guild." After hearing his answer, she got angry and said, "You're helping him, but do you even know what kind of monster he is?" Haga was in disbelief and asked, "Monster? It seems like you're attacking him just because he has a different ability." Next, he pointed over to Parker, who had no idea what was going on, and said, "Then why don't you attack the gentleman with wings over there? He doesn't look like a normal person." Seeing that, Parker got all flustered and tried to justify himself, saying, "I'm human. Even though Phoenix people might be a subspecies, we're still human." Hearing that, Hyga couldn't care less and continued, "Besides, this big friend next to him has both white-furred ape and human blood. So what? Are you only planning to kill half of him? Nezu also spoke up. Don't bully Esto. Then Hyga continued, as you can see, this world is way more diverse than you think. If you just stick to your own way of thinking, you'll never see all the unbelievable things that exist. Despite the look on Bang's face was looking pretty nasty, he continued to lecture her. Don't be so reckless. It's not your job to judge them. Just as expected, Jaeon Bang turned and left in a sour mood without even looking back. I don't know what just happened, but it seems like everything is calmed down for now, Hyga said to Esto, and he replied, thanks for your help. Then he looked over at the member of the Ballista Guild. Esto asked, so what did you come here for? He then stood up and answered, actually, the Ballista Guild is in danger of being disbanded, he said. The man sadly exclaimed, the truth is, the Ballista Guild is. There's a risk of being disbanded, he said loudly, annoyed. We were tricked by that gambling mission that's been trending lately, and now we're about to go bankrupt. Esto asked in shock. Gambling mission? The other guy replied in detail. It's a scam targeting small groups. Recently, they offered a huge mission with extremely attractive rewards, but it's super dangerous. If you don't complete it, they'll charge a cancellation fee. Stowe couldn't help but be suspicious. You guys accepted the mission without knowing it was dangerous? The rewards are extremely tempting but very dangerous. If you don't complete them, they'll charge a cancellation fee. Stowe couldn't help but doubt. Did you guys take on this mission? He bowed his head in regret. We knew, but the reward was too big to refuse. He clenched his hands, trembling, and added, just recently, we heard the guild leader failed after returning to the base. The other teammates beside him also hung their heads sadly. Suddenly, the man became annoyed and turned to leave. What's the point of telling a rookie like you this? Sorry, we just heard that the guild leader failed after returning to the capital. The other teammates beside him also lowered their heads sadly. Suddenly, the man turned away, frustrated, saying, what good is it to tell a rookie like you this? Sorry for making a fuss. I'm out of here. Watching them turn their backs and leave, Moban wondered, didn't you tell them you're the commander? Esther replied, no, I didn't want to interfere in their business. Baxter excitedly ran over to greet him. Long time no see. Sir Mubin, I thought you'd take a while because you had to go through many teleportation gates. Didn't expect you to arrive so quickly. Mew replied, actually, it's just a suggestion to use one gate a day. He continued explaining in detail, as long as you accept the risks and don't complain about any side effects, anyone can use more gates than allowed. Parker suddenly looked shocked. Wait, don't tell me you're using 2 gates a day? Mew casually held up 4 fingers. No, I'm using 4. Parker gasped. What? Moo calmly explained. I have a few things to handle before leaving the station for a while. I thought time was tight, so I came straight here. The longer I wait, the more news about my location will spread. Baxter, confused and a bit worried, asked him, but I think you should go check your health. Do you need me to call the medical team? Mew laughed heartily, reassuring him, I'm fine. Then Esto suddenly interrupted him. Today, we won't be going. Get a health checkup. Do you need me to call the medical team? Mwen laughed heartily, reassuring him. I'm fine. But then Esto suddenly cut him off. Suddenly, someone approached them. It was Skyla, carrying a stack of documents. She greeted them. Thanks for waiting. Let's continue the conversation elsewhere. She raised her hand, leading the way. Stowe stepped up slowly, but suddenly stopped, and turned to ask, "You, can you come back to the room with Parker and wait for us?" He replied, "Sure." Ahu disagreed, saying, "Where are you going? You're not planning to leave me behind, are you?" Esto confirmed, "That's right, you can't go either." "That's right, you can't go either." Ahu looked a bit sad and sighed. Esto explained, "I know you're curious, but this stuff is both boring and—" Ahu sighed sadly and exclaimed. Esto explained, "I know you're curious, but this stuff is both boring and has no useful information. You want to know? I don't want you to hear it." Oru was sweating, waving his little hand. "I'll wait, but you have to come back quickly." Esto smiled, agreeing with him. They quickly entered a private room, a large space filled with thousands of books. Mwen hesitantly asked Stowe, "Can I listen to this?" Esto replied, "Yeah, it's fine." His hand rested on the chair next to him. Then he sat down. "Go ahead, get straight to the point." "I want you to investigate Suhanan," Esto continued, making it clear. "I heard he lives in the Eastern Continent, and there are rumors he's going to become the next emperor. Maybe he possesses a golden artifact." Skyla understood and started looking for a document. As you know, Suhanan is a character worth paying attention to. She handed him the document. "This is the latest report updated today." Skyla continued, "I'll hand over the entire report to you, leader, after you read it. Instead of returning it, just burn it," she said with a serious expression. Although we can't be completely sure, it's possible Suhanan will soon find a way to contact the guild. The Ballista Guild said they were threatened with disbandment before, right? Skyla said seriously, detailing, our Ignis Guild believes the one behind the betting requests aimed at disbanding other guilds to increase power is Suhanan. She was sweating when mentioning it, and in the worst case scenario, if all this was aimed at destroying the Ignis Guild. The betting requirements aimed at absorbing the dissolved guilds to increase power is Suhanan. She broke out in a cold sweat when mentioning it, and in the worst case scenario, if her words left Stowe in shock. A war is about to break out. After a while of chatting in the private room, Stowe and Muon finally left. Muon asked while walking, "Who is Suhanan?" Estio didn't hide anything and replied, "A dragon." Muon couldn't help but feel. Privately, Stowe and Muon finally left. Muon walked while asking, "Who is Suhanan?" Estio didn't hide it and replied, "A dragon." Muon couldn't help but feel, I get it. When you hear something unbelievable, he hesitates and asks, "Are you kidding me?" Estio is so chill about it, like it's not a big deal. I don't want to fall into deep thought. Well, if the black dragon exists, it wouldn't be weird to have another dragon. But you're amazed when you think about how coincidental this is. And suddenly you blurt out, "I heard he hates the black dragon." You calmly add, "The reason he's targeting the guild might be because Bien suddenly stops and questions you. "So, you're leaving the guild?" Not hearing any footsteps, Estio also stops and turns to answer him. "I haven't made a decision yet." You sadly say, "So, you've thought about it. What if this golden dragon is actually targeting you?" Stowe suddenly gets furious and questions, "Stowe, is this a problem that can be solved just by leaving the guild?" "No." Stowe replies nonchalantly, "At least it'll eliminate the reason to start a war." You frown and raise your voice. "Don't you want to stay in the guild?" He clenches his fists in frustration. "You just don't want a war to break out, like you've already decided." You kneel down respectfully. Before Stowe, you seriously say, "Just give me your orders. What do you want your servant to do?" Estio, confused by his actions, reaches out to stop you. "I didn't call you here to ask for anything. We really just need a fighting member in the team. The reason I let you hear about Suhanan is because I suddenly remembered you were looking for traces of the dragon. You suddenly darken your face and say in a low voice, 'I've found the traces.'" His words make Estio freeze for a moment. At a magnificent old building, an excited voice exclaims, "Good morning." Kai smiles and greets. "Speaking of which, this is our first meeting. Nice to meet you." He leisurely enjoys a delicious cup of coffee, joking. "So you called me casually? Really?" Kai laughs, going along with him. "I did that because I knew you were intentionally hiding your identity." You put the glass down on the table and continue. "Even though this building is yours, seeing the puppets all in a state of alert, I just pretend not to know anything." He rests his chin, putting on a grumpy face. "So should I call you the guild leader?" Kai awkwardly warns. "Just call me Kai." You smile. "Then call me Mubi." Suddenly, someone walks in with a gloomy voice. "So, who's the next idiot here?" Estio hugs Ahu and Nezu as they step into the room. "Kai, you're here!" Kai happily turns to respond to you. "I tried to come back before Mubi joined the group. Sorry for being late." Our fighting member seems pretty quick on their feet. Suddenly, she pauses when she sees something strange. Kai looks at the bandaged wound on Estio's hand and worriedly asks, "What happened to your hand while I was gone?" Kai looks back at Ahu, who you're holding, and asks, "Did you make Ahu drink blood again?" Estio admits he stopped drinking water for some time. Ahu squirms, showing he's perfectly fine. "I feel full of energy." Kai thinks for a moment and advises Estio it's hard to see it as a normal plant, so it's best not to let it drink blood too often. Without hesitation, Kai turns around and suggests, "Let's go meet the mission request in that wealthy, bustling neighborhood." The group happily walks down the street. Parker suddenly turns to ask Mubi, "Hey, Mubi, are you okay with meeting the requester?" He leans back casually. "Yeah, I don't really care." He sighs. "There's only one person in the royal city I don't want to meet." You close your eyes. Indifferent. "As for the rest, I have no grudges against anyone in the royal family. The requester we're meeting today probably doesn't even know my face." After a while of moving, they arrive at a house with a beautiful flower garden. "We're here." A small house stands apart from the bustling neighborhood. They quickly step inside, and the bell attached to the door rings cheerfully. A girl with green hair, holding a large bouquet of flowers, greets them. "Hello, I'm Lantana from Evergreen Hill. What flowers are you looking for?" Estio steps inside and replies, "We came to see the crystal flowers. Please take us to the hill where they bloom." Lantana keeps her cheerful smile. "Did you bring an invitation?" Estio pulls out a coin and says, "Here." Lantana confirms the invitation and then gestures for them to come in and wait a bit. The group follows Lantana into the room. As soon as they step inside, someone quickly pulls the curtains closed. A serious line of guards stands around the walkway. You glance at them, pondering. They're all knights. Then you look over at Lantana, who is preparing to unlock that room, wondering, the guide is a maid? In that room, a fresh flower vase. The place where that flower blooms. Lantana still kept a cheerful smile. Did you bring the invitation? Esto pulled out a coin and said, here. Lantana confirmed the invitation, then directed them to enter and wait a moment. Esto and the group followed Lantana into that room. Right after they stepped inside, someone quickly pulled the curtains shut. A row of serious guards surrounded the walkway, glancing at them, pondering. They're all knights, he thought. Looking at Lantana, who was about to unlock that room, wondering, is the guide a maid? In that room, there was a vase of fresh flowers. So they're all knights. He glanced over at Lantana, who was getting ready to unlock the other room, and thought suspiciously, and our guide is a maid? In that room, there was a vase of fresh flowers. Lantana quickly poured tea for them, cheerfully introducing that this is tea that sharpens the mind, made from flowers with a minty flavor. It should chase away any drowsiness. The first sip made him grimace like he wanted to spit it out immediately. It was too strong. Lantana asked him if he was okay. He seemed totally unfazed, which surprised her when she saw Esto calmly sip the tea. Oh wow, you don't seem surprised at all, huh? Most people drinking it for the first time usually find it unpleasant. Esto replied nonchalantly, I know a candy that tastes similar. His words got Lantana super excited, and she exclaimed loudly, candy that tastes like the ocean? She leaned in closer, asking, is that a specialty of Delphia? That ocean flavor? Esto, taken aback, confirmed, yep, that's right. Lantana was over the moon. She grabbed Esto's hand tightly, saying, this kind is pretty picky about who likes it, so it's rare to find someone who gets it. Esto, impatient, urged her to get to the point. So, miss, let's get straight to the matter, he said, which made Lantana quickly let go of his hand. Oh gosh, I got distracted again, she politely greeted them. I'm Lantana, the princess of the Marisa Empire. I can't leave the palace, so at His Majesty's request, I'm here to deliver this message. She looked at Esto, making it clear. I heard the president of Ignis has the ability to read minds. Lantana raised 3 fingers, detailing how the princess would interrogate. You just need to accompany the princess, listen to their answers, and determine if they're telling the truth. Simple enough, right? Lantana smiled, checking in on Esto, who seemed skeptical. What will happen once I confirm their honesty? Lantana thought for a moment and replied, if they tell the truth, they'll receive appropriate treatment. But those who dare to lie in front of the royal family, her gaze sharpened a bit fierce, they'll be executed. Of course, you wouldn't be an exception. After that, she kept a polite smile while the room fell silent. Mubi couldn't help but sigh quietly, realizing that the leader was just being used as a political tool. The rumors about a righteous princess were just that, rumors. Like father, like son, it didn't take long to think. He quickly made a decision. I accept the request. Mubi flinched at his words, while Lantana put her hands on her hips, looking displeased. I thought you'd hesitate a bit, so I'm a little surprised. How can someone not be scared? Esto asked casually. Lantana suddenly slammed her hand on the table, reminding him, please take your decision seriously. She asked sternly, do you have enough confidence to fulfill this request without upsetting the princess? Esto didn't answer, but suddenly proposed, before that, I want to ask something. His gaze seemed to see right through her. Are you asking as the princess of the empire? Esto stared intently at the girl in front of him. Lantana, the princess of Marisa. His words left her stunned for a moment. The cup of tea she was drinking suddenly got knocked over, breaking the quiet atmosphere. Mubi panicked, hurriedly apologizing. I'm so sorry, my hand slipped. Lantana chimed in. I knew it. She excitedly patted her chest. Just like the rumors, you read my mind, didn't you? Lantana's my birth name. My mom named me that because I look like those white lantana flowers. She took out the hairpin from her hair, revealing, my real name is Marisa Estron Aconia. Her hair changed from green to a brilliant golden color, a magical transformation. Lantana reverted to her noble form as Princess Marisa. The one who requested you to come here is me, Marisa continued, making her intentions clear. I am currently searching for the traitor of His Majesty the Emperor. Although I've narrowed it down to 3 people, we still haven't found any more evidence. She spoke sternly. If the royal family publicly suspects them, the consequences will be severe. Marisa raised her hand to her mouth, signaling that this mission must be carried out in secrecy. Therefore, I cannot issue orders as Princess Marisa. Esto looked up at her, asking, I've accepted your request, so tell me who I need to read the thoughts of. Marisa listed a series of influential people. Batuk, Endim, Kongtuk, Delphia, and someone very close to me, the 5th Prince of the Empire, Girl Braun. Returning to the luxurious building, Mubi couldn't help but marvel at the surprising targets. The imperial princess suspected her own brother, Prince Girls. He poked fun. Well, it makes sense. A family that's rotting from the inside. Ahu yelled in frustration. Don't mess with the flower. It doesn't like that. His head kept bobbing. The luxurious Muin couldn't help but be amazed by the surprising targets. The imperial princess even suspected her own brother, Prince Girls, of being involved. The little flower sneered. Well, I guess that's to be expected from a family that's gone rotten. Ahu, frustrated, yelled, Don't mess with the flower. She doesn't like it. Your head just keeps bouncing around, raising up to show her annoyance, not caring about him, but directing her gaze towards Esto. Is this crystal flower saying, It doesn't like me? Shaking her head. I don't know. I can't hear plants unless they want to speak up. Hey, did you see? It didn't say anything. He seemed irritated, like he was about to explode. What's up with that? Just because it's silent, you're touching it everywhere? Are you ignoring the plant's rights? He raised an eyebrow, continuing to tease him. Do plants have human rights too? Ahu frowned even more. I know you're doing this on purpose, but I'm not teasing him anymore. I'm serious. Asking Stowe, what's more important is whether everything is really okay. The palace is like a battlefield, and Esto still calmly replied without answering. As long as I'm still in the club, I'll carry out my mission whether I want to or not, you continued, explaining in detail since the club allowed me to be here. Suddenly, the sky outside turned pitch black, raindrops started to fall, and the sky quickly unleashed a heavy downpour. A drop of water sneaked through the window and fell on Ahu's head, making him shout, It's so cold! Looking up at the windowsill and crying out, urging someone, Our crystal flower is about to get hit by the rain. Someone help it, please. A kind person walked over to shield the little plant. Suddenly, she was surprised to see something. The color of the little flower changed from white to purple, making her exclaim, This is a color-changing flower when it comes into contact with water. Aha! So that's why it's called a crystal flower. How cool. Esto moved closer, hugging the little flower pot, making me wonder, are you planning to bring it inside? You looked out of the heavy rain and explained, It seems like it's scared. Suddenly, a voice exclaimed, Thank you, the last seed of the Black Clan. The strange voice startled Esto. Terror wordly asked, Hey, it's really raining hard. Is Suki okay? Seeing Esto still frozen and not answering him, Basser approached him. Getting closer, he asked, Are you okay, Esto? At that moment, Esto suddenly snapped back to reality and replied, Oh, Suki hates water a lot, so she'll come back soon. Basser understood, still a bit hesitant. Well, that's fine, but he looked up at the dark sky and heavy raindrops, lamenting, The weather is terrible, it makes me a bit worried. A long time passed, and Perer, feeling frustrated, shouted, Why has it been raining all week like this? He was heartbroken and about to cry, while Muin remained completely calm, explaining to him it's the rainy season, so it should last another 2 to 3 weeks. Looking at the pouring rain, Parker cried even louder, feeling sad. Suddenly, a carriage approached, catching his attention. A formally dressed person was calmly driving the carriage close to the north building, hurriedly announcing to everyone that it seemed the invitation had arrived. His words left them all stunned. North quickly ran out the door. I'll go myself. The little flower pot spoke up again. I want to go too. Everyone left the room, leaving only Esto frozen, looking at the flower pot, confused, turning back to urge. Let's go, little flower pot! Again, it exclaimed, pleading. Take me with you. I want to meet her. Its words made you widen your eyes in surprise. A moment later, in the waiting hall, a solemn knight walked in, introducing himself. I am the knight serving the eldest princess of the empire. My name is Talun de Zero. He continued explaining in detail about the events that would happen when getting on the carriage. Everyone would play the role of club members assigned to protect the princess. He imagined the lively scene of the ball the princess would attend to celebrate the eldest princess's birthday. He raised his eyebrows seriously, warning, If you cause any unacceptable trouble in the palace, the royal family will not guarantee your safety. Then he asked sternly, Do you really want to accept this mission? Stowe led the group and replied, We accept. Stowe and his teammates are ready. He said, Let's set off right away. A moment later, they were escorted to the front of the magnificent castle. The carriage sped through the heavy rain towards the castle. Inside the castle, a beautiful flower garden appeared before their eyes. I will lead everyone to the eldest princess's garden. Everyone was collectively astonished, looking around in awe. Perer exclaimed in amazement at the huge arch. This is outside the arch. The sky was still pouring rain, just like we were standing in a waterfall. Marisa, dressed in a beautiful gown, stepped out to greet everyone. You've all arrived. Mew knelt down respectfully to respond to her. Glory to the heavens shining upon the empire and its children. I should have said that. After saying that, he looked up to ask, but the greeting, hey, is a bit soulless, don't you think? Outsiders would think we just met for the first time. Marisa smiled politely, responding to him in the palace. The sky shone over the empire, and its children paid their respects to the princess. I should have said that, he said, looking up to ask. But the words, hey, isn't that a bit lifeless? A stranger might think we just met for the first time. Marisa smiled politely and replied to him in the palace. It's better to be careful. Prince Hagamwan got the hint, if that's what the princess wants. Suddenly, Marisa's face changed. It went all dark as she warned, all right. From now on, you must obey my every command. Marisa's sudden change left the whole group frozen solid. They were dead silent for a second. Marisa couldn't hold it in anymore and just burst out laughing. She waved her hand dismissively, grinning from ear to ear. I'm just kidding, don't look so worried. Hee hee. Marisa, back to her cheerful self, turned to instruct her maid. We're about to meet some pretty shady nobles, so it won't do us any good to be all stiff and formal. Benzia, could you please bring out the tea we've prepared for our guests? The maid understood and replied gracefully. Yes, Your Highness. Right after that, a delicious-looking cake was set on the table. Other fragrant, tasty sweets were brought out too. Marisa politely raised her teacup, reassuring them, don't worry, this is just a simple birthday party. Although, I'm still not very used to parties, so I'm a little antsy myself. Hearing that, Muan thought to himself, now that I think about it, I've never heard anything about the first princess participating in any high society social events. He glanced over at Marisa, who was chatting away, and suddenly thought to himself, she's the one who's received so much praise for her noble character. All thanks to organizing charity events to help the community outside the palace. I can see why. It's because she has such solid support. Even though I heard she gave up her right to the throne, it's only natural that the other princes and princesses are still on guard around her. Marisa cheerfully asked them, so, are you guys feeling a little less tense now? Bakjio suddenly let out a huge yawn, wondering aloud, huh? I wasn't worried at all. Why am I so sleepy? Yawn! He suddenly glanced at Marisa and jumped, looking super guilty. Ack, please forgive me. I was so rude in front of you, Your Highness. Marisa didn't seem to mind and explained everything. It's all right. The tea contains an herb that helps calm the mind and relieve physical tension. Hearing this, Muan was totally freaked out for a sec and demanded to know, are you saying you drugged us? Marisa gently explained. I only used ingredients that are good for your health. So you don't need to give me that scary look, Sir Haga. Hearing that, Muan let out a sigh of relief. I would never dare to threaten you, Princess. Please forgive my rudeness. Marisa swirled the tea in her cup, unbothered. No, I get it. I don't blame you for being on guard after hearing there's a strange substance in your tea. This is a medicinal tea. The main ingredient is the leaf of a flower grown in a greenhouse called a tula. Suddenly, she added, however, it does have one side effect. It makes animals that eat it become extremely hyper. Her words made Muan freeze up. He suddenly realized, wait! My tea is a different kind! Marisa sang! Took a big, satisfying sip of her tea. But for us humans, it's just a harmless plant, since it helps soothe the mind and relax tense muscles. The knights often drink this kind of tea during their breaks too. She suddenly glanced in a certain direction, adding with a hidden meaning, House Innis will always be a friend to the royal family, because they found the answer in the labyrinth. Estio curiously asked her, so does that mean you grow all the flowers you use for your tea yourself? You love plants? As Marisa talked about her hobby, her eyes became incredibly gentle. Of course. I've met lots of different people and animals. But no creature is as honest as a flower. However, flowers can't make a sound, so at first, I found it a little difficult. But you don't have to overthink your actions or hide your true intentions from them, because they can't talk. I can just pretend they like me. That's why I love flowers so much. Suddenly, she paused, thinking to herself, why am I telling them all of this? Could it be the Tula tea? Realizing she'd said too much, Marisa quickly jumped to her feet and suggested, everyone seems to be relaxed now, so let's end the introductions here for now. We should get ready for the evening party, everyone. Ton, please show them the way. Ton quickly replied, yes, your Highness. Everyone left at once as she asked. Only Estio hesitated, lost in thought, and stopped to look around the garden. Suddenly, he spoke up, calling out to Marisa, Your Highness. He then held out the small flower pot to her. I'd like to return this flower to you, Marisa asked, confused. Oh my, you don't like this flower? You have a cactus, so I just assumed you liked plants. Estio immediately corrected her. "This flower is amazing," he continued. "It's a detailed explanation, but I think it's best to return it to its original owner instead of keeping it with you. Marisa should give back that flower pot." Turning away, following everyone else's footsteps, I asked for permission to go prepare as requested. Marisa stands frozen, looking at the small flower pot in her hands. The flower is so happy to be back where it belongs. Looking at Estio's back, she's like, "Dang, this Estio guy is way more special than I thought." After stepping into the hall, Nezu gets all dramatic, raising an eyebrow and looking super bummed out, saying, "It's such a bummer, Nell can't join us, but you guys have fun." Ahu shouts after them, "Hey, make sure you bring me back some snacks." Suddenly, the dude starts searching for something like, "Wait, where'd that tiger go?" Esto suddenly remembers and blurts it out, and Nu remembers too, and he's all worried. Like, "Nu's so worried. Suki is super late. What if he got kidnapped or something?" Ahu just groans. "Oh my god, that's literally the last thing we need to worry about right now." Muan asks Esto with concern, "You good?" And Esto just reassures him, "I'll be fine." They quickly head to the party room where a servant respectfully shows them the way. "Right this way, sirs." Inside, the room is super fancy with all this high-class furniture. Everyone's dressed to the nines, laughing and chatting all proper-like, and they all stop and stare when our crew shows up. Oh my god, so the rumors were true. Duke Haga himself is at the party. But like, why this party out of all of them? The gossip is flying. Maybe he's got something going on with the Moon Palace princess? Beats me. Who even knows what goes on in the lives of royals, right? Marisa walks up to Muan and greets him. "I'm so glad you could make it, Duke Haga." Muan gives a formal bow back. "Happy 21st birthday, Your Highness." Then the crowd starts noticing Esto trailing behind him. Hold on, who's the other dude with black hair? Does Duke Haga have a younger brother or something? Then some guy snaps at the other one. "You idiot, look at his outfit, that's a guild uniform." Muan turns to his crew like, "All right, who's up first?" Suddenly, someone calls out his name. "Lord Haga." A guy respectfully greets him. "It's been a while since I've seen you at an event like this. Hope you've been well." Muan looks at the stranger's face and is like, "Sorry, but I don't think we've met." The other guy totally gets it and quickly replies, "Oh, my bad." The young guy cheerfully introduces himself. "I'm our Andon. I took over as the head of the Andon family earlier this year." Muan gives him a friendly smile and shakes his hand. "Ah, so you're the one the princess has been waiting for." Hearing this, R gets super excited. "Wait, Her Highness really said that?" Muan just keeps it going. "Yeah, I heard she's waiting to see if you're the right fit." But inside, he's thinking, as long as you're not a backstabber. Then Muan gets a little suspicious and asks, "But didn't you get a different name?" The guy gets all embarrassed, looks down and says, "I'm kinda ashamed to admit this. But yeah, it's true." His expression just confuses Muan. Like, why? R hesitates, not really wanting to spill the tea. Well, my family's situation is a little complicated. Esto is watching the guy intently, totally deep in thought. He can see R's inner turmoil, a kid not recognized by the Holy Temple. Muan should totally get what that means. He's definitely the type who can't understand other people's pain. This whole conversation is pointless. Seeing how it's going, Esto immediately calls out to Muan. He calls out, "Lord Haga." Just then, someone else walks up to their group, their voice dripping with curiosity. "I was so curious why my dear sister's palace, which is usually a ghost town, is so lively today." The person's robes swish with total authority. "It seems we have a very important guest here." Muan, R, and Esto all just freeze, looking completely shocked by who just showed up. Muan respectfully bows to the newcomer. Mubi the Haga greets the fifth prince. Gil majestically walks up and greets him. "Welcome, Lord Haga. I am Gil Reuben Akon." Muan glances at Gil, puts on a polite smile, and greets everyone. The fifth prince, Gil Akon. Muan is still holding his formal bow, thinking to himself, I really didn't expect to run into him in a place this crowded. Marisa rushes over, all excited. "Gil!" He happily walks over to her. "Sister Marisa!" She playfully scolds him, raising an eyebrow. "You should have said something when you got here. I had no idea you were around." Gil immediately looks apologetic. "My bad. I should have come to say hi first." The two of them start laughing and chatting, which leaves Esto's crew looking a little stunned. Esto just goes quiet, staring hard at the two siblings. Marisa turns to her little brother with concern. "You must be swamped with your studies, huh? Is it really okay for you to be here?" Gil just shrugs it off. "It's my duty as a child of the Emperor." Marisa puts on a whole dramatic act, pretending to cry her eyes out. She whines, "You're still so formal. Ever since you grew up, you're not cute anymore." Gil just gives her a polite smile. "Thanks for your concern, sis. Now, I really should. Let's head back, Marisa says, a bit surprised. So, early? Girls, just like I said, I've been pretty busy lately. I just wanted to personally give you a gift. She pulls out an exquisite red box and presents it to her sister, then opens it to reveal a precious necklace carefully wrapped. This is a holy item. It has the ability to heal wounds. Marisa happily takes the necklace, saying it's so beautiful. She quickly puts on the jade necklace, all excited, promising, "Thank you. I will cherish it." Girls suddenly pause, saying, "Yeah, but..." She glances over at Esto and Moban, questioning her sister, "What about these black dogs? Is this your answer to me?" She pretends not to care and shrugs it off. "It's fine. I know you were testing me." Marisa starts sweating at her sister's sharpness. "You knew and still came here?" Suddenly, Girl rushes over like a gust of wind, hugging her sister tightly, indicating, "Because I've shown you everything without hiding anything. I hope you will listen to my plea." Girl straightforwardly asks her sister to always support her. "You can't abandon me." Marisa is stunned, frozen, hugging her. She exclaims, feeling a bit moved. Girls. But in a hidden corner, Girl suddenly frowns fiercely, thinking, "Don't interfere with my thoughts." Those warning words. Esto is probing her. "You have superpowers. You can read thoughts, right? Stay quiet and don't do anything. I will protect you from the enemies threatening Ignis." His thoughts make Esto ponder. Girl's gaze darkens, flashing a threatening glint. "But if you dare block my way, I will destroy your guild. So you'd better choose the next Emperor of Razan wisely." After a while, Mubi complains, "That kid is a bit of a hassle. He's a bit annoyed, just like a copy of the Emperor. Damn it, but he seems really close to the princess." The naive prince smiles brightly in response to him. "Seeing the two sisters so close, I think the next generation will be peaceful." Mew shakes his head, rebutting his words. "Peaceful? Nonsense. He won't sit still because I'm not the next in line for the throne." Bosser hesitantly exclaims, "Oh my god, how could that be? The fifth prince seems to really care for Princess Mariama, right?" Esto remains silent, seemingly not hearing what they said. Perra calls out to him again, "Captain!" At this moment, he finally snaps out of his daze. Esto quickly asks, "Visiting Parker?" "I'm sorry, Perra, what did you just ask me?" He starts sweating, stammering in response, "And no, it's nothing." But Captain Bosser also noticed Esto is troubled and asks, "You haven't said anything for a while. Are you worried about something?" Esto is a bit surprised, exclaiming, "What?" Suddenly, he clenches his fists, realizing, "Oh right, this feeling is called worry." Esto lowers his head, troubled. "This isn't good. It seems like we're in trouble." Everyone suddenly stands serious, waiting for him to speak. "I'm listening. What's going on?" Esto begins to narrate the details of the story. Just a moment ago, the fifth prince. After a while of detailing, Muon exclaims in shock, "That's clearly a threat to him!" He crosses his arms in anger. "This is no longer just childish mischief." Bakko turns pale, hastily advising, "Captain, just refuse this request. We need to leave here right now." Mu interrupts him and asks, "I agree, but is it feasible?" Bakko pauses, his face growing paler. "The princess has also threatened us that our heads will roll if we fail." "What if we fail?" Suddenly, he raises an eyebrow, analyzing, but the content of the request has changed. Right? This is no longer a simple task like finding a traitor. He reflects on the bloody battle and sighs. It's a fight for the throne. Thinking like this, Parker becomes even more worried and continues to advise Esto, "These issues are not something a guild should interfere with. We should heed the prince's threats. It would be better for us to stop here, even if it means disappointing the princess." "Captain, you can deal with the consequences." Kai then speaks up about her thoughts. "I understand, although I have suspected this possibility." Bakko exclaims in surprise. "You knew?" Kai continues, "But I still think this has become more dangerous than we expected." Doubting this possibility, the doctor exclaimed in shock. "You knew?" Kai added. "But I still think this has become more dangerous than we expected." Her eyes were filled with anticipation as she looked at Esto. "What are you going to do, Captain?" Esto shook his head and didn't answer. "I'm not the one to make that decision, Marissa." She rushed in, cutting off their conversation. She hurriedly spoke up. "I'm canceling the request. I'll send the cancellation fee to you later. Please leave right now." Esto, suspicious, exclaimed, "God, you didn't tell anyone about what you read today?" "That's okay," Marisa hurriedly instructed. "Right. Don't tell anyone. Don't let anyone know what you read today, not even me." She was sweating bullets, feeling anxious. "You don't need to meet with the Duke Delphia. The request will end here." Marisa thought to herself, "I don't want to know. It's best if I don't find any evidence." "That would be fine." Suddenly, Esto blurted out as he read her thoughts. "He does." His words left Marisa stunned. "What?" Esto continued. His words are stronger than you think. He calmly expressed his thoughts. He's not discouraged. He's been preparing for this since he was very young. What he said, don't abandon yourself, is sincere. His words made Marisa stop. She clenched her teeth in anger. How dare you eavesdrop on my private thoughts? Once again, she warned them, the only reason I'm treating you specially is because of the request. Don't interfere in this matter anymore. They understood her meaning and all bowed to accept the order. We take our leave as commanded. Shortly after, they left the castle. Looking at the flower pot on the table, Marisa hugged the small flower pot and went silent. She fiddled with its leaves, reflecting on Esto's words. Wait, if girls are stronger than I thought and have been prepared to take the throne for a while now, she pondered a possibility. What if they were all traitors? The rain was still pouring heavily outside the palace. The Esto group quickly left after the party. Seeing Marisa still lost in thought, a female attendant worriedly called out to her, Your Highness! Suddenly, Marisa turned and quickly walked in one direction, startling her. Your Highness! Marisa hurriedly walked fast, calling out loudly to the group that was about to leave. Wait! Please stop! She grabbed Esto's hand, asking seriously, How deep can you read someone else's heart? Esto quickly replied, How deep do you want to know? Marisa's hands trembled uncontrollably. She lowered her head, hesitating to speak. I need to stop that child. Marisa looked directly into Esto's eyes. Tell me everything you read. After a while, the Esto group finally left in the carriage, heading somewhere. Uncle Ser's face turned pale. He was lost in thought, exclaiming, So everything ended up like this. Crossing his arms, he calmly replied, There's nothing I can do when the princess herself is crying and begging us. Uncle Sir was sweating bullets, but even so, I really thought the request was canceled. I didn't expect we would move to the territory of the DPF family like this. Not long after, they arrived at the luxurious grounds of a powerful family. A polite man leaned in to greet them. I'm Pratnell Delphia, and I'd like to send my regards to the Crown Princess. Marisa also returned the greeting. It's been a while since I last saw you, Duke Delphia. He smiled warmly, welcoming the guests. I've prepared a bath for you. Please take some time to relax. Marisa replied gratefully. Thank you. After Marisa and the maid left, Esto suddenly changed his attitude and showed his disdain. Now that that's settled, you. He crossed his arms, his sharp gaze scrutinizing the Ha-Ga clan. You shouldn't have any connection with the Crown Princess. What are you doing here? Muan, hiding his frustration, still forced a polite smile. Oh, why do you say that? We still have blood ties with the princess. Shin scoffed, smirking. You're quite funny. If you cared for the royal family, as you say, things wouldn't have turned out like this. Muan remained calm, but his mocking words still made him smile politely. Oh, but the crown princess must have a reason for coming all the way to the territory of the Delphia clan. Could you explain what that is? Muan's sharp words left Shin speechless, only able to express his anger. You're still as quick-witted as ever. Muan laughed loudly, thanking him for the compliment. Ha ha ha, thanks for the compliment. Shin's smile gradually stiffened. He silently cursed this guy. At least I admire you for still being alive after the Emperor's game, Duke Ha-Ga. Saying that, he straightforwardly warned, Your Highness, what are you doing here? Muan tried to hide his frustration while still forcing a polite smile. Oh my, why would you say that? We still have blood ties with the princess scoffed with a smirk. It's ridiculous. If you really care about the royal family like you say, then things wouldn't have turned out like this. Mubi appeared calm. Despite his sarcastic remarks, he still smiled politely. Oh, but the princess has a reason for coming all the way to the Delia territory, right? Can you explain what that is? Muin's sharp words left Shin speechless, only able to express anger. You're still as quick-witted as ever, huh? Muin smiled. Thanks for the compliment. Ha ha ha, I appreciate it. Shin's smile gradually stiffened. He silently blamed this guy for being so annoying while still trying to act polite. At least I really admire you for still being alive after the Emperor's game, Duke. Saying that, he straightforwardly warned Muin, but that's as far as it goes. Even though everyone knows you prowl around your own territory like some kind of beast, I expect you to at least act human while you're in my domain. I've made myself clear, so please turn around and leave. My servants will escort you to your rooms to rest after a while. They were chilling in this super fancy dining room set up for VIPs. All this amazing-looking food was laid out on the table, but Esto's crew and Marisa were dead silent. They just stared at the food without even trying to eat. Shin, who was playing host, got all curious and asked about the commoners with them, but Marisa shot back right away. She was like, They're my people. You don't need to worry about them. Her words totally stopped Shin in his tracks, so he couldn't really push it and just said, I understand, Your Highness. Right after that, they started eating, and some super expensive wine was brought out. The vibe was so weirdly quiet, though. Everyone just silently ate their food. After the tense meal, Marisa put her silverware down and was like, Duke Delphia. She got straight to the point. I'm here to give you back your heart. Shin looked so confused. He asked her back, my heart, what do you mean? Marisa's voice got low, and she warned him, we're not being all formal right now. Don't you dare pretend like you don't know. Marisa elegantly wiped her mouth with a napkin and kept going, I think I need to ask this to have a real conversation. Then her voice got serious as she grilled him. Who is the master you serve, huh, Duke Delphia? Shin started sweating bullets, totally flustered by her question. Princess Marisa, how could you possibly ask me that? Marisa was losing her patience and pressed him again. Answer me, Delphia. Who are you backing right now, huh? Shin just frowned and went quiet to think. He was being super careful. Then he suddenly shot up. After thinking for a bit, he walked over to Marisa and respectfully knelt in front of her. I, Shin Platina L. Delphia, hereby declare that every child born into the Delphia family will serve only His Majesty the Emperor now and forever. But Marisa wasn't buying it and yelled. Liar, she grilled him, her voice sharp. If you're so loyal to the Emperor, then who the hell had the nerve to push Gilles to aim for the throne? Jin's sweating buckets quickly denied it. No one would be that bold. Your Highness! Marisa clenched her fists, furious. Then why? Jin cut in, making it clear, I believe, that you also know it's the duty of a royal to make their vassals choose them as their master. He looked up, totally confident, and declared His Highness Gilles has managed to do just that. Shin's words sent Marisa over the edge. She jumped to her feet and chewed him out. The one chosen to inherit the throne is Gu, not Gilles. Are you trying to defy the Emperor's will? Shin was totally calm despite her freaking out. I urge you to reconsider, Your Highness the Princess. That's a decision that can be changed at any moment. He raised an eyebrow and laid it all out. Crown Prince Gu plans to eliminate all of his siblings the second he takes the throne. Marisa was stunned and yelled, what? Shin went on, explaining it clearly. Prince Gilles is very young, it's true, but he has chosen to fight for this position in order to protect you. Princess Marisa, then he frowned and declared with total conviction, the Delphia family will obey the Emperor's command under any circumstance. However, if we can do something to help the future of the imperial family. To Marisa's complete shock, Shin continued, making it clear then, we want to use our power to back a leader who is willing to fight to protect others. Please punish me for this disloyalty. The things Shin just dropped totally rattled Marisa. She went pale, completely stunned. All of a sudden, she just turned around and walked out, leaving Shin kneeling right there on the spot. Before she left, she just quietly told Estio's group, we're heading back tomorrow. Outside the estate, it was still pouring rain with dark clouds swarming the sky. In some other room, Parker was whining, man, this sucks. We came all this way for this? He was starting to feel a little anxious. I'm kind of worried. What if something big happens because of all this? But Mubian was totally chill about the whole thing. This isn't the first time there's been internal drama in the Empire's history. To be honest, I'm more shocked the Empire hasn't collapsed yet. Parker wasn't having it and lectured him, you're the guy standing on the front lines defending this empire and you're talking like that? Then Mubian suddenly asked him, hey, you ever had a puppy? Parker looked confused and answered him, no? Why? Mubian explained, puppies like the owners who feed them. The one who takes care of them, pays attention to them, and loves them becomes their master. Parker hesitated for a second, then it clicked, oh, I get it. Mubian kept going. It's the same for me. I don't raise my sword to protect the country. So what are you going to do now? If you just let the princess be, things are only going to get messier. Esto was quiet too, looking just as concerned, while Nezu just watched with a confused look on his face. On his side, Esto was all flustered too and just blurted out, to be honest, at this point, I don't even know what I should be asking for anymore. The whole group went silent for a moment after his brutally honest words. Ahu suddenly piped up from the side. Well then, he suggested, can't you just control all of them? The Duke or the Prince? Or whoever else? Ahu started bouncing on the table and added, just order them not to kill anyone. And bam, problem solved. Esto replied to him, my power doesn't last that long. So unless I literally live in the palace, that's going to be pretty hard to do. Ahu whined all bummed out. Ah, really? Esto turned away, trying to avoid the conversation. He couldn't help but think, I really don't want to use that power if I can help it. He sighed to himself. Is this why the Dragon Clan keeps its distance from humans? Ahu kept going with another idea. What if we just start the war ourselves then? Nezu immediately shot him down. We can't do that. Esto would be in danger. Ahu waved his hand dismissively, wondering. Well, can we just say Muban supports the fifth prince? If both dukes are on his side, then even the emperor couldn't object. Muan cut him off. Yo, sorry, dude. But I can't just openly go against the Emperor's wishes like that. Ahu was totally baffled and asked, but why? Delphia just did it. So what's the deal? Muon gazed off into the distance and explained in detail. Our situation is different from his. Long story short, it's tied to the fate of the people in our territory, the ones who helped us when our family was on the brink of ruin. Ahu got the picture and dropped. His idea. All right, fine. A new day dawned and the rain had finally stopped. Warm sunlight filled the entire mansion. A black cat started scratching lightly at the window of a certain room. The person inside heard the noise and called out, "Suki?" Estio quickly opened the door to let him in. Suki immediately began his report. "That kid who asked you to find his dad?" "I found him." Estio was a little taken aback. "Rand's father?" Suki went into detail. "His name is Isak. They probably didn't want to leave any traces, so it was pretty tough to track him down. It took me a good while to find him, you know?" Estio asked in shock. "You went to find him yourself?" Suki confirmed it. "Yep, there were signs that he was taken to the Fifth Prince's palace. He's in the capital right now." C also saw him by the window and walked over. She had a hunch and said, "Looks like the Black Tiger went to find that kid, Rand's father." Estio answered her. "Yep, that's right. It looks like. The Fifth Prince's men took him," Kai exclaimed in shock. "You're telling me guards who are experts at ambushes and hunting went and kidnapped someone?" Suki remembered the scene from back then and recounted. There were a few other soldiers from the same village as him. He continued, "They didn't look like they were being treated well at all. They're secretly training on their own. You're not going to be able to see him that easily." Suddenly, Estio scooped him up. "Thanks for the info, Suki, but..." He pulled him into a hug and gently told him, "Next time you go out, you have to tell me first. I was worried sick about you." Suki felt his warmth and agreed. "Okay, I'll do that." Backer also walked over to them. "Oh, Suki's back?" He couldn't hide how excited he was. Nu beamed and greeted him. "Welcome back, Suki. I'm so glad you're okay." "Ahu, missed you like crazy." Mubi pointed over at Ahu and said, "The cactus is sleeping right now. Should I wake it up?" Suki lazily draped himself over Estio's shoulder and replied, "Nah, don't bother. Let's just get ready to go. Not long after, right in front of the lavish mansion." "Excuse me, Your Highness, Marisa?" Marisa was about to get into her carriage when she suddenly stopped. "You still have something to say, Duke Delvey?" Shin placed a hand on his chest, bowed and replied, "This unworthy servant dares to inform you that you hold the key to this battle." "Your Highness," his words made Marisa suddenly burst out laughing. The look on her face. Couldn't hide her outrage. How ridiculous. How could I, someone who can't even sway the heart of one loyal servant of the Empire, possibly have that kind of power? Under her intense glare, Shin quickly dropped to one knee to show his sincerity. "Your Highness Marisa, this might be a little difficult, but please don't shy away from this conflict." He continued with conviction, "I will absolutely follow any decision made by you, the Crown Princess, for the future and glory of the Ruan Empire." The carriage convoy, right after that, they quickly left this mansion, but suddenly they stopped somewhere. The carriage halted in front of a grand building. Marisa walked in with a sense of reverence from the knights. "I almost had no clue about the plan against the Emperor from the girls." She frowned, thinking, and what if the Crown Prince planning to wipe out all the other heirs? This means the Emperor knows about it, but is just turning a blind eye. Marisa couldn't help but feel totally lost in this situation. This is such a mess. What am I supposed to do now? Suddenly she turned back in front of the teleportation gate. "You guys did great. We'll part ways here." Marisa glanced over at them, at everyone present, and said, "Thanks for giving me the courage." She flashed a brilliant smile. "If it weren't for you guys, I never would have even thought about visiting the Duke of Delphia." Estio also bowed respectfully in return. "Yes, I hope you have a safe trip back." She cheerfully waved goodbye to them. "Yeah." But before anyone could finish speaking, suddenly Marisa's eyes shot wide open in shock when she sensed something was dangerously wrong. Something whizzed right past her face, scaring the crap out of her. And right after that, a massive explosion went off. In the middle of the room! Marisa was so scared she just dropped to the floor. "Whoa!" The knights rushed to get in front of her. "Protect Her Highness, the princess!" Marisa still hadn't snapped out of it as she looked toward the blinding flash of light. What was that? A group of people in black cloaks appeared near her. "The one in front was the dude who just threw that dangerous thing at her," Marisa shouted, demanding, "Who are you people? Show your faces!" The knight started sweating bullets nervously. "Your Highness, they're individuals with some seriously high-level magic skills." Marisa was shocked and suspicious. "They're targeting me, aren't they?" Right after that, she managed to pull herself together and told the knights, "I'm fine. You guys just focus on the fight. We need to capture at least one of them alive so we can have a little chat about who sent them. The knight understood immediately and took her order. As you command. Those guys didn't say a word and just reached out again, summoning a ball of light. A whole barrage of light orbs flew toward Marisa and the knights, making them struggle to defend themselves. Struggling to block! Thick smoke and dust totally blinded them for a second. When the smoke finally started to clear, the guys in black cloaks were already gone. Damn it! They vanished. Marisa was shocked to see Estio facing off against one of the mysterious dudes. Estio! She couldn't help but get nervous, thinking she heard that he wasn't a combat specialist. She immediately ordered her knights, "Help him out!" One of the cloaked guys yelled out, in a pissed-off voice. Damn it! The guy took off running but looked back to yell at his buddy. "What are you doing? Get a move on!" The guy facing. Estio replied, all confused. "My legs, they won't move." Through the thick smoke, Estio's sharp eyes were locked onto that mysterious figure. One of the cloaked dudes stopped and looked at his buddy. "Confused, your legs can't move. What kind of crap are you talking about?" The guy yelled back angrily. "I don't freaking know either." His heartless buddy just ditched him and took off. "We're all supposed to retreat first." The guy's face went pale with terror as he remembered he only looked into that kid's eyes for a split second while he was trying to retreat. Suddenly he froze and glanced at Estio nearby, who was just lost in thought. He was snapped back to reality when his two useless buddies from earlier were thrown right at his feet, looking totally pathetic. Mu Bien, who had tossed them over, complained. "Oh man, I caught him pretty easily, but one of them ended up kicking the bucket." Nezu also excitedly dragged two guys over to him. "I caught these dudes too." Backer joined in as well. He caught another one and brought him over. "Another one here. Successful delivery." Seeing all his buddies get rounded up made the guy frozen in the middle of the room totally panic. "Ah!" He gritted his teeth furiously and spat out, "Just kill me!" Then, Estio just casually gave an order. "Sit down." The guy was forced to his knees by some invisible pressure. He clenched his jaw, totally confused by how his own body was reacting. Estio slowly walked over, looked down at him, and kept giving orders. "Drop your weapon. Put both hands on your head." The guy was shaking, but once again did exactly as he was told, raising both hands over his head. His body wasn't listening to him at all. Marisa was sweating buckets, seeing what Estio's crew could do. She walked over in a daze to thank them. "Thanks to you guys, we were able to easily catch the perps." "Thank you all so much," Estio replied to her. "We still haven't caught the real mastermind behind this." Marisa looked around anxiously. Right. She clutched her dress tightly, her expression determined. "Now that things have gotten to this point, I'm going to need their power again." With that thought, she immediately made a proposal. "Until we find the mastermind behind this ambush, I want to hire your services again," Estio asked in surprise. "Are you using your authority as a member of the royal family to order us around?" Marisa replied in a serious voice. "No! I, as Princess Marisa Estranaconia, need your help. I am formally making a request." She thought about those guys from before, the Peregrine Magic Guild, one of the most powerful guilds around. It's a professional magic guild made up entirely of members who are the sorceress Marisa also suspected who was behind this attack and who had hired them to carry it out, the Crown Prince Gu. She fell silent, feeling, "I don't want to believe this, but the Crown Prince really wants to eliminate all the other heirs." She suddenly broke into a sweat, wondering if this was still not enough. "I still need more solid evidence." Shortly after, the group headed to the palace. Marisa instructed them and then turned to leave. "You all wait here, okay?" Buck looked up at the luxurious dome and exclaimed, "Wow, we're back here again!" He clenched his fists in excitement, saying, "We must be the first members to enter the princess's garden twice, right?" Kai confirmed his words. "That's right." Mu couldn't help but ask, "Visiting her? That's strange. I heard that the Ignis family has a deep connection with the royal family." Kai shrugged, showing reluctance. "It's a relationship built on paperwork." Suddenly, she remembered Lesky's lazy demeanor and thought, "By the way, I heard that Vice President Lesky once met the Emperor directly." Hearing his name, Para crossed his arms, looking dissatisfied. "Well, most foreign affairs are handled by the Vice President, but he's still a bit unreliable." Stowe remained silent, not participating in their conversation. Kai turned to him, asking, "Stowe, after this, the royal family owes our association a favor, right? Are you intentionally suggesting that the princess seeks our help again?" She continued, making a guess. "Are you preparing for the moment to target our association by resolving this power struggle and using it as a justification to protect the Estio?" He straightforwardly replied, "That's not entirely my goal. Helping the princess is my personal wish. Although I do have other things in mind, they're just for me, so you don't need to feel guilty." Kai nodded, understanding. "If that's your wish." In her heart, she thought, "Since I realized Estio's identity, I've seen him as a weapon to confront Suhanan. Suddenly, she fell silent. However, he's different from Suhanan. He isn't driven by rage and has a lot of human emotions. She felt a bit guilty about involving him like this. Is it really right? At that moment, Parker was wandering around the garden. He was astonished to see a familiar flower pot, a crystal flower. Mew was also curious and stepped closer to admire the flower pot. Isn't this the cactus crystal flower that's been sought after? He suddenly realized something. Oh, the color of the flower has turned a bit dull green, making him sigh. But it doesn't look very lively, does it? Nezu looked closely at the... I think it's still healthy. Buck also looked back at the flower pot and nervously exclaimed, I must have seen it wrong. The whole group fell silent, staring at Esto. Esto, confused, noticed they were staring at him and quickly said, Oh, Esto, let me see what's going on. In her heart, she thought, ever since I realized Esto's identity, I've seen him as a weapon to confront Suhanan. Suddenly, she fell silent. However, he was different from Suhanan. He wasn't driven by rage and had so many human emotions. She felt a bit guilty for involving him in her plans like this. Is this really the right thing to do? Meanwhile, Parker was strolling around the garden. He was surprised to see the familiar flower pot. Ah, the crystal flower. Bian was also curious and approached to admire the flower pot. Isn't this the crystal cactus that's being sought after? The doctor suddenly realized something. Oh, the color. The flower's color had turned a dull shade of green, making him sigh. But it didn't look very lively, did it? Nezu, confused, looked closely at the pot. The little flower asked, I see it's still healthy. Buck also looked back at the flower pot and nervously exclaimed, I must have seen it wrong. Everyone collectively. Buck happily jumped up. Thanks, Captain Esto. He approached the small flower pot, his hand gently caressing its leaves. Ahu worriedly exclaimed, What? What's wrong? The crystal flower isn't healthy? Esto, after examining it for a moment, replied, It's not sick, but like Parker said, it really doesn't have much vitality. He looked back at the lifeless flowers. This flower will wither soon. Suddenly, Esto fell silent, as if pondering something. Nezu and Ahu, hearing him, also looked sadly at the small flower pot. Mu was amazed at Parker's keen observation and exclaimed, You notice that its vitality has decreased? Parker turned to him and replied, It's just a feeling. I thought I might have seen it wrong. He was troubled, reflecting on Esto's earlier words. I feel a bit sad. Even as it's dying, it can express its pain. Mu quickly reassured him, but its wish to return to its owner has been fulfilled, so it must be very happy. Suddenly, the small flower pot spoke up. I'm not happy. Esto turned to look at it intently. The small flower pot continued, clearly stating, What creature would be happy when it's about to die? It feels satisfied, saying, But even so, I can still return to where I was born. It's sad. Even when it's dying, it can still say it's in pain, Mew exclaimed, calming him down. But its wish to return to its owner had been fulfilled, so it must be very happy. Suddenly, the little flower retorted, I'm not happy. Esto noticed its words and turned to look at it intently. The little flower continued, clearly stating, What creature would be happy when it's about to die? It felt satisfied, saying, But even so, I can still return to where I was born. The little flower pot chimed in, What living creature is happy when it's about to die? It then said with satisfaction, But even so, I can still return to the place I was born, out before it wilted, so I have no regrets. Then it turned towards Esto to give its thanks. Thank you, Esto. Basser noticed something strange about the flower pot and asked, Did that flower just move? Suddenly, the door swung open, cutting them off. A maid walked in and respectfully invited them to a party held by the princess. Her Highness invites you all to a party. The afternoon sun was painting the whole sky red. A lavish banquet table was filled with amazing food and decorated with vibrant flowers, making the group gasp like, Whoa! Marisa greeted them with a huge smile. Welcome, everyone. I'm a bit embarrassed that I wasn't able to prepare things perfect. Mew was floored. His jaw totally dropped at her words. You call this not prepared? Princess, what is all this? Marisa answered cheerfully, I wanted to use this to thank you. Suddenly, her tone got serious. Although after that last request, I realized that what the members of the royal family truly want is completely different. What's more, choosing to become one of my subjects during such a dangerous time is not an easy decision. Marisa hid her true feelings and put on a bright smile. I wanted to express my gratitude with this party. I hope you all enjoy it. They followed her to the table, and Baser excitedly rushed ahead. Thank you, Your Highness. Muban was deep in thought, thinking about the princess. This girl, she's totally different from that cowardly prince they met. They quickly sat down and started digging into the amazing food. Suddenly, Esto spoke up. Your Highness, Marisa noticed and excitedly asked, Do you have something you need to say to me? Then she suddenly had a thought and offered, Oh, am I making you uncomfortable? I can leave if you want. Esto shot that down immediately. That's not it at all. Marissa went silent for a moment, thinking. She leaned right into Esto's face, carefully studying his expression. How did it end up like this? She suddenly realized she was being way too forward, and flustered, she took a few steps back. I mean, it's not like there's anything wrong with it, but you always have the exact same expression, so I was just a little curious. That's all. I'm sorry. Did I make you uncomfortable? Esto looked down and replied, No. Inside, he was thinking. That's right. People who can't hear what others are thinking have to guess emotions based on facial expressions. It would be super weird if I always had the same look on my face. The two of them suddenly got all awkward and quiet. To break the cringy silence, Marisa raised her glass. She happily introduced the special drink in her hand. Please give it a try. I used some really special petals for this. To our victory, she took a big, refreshing gulp of the drink. The others quickly took a sip too. The taste of this drink made Mubian freeze in shock. He couldn't hide his surprise and immediately spoke up. I've tried a lot of fine wines before, but this is the first time I've ever tasted anything like this. Marisa was happy to explain how this special drink was made. The main ingredient is nectar tantalus, a super rare flower that only blooms once every 10 years. It's also known as the golden flower thanks to its golden color. When Moo heard the name of the flower, he was like, Whoa, even the name sounds bougie. Marisa swirled the drink in her glass and continued her detailed explanation. Nectar has been used to make drinks for a super long time. There's an old saying that goes, if you drink something made from nectar, you'll possess both heaven and earth. She cheerfully joked, because they say the nectar flower is a powerful charm that can even tempt dragons. She seemed to be enjoying her own story. What a funny tale, huh? But her story made Muban totally freak out. He spat out the mouthful of the drink he just had in absolute horror. The look on his face made Marisa worried, so she immediately asked, Duke Ha, are you okay? Mubian's face was dripping with sweat. He stammered out, Did you just say this is a potion? Marisa covered her mouth and burst out laughing. Are you surprised by that? Don't worry, the nectar flower is totally harmless to humans. Marisa pictured a huge dragon hanging around the beautiful flower. She continued explaining more about this fascinating plant. Instead, I heard it has a scent that's irresistible to dragons, because dragons have been gone for a long, long time. It's kind of a sad little flower with no one left to attract. Mubian got even more confused, thinking to himself, what is she even talking about? Meanwhile, Esto was still holding his glass about to take a sip, not paying any attention to their conversation. Suddenly, Suki came over, getting his attention. Esto, he advised him, it's probably best if you don't drink that. Marisa suddenly remembered something and turned to ask Esto, Oh, right, didn't you have something you wanted to say? Esto stopped himself from drinking. The wine was set back down on the table. Yeah, you continued with the detailed story about the crystal flower that the god brought back to the wilting person. Marisa was shocked when she heard you mention this. Oh my god, it still looks fresh and lively. Can you really tell that? Esto pondered about the wilting flower and exclaimed that it might fade away soon enough. But this is also an inevitable event. Usually, crystal flowers only live for about a year. Your words made Marisa feel a bit sad for a moment. Flowers bloom quickly and wither just as fast. Another bud will sprout in its place, and when spring comes, a beautiful new bud will bloom again, making her think of something. She hurriedly explained that its life cycle might be very short, but it's also very beautiful. I didn't intentionally give you a low-quality flower, so please don't misunderstand. Esto interrupted her, narrating that the flower had asked the god to bring it back to the person. Marisa froze, confused. Why was Esto looking at her? He continued, clearly expressing that he wished to spend the remaining time he had with that person. Dear Princess Marisa, he said, and she went silent for a moment, then suspiciously exclaimed, Can you read the hearts of other beings besides humans? She was a bit taken aback and asked if the child wanted to return to her before fading away. Do plants really have feelings like that? Sko answered her doubts, saying it's rare for a plant to express its thoughts or show such strong emotions. He continued narrating, However, they do know who has taken care of them and have feelings similar to humans. Marisa trembled and hesitated to speak, unable to understand. Muen seemed to understand Marisa's feelings and secretly admired her, saying he liked plants because they can't talk, but now we know they have the ability to think just like us. Marisa burst into tears, feeling sorry for the wilting little flower. If only we had known this a little earlier. Marisa's words made Muen astonished, and he exclaimed, Ah, She was extremely anxious and stood up abruptly. We need to go see her right now before the flower withers. Can you help me read her heart? Esther was a bit surprised by her action. Yeah. The group quickly left the banquet table to head to the flower garden, leaving only Eniu and Ahu silent in place. Ahu, confused, asked, Eniu, what's wrong? Did you forget something? Eniu sniffed the air around and exclaimed, I smell something strange. Ahu didn't pay attention and urged him, Isn't it just someone farting? Forget about it and follow them. Eniu continued to think about the scent he just smelled. Something. Suddenly, he stood up, startled. This smell is from that garden, Marisa exclaimed, recalling precious memories. This glass house garden is a gift from the Emperor for my 5th birthday. At first, I liked it because it was beautiful, and over time, it became a place where I could spend quiet, private time with the flowers and soothe my soul. She looked at the nearby gardening tools, not knowing when it became her hobby. She looked back at the beautiful, vibrant flower. The more love we give them, the more beautiful they become. Marissa reached out to hug the poor little flower pot. I thought this was the place where the marks of care were most clearly shown. She happily shared her thoughts with everyone. That's why I always thought our interaction was one-sided, and I needed to take care of them. I never thought these little ones would also cherish me. Her cheeks flushed as she sighed. Looking back, I feel like an idiot. She affectionately pressed her face against the little flower pot in her hands. Welcome back to me. We'll meet again next year, okay? The little flower was so moving that she exclaimed, Marisa! She interrupted their emotional moment. Eniu rushed over, shouting to warn them, I smell something burning. The group was astonished, looking towards him. Eniu anxiously raised his voice. There's a fire! Right after Eniu's warning, the palace servants also hurried to deal with the fire. There was a fire breaking out at the entrance to the flower garden. Quickly put it out! The worried doctor exclaimed. If it's at the garden gate, wasn't that where we were just now? I hope the fire isn't too big. Marisa was sweating, poor little flower. I thought this was the place where care was most clearly expressed. She happily shared her feelings with everyone. That's why. I always thought our interactions were one-sided, and I needed to take care of them. I never thought these kids would also cherish. My! Her cheeks flushed as she sighed. Looking back, I feel like an idiot. She gently pressed the little flower pot against her face. Welcome back to me. We'll meet again next year, little flower. So moved, she exclaimed, Marisa! Cutting through their emotional moment. Eniu rushed over, shouting loudly to warn them. I smell something burning. Everyone was shocked and turned to look at him. Eniu anxiously shouted, There's a fire! Right after Eniu's warning, the palace servants also rushed to handle the fire. A fire had broken out at the entrance to the flower garden, and they quickly tried to put it out. The doctor worriedly exclaimed, If it's at the garden gate, weren't we just there? I hope the fire isn't too big. Marisa was sweating bullets. You're right. The garden gate is right there. Mu frowned, feeling something was off about this. Something wasn't quite right. But he set that thought aside and hurriedly reminded them, Let's get out of here first. Everyone ran quickly toward the fire. From the other side of the gate, a flame was... He reminded them, Let's get out of here first. Taking his advice, the whole group scrambled towards the fire. From over by the gate, a flame was... It was blazing with thick, black smoke, but luckily it hadn't spread too far. Suddenly, a huge explosion went off right in the middle of the fire. The blast rushed towards them, and Muon quickly threw up a hand to shield. Marisa! Right after that, Marisa anxiously asked if everyone was okay. Mubi sensed the danger and warned her. Your Highness, please be careful. Step back, Your Highness. This is seriously dangerous. The flames at the door are spreading, blocking our view. This is an attack under the cover of smoke. Through the thick smoke, Marisa's maid calmly walked out. Marisa was so happy to see she was safe. Bee! She rushed over to ask. Are you okay? Thank goodness. We need to tell the Emperor before things get any crazier. Bee cut her off, her voice filled with sorrow. I'm sorry, Princess. Marisa was like, What? Bee started to cast a spell to do something. The door slammed shut right after that. Marisa was stunned and yelled, Wait, Bee! Muban stepped forward. It's obvious there's an insider in the palace. An insider. I'm sure you've already considered this possibility, haven't you, Your Highness? Marisa pressed her lips together, furious. She turned away, agreeing with Muban's assessment. You're right, Duke. The Imperial Palace is a battlefield where anything can happen. Mew grabbed the hilt of his sword and proposed, We need to give up on. Trying to escape the conventional way, Your Highness. How sophisticated is the protective magic on this garden? Marisa hesitated before answering him. The highest level. Muban unleashed a powerful slash at the closed door, but the sturdy door didn't even have a scratch on it after his attack. Bosser worriedly asked, Kai, are you okay? Kai, is this tough for you too? Kai broke out in a sweat and explained to him, "My puppets are all made of wood, you know, Muban." He looked up, observing, and couldn't help but worry. What a disaster. If I put more power into the attack, this whole structure will collapse. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he frowned and paused. He turned and asked Marissa, "Your Highness, don't you need to water the plants?" She suddenly remembered and exclaimed, "Oh," Marissa quickly replied, "in the center of the garden, there's a lake that provides water. We can get it from there." They quickly made their way to the lake. "Let's hurry." A while later, they were carrying large buckets of water to the spot. The fire was quickly put out. "Phew! We're alive!" Basser exclaimed, exhausted. "So now we can get out, right?" Marissa replied. "That's right. The entrance doesn't have any protective magic, so we can destroy it indirectly. Get out." Muban suddenly grew more tense and warned her. "I thought so too, Your Highness. But please, look outside," Marissa urgently turned her head to look back. "You mean outside the door?" Bloodstains stretched out from a fierce battle. Marissa froze, at a complete loss for words. Mew spoke grimly. "This is the consequence of blindly trusting the Emperor's orders, Grand Princess." Esto suddenly dropped to his knees, in shock over something. Nu came closer, worried, and asked, "Are you okay?" Suki also couldn't help but worry about his unstable condition. "Esto, you've been sweating for a while now. When did this start?" Esto's face was covered in sweat. He was panting heavily, thinking to himself, "Why is everything so hot? Could it be because of that drink?" Mew also noticed his condition and asked with concern, "Esto, are you okay?" Esto replied vaguely, "I don't know." Marissa noticed the way Muban was speaking and thought to herself, "Now that I think of it, Duke Haga isn't a member of the society, so why is he addressing him so deferentially?" Esto's face turned even paler. He managed to say, "Princess Marissa, your flower has a message for you." Marissa was stunned and asked back, "What? Right now?" Suddenly, a chorus of mixed voices came from the flower pot. "Hello, my beloved human." Marissa heard the voices and was completely astonished. "Huh? There are so many voices?" A leaf drifted down as a deep voice spoke. "We know Marissa very well. The plants all spoke in unison. Although we have been asleep for a while, we always heard Marissa's greetings." Marissa looked up at the trees around her and said in awe, "You can also hear." "The thoughts of the other plants?" Esto replied to her. "Yes. The plants that have grown under your care are speaking up now." His words made Marissa even more surprised. "It's not just the crystal flower?" Esto's face was flushed and he was clearly struggling. "I tried to do that, but right now I can't control it." The nearby trees continued to speak. "Marissa always talks to us. Now it's our turn. We will protect you." "It's okay, Marissa. Everything will be all right." Basser noticed the branches slowly stretching out and exclaimed, "The branches are getting longer." The canopies gradually covered the whole space, cooling down the air. The air wasn't as hot as it was just a moment ago. Muban looked around frantically. "The fire outside has been—" "The fire's out, and the chaos outside has died down too." From beyond the door you could hear the knights rushing to the rescue. "Princess, are you all right?" They burst through the door. "We're here to rescue you." Marissa was so happy to see her people. "I'm okay." Then suddenly a piece of ash landed on her face. "Huh!" She looked up at the sky. Ash. The trees that had been scorched were disappearing one by one. Oh man, her people kept trying to reassure her. "We will protect." Everything's gonna be okay." But Marissa just burst into tears over the sacrifice of the beautiful trees. "You guys put out the fire! You were always here for me!" Tears streamed down her face, filled with so much sorrow. "Thank you, my babies. I'll always remember you." The little flower pot in her hands had wilted too. With tears in her eyes, Marissa cradled the little pot. "I wish I had known." "You're feeling sooner. Thank you for protecting me," the little flower weakly replied. "Me too, Marissa." The flower was already wilted, so with nothing left to lose, it spoke up. "But I'm so relieved that I got to be with you until the very end." Marissa looked at the little flower pot in her hands with a broken heart. "I still haven't even given you a name. Even though I really want to call you by your name right now." The flower suddenly reacted strongly when she mentioned a name. A name. Marissa started thinking of beautiful names. "That's right. What do you think about Pearl? Like the milky white gem," she continued sadly. "That way I can remember you forever with this name." Just then, Kai stepped over to Marissa and suggested, "We can save it, Your Highness." Her words completely stunned Marissa. "For real," Kai explained, "although it will live on in a different form. Do you want to see it?" Marissa quickly nodded. "Yes, I'm counting on you." The little flower pot in her hand swayed as if to show its agreement. In the days that followed, the servants in the palace had to pay the price for their betrayal after that massive fire. The harshest punishments were handed down to deal with them. After this whole incident, all the staff and the security system were replaced. Some even faced the Emperor's wrath and were beheaded. But they didn't seem to care at all about finding the actual culprit. Marisa was annoyed as she recounted what had happened over the past few days. This means they must have figured out who was pulling the strings behind the scenes. The fact that His Majesty isn't doing anything means he's basically allowing a war for the throne to break out among his own kids. She raised an eyebrow, feeling heartbroken for the trees that sacrificed themselves to protect her. Even plants know who takes care of them, and people are no different. Marisa walked over to the sunlit window, a ruler who listens to the voice of the people, a country where everyone cares for each other and recognizes the leader who looks after them. She sadly asked Esto and his crew, "Is Ruan a country like that right now?" Esto understood what she was feeling and said softly, "Princess, Marisa." It was like Marisa had made up her mind. She turned around with a determined look, and she declared with all her conviction, "I will become the emperor." Her eyes held a pleading look as she gazed at Esto and his crew. "Will you join me?" A moment later, Esto's group left the palace. Marisa seemed a little sad to see them go, and just like that, they were gone. She walked over to the window quietly, watching the carriage get farther and farther away. What a shame. They would have been so much help. A little girl walked over and asked, "Marisa, why didn't you try harder to convince them?" Marisa answered, explaining, "They looked like they'd already made up their minds to leave. I didn't want to order them to do something they didn't want to do." Then she brightened up again. "Anyway, I still have so many things I want to do." She looked over at the little girl who was standing nearby. "Let's go, little Pearl." The little girl smiled happily and replied to Marisa, "Okay." On the carriage speeding over the high hills, you could hear Nezu's voice, ringing out nonstop, full of worry. Suki was getting annoyed and growled. "Shut up!" Nezu whined back. "I can't help but worry." Suki got pissed and warned him, "Don't make a big deal about it. That's how you can help." Perer, who was sitting on the side, heard Suki's voice and was like, "Wow, now that I hear Suki's real voice, I realize it's way sharper." Muan didn't think so and shot back with a cold look. It's not just the cat, you know." The guy's face went pale and his head was buzzing from all the mixed up sounds. "I feel like I'm going crazy having to listen to everyone's thoughts." Muan glanced over at Esto, who was totally wiped out, and thought to himself, "It seems like his powers have gone out of control because of the nectar." Esto exclaimed tiredly. Nezu worriedly reassured him. "We're almost there." Just at the capital gate, Esto looked out of the carriage. "Do we have to get off now?" Nezu nodded in confirmation, saying they were told to get off. The carriage stopped, and from here, they had to walk. Outside, people were bustling about, but to Esto, this lively scene felt so dull. He closed his eyes in exhaustion. He worriedly thought, "We should have gone around the outskirts instead of cutting through the capital. It might have been better for him not to faint." Suddenly, Esto turned to call out, "Hey, Nezu, your eyes are completely shut. You can't see anything. Lead me to the dormitory of the guild, okay?" Nezu was puzzled by Esto's behavior, but asked, "Why are you closing your eyes?" Esto explained his thoughts. "I'm trying not to look anyone in the eye." "Anyway, please." Even though you explained, Nezu still innocently didn't get it. Trusting Nezu after a while of moving, they arrived at their luxurious home. Skyla stepped forward to greet them. "Welcome back, everyone." Esto clung to Nezu as they walked, whispering to Parker, "Hey, Parker, could you report that the mission is complete?" Parker quickly understood and left. Skyla noticed. Esto greeted, "Oh, welcome, Captain." She was holding a thick document. "I need to talk to you about something." Esto still had his eyes shut, making Skyla wonder, "But your eyes are injured, right?" Esto didn't know how to respond, so he just casually replied, "Something like that." Skyla couldn't help but worry and asked him to see. "I'll call a healer for you, okay?" Esto immediately refused her kindness. "No, I don't need any treatment." Still, Skyla couldn't help but remind him, "Captain, your eyes might not recover well if they're injured. Don't hesitate to come to me if you need anything, okay?" Esto understood and suggested asking her to get him something to cover his eyes. Skyla quickly left. "I'll be right back." A moment later, she brought back a bandage. "Can this work?" Esto quickly covered his eyes. "Yes. What did you want to tell me?" Skyla quickly explained the information she just received. "This is the report about the person you asked us to find. The information about a guy named Isaac is all here. We've confirmed that he is still living in the capital, and we're looking into more details about that." She flipped through to find something. "Since you won't be able to check the report, I'll send it to your teammates, okay?" Skyla handed him a small piece of paper. "Be careful with this, okay?" Kai, sweating, awkwardly took the paper. Esto then ordered to end the mission of gathering information there. Skyla understood and replied, "Got it. Next is additional information about Suhannon." Skyla recalled the magnificent cathedral and continued, "There's a rumor going around that Suhannon will soon move into the cathedral." Skyla reported seriously, This morning, the current Pope, Ezekiel, announced his resignation. The cathedral has started to take action. Her words made Kai ponder. That's strange. I thought Suhanan would destroy the factions in his way. After delivering all the information, Skyla turned to leave. That's all for the report. We'll send you more information through the courier when they arrive. Esto nodded, understanding her. You've worked hard, Skyla. Parker returned after a while of being absent, scratching his head and smiling brightly. I've completed the final part of the request. It's awesome. We've written a detailed report. He. Suddenly, he paused when he saw everyone's odd expressions. Huh? Parker looked at them confused. Why do you all look so weird? He started sweating, theorizing as if everyone had just seen a ghost. Mu Bien sighed and replied, We're about to see something worse than a ghost. Parker couldn't help but wonder, worse than a ghost? Mu Bien glanced at Kai with a meaningful look, something extremely scary. Right, Kai? Kai nodded in agreement. I'd rather meet a ghost than that. Esto didn't join in with them, worriedly thinking about when his powers would stabilize again. He frowned, thinking, what if this situation keeps going on like this? Everyone's thoughts kept swirling around in his head. Mu fell silent, unable to help but worry about his current condition. Suddenly, he turned to propose to Esto, I'll go finish the rest of the mission related to finding the man named Isaac. Mu leaned in respectfully, advising Esto, please rest until your powers stabilize, okay? Esto was taken aback by his suggestion. I was asked to personally complete the mission. Mu, with a serious tone, said, I'm not a member of the guild, Esto. I'm just a protector. Mu leaned in respectfully and advised, Esto, please rest until your abilities stabilize. Okay. Esto was flustered by his suggestion, rebutted me, demanding, I personally complete the task. You serious? I'm not a member of your club. I'm just a bodyguard. Okay? Whatever you say. Since Esto couldn't convince him, he had to give in. At least let me go with you. Kai stepped forward and declared, I'm not taking part in this request. Besides, I need to prep some countermeasures for Suhanan. Just come back safe, all right? Esto got the message and replied, got it. Esto then turned to Suki and said, all right then, you lead the way for us. Suki! He quickly accepted the order, replying, you got it. A while later, in a rundown, dilapidated neighborhood, a man was curled up. He sat miserably in a corner. The boxes here reeked with a nasty stench. Right next to that man, another person was laid out on a bed, covered by a simple, smelly blanket. Suki led Esto's crew to the front of the house. This is the place. Mu raised an eyebrow, skeptical of the rundown shack. Is this for real? The fifth prince took him away just to stick him in a dump like this? Suki confirmed, I'm 100% sure. Mu quickly went up and knocked on the door of the house. Anyone in there? He knocked for a while, but nobody answered. Mu called out again. Nobody home? We're here on a request from Ran. Hearing him mention the name, Ran? The person inside slowly cracked the door open, looking suspicious. You just said Ran? Mu peeked inside and described the boy, Ran, from the guard village. 10 years old with red hair. I'm here to meet that kid's father. The man looked over Esto's crew and asked, you guys look like you're from the guild, but you came all the way out here for a request? Follow me. They quickly followed the man inside. They walked up to a stained curtain, and Esto, who was being helped by Parker, also stepped inside. Through the foul air, he could faintly smell blood and urine. He wondered aloud, is this man even alive? They all turned their eyes to a man who was seriously injured and unconscious. The guy who led them in answered Esto, he is. At least for the time being. Parker looked at the man's bandaged wounds and cried out in distress, oh my God, his injuries are way too serious. We have to treat him. The other man cut him off. It's useless. This ain't the first time someone's kicked the bucket like this. He turned his head and glanced at the fancy-dressed visitors. Don't forget, this place is basically the Empire's junkyard, my dear guests. I'll be right outside. Just call me when you're done chatting. As soon as that man left, Esto approached the bed and asked, are you Isaac, Ran's father? Isaac whispered back weakly. Ran? He asked with a tremor in his voice. About the boy's condition. How is the boy? Is he all right? Esto could feel the man's faint life force and thought to himself, he's not going to survive this. We were too late. Esto quickly answered to reassure Isaac, Ran is doing great. You don't have to worry. Relieved, Isaac stammered out his thanks. Thank you. Really. Suddenly, he coughed up a huge mouthful of blood in agony. Esto could tell the man didn't have much time left. He quickly removed his blindfold and looked directly into his eyes. Mr. Isaac, if it's too difficult for you to speak out loud, just think about what you want to say. He thought to himself, to communicate with Isaac, what message do you want to leave for Ran? Isaac was stunned by Estio's incredible power. His eyes welled up with tears as he thought with a heavy heart, "My son, Ran, please tell him about my death. If he asks, tell him how I died." He recalled the past, detailing everything. "I wasn't dragged here. I came completely on my own free will. And even now, at the very end, I have no regrets about pledging my loyalty to Ruber Razan. My only regret is," he thought of Rand's radiant smile, "that I can't return to my little boy." Isaac looked at Esther with pleading, trembling eyes. "Please, tell my boy for me that I love him." He understood and accepted the man's plea. "I understand. I'll pass on your message to the boy in the guard village." Tears streamed down Isaac's face as he closed his eyes. For the last time, he managed to whisper one last thing: "Thank you." His hand fell limp, and he left this world for a place far, far away. Meanwhile, Nu was waiting quietly in a corner for Esto's group, since he was too big to go inside. People nearby stopped to stare and gossip about him. "The first visitor we've had in a long time." Their thoughts and voices just kept buzzing around. "I heard they're from the Ignis Guild. What's up with that monster? Is it a pet?" Three men nearby suddenly got a nasty idea, laughing amongst themselves. "Let's just steal it and sell it. Come on." Just then, Nu got distracted, hearing some sort of melody. He suddenly looked around, all confused, when the melody disappeared. While he was scratching his ear trying to hear it better, a man snuck up quickly from behind him. He went up to the guy and smashed a wooden stick hard against NEU's head while laughing wickedly. Thought he had you caught, but the scene before him made the man freak out. Nezu was still conscious, his head swelling up like a balloon. He turned his head in anger, grabbing the long stick from the man's hand. Nezu raised an eyebrow in fury as his wooden stick hit the guy. The other guy was shocked and shouted for help. "This dude is strong! Help me!" His buddies were scared and huddled to the side, peeking at the situation. One of them exclaimed, "Did you hear that? That monster can talk." The other guy skeptically replied, "Is it a rare monster or something?" The first guy got excited, thinking about the huge profit. "Isn't it just a monkey? We could totally sell it." Nezu still didn't realize the danger. He looked at the guy with innocent eyes while the two men stepped out from their hiding spot, grinning slyly. "Selling you would make us a fortune." Nezu still didn't get what was going on and was confused, looking at them. The man who attacked him was scared of Nezu's strength and quickly dropped the stick, running away while yelling for help. "Help! I'm being chased by a monster." Nezu was shocked and reached out to grab him. "Wait!" But the guy, even more terrified, screamed, "There's a monster after me!" Nezu confusedly protested, "That's not true." Suddenly, a spray of blood shot out right in front of NEU. The man who had just run away was taken down by his own two buddies. "Looks like it understands our language." The buddy kicked the poor guy, saying, "We'll give you food. Lots of tasty stuff if you come with us." Nezu was so angry he was shaking. "I don't eat humans! I'm not a monster!" he yelled in rage. "I told you I'm not a monster!" Suddenly, something was thrown hard at him. A glass bottle smashed against his head, causing him pain and making him scream. The bottle shattered, splattering red liquid everywhere. He quickly wiped the stuff off his hands. The two wicked guys laughed maniacally as they hit him directly. "If you absorb that liquid, no matter how strong you are, even a monster can't fight us." Nezu, no longer looking innocent, roared in anger. His roar stunned the two guys. Nezu suddenly transformed completely. He became bloodthirsty, bearing sharp fangs, growling. He quickly charged at the two clueless guys, making them scream in fear. A bloody massacre happened right after that. From inside the house, Esto heard Nezu's roars and rushed out to check on him. "Nu!" He hurried over. Nezu was losing his cool. He looked at me. "Esto, calm down, Nezu. It's okay. Those idiots who drove you crazy are gone now." Nezu growled in anger. "Those guys killed my friends and told me to eat him. They're the worst." His eyes were teary, heartbroken by the rude actions of those guys. "I'm not a monster, but they threw stuff at me. My eyes hurt so much, and I was too furious to stay still." Esto paused for a moment, then reached out to lift Nezu up, comforting him. "I'm sorry for leaving you alone." Nezu calmed down a lot. He looked straight into Esto's eyes. "But Esto, did you take off the eye patch?" he asked in confusion. "You don't need to cover your eyes anymore?" Esto grabbed the eye patch and replied, "No, I still need it." He quickly put the eye patch back on. "Let's head back." Shortly after, he and everyone returned to the building. A few days later, at the fancy building of Esto, he didn't leave the building but quietly rested in his room, reflecting on the days that had passed. 10 days had gone by since he drank that strange water. His powers were more stable now, but he still couldn't fully control them. He needed to find a way to master all of his abilities. He still had to wear the eye patch, even after many days of recovery. Suddenly, he sat up as if he thought of something. Esto was silent, deep in thought. He clenched his hand into the wrinkled bedsheet. It's my power, but why can't I control it the way I want? I need to practice somehow. He pondered about the magnificent temple and the mysterious people. Someone might have knowledge about the powers of the golden dragon. He fell silent, reflecting on his thoughts. But didn't they say Suhanan looked down on the black dragon? Estio gritted his teeth in anger at this thought and turned away from the bed. Somehow, you pondered the grand cathedral and the mysterious ones. Someone might have knowledge about the powers of the golden dragon, and you went silent. I thought about that, but they said Suhanan looked down on the black dragon. Estio clenched his teeth in anger at the thought and turned away from the bed, just lost in thought. Even though he hated Black Dragon, why was he here trying to wipe out humanity instead of going to the dragon world? He silently decided he needed someone who could help him, so he quickly called out cheerfully as he walked into his room. Did you call me? She stepped closer and asked, I just got back. So, how do you feel now? I tried to walk quietly so as not to disturb you. I don't know, he replied vaguely. Suddenly, she remembered everyone and looked around. Hey, where are the others? In response, she said, they'll be back soon. Feeling cold and angry, he thought, they left you alone in this state? Bien stood right by the door, and Parker coldly spoke up. We went out to find her. He turned to look at Kai with a mocking expression. You really disappeared for a few days. What a careless leader. So if you find any info, spill it. Kai quickly reported what she had found. I've got both good and bad news about Su Hanan. Which one do you want to hear first? Let's hear the good news, he said. Thanks. So, it seems Su Hanan has stopped his movements. He seems to be thinking about climbing up to the papal chair, she said, crossing her arms, sighing at the news. Oh, that's good news, right? Kai turned to him and added, yeah, but it could lead to even more trouble. She thought about the worst-case scenario if he actually managed to become Pope. If he becomes Pope, even the Emperor won't be able to deal with him easily. Plus, Su Hanan will definitely try to pull the Emperor to his side. Parker scratched his head, a bit confused, and exclaimed, what trouble could he cause if he becomes Pope? Am I the only one who doesn't know? Kai eagerly explained, Su Hanan is not human. He's a dragon. Parker perked up when he realized the issue. I get it now, but suddenly he froze at the shocking news. A dragon? Kai continued. Don't you want to hear more about this? Parker hurriedly gestured. No, no! I think it's best if I don't know. He turned pale, terrified. Dragons are supposed to be mythical creatures! Why do I keep running into them everywhere? So, what's the bad news? Kai said nothing, just silently handed him a piece of paper. He took the paper, smiled, and pulled down his eye mask, shocked as he read the contents. It seems Su Hanan has figured out the identity of Black Dragon. Oh, he wants to meet you, the paper stated, showing a few lines of text. On the day when the holy light of the Lord covers the eternal resting place of the worthy, on that day I will call for you. You will spill your blood on the altar and reveal the truth. Bien raised an eyebrow at the paper's content. Wow, is this a request or a command? So he will drag you there at any cost. Oru jumped up excitedly, running closer, exclaiming, This Su Hanan kid is a minor, right? I can't tell if this is a request or a poem. Kai continued to elaborate on the information she had. The holy light of the Lord must be the ceremony for the papal inauguration, a baptism performed by God, not by humans. The moment the new pope's position is determined, a column of light from God will descend to illuminate the eternal resting place of the worthy, proving the holiness of the pope. Bien frowned, analyzing the issue. So, he will meet Su when he becomes pope. We've already received their request. If we refuse, Kai firmly stated, he will even destroy our guild to find you. She closed her eyes, sweating, feeling awkward, because the only emotion Su Hanan had towards the Black Dragon lineage was hatred. Everyone looked at him, waiting for his decision. Parker suddenly, confused, spoke up, does spilling blood mean he will die? Kai turned to clearly explain to him, he won't call you to the holy place just to do that. Besides, don't the followers of the Lord see killing as taboo? C couldn't help but voice her concerns. He must have some secret method to handle this. Parker still didn't fully understand the issue and continued to ask. So why would the captain be called to the resting place? Bien, feeling overwhelmed, quickly dismissed those chaotic thoughts from his mind. Hey, we're trying to understand the desires of a dragon here. What are you talking about? I just don't want my boss to get hurt. Parker agreed, trying to reassure him. You don't need to worry too much. Looking at it from another angle, we still have time until then. After a while of pondering over the paper, suddenly, they might even destroy our club to find Stowe. She closed her eyes, sweating nervously because the only emotion Su Hanan had towards the Black Dragon lineage was hatred. The whole group looked at Estio, waiting for his decision. Parker, suddenly confused, spoke up, So does bloodshed mean. Is he gonna die? Kai turned to explain clearly to him. He wouldn't call Esto all the way to the cathedral just for that. Instead, aren't the followers of the Lord supposed to see killing as taboo? C couldn't help but wonder aloud. He must have some secret method to deal with Stowe. Parker still didn't quite get it and kept asking, so why was the captain called to the resting place? Mew was in a frenzy, quickly dismissing those chaotic thoughts from his mind. Hey, let's try to explain the desires of the dragon, huh? I'm just trying to keep my master safe. Parker nodded in agreement, trying to calm him down. Yo, are we really trying to understand a dragon's desires? That's insane. I just don't want my master to get hurt, that's all. Para agreed and tried to reassure them. You don't need to worry too much, he said, looking at it from another angle. We still have time until then. After pondering over that paper for a while, Esto suddenly, calling out to Kai, you turned serious and continued. If we can't find a solution before the Pope's inauguration, I'm leaving the guild. C disagreed and opposed your request. You don't need to do that. Our Ignis Guild won't just sit back and let things happen. You know that, Esto. Suddenly quiet for a moment, you tightened your grip on the paper, feeling guilty. Everyone shouldn't have to face danger because of me. You look back at the name on the card. Honestly, I do want to meet him someday. Even if they hate me, they still are. You thought about the golden dragon's appearance and continued, the individual of the same species. I got to meet, but I don't want my choice to drag the guild down. Esto, I asked for permission to leave the guild again. The leader bit her lip, waiting for Kai's reaction. Esto felt gloomy, wondering if she was disappointed. You thought about Kai's cheerful look before. I didn't care that people I didn't know hated me. I was used to that. Then, thinking about her serious expression made you determined. I want to protect you. After a while of thinking, Kai sighed and said, well, then there's no other way. We have to go meet him. Her words surprised Esto. Kai was so sure of herself. I always told you that the guild supports you, which means no matter what choice you make, we will follow you. She pointed at Esto and continued, because you're the captain of this guild, Esto. She spoke firmly, standing by her choice. That title isn't just for show. So, do we have time until the inauguration? Kai turned around and replied to him, right now, we do. Because we finished our previous mission, we don't need the combat members yet, Mu exclaimed. Really? Why are you so eager to kick me out of the guild? Since I'm outside my territory, I'm going to enjoy life. Para looked at him in surprise, thinking, I thought you were already enjoying it. Kai turned her gaze to Stowe, beaming, suggesting, Stowe, let's head back to the headquarters. Ju smiled and nodded in agreement. This morning, the sky was clear, the air fresh, and the plants were thriving, stretching to welcome the morning Sunday. Para looked around, feeling amazed that summer was almost over. Muan replied, yes, I hope autumn comes soon. Parker curiously asked if something fun was happening in autumn. Mew pointed in one direction, explaining one of the biggest festivals in Ruan, the Autumn Leaf Festival. Para skeptically exclaimed, the Autumn Leaf Festival? Mew thought of the vibrant yellow maple leaves and continued, yes, but sadly, the territory of the Haga clan has too many monsters, so it's not a good place to watch the leaves fall. Thinking about this made him feel cheerful. When autumn comes, I want to run around where there are lots of beautiful leaves. Para thought it was even more confusing and wondered if he wasn't going back. Suddenly, he remembered and exclaimed, if it's leaves, we have beautiful ones back home too. Mu paused and asked, the village of Avian? Para recalled the lush canopies among the high cliffs, confirming, yes, even though they're deep in the mountains. The more you reminisced, the more excited you got. Maybe it's the location, so the leaves there have all kinds of colors, and the fruits from those trees are really delicious. Mew suddenly asked, do you want to go home? Honestly, I really like my current life. Now I feel like the headquarters is just like home. He laughed and spoke cheerfully. Of course, when there's a holiday, I'll go back to my family and rest for a bit. If I get the chance, I want to invite everyone to my house. Hehe. Nezu got caught up in their conversation and added, Nezu wants to go too. B. Sir suddenly exclaimed, that place might be a bit too high for you. Nezu was still super excited, saying, I can climb mountains. Para thought about the steep cliffs and smiled awkwardly. It might be a bit steeper than you imagine. Time flew by, and the evening sky turned red, with golden-orange sunlight filtering through the leaves onto the ground. The group, Esto, stopped somewhere. At the roadside, an old wooden sign clearly indicated the name of this area, Scenic Village. Para stared at the sign, exclaiming, even though we had to pass through here, I see we finally returned to Scenic Village. Suddenly, a loud voice from someone startled them. It was the Ignis Guild. The kids and Ryan excitedly ran to greet them. Ryan hugged Esto tightly and hurriedly asked about the news of Isaac, Esto's brother. Did you find our dad? The boy excitedly shouted, I've been really good waiting for you. Tell me everything. Any news about Isaac? Esto's brother? Did you find our dad? the kid exclaimed excitedly. I've been really good waiting for you. Tell me everything. Esto was hesitating, not sure how to even start. Rand's eyes were sparkling, just waiting for Esto's answer. Rand suddenly noticed something weird on his face. Esto froze for a sec. Huh? The little dude asked, all concerned. Is your eye hurt? But Esto was still quiet, totally lost in thought. He knelt down and grabbed the kid's hand tight. The little kid whispered, R. He then said seriously, There's something I absolutely have to tell you. Esto slowly replied to the boy's anticipation. Your father, everyone around them suddenly went silent as they listened to Esto's account. He explained Isaac's illness in detail and how he passed away. Everyone there who heard the story was heartbroken and started to cry. The kids who were just happily playing a moment ago were now sobbing their eyes out. Ryan just froze with tears streaming down his face in horror. Esto, feeling for the unfortunate kid, said, I'm so sorry to be the one to bring you this sad news. But Ryan didn't blame Esto and countered his words. Why are you apologizing? The boy forced an ugly smile. Thank you for keeping your promise to me. I'll definitely repay you for this in the future. Esto was stunned by Ryan's innocent words. Suddenly, a voice pulled him back to the present. Esto! Esto's group had already left the village a while ago and were continuing their journey, Mubian asked with concern. Are you still worried about that kid? You've been totally zoned out ever since we left the guard village, Esto. Esto opened up. I just thought he would hate me, even a little. Mubian was completely shocked by that thought. Hate you? Why? Esto replied in a gloomy voice. Because I was the one who delivered the bad news to him, but even so, Ryan still thanked me. Mubian turned to console him. That kid just wanted to know what happened to his dad, and you fulfilled that request. Of course he's grateful. He tried to reassure Esto with a soft gaze. Why would he possibly hate you for that? But Esto was still upset and muttered, I know, but... He pursed his lips tightly and didn't continue, just thinking to himself, sometimes people just need something to blame. Parker looked around the bustling room. The headquarters is kind of loud right now. Kai explained that this situation would go on for a while. It's because the power struggle among the royals has officially kicked off. She thought about the endless stream of letters being sent and the flood of requests that would keep hitting the captain. But I strongly advise that we don't get involved with any faction, whether it's the princesses or the princes. Esto nodded. Got it. Kai suddenly added. Oh, and one more thing, she reminded them. Suhanen's papal inauguration ceremony is this winter. Until then, you're all free to do whatever you want. Kai then waved goodbye and started to leave. Well, I'm crazy busy, so I'll be going now. If you need my help with anything, just give me a shout. Kai quickly turned and rushed off. Parker hesitated before speaking. Captain? He was holding a huge stack of letters. I've already gone through them, and there's a total of 88 requests addressed to you. Here you go. Esto started sweating bullets, seeing that massive pile. Could you please filter out any requests related to the royal family? Looking at the pile left after Parker sorted them, there were only 9 requests remaining. Esto shook his head wearily, complaining, That's still so many. He quickly grabbed the letters. Parker was surprised and asked, Whoa, Captain, you're going to start working on these right now? He couldn't help but worry about Esto's health and advised him, You've got to be exhausted. You should get some rest first. Nezu chimed in, agreeing, Yeah, for real. You just got back, Mubian also added. Plus, we're supposed to be on vacation. Instead of working, how about we go on a trip? Parker immediately jumped on board. I totally agree. But Esto didn't seem to hear any of their advice, completely absorbed in reading the letters. Parker jumped, startled at being called. Yeah? Esto looked up and asked, Where's the culinary department of? The headquarters located. Parker was baffled. Huh? The culinary department? You mean like the chefs for the guild's main cafeteria? They all pictured the dining hall. Parker asked doubtfully, Oh, are you craving something to eat? If so, I can go grab it for you. Nope, Esto replied, holding out a piece of paper. It's a request. Parker took the paper and read what was on it. A request from the culinary department? That's kind of surprising. Guild members don't usually send requests to one another. Suddenly, the information on the paper made him pause. I am Cheese, head of the culinary department. It appears we have 2 creatures in our kitchen that we are unable to tell apart. Because of them, there's been a ton of confusion and a bunch of accidents recently. Parker continued reading from the request. Captain, please let us know which is the real one and which is the fake. Captain, you're actually going to take this quest? Esto nodded and confirmed. Yep. I don't want to act like I'm clueless about a problematic situation happening inside our own guild. Parker got the message and replied, Yeah, I get it. So, since we have a mission now, I guess the team isn't splitting up for vacation after all, huh? Suddenly, Esto declared, Parker, you won't be joining this mission. His words left Parker totally floored. Huh? Esto started to explain carefully. A mission that comes from the culinary department doesn't require any moving around. There's nothing you need to pay attention to. Parker! Parker's heart broke and tears started falling. But Esto just took the request form back. The rest of you guys should just chill today and start the mission tomorrow. You're on vacation, Parker. Just relax and take it easy, all right? Parker hesitated for a second. He was quiet for a moment, then turned around, scratching his head like he didn't want to agree. I am a little tired, but you don't have to be so thoughtful all the time. Time flew by, and a new day began. Came to the fancy building. Down the empty hallway, you could hear someone's quick footsteps. Mew was walking and thinking out loud, "Man, it's a good thing I'm still here with you, huh?" Nezu and Suki couldn't get in because they're all furry. Esto nodded, agreeing with him. "Yeah, you did good, Mew." Being praised, Mew couldn't help but feel super happy and satisfied. The two of them picked up the pace. Mew went on, explaining, "Since we came after the lunch rush on purpose, it should be pretty dead in there right now." It wasn't long before they got to where they needed to be. Mew was all smiles, leading the way. "All right, this way!" Suddenly, from a room up ahead, an angry voice yelled out, "Damn it!" He was screaming, "You call this food?" In the kitchen, some dude was totally chewing out the sous chefs. "Is there something wrong with you guys?" Moo opened the door to go in and walked in, sighing, "Oh my God." Meanwhile, Esto had put his blindfold on again because it looked like things were getting loud. A super intense yelling match was going down inside the kitchen. I really hope screaming isn't part of the request. His tongue was on fire as he chewed them out. "Where's the head chef? Hurry up and identify this dish. Tell me why my tongue is burning like this right now." The kitchen staff in charge just bowed their heads and apologized. "We're so sorry. There was a small mistake in the cooking process." But the guy was still pissed off and kept yelling, "Spicy is one thing, but there's a limit. Do you guys have any idea that my friend, who has a super weak stomach, ate this insanely spicy dish, passed out, and had to be rushed to the emergency room, huh?" After listening to the whole thing, Moo finally got the gist of the problem. I thought he was just ticked off, but it's the spice that's making him turn all red. Suddenly, a voice called out, "I'm the head chef here." That chef was huge, totally blocking his view. But then another guy walked up and was like, "No, I'm the head chef." Two identical head chefs showed up. Hearing this from the back, Esto got lost in thought. They must be the real and fake versions mentioned in the request. At that moment, the two head chefs were staring each other down, sparks practically flying from their eyes. "I'm the head chef! How dare an imposter like you!" "Mess up the dish? No, you're the one who sabotaged the food. Get this imposter out of here. Now, I'm the real one. This guy is the fake. Can't you guys tell? He's the imposter!" The dude who was just complaining about the food stared at them, completely baffled. He was so shocked he stammered, "Are you guys twins?" Hearing that, the two chefs got right up in each other's faces and yelled at the guy at the same time. "Don't say something so ridiculous! I don't have any siblings! Yeah, I'm an only child! Everything was just a mess!" A complete chaotic mess right in front of Moo and Esto. At that moment, a female staff member turned to look at Moo and Esto, her eyes lighting up with relief. She hurried over to them. "Ah, are you the captain?" Esto answered calmly. "Yes, I'm here because I received the request." Seeing her hero, her eyes immediately started to well up with tears as she looked at them. Mew was confused and asked, "Hey, why are you crying? We're here to help, you know." She started sobbing, like she'd been holding it all in for ages. "Thank you guys so much. You have no idea. The past few days have been a living nightmare. We can't tell who's real and who's fake." Mew tried to calm her down. "Okay, stop crying and just explain to us from the beginning what happened here." Through her sobs, she explained, "A few days ago, a doppelganger entity escaped from the magic research department and wandered into the kitchen." Mew was shocked and asked, "A doppelganger?" She nodded. "Yeah, it's a psychic type monster. Its body is like a mirror. It turns into a perfect copy of anyone who looks at it. Once it changes, you can't tell them apart just by looking at them from the original. It doesn't actually hurt anyone, but it keeps messing up all the food. It seriously loves playing pranks and being the center of attention." After explaining everything, she looked so relieved. "Anyway, thank you so much." "So you two made it here, huh? Without the captain, we wouldn't even know what to do." Suddenly, Jian Bang pops up with a totally crazy idea. "You could kill both of them." Esto wasn't happy with this approach and chimed in. Jian Bang, on the other hand, was all friendly, waving and saying, "Long time no see, right?" The little girl coldly replied, "You're not even a member. Why are you here? Mubian responded, Well, because my boss called me. Bang scoffed. He couldn't understand why he was using his skills to serve a kid like this. What a waste of a good sword. Mubian didn't care much and laughed, saying, Oh, I'm serving him really well. Bang seemed unfazed as she summoned her weapon and walked over to the twin pair. Mu saw the situation. Not good, she softly interrupted. Wait, I don't think this is your business. Bang, furious, aimed her weapon at the twins and warned, Don't you dare interfere! I'm a member who specializes in independent combat with the alias Jiang. I've been tasked with eliminating a monster from the Magic Research Department. She pointed her weapon at one of the guys and demanded, All right, speak up. If you don't want to die, who's the real one? The guy being aimed at insisted, I'm real. I told you, I'm real. Hearing this, the other guy looked at the one being threatened, and they both pointed at each other, saying, No, the monster is him. Seeing this, Bang, full of determination, decided there was no other way. They both had to die. They exclaimed, What the heck? How can someone be this brutal? Wait, we didn't send a request to you. They pointed at S. But Bang turned to ask that kid, Didn't you send a request to the captain? That just makes me even angrier. Captain, you wouldn't let me kill them, right? But what's up with that weird blindfold? Are you hurt? Stowe explained. A few things happened, she asked as Stowe slowly approached. So what are you going to do? How are you going to tell who's real and who's fake with your eyes covered? If you can't see what's happening right in front of you, how can you use your special mind-reading ability? I'm right, aren't I, Esto? Esto didn't care much and continued with his work. Please, you two, extend your hands. They looked at each other in confusion, then slowly extended their arms. Esto, Bang, in the back, hesitated, thinking, Wait, he can read their minds just by holding their hands? How? Esto focused, feeling the thoughts of each chef. Oh wow, a mind reader. You should tell everyone, I'm real, please. Hearing this, ESO guessed that this guy was the real chef, but he couldn't feel anything, like the guy was completely empty. The chefs eagerly asked, So, do you see me as real now? I'm real. Reveal the truth. Bang was no different. She asked how things were going. Esto spoke up, Yeah, I got it. The cheese is definitely going to be revealed when we step into the Magic Research Department. Let's all go. After saying that, Esto turned to Bang and sent a message about killing monsters not being the only way to deal with them. We can bring the twin back to where they manage it. She was furious at Esto for lecturing her, that little punk. Meanwhile, in the Magic Research Department, a bell rang in the big building. Inside, the guards were on duty, observing the surroundings, thinking this was the most secure place in all the guild buildings I've seen so far. So, what are they doing that's so top secret? At this moment, Esto's group arrived and faced the guards. Hello, sir, the leader of the guild. What brings you to this facility? Stowe replied, I brought back the imposter that the Magic Research Department lost. Upon hearing this, they led Sue and his crew to the first floor where the head of the Magic Research Department was in the basement. A staircase appeared leading down there, and everyone was walking in awe, mouths agape. The staircase was also magically created. They even had remote communication devices. Esto, upon hearing this, turned to ask Muon about the remote communication device. Bang chimed in to explain, It's a magical marble used for monitoring. It's a three-dimensional object that allows the other side to see what's happening on this side. It's also used for unmanned explorations during wartime. Esto wondered where the other side was. She replied, Anywhere Telemar can send signals. Looking around, I thought this was the most secure place in all the club buildings I've seen so far. So, does that mean they're doing something super secret? When Esto's group arrived, they ran into the guards. Hello, sir, the leader of the club. What brings you to this facility? I brought back the imposter that the Magic Research Department lost. Upon hearing that, they led Sue and the crew to the first floor where the head of the Magic Research Department was in the basement. A staircase appeared leading down there, and everyone was walking with their mouths agape in shock. The stairs were also created with magic. They even had a remote communication device. Esto turned around to ask Mu, What's this remote communication device? It's like a magical marble used for monitoring. It's a three-dimensional object that lets the other side see what's happening over here. It's also used for unmanned explorations during wartime. Esto wondered, Where's the other side? She replied, Anywhere Telemar can send signal. It was used for unmanned expeditions during the war. Esto asked, Where's the other side? She replied, Anywhere Telemar can send a sig. The magic effect makes Stowe feel a bit uneasy, asking if that means someone is watching this place. Muon continues. Maybe they've always been monitoring this area. I've seen these stones all over the buildings and on the ceilings here. Esto, amazed, asks, How do you know all this? Mu, grinning like a goof, explains, It's installed in my house too, so I have a bit of knowledge about it. but the ones here are way bigger and way prettier. Just then, a voice from the door chimes in. Thank you for the compliment, Your Grace. It's Swan, who has been waiting to greet them for a while. Did I get your title right? Thank you, Your Grace. Duke Two Chickens. Mubi politely responds. The way you said it is fine. Suan is still super formal. My bad. I've never learned how to act around nobles. Since she was born, she suddenly realizes, oh my gosh, look at me. I'm getting distracted. Swan quickly walks over to grab Esto's hand. It's such an honor to meet you, President. Too, Mew politely responded. The way she spoke was a bit off. Okay, Su-an is still very polite. My bad. I've never learned how to behave in front of nobles. Since birth, she suddenly realized, oh my god, look at me. I'm losing focus. Suan hurried over to grab Esto's hand. It's such an honor to meet you. I'm the one in charge of this department, Suan says. Just call me Swan. Stowe, surprised, can only reply, Hi, I'm Stowe. Swan smiles excitedly. I know, I've been watching you for a while now. Not just that, I'm actually a huge fan of yours. A power that can read hearts? That's so cool. I want to test that ability. No, I want to study it. Looking at her, she seems confused. Esto, sweating nervously, says, I get it. Swan continues, Ahem, welcome back, Jang. Thanks for accepting the request. She's still as cold as she's been this whole time. Shut up. I wouldn't have accepted if I knew I'd run into the president. Swan asks, why don't you like him? Bang, angry, doesn't say a word. She turns away and huffs, then Muon gets back to the main topic. So, you're the one who sent the request about the doppelganger? Swan replies, that's right. I asked Jiang to handle that. I really thought it was dead by now, considering how it's still so lively. But luckily, you caught it without too much damage. Muon waves her hand, sighing in relief. Oh man, if it weren't for you, the kitchen would have turned into a bloodbath. Swan, hearing this, excitedly responds, no problem. Anyway, there's no way to completely kill it. The doppelganger is a type of spirit, a soul entity originating from the material world. Mubi curiously asks, just to be sure, but are you guys experimenting with creating souls here? Swan, startled, replies, huh? Of course not. It would be awesome if we could do that, but this is totally an accident. We were just checking if an old mirror displaying spiritual phenomena contained new. Hearing this, Esto realizes, that's why I couldn't read its heart. Xan continues, President, we're going to take this mess away. Esto wonders, what are you going to do with the soul from the mirror? Swan thinks for a moment and replies, it doesn't have a contract with anyone and can't be killed. We'll have to seal it back in the mirror. Esto asks again, seal it? She explains, material souls have a very strong connection with the objects that birthed them. Based on that property, we'll lock it in the mirror. Muon seems a bit violent and asks, do you really need to threaten it like that? Swan, determined, walks over and knocks on the mirror. If we don't do this, it'll keep causing trouble everywhere. This is how we protect both the soul and everyone here. If it finds a suitable person to sign a contract with, a great mage could be. Hearing this, one of the two head chefs suddenly transforms from head to arm, starting to melt away. Esto opens his eyes wide, curiously observing it turn into a thick black liquid. Is that the true form of the mirror soul? After the head chef sees it disappear, he hesitates. Are these shadows, spirits, or whatever? Are we sure it'll be sealed in there? Swan cautiously answers, well, I can't be 100% sure. Bang chimes in with an opinion. No one wants that, so just kill it. We won't know if we can kill it until we try. Who knows when that monster will escape from the mirror and harm people again? Oh, come on, Jiang. It's a soul, not a monster. I don't care what it is. If it harms people, it's a monster, Bang says, aiming straight at the mirror. Esto quickly rushes to stop him. Wait! Esto's eyes show urgency. He really wants to stop this person. Suan can't do anything but gasp in shock. Is that so? Suan, sure of her intentions, went to knock on the mirror. If she didn't, it would keep causing trouble everywhere. This is how to protect both the soul and everyone here. If it finds a suitable person to sign a contract, a great mage could be born from it. Then she knocked on the mirror and commanded, now go back before your precious house gets destroyed. Hearing that, one of the two chefs suddenly transformed from head to arm, starting to dissolve. Esto opened her eyes, curious to observe it turning into a black liquid. Is that the true form of the soul mirror? The chef, after seeing it transform, hesitated. Esto lifted his blindfold and watched curiously as it turned into a pitch-black liquid. Is that the true form of the mirror spirit? The real head chef, after watching it transform. Are these shadows or souls or whatever? Are we sure it won't be sealed in there? Su-an answered cautiously. Well, I can't be 100% sure. We need to research more about it. Bang chimed in, offering his opinion. No one wants that, so let's just kill it. We won't know if we can kill it until we try. Who knows when that monster will escape from the mirror and harm people again? Come on, it's a soul, not a monster. I don't care what it is. If it harms people, it's a monster. Saying that, Bang aimed straight at the mirror. Esto hurriedly stopped him. A spirit isn't a monster. I don't care what it is. If it hurts people, then it's a monster. After saying that, Bang aimed right for the mirror. Esto, wait! Esto's eyes showed urgency. He really wanted to stop this guy. Sue-Ann could only gasp, I hate monsters like you. Saying that, she turned and ran away, not wanting them to see her current pathetic state. After Bang left, Esto turned back. Yeah, because at that moment, another person appeared right in front of the mirror, blocking the attack from the gang. It was a version of herself with black hair and brown skin, calm and collected. Standing still, she watched her other version right in front of her, holding a spear aimed at the opponent, and asked why it was black, just like her. Seeing something slip out of control, the gang gritted their teeth in anger, their bodies shaking violently. Suan calmly explained that the soul of the mirror reflects your true self. So, it was really you, huh? Just as she was about to say more, she covered her mouth and exclaimed, No way. Esto, worried, thought to herself that Jion didn't like her real name being revealed. Even the researchers only knew her by the name Jiang. At that moment, the gang furrowed their brow, determination in her gaze. She swung the spear in her hand as if wanting to attack someone. Luckily, Esto reacted in time, shouting for Mu Bien, who immediately rushed in with his sword to block. The strength of the two seemed evenly matched. The sword and spear shook continuously. Mu grinned mischievously, sensing some power behind it. Did you ever think about killing your own ally? Gripping the spear tightly, the gang continued to tremble, lowering her head and muttering, No one can know, she whispered in fear, that I used to be her, that I survived there. Mu Bien looked over at the black-haired soul and asked, You came from the east, right? The gang tightened her grip on the spear, her voice anxious. I should have killed that monster from the start, then this wouldn't have happened. She turned back to look at the people behind her and yelled, It's all your fault! Esto felt a bit worried for the gang. She was scared. Swan, standing beside her, hesitated because of the gang's unusual behavior. She took a few steps back, stuttering, Why did Jiang do that? Esto immediately took action. He turned to Duan and said, Forget everything you saw today. Swan didn't understand and exclaimed, Huh? You used your powers to start hypnotizing them. The only thing you will remember today is the kitchen turning into the soul of the mirror. Forget the girl with black hair. Esto's eyes lit up as he added a crucial memory-erasing command. You never came here today. Finishing his words, he put them to sleep, and they fell into a deep slumber. Instantly, drowsiness hit an X and lost her balance, collapsing. Not just X-Ann, but the chef and two others from her group also fell to the floor, sinking into sleep. Esto softly called Zeon. The gang fell into extreme horror when her secret was exposed in front of many people. She angrily shouted, Don't call me by that name. Those who had nothing to do with the gang were now sleeping soundly. Esto calmly reassured, Anne, you don't need to be scared. They won't remember seeing you. The gang, confused, asked, How can I trust you? She looked around and saw the communication device, so she questioned, Is there also a remote communication device here? There are others watching us through that stone. Esto confirmed, That's not the issue. He placed a hand on his chest and earnestly expressed, If I'm lying to you, you can come and kill me any time. Hearing that, the gang finally put down the spear in her hand. The air fell into silence for a moment. She bowed her head and asked, The first time we met, you read all my thoughts, right? Not just my name, but also where I came from and why I dyed my hair. The more she spoke, the more she confirmed her suspicions. You know everything. So you erased everyone's memories, right? Esto replied, That's correct. The gang pressed further, Then why didn't you say anything? The spear in her hand turned into light and vanished. She said to Esto, almost as if mumbling to herself, You know my secret. You could tell someone, or use it to threaten me. Esto stepped in front of the gang and sincerely said, I don't want to do that. The girl lowered her head and raised her voice. And I'm asking you, why? Instead of a specific answer, Esto countered her question. Do you need a reason not to do something you don't want to do? The gang couldn't hold back her tears, her voice trembling. Just as I thought, I hate monsters like you. Saying that, she turned and ran, not wanting them to see her current pathetic state. Once the gang left, he turned back to look at the black-haired soul behind him and asked, Can you stop imitating her? The soul, confused, asked sadly, Why do people hate me? Even though I don't go outside anymore, even though I don't cause trouble, did I hurt anyone? The soul began to melt away. No longer able to maintain the form of the gang, it gradually transformed into a dark gray puddle, returning to its original state, no longer imitating anyone. It confusedly asked, "If I am a soul without." "I hate monsters like you," she said, then turned and ran away, not wanting them to see her in such a pathetic state. After Bang was gone, he turned back. I looked at the black-haired spirit behind me and asked if they could stop imitating her. The spirit didn't get why I was upset and asked why everyone hated me, even though I'm not going out anymore, and I'm not causing trouble. Did I hurt anyone? The gloomy spirit started to melt away, losing its shape. It gradually turned into a gray-black puddle, returning to its original form, not imitating anyone. It was confused and asked if I was a soul without. So why was I even born? Just sit down and comfort it. Someone will definitely come looking for you, half believing, half doubting. I can't confirm that. No life in this world is useless. A month later, on a beautiful sunset evening in the lavish house of Stowe, he spoke up. "There's a request to the branch in Turkey." I put my hand on Parker's shoulder and asked, "Oh, that's Turkey, right? The vast desert in the south?" Parker looked a bit worried. "It's been a while since we got a request so far from headquarters like this. Is it okay, boss?" Stowe looked up at them and calmly explained the reason for the trip. "Yeah, the request is to transport the Mirror Soul for sealing. It's an extension of the Mirror Soul mission we received earlier. So even though the desert in Turkey is really far, I still want to complete it," Cactus exclaimed excitedly. "Wait, the desert in Turkey? What a coincidence. That's my hometown." The white-furred monkey, Nezu, with round eyes, eagerly asked, "Really? Are we going to meet Ahu's family?" Cactus laughed and replied, "I'm so excited. Let's go meet my mom." Ahu asked, "Do trees have family structures too?" Ahu expressed, "We don't remember our lineage like humans do, even though I remember my mom, my siblings." At this point, he burst out laughing so much that it couldn't even be called siblings. "It's just me, you, and all of us." Everyone exclaimed, "That's interesting." The next day, Kai stepped in with a worried look. "I heard you're heading to the Turkish desert. The trip to the desert won't be easy." She anxiously looked at Stowe. "I want to go with you, but given the current situation, that's going to be tough." "I'm sorry, Stowe," she reassured. "It's okay, you're not going to." As he was about to turn away, Kai called out, "There's one more thing. I'm introducing a member to accompany you. This is the support member for this mission, the person who will replace me and accompany you." The person introduced was Bang. Cautiously appearing, seeing Bang, Stowe emotionlessly said, "I remember you said we would never take on a joint mission again." Bira hesitated. "I asked to join." She was a bit tense, justifying, "I asked the master if I could join the support team leader. If you don't want me, just say no. I don't have to join just because I want to." Bang's voice was slightly choked. "I need to repay a debt to you, President." And she stubbornly raised her voice. "At least I'll feel more at ease knowing where the one who holds my secret is going." Stowe pondered for a moment, then bluntly declared, "I refuse." Stowe explained, "We have enough members in the group. We don't need anyone else." He told Bang to go back. "I won't tell anyone your secret." The girl started to get angry and shouted, "Shut up! How can I trust a promise like that?" Stowe calmly replied, "Me too." He questioned, "How can I accept someone who doesn't even trust me and my team?" Bira gritted her teeth, trying to stay calm. Finally, she lowered her head, thought for a moment, and replied, "Fine, I was wrong." She remembered the graves of the creatures she had harmed and promised. "I will apologize for causing trouble with your pets and treating them like monsters. Now, I know the president doesn't like killing. I won't kill anything without permission, I promise." Saying that, Bang pointed at Stowe and made a request. "So keep your previous promise." Stowe nodded in agreement. "Understood. But on the condition that the promises are kept, I will accept you as a member of the group. But remember this." He looked at his teammates, the white-furred monkey, Cactus, Mubien, and Parker, then corrected Bang. "They're not pets, they're teammates. As long as you're a member of this group, they are your teammates too." Bang's eyes widened in confusion, repeating, "Teammates?" Seeing everything resolved satisfactorily, Kai opened the teleport gate and said, "Now let's go before the teleport gate closes." Stowe seriously replied, "Yeah, right." Parker smiled happily. "We're off." Stowe pulled up the blindfold and nodded at Tran Ann. Kai was still worried. "It won't take long." She replied, "I believe you'll do well," and reminded, "Be careful, okay?" The group stepped through the teleport gate, arriving in the scorching desert where there was only sand and rocks. In the group, Parker recalled common knowledge about the desert and asked, "As I thought, do we need a camel to cross the desert?" Mew leisurely put his hands in his pockets and asked, "What are you worried about? Isn't the guild supposed to provide all the necessary tools for the mission?" Parker replied in a hoarse voice, "Only if we request them. We can't just ask for something we don't know we need. Haven't you done a lot of delivery missions before?" You've never done a delivery mission in... She warned us to be careful. The group stepped through the teleport gate, landing in a scorching desert with nothing but sand and rocks. Parker recalled some common knowledge about deserts. He asked, "As I thought, do we need a camel to cross the desert?" Moo casually put his hands in his pockets and asked, "What are you worried about? Aren't we supposed to have all the tools we need for the mission?" Para replied with a hint of sarcasm, "Only if we request them. We can't ask for what we don't know we need. Haven't you done a ton of delivery missions already? You've never done a delivery mission before?" "The desert, huh?" Perrer awkwardly scratches his chin, saying that the avian tribe's wings aren't really useful in the desert. He explains that we can't fly with those. A sandstorm surrounds him, and he suddenly spots a white-furred monkey and thinks to himself, "Wait, is it okay for Inzu to come with us?" The white-furred monkey turns to look at Perrer, analyzing. "White-furred monkeys usually live in cold mountains. Is it really okay for you to be wandering around in this heat cactus?" Ahu excitedly chimes in, "I'm fine. Let's go." Inzu raises both hands, showing he's feeling great, saying that he hates the heat but has a bit of human blood in him. Mubien teases him, "If it's too hot, why don't you shave some fur off?" Nusu shyly yells back, "No way! I don't want to lose face." Mubien crosses his arms, starting to think, we need to figure out what we should prepare. "I don't know much, so Bang speaks up." This surprises Mubien. "Huh? You've been to the desert a lot?" "This is my 5th time in Turkey," Bang replies. Mubien seems skeptical, pondering. "A little girl like you goes into the desert? For what?" Bang answers, "To complete missions." Mubien clarifies his question. "What I want to know is why you take on these kinds of missions when you're so young. Aren't you strong enough? Even if you're not in the guild, you could have a comfy spot somewhere." That question catches Bang off guard. She turns away, looking uncomfortable and not wanting to answer. "That's none of your business," she says. Mubien turns away, not caring much. "Fine, I'm not too curious anyway." Bang raises her voice, annoyed. "Then why ask?" Meanwhile, Para pulls Stow ahead, not getting involved in their argument. "Let's go find what we need." Team leader Muon closes his eyes and replies, "Because I'm just bored." He throws his arm around Bang like they're super close, while Bang looks like she's being forced into it. He laughs, saying, "You need to go through the process of talking about yourself to bridge the gap between us." Mubien grins. "You know, it's easy to stab a stranger, but if you know their circumstances, you might hesitate." Bang frowns, staying silent. The group heads to a small market selling supplies in the desert. After a while of shopping, Mubien evaluates, "All right, we've got everything we need, so there's just one thing left." He scratches his chin. "That's our means of transportation to Turkey. Esto thinks we'll need camels." At this moment, Meringue shares that to reach the village of the Turkish tribe, they need a real astrologer. Esto wonders, "An astrologer?" Parker explains, "They're the ones who guess based on the positions of the stars, but honestly, I think most of them are just fraud." Mubien shakes his head, disagreeing with Bang's opinion. "Astrology is banned in Ruberzan too," the girl snaps. "That's why I say we don't want to meet a quack." Mubien scratches his chin. "So what?" Bang explains, "Astrology is a practice similar to the Saman magic used in the Stow Empire. With new knowledge being absorbed, Thukhthu asks curiously, Isn't it magic? Isn't it dark magic?" Bang sighs, explaining simply, "Anyway, astrologers can read the paths of the stars. They're essential when moving through the desert. With a good astrologer, we could even find an oasis in the desert." Perrer innocently asks, "Can't we just use a map?" Bang is left speechless by those who lack knowledge about the desert. The magical currents in the Turkish desert constantly change, so maps and magical compasses are useless. Perrer asks, "What do you mean it changes?" Bang elaborates, "There are also illusions that can create hallucinations. Those starving monsters can hide in every nook and cranny." Mubien agrees. "Yeah, I've heard the desert is pretty dangerous." Finally, someone in the group has a bit of understanding. Bang, feeling annoyed, says, "Exactly. That's why we need a good astrologer. We'll never reach the Turkish village without someone who can read the stars." "Never," she adds. On the side, Para cautiously asks, "So what do we do?" Bang shares, "The best survival method in the desert is to stick with a caravan of merchants. That's how I usually do it, and most merchants traveling between towns hire bodyguards to protect them from monsters and thieves." Para seems to understand. "So we'll accept the request to escort the merchants?" Byron nods in satisfaction. "Exactly. We'll go with them with that goal." Para was confused. "What's that? How does that change?" Bang elaborated. "There are also illusions that can give you hallucinations. Those starving monsters can hide in every nook and cranny." Mew agreed. "Yeah, I've heard the desert is pretty dangerous." Finally, someone in the group had a bit of knowledge. Bang was feeling down. "Exactly. That's why we need a good astrologer. We'll never reach the Turkish village without someone who can read the stars. Why not this side? In the group of clueless people, Pear cautiously asked, "So what do we do?" Bang shared survival tips for the desert. The best way is to follow a merchant caravan. That's how I usually do it, and most merchants traveling between towns hire bodyguards to protect them from monsters and bandits. Pear seemed to get it. "So we're taking a request to escort the merchants?" Biren nodded, satisfied. "Exactly. We'll go with them." So, we made it safely to the small market area. And I'm totally on board with this. Parker chimed in, "I agree with this decision, so let's go." They wandered around searching for merchant groups under the scorching desert heat, with a few loud voices inviting them, looking for mercenaries to fight. They needed another ice magic wizard. Mubi glanced around, searching for a suitable team, and asked if they were all merchants. Para replied, "Most likely." The merchant group looked at the crowd and buzzed. "Isn't that the Ignis Guild?" They were whispering among themselves. "I think so. They have the Firebird emblem and the best black uniforms. It's definitely the Ignis Guild accepting our request." Parker looked around and suggested, "There are a lot of people here. Maybe it's best to go with the largest merchant group in the state." "I agree." "Of course." This is the time to leverage the reputation of the Ignis Guild while everyone is looking for a team. Esto, who was blindfolded, suddenly turned his head in one direction as if sensing something. He fell silent, listening and feeling a small figure walking barefoot towards him. How strange. It was a little girl dressed in rags. The girl looked up at Esto and asked, "Why don't you have a star?" Her brother reached out and said, "Everyone is born under a unique star. The star will tell you your fate and guide you." The girl explained, "Our merchant family and other mercenaries all have a star. But why are you curious and worried, asking him why he doesn't have a star?" Her brother, Mubi, crossed his arms and remarked, "A child's trick." The girl looked at him and said, "You have an ugly star. You know, looking at its jagged shape, this star will have a very hard life ahead." Mubi didn't believe it. "What?" He looked dumbfounded and just pointed at himself. "Ugly? Me? Check again. Is it really that ugly?" Someone in the group spoke up, and with concern he asked, "You don't have a star, do you, brother Mu?" Crossing his arms, he pondered, "A kid is scamming you." The girl looked at him and said, "You have an ugly star." "Yeah, dude. Looking at its jagged shape, this star's gonna have a tough life ahead." Mu didn't believe it. He just stared blankly. Mubi didn't feel comforted. He got even more annoyed and shouted, "Right! I don't believe it! My star must be huge and bright." Para followed along, speechless. "Please calm down." The girl looked at Para and wished, "This angel has a small star, but it shines very gently. Are you a guardian angel protecting everyone?" Those words left Para stunned. "Huh?" He laughed and corrected her. "No, I'm not an angel. I'm a type of bird." The girl didn't understand. "A bird?" Para spread his wings for her to see and laughed loudly. "We're just people with wings. We're just like normal humans, just with wings." Para followed suit, speechless. "Please calm down." The girl looked at Para and wished, "Hey, angel, you have a little star, but it shines so gently. Are you a guardian angel protecting everyone?" Those words left. Para stunned. He chuckled and corrected her. "No, I'm not an angel. I'm a type of bird." The girl didn't get it, bird? Para spread his wings for her to see and laughed. "We're just winged people. We're just like normal humans, just with wings." The girl was fascinated, looking at the wings with sparkling eyes. "But you really look like an angel," she said, admiring the gentle light from the star. "But you really look like an angel. Seeing the gentle light from your star, you must help everyone a lot, right?" "That's awesome." Someone behind stepped up, laughing loudly. He explained, "That child is a star whisperer." Then he called the girl Anip, and she immediately ran to him. He smiled kindly. "Greeting. Hello, I'm the leader of the Pora Merchant Guild, Russell." Esto politely extended his hand to shake with Russell and introduced, "I'm the president of Ignis." Then he called the girl Anip, and she immediately ran to him. He smiled kindly and greeted her. "Hello, I'm the leader of the Pora Russell Trade Group." He reached out to shake hands with Rassel and introduced himself. "I'm the president of Ignis Esto, Ras." Surprised, the president's eyes widened. He thought, the new president of Ignis can read hearts? What a special meeting. Proudly, he introduced, "This girl is the trade group leader, but what's the pact with the star?" He was surprised by the question. "Wait, this is the first time I've heard of this concept since coming to the desert in Turkey." He proudly introduced, "This girl is a Nip, she's my granddaughter, and she's one of the best star whisperers in this desert." Para politely asked, "Sorry for interrupting you, guild leader, but what's a star whisperer?" He was surprised by the question. Wait, this is the first time he heard this concept since coming to the desert in Turkey. Merchant Guild leader. But what's a star contractor? Elle was taken aback by the question. Hold on. Is this really the first time you're hearing about this concept since you got to the Turkish desert? Mubi made a guess. They could call astrologers like that. Here, the guild leader Russell explained specifically, it's similar, but you're wrong. A star whisperer isn't just an ordinary astrologer. They are people who can directly hear the whispers of the stars. In the world of astrology, in his imagination, the pact with the star isn't with ordinary astrologers. They're people who can directly hear the whispers of the stars in the astrological world. In his imagination, they have a connection with spirits, which is why he said they were named that way, as if they had made a pact with a star spirit. Even though, speaking of this, Russell smiled, ruffling his granddaughter's head. Anip said she would meet special people if we came looking for job hunters, but I didn't expect we would meet the guild president. Hearing this, he asked, "So, Russell, you didn't come here to hire mercenaries?" He replied, "We've already hired a fighting team." Behind him, someone spoke up, "Wait a minute, the other side. I was looking for a job as a hunter, but I didn't expect we'd meet the president." After hearing that, he asked, "So, Russell, you didn't come here to hire mercenaries?" He replied, "We've already hired the fighting team." Behind him, someone chimed in, "Wait." The opponent waved, "Hello, the kid with black hair from the Ignis group." Jose SMK appeared with two others. He smiled and greeted, "It's truly a rare sight. We meet again." Then the merchants were surprised and exclaimed, "The Ballista Jose's group is falling apart." Everyone was shocked. What? He's still talking about this like it's not his group. It's completely vanished. The leader has run away. Everyone was stunned. Run away? Jose smirked. He turned away, laughing to reassure him, "Don't worry, just sit on the saddle and hold tight." He turned his head, sighing. "Even if I wanted to, it's tough because this saddle is tilted," he continued. "So we're just rolling together like a mercenary group for now, since we were on the same team before." His two teammates nodded, vigorously, as if to prove him right. The two groups faced off. Anip snuggled up to Russo. Esto spoke up, "I didn't think I'd run into you again, Josamar Fur." He chimed in, "Yeah, for real, we actually run into each other pretty often now that I think about it, huh?" "Hold up." He noticed Esto's blindfold and asked, "You hurt your eye or something?" Esto gave a vague reply. "Something like that," Josamar exclaimed. "Damn, for a rookie to lose an eye, that's gotta be tough. You think it'll recover?" Esto answered curtly, "I don't know." Josamar clicked his tongue, then looked at him condescendingly and said, "Coming all the way to the Turkish desert, even though you belong to the Ignis Guild? You've really fallen off." Behind him, Bang was not happy at all hearing that kind of trash. Talk about her guild. Maybe because she was so obviously pissed off when Josamar's crew saw her. They screamed like little kids seeing the boogeyman. "What the? Why are you hanging out with this terrifying woman?" Bang shot them a death glare and warned, "Don't talk to me." The guys trembled and obediently answered, "Yes, ma'am." Esto asked Jose, "Are you guys the merc group hired by the Poorer Merchant Guild?" He answered, Yeah, that's us. We just collected our fee. What about you guys?" Hearing that, Russo frantically waved his hands. "No, definitely not. Don't even put it like that. I don't have that kind of cash." Josamar sighed. "What's the problem? A guild master with no money?" Esto stepped in to break the tension for Guildmaster Russell, who turned and wondered what was happening. So Esto laid out his plan. "We need to get to the Turkish tribe's village in the desert. Can we tag along with you guys as mercenaries?" Russell began to stammer. "Well, actually, I don't have the money to pay you guys." Esto reassured him. "We don't need any money." Russell was still hesitant. "Is that really okay?" "For members of Ignis to work without getting paid?" Mirong also spoke up. "It's fine, as long as we can get to the Turkish village." Paris smiled gently. "We just follow the decision of our captain." Mubian crossed his arms and asked, "So, what's it going to be? Can we tag along or not?" Russell cleared his throat and said a bit nervously, "Of course, you can, but the Poorer Guild never asks for something for nothing." "Why?" "'Cause," he declared with integrity, "you gotta give to get. That's the mindset of a merchant. If we make it to the village safely, I'll cut you in on a piece of the profits from there." Under the scorching desert sun, the voice of the caravan leader, Russo, boomed, "Now to all of you who have put your faith in the Poorer Merchant Guild, I'm counting on you." Finally, the group had achieved their goal of tagging along with a merchant caravan. All around were carts full of supplies. They looked around and saw elephants pulling wagons and even camels carrying stuff. Para got all excited. "Whoa! Check out those camels!" But the merchant, the leader shot back, "Those aren't for us." Para was confused. "If you're not using camels in the desert, what else is there?" He blurted out. "Huh? Mr. Russo didn't say much. He just turned and pointed. "We're riding those." In the middle of the desert, a giant crustacean leg came trudging forward. Someone stammered, This thing is definitely a unique choice." Russo encouraged everyone. "They're all gentle and totally sturdy, so don't be scared. Haven't you all ridden A horse before? Staring at the giant mount in front of them, the group was a little intimidated. Since Esto was blindfolded, he was kind of curious because he couldn't see a thing. Perrer even yelled, "This is totally different from riding a horse." Russo just laughed gently. "It's all the same after a while." Esto carefully stepped forward, feeling his way around like a blind man, feeling an elephant. He reached out and touched the creature in front of him, thinking to himself, "Wow, this thing is solid. Is it wearing armor or something?" By touching a living thing, Esto could read its thoughts and emotions. "Like you, I like." Hearing that, he wondered, "So, it likes me?" Esto turned his head and asked his teammate, "Perrer, what is this thing?" Perrer scratched his head. It's kinda too big to even be called an animal." After a moment of hesitation, he announced, "It's a desert crab." Sir Esto was standing in front of a giant crab, one so huge that even Esto himself couldn't picture just how massive it was. He exclaimed in shock, "A crab?" Perrer held up a hand to explain. "They usually live under the sea, but it looks like they show up in the desert too. It's huge, so riding it probably won't be a problem. It just looks a little weird, that's all." He looked at the crabs being handed out to each person and said, "The one you're riding is a blue desert crab with a really nice dark shell." Then Perrer looked over at the crab assigned to him, "And I get to ride a desert crab. That's hairy and green." Mubian's face fell as he thought for a long moment. "Well, this is an awkward situation. I've never ridden a crab before." The caravan leader, Russo, led his granddaughter. Then a crab walked over, and a voice from above the crab echoed down, clearly mocking. "You're educated, right? The crab is just passing by. But the funny thing here is that the crab she's riding is going straight." This made Mew gasp loudly. "You just said it's passing by. Why is that one going straight?" "Going straight like that?" Bang frowned, looking down on Moo's limited knowledge. "That's a rock crab, a different species." "Isn't this basic knowledge, Moo?" "I really didn't know," he said, dazed. "Really? Sitting on a crab?" Parker was also hesitant and scared. He looked around and asked, "Is everyone up yet?" He saw Esto still hadn't gotten on the crab. Parker bowed his head and asked the leader, "Are you okay?" Esto turned his head and replied softly, "I'm fine." Parker smiled and asked, "Really?" He said something that made Esto jump because it hit the nail on the head. "Could it be that you're scared?" Parker improvised, waving his hands and laughing. "I bet that's it." "Yeah, I'm a little scared." "You're still covering your eyes." "People say that not seeing anything makes you even more scared." Esto just stayed silent. Parker suggested, "Do you want to ride with Nezu? Not only is this giant crab huge, but many people can ride at once." Just then, Esto heard the crab's feelings. It said, "Don't go!" He slightly raised his face in surprise. Suddenly, he felt his body being lifted off the ground. Turns out the crab had grabbed him and lifted him high. It whispered, "I like you riding me." Then it placed Esto on a seat next to a nip. He felt he was no longer floating. Esto sighed in relief, feeling the presence of the person next to him. Anip asked cautiously, holding the reins, "Pooh is my green crab." The girl smiled brightly, boasting, "This is the first time I've seen Poco pick someone up. It only picks me up with its claws, because I've been riding it since I was little. Since you can't see me, I'll hold the reins, okay?" Esto politely thanked Anip, who began to control the crab and warned him it would shake a bit, so hold on tight. The group started their journey. When they stopped at the Ta Hill, there was the sound of someone throwing up somewhere. That was Parker. Even though he's from the bird tribe, his stomach isn't doing well. While throwing up, Parker said, "I'm carsick." Anip stepped over to pat his back, concerned. "Are you okay, Parker?" He answered honestly, "No. Every time the crab runs, I feel like my insides are flipping." Behind them, Anip and Esto had gotten off the crab. The girl looked up and asked Esto, "I'm curious about something. You're not really human, right?" Anip said honestly, "I knew it from the first time we met. You're the only one without a star." Esto chuckled softly and asked, "On the contrary, what does it mean to not have a star?" The girl patiently explained, "Every human is born with a unique star." She looked up at the evening sky and thought of the starry sky. Depending on their heart, the light of the star can shine brighter or fade away. They come in many shapes and sometimes foretell dangers that may come to their owner. Esto seemed to understand. Reading stars is real? Looking at the stars under the sunset, Anip agreed. That's right. Esto pondered. Not having a star makes it feel like I don't really exist. After thinking for a moment, he asked the girl, "So, you're not scared of me?" The girl smiled brightly and replied naturally, "Why would I be scared? A crab I like can't be a bad guy." Everyone set up camp to rest. They gathered around the fire to cook soup, the delicious aroma wafting through the air. Parker hugged a bowl of soup and ate heartily. While everyone was gathered around the fire for dinner, Anip asked, "By the way, hey Angel, what's your name?" Parker cheerfully replied, I'm Bunny Parker. Just call me Parker. The girl wondered. But isn't Bunny your name? Parker chuckled softly and began to explain about his name. Ah, this is a custom of the bird tribe. Maybe not everyone knows. Usually, a person's name consists of a first name and a surname, but for the bird tribe, we use the village name instead of a surname. Anip curiously asked, "What's the village name?" Parker elaborated for everyone to understand. That's right. When a child is born, the bird tribe holds a ceremony where the elder names the child. So the village name always comes before the first name. So Parker is my real name. While Parker and Anip were chatting, Ram, the fake Jose, smirked, suddenly noticed something. Huh? A cat walked over, meowing. It sat by the fire and licked its paws. Jose smirked, curious. A cat? Where did it come from? Muen, beside him, said less but meant more. There's a story about a person named Poco who turns out to be a bad guy. Everyone set up camp to rest. They lit a fire and cooked soup, the delicious smell wafting through the air. Terror hugged a bowl of soup and ate happily while everyone gathered around the fire for dinner. Anip asked, "By the way, Angel, what's your name?" Terror cheerfully replied, "I'm Bunny Parker. Just call me Parker." The girl wondered, "But isn't Bunny your name?" Parker chuckled softly and began to explain his name. "Ah, it's a custom of the bird people. Maybe. People usually think a person's name consists of a first name and a last name, but for the bird tribe, it's different. We use the village name instead of a last name, which is kinda confusing, right? The Pair Village explains it better for everyone. When a child is born, the bird tribe holds a ceremony where the elder names the child. So the village name always comes before the first name. So Parker is actually my real name. While Pear and Anip were chatting, Ram, the fake Joe Smirk, suddenly noticed something. Huh? A cat walked up, meowing, and sat by the fire, licking its paws. Jose Smirk, curious, asked, "Where did that cat come from?" Muen, always with a few words, replied, "That's Mr. Estio's cat." And right away, Jose is acting all sweet, wanting to play with this kitty. "Come here, little furball." The kitten gives him a warning glance like, "Watch it, buddy!" If you say anything weird to that cat, things might get messy. But Jose doesn't seem to care much. I mean, it's just a cat, right? What's the worst it can do? Bite me? Mubian was so over this idiot. He said coldly, "Don't say I didn't warn you." Josmar turned and looked at Mubian and laughed his butt off. "I thought you were some mighty warrior. Who knew you were such a chicken? Scared of a cat? Are you going to pass out if you see a real desert monster?" Mu refused to give his opinion. He just turned away and left a comment, "That cat is way scarier than any desert monster." His reaction just made Josmar even more sure that Mubian was just jumping at shadows. He grinned, "That's hilarious. You've never seen a desert monster before, have you?" Mew coldly replied, "Nope." Josmar chuckled and nodded, "Neither have we." Yeah. Thinking about the mysterious desert monsters, he started getting all theatrical. "I hear they're all incredibly vicious. Starting tomorrow, things could get seriously dangerous. So you better be ready," Mew thoughtfully muttered to himself, repeating, "Dangerous." He went quiet, some brutal scene from his past playing out in his head. Josmar, being a busybody, asked, "Hey, I heard you're not even a guild member, so why are you always tailing that kid?" But Mew's answer seemed totally unrelated. "This has been bugging me for a while." Josmar was confused. "Huh?" Mubian turned to him and asked, "Well, let me ask you something first. Why do you keep treating him like he's just a kid?" Josmar turned away, scratching his face and hesitating. "I heard he's just a rookie who joined the guild a little while ago." Mubian shot back, "And?" Josmar remembered the last time they met with Estelle. He sized him up. "The last time I saw him, he didn't even look like he could fight. He's a low level who can't use a sword or magic. So, doesn't that just make him a kid?" Then he suddenly got pensive. "Hang on. Now that I think about it, how the hell did he even get into the guild in the first place?" And then an idea flashed in Josmar's head. "Hold on!" He jolted, shocked, and whipped around to ask Mubian, "Did he get in through connections? No way! Is he from a noble family or something?" Mubian just sicht. A sigh of 30% helplessness and 70% dad-like disappointment. You really can't have a normal conversation with someone with such a weird train of thought. He said nothing, just turned and patted the guy's shoulder. "Just go to sleep." The pat was so hard Josmar jumped, feeling like his soul almost left his body. A few days later, in the middle of the vast sandy expanse, a voice called out, "This journey is almost over." Parker looked around and remarked, "I kept wondering what the desert monsters would look like, but it's really just a vast ocean of sand." The caravan leader, Rasul, laughed heartily and said, "Even if you get close, you still won't see most of them." Parker was totally confused, asking, "Why not?" The group's campfire crackled in the dark desert night. The old man slowly explained, "Most of them hide beneath the sand. Sandworms, giant scorpions, all kinds of stuff. They move by burrowing through the sand, Parker gasped, whining. That's terrifying. Mew looked up and added, as if to scare him even more. It's a lot harder to spot them when they're moving under the ground. Suddenly, Josmar, sitting across from them, piped up, but the most dangerous enemies are the desert phantoms of the blue sand. A curious voice repeated, Blue sand? While warming his hands by the fire, he slowly replied, The blue sand is something you hear about in ghost stories. Josmar immediately went into detail. It's a mirage. At a certain time, this magical blue sand will stretch out right in front of you. A blue desert looks gorgeous and dreamlike, but don't let it trick you. The second you set foot on it. You're dead meat, Mubian asked, confused. You die instantly? Is it because there's some OP monster there or something? He answered hesitantly. Nobody really knows. I've just heard that the moment you enter that area, you die a mysterious death. Parker turned to ask the caravan leader. So, sir, have you ever seen the blue sand before? The merchant replied like it was a matter of course. I have seen it. As Rasul spoke, he remembered the terrifying sight from long ago. The blue sand was really only a single step away from me. It looked exactly like the ocean. I was so scared when I saw it. He warned everyone carefully, his voice filled with fear. Even if you travel by the guidance of the stars, the blue sand can still pop up out of nowhere like a phantom, so all of you have to be super careful. Parker mulled it over. A blue desert, huh? Suddenly, his face turned pale as he stared fixedly in one direction. So Parker yelled out nervously, confusing everyone. You mean something like that? Gathered around the campfire. Everyone jumped to their feet. It's the blue sand. We have to leave immediately. His shaky, terrified voice rang out again. What the heck is that? In front of them was a ginormous scorpion, a giant scorpion. Bang recognized its traits in an instant. They're crafty monsters that always travel in swarms of 7. Meanwhile, Parker was trembling in fear. It was this close to us, and I didn't sense a thing. Then she summoned her weapon, though it didn't do much to comfort her. Is there any way to know? They're moving underground, so they've definitely been stalking us all day, seeing us as prey. The gang pushes forward, shouting like they want to announce, Damn it, I'll distract it. Everyone, wake up. Get up, you strong ones. Come out and provoke them. Bring it on, you stupid scorpions. The gang swings a stick down at the scorpion, trying to grab its attention to buy some time. She grits her teeth, staring it down with a fierce look. Then, the gang unleashes a magic attack, smashing right into the head of the lead scorpion. Luckily, the blow flattens its head, leaving it dazed and lying limp on the ground. Russo shouts loudly, ordering everyone to retreat. Fall back! Don't fight those monsters! Get out of here! While everyone's running in a panic, Para doesn't get it and calls out to Muan. Aren't we supposed to help instead of standing here frozen? Muan doesn't care to respond. Who knows? I don't think I have a reason to jump in while that girl is fighting. He chuckles and asks back, Aren't you being a bit cold? This is human life we're talking about, and you're not even flinching. He looks ahead. Despite the fact that Bang is fiercely attacking the scorpions right in front of them, Muan thinks she might get even angrier if we interfere. Terror observes helplessly. Yeah, that's true. He continues, What we need to do is find an escape route. Meanwhile, frantic screams keep ringing out. The green sand is rushing in from the other side, both from the west and the east. The squad leader scans the area, exclaiming, Oh no! The whole squad is surrounded by this flowing green sand. Aneep, terrified and teary-eyed, cries out, Help! Please, someone! Without hesitation, he begs the mages, Please, set up a barrier! A confused blonde mage responds, Wait, in this situation, shouldn't we be trying to escape? He tries to explain as quickly as possible. That's exactly why I'm asking for a barrier. There's no way out. We can only rely on magic. After analyzing, the squad leader suggests, if we use a barrier, the green sand won't be able to get closer. We'll just have to wait inside until the sand recedes. The mage is astonished by this bold idea. Wait, you mean we just wait for the green sand to pass? How long will that take? He calmly signals with 2 fingers. At least a day. If it gets worse, maybe a few days. He freaks out, yelling, Damn it, do you think I'm a dragon? I can't hold out that long. Don't even say a day. Half a day would be tough. He dives into seriousness, urgently pleading with the mage. The mage clicks his tongue, feeling helpless. Just do your best, he decides to announce. Hide some crabs in the sand and gather everyone as close as possible. The mage stands tense in front of everyone, preparing to create a barrier. He glances at the streams of green sand that have nearly covered the desert, silently fearing it's the kind of sand that will kill anyone who touches it. Jose worries, Hey kid, once the barrier is activated, you can't pass through it anymore. Call your teammates back now. Muan immediately agrees, I'll take her back. He sighs in his heart, thinking that group is full of skilled people. No matter how many times he looks, it's still an amazing combo. Then, Josh smirks at Este, who's blindfolded, curious about what this kid's special ability is. He just opened his mouth when Mule spoke up. "Let's get her back safely!" Seeing him holding Bang with one arm, Parker panics. They just fought a moment ago, and how come he's hesitating? When she's furious, her face darkens, and Bang's hair goes wild. Muon has to laugh it off like it's nothing. "Oops, I accidentally cut her hair while trying to stop her." Bang snaps back, "You idiot!" After he sets her down, he casually says, "Sorry, I brought this for you," handing her the black cord he had on his wrist. Better than dying, right? She's mad, yelling, "Shut up!" While they're messing around, the blonde mage raises his magic staff and shouts loudly, "The shield barrier has appeared!" It forms a circle and keeps growing, surrounding the group. Suddenly, the scorpion charges forward and stabs its pincers into the circle, continuously attacking as if it wants to. Smash the barrier that the mage worked so hard to create. The blonde mage warns, if it keeps attacking like this, the shield might break. Despite his worries, a slow voice echoed, saying there's no need to worry about that. Turns out the trade leader is holding his granddaughter, and those monsters will soon disappear. Suddenly, blue circles appeared in the space, heading straight towards the scorpions, and that bright light flooded in, covering all the scorpions nearby. Gradually, they started losing color and looked like they were shattering. Eventually, the scorpions completely turned blue and slowly vanished, leaving everyone stunned. The green sand people had thoroughly wiped out the giant scorpions, and Para's voice trembled as he exclaimed, "What is this? How can this be?" Mubi also saw it but remained silent. Who would know what that was? Something like a plague? As it got closer to the barrier, he remained calm, but still, it couldn't get past the shield. "Hey, Para," Mubi warned. "Be careful, that's dangerous. Please step back." Mubi chuckled, reassuring. "It's fine. Even if it's dangerous, the fish can't get through the shield." His head was still hesitant. "But what if the shield disappears?" He replied nonchalantly, "Well, then you can see. Muen is confused. Why are you scared?" "Well, you can fly and avoid it?" Para still couldn't feel at ease and asked again, "But what about everyone else?" After pondering, he thought of something. "When you fly up, you can carry. We can all go together like we just had a brilliant idea," Wen confidently chimed in. "Sounds reasonable, right? Everyone can stack up like we're climbing a ladder, and then we soar up." Para felt helpless. "I can't carry anyone heavier than me." He still joked without hesitation. "I'm just kidding." Amid the playful banter, Stowe suddenly noticed something. Something's off. He thought about the info he had. He heard that blue sand is a weird phenomenon in the desert, and people die if they touch that cursed blue sand. So what am I hearing here? Esto shouted loudly, startling Jose, who instinctively replied, "Esto, are you serious?" He questioned. "When the shield is up, can anyone go outside?" He answered seriously, "You can go out, but you can't come back in." Esto felt grateful. "Got it. Thanks for letting me know." Josmar cautiously warned, "Be careful not to step outside that boundary. If you go out—" Before he could finish, Esto quickly stepped closer to the barrier. This made him panic, yelling, "Hey, Esto!" Esto reached out beyond the barrier and directly touched the blue sand. Everyone was shocked at the sight before them. He touched the blue sand, and after making contact, he immediately realized, just as he thought, "This isn't a curse!" Unexpectedly, Esto's hand was completely normal after touching the blue sand. The people around him kept gasping as they saw he was still safe and sound. "I can't believe it. He's totally fine. How come?" They couldn't understand, sweating bullets. "He didn't turn to sand or die. That kid really just touched the blue sand?" At that moment, Parker spoke up, stopping him. "You can't go outside." Both Mubi and Nezu were also stepping out after Esto, making him unable to catch up. Parker didn't have time to think and ran after him. "Commander, you should tell us before you act." Nezu agreed. "Yeah, que esto?" Feeling guilty, he turned to apologize, saying softly, "We're your teammates, Commander. If you act without telling us in such a dangerous situation, it's like you don't trust us. I'll be mad." Regaining his composure, Paris switched to a scolding tone. "You're still worried about the commander, but how can you just follow him like that?" The group inside the shield was speechless. Are they all stupid? How can they trust others so much? She firmly believed in her heart that there's no one in this world worth trusting with your life. Para curiously looked at the glowing blue sand. "But didn't they say this blue sand is cursed?" Nezu felt strange. "I heard that anyone who steps on it will die." Esto pulled his blindfold up and explained, "That blue sand isn't sand." Para asked, "What is it?" He answered casually, "They're bugs." He was shocked, mouth agape. "Bugs?" Meanwhile, Mubi was reaching out to catch a green bug flying towards him. Suddenly, Parker noticed, "Oh, now I see they have wings," Now exclaimed. "Really?" Mubi calmly turned to Esto. "So that's why you stepped out of the shield. But do those bugs even think?" He slowly clarified. "It's very simple, but they do think." To prove Esto right, the little green bugs trembled and spoke. I'm scared to death. Ah, you're awake now? Ahu confirmed. They're insects that eat dead things. Perrer voiced his thoughts. A bug, huh? Meanwhile, Mu Bien was reaching out to catch a green bug flying toward him. Suddenly, Parker noticed too. Now he realized they had wings. NEU exclaimed, Really? Mu Bien calmly turned to Esto. So that's why you stepped out from behind the shield. But do bugs even think? He slowly clarified. It's pretty simple. But they do think! To prove Esto right, the little green bugs trembled and spoke. I'm scared! Ah, from there, they ran out. I know they were all scared. With your appearance, you scared me to death. Oh, you're awake now? Ah, who confirmed they were insects that eat dead things, like Perrer said, expressing his feelings. So, what are you all saying? Keep spilling the tea on what you know. They're just these cute little things that feast on plants and animals, playing their part, like the trash collectors, munching on the dirty stuff to keep the desert clean. Why does everyone look so shocked? Did y'all suddenly run out of words to say about this? The folks in the barrier are asking each other, oh my gosh, is that not green sand, but rather a bunch of uncles and aunts? What about the victims? What about those monsters from earlier? Did those get eaten by the meat-eating bugs too? So, can we drop the shield now? The captain feels something's off. Why aren't they attacking us? It's kind of weird hearing all this. When they attack humans, they're usually super lazy. Sometimes they even starve to death from being too lazy. He's realized something. Oh, I get it now. But who's talking? Esto starts to clear things up for everyone. The reason these bugs are attacking other creatures is that they're scared out of their minds. One of the observers, a dude with a green bug, chimes in. So, the bugs have lost their minds? You reply, while the barrier is fading, they'll attack anything in sight once their survival instinct kicks in. Esto sounds a bit down, lowering his voice. I don't know what the cause is, but I think I might see something. But they're just fragments. I see you look deep in thought, so I'll say it, don't overreact. Anyway, what's important right now isn't the bugs, but you. Perrer is thrilled, saying it's great that everyone here has escaped that dangerous green sand. He threatened with his wings, right? Yeah, probably. Jose smirks, raising an eyebrow. Wait, how did you pull that off? He keeps questioning. Green sand is a weird phenomenon that has caused a lot of issues for many people for a long time. But you figured it out the moment you saw it. You even neutralized it, right? The group is like, going with the flow, huh? Thinking back, isn't this super suspicious? Jose lowers his voice like he has a lot to say. I hope it's not like that, kiddo, but he's putting some nasty judgments on you. You learned the forbidden summoning technique, huh? According to Jose, a skeleton appears before everyone, a sinner who made a pact with the soul of the dead, using magic to send the living to their death. That's the kind of magic the Empire banned, and if this law is broken, the wizard who summoned the spirit and everyone involved will be executed. Suddenly, a mocking voice rings out. How stupid! I let you speak, but all you do is ramble nonsense. He panics, shouting, What? You want to start something? Turns out, Bang is stepping up. That's Esto, the leader of the Ignis Guild. She confidently asserts this right in Jose's face. You just accused a member of the guild's management who's also a summoner, someone even the royal family respects. Jose Mark is stunned, unable to believe it. A member of the management? As soon as he finishes that thought, he notices the expensive outfit you've been wearing all day. So, it must have some built-in temperature control magic, right? No way a rookie could have such high-quality clothes and spells. Jose Marar is sweating bullets now, panicking. Is he really a member of the guild's management? Kiddo, Esto replies, showing off his glowing badge. Do you have any doubts left, or should I provide more proof? Just that alone is enough to make Jose Smark nervous. He waves his hand. All right, enough. The guild hates being lectured. Just answer straight when you hear nonsense like that. At least there should be some reaction, right? Esto remains unfazed. Why should I care? I'm not too bothered by it, but it still annoys her. He emphasizes that he's a member of the management. The guild suddenly gets super furious at his calmness. If the guild leader is insulted, it means Ignis is insulted. You can't tarnish the guild's name while still being a management member. The guild leader suddenly raises her voice. Ignis is important to me. Perrer can't help but interrupt. More important than this, Esto? I think you should take those bugs somewhere else, Esto replies. Actually, that's not possible. It seems there's no place for these bugs to go back to. Seeing this, he suggests, I think we should leave as soon as possible. You slowly point out the crux of the issue. Even the royal family has to show respect. Jose Mark was stunned, unable to believe it. A member of the executive board? As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed the outfit the guy was wearing looked pretty expensive. He had been wearing it all day, so it must have some built-in temperature control magic. No way a newbie could have high-quality clothes and magic charms like that. Jose Marar was sweating bullets, thinking, Damn, why didn't I think of this sooner? Is it really true? He stammered, needing confirmation. Kid, are you really a member of the Ignis Executive Board? Esto, along with his glowing badge, replied, Yep, that's me. Do you have any doubts, or should I provide more proof? Just that was enough to make Jose smirk nervous. He waved his hand. That's enough. The gang hates being lectured. Just answer straight when you hear nonsense like that. At least there should be some reaction, right? Stowe remained calm as if nothing was wrong. Why do I have to do this? I don't really care, but it still annoys me. Just emphasize that you're a member of the executive board. The gang suddenly became furious at his calmness. The president felt insulted, which meant Ignis was insulted. He couldn't tarnish the gang's reputation while still being a member of the executive board. Suddenly, she softened her tone. Ignis is important to me. Perrer couldn't help but interrupt. More important than that, Esto? I think you should take these bugs somewhere else. Esto replied, Actually, that's impossible. It seems there's nowhere for these bugs to go back to. He saw that and suggested, I think we should leave as quickly as possible. He slowly pointed out the crux of the issue, even if Bang suddenly flew into a rage at his calm demeanor. An insult to the guild leader is an insult to Ignis itself. You can't disgrace the guild's name while you're still on the executive board. While she was shouting, her voice suddenly softened. Ignis is important to me. Perrer had to cut in. More important. Sir Esto, I think you should take these bugs somewhere else. Esto replied, Actually, that's impossible. It looks like there's nowhere else for these bugs to go, to return to. Seeing the situation, he chimed in, Well then, I think we should get out of here as soon as possible. He slowly pointed out the key issue. Even if we leave, nothing will be resolved. More and more bugs are getting scared in this area. So what you're saying is, we should go find the source of the green fish? Stowe immediately agreed. Suddenly, a hand shot up as if wanting to give an opinion, and the merchants made a request for a clear way. You can't just protect us all the way there, can you? Right? Aren't you here to be our bodyguard? Let's just get to the village of the Turkish tribe safely first. You hesitated, thinking you still couldn't fully control your powers. Maybe it's better to go to the village first. Esto, sounding a bit down, said, I get it. I have to rely on you, Anne. Then he turned away while the bugs continued to be scared, really scared. Esto turned away, leaving only the back of his neck exposed, but he couldn't hide his overwhelming disappointment. Sorry, I can't help with these bugs. Poor things, please, save us. The sun was up high, shining its hot rays down on the desert. The group expressed their gratitude for escorting us here. It's nothing, Stowe smiled, extending his hand. Even though the merchant group was just a small bunch, I can assure you of their loyalty. The merchant shook hands with Stowe, expressing his gratitude. I will never forget what you did for us. And Neep popped his head out to talk about their next plan. We have to continue to the other side of the desert. Other mercenaries will be joining us. The girl held out a green gem. Here, take this. It will guide you back. Just follow the path that brought you here. And she tried to remind him. There are a lot of big, powerful stars gathered around. You have to be careful. Esto thanked her for the warning, and Anip said, You have to be careful too. Anip was walking with the merchant leader, turning back to say goodbye. Thanks for everything. In the village, everyone was still bustling at the market. Parker approached to ask for directions. Excuse me, can I ask you something? We're looking for the Ignis Guild building. Cavan laughed loudly and turned to reply. Ignis? What a coincidence! This overly friendly demeanor startled him. Oh, I'm also on my way there to submit a request. Let's go together. Parker was surprised, but had to agree. All right. Cavan cheerfully asked, Looking at your outfits, you must be from the guild, right? Did you get hired for the Turkish branch, or are you just visiting? Esto cautiously replied, We're here to deliver something. He got the hint. I guess I can't ask about that. Huh? You were firm, but your face remained unchanged. No. Cavan was both surprised and amused, exclaiming, You're really straightforward. He was still happily chatting. Anyway, it's been a while since we had guests in our town, Parker curiously continued. Really? I heard merchants pass through here quite often, Cavan eagerly explained while Esto was paying close attention. Of course, many merchants pass through here, but it feels different from tourists and visitors. I can't really explain it accurately. You helped him out. Merchants come here for a specific purpose, so they feel like familiar traders, while visitors come for their own reasons, so every time they come, it feels fresh. Cavan laughed, praising, Exactly. How do you speak so well? It's like you can see right through my heart. Parker, intrigued, asked, So, what are you doing at the guild? He turned back to tell the whole story. The town had decided to send a request for something, which he understood was to prevent something. If it's something extremely important, you don't need to tell us. Cavan cheerfully reassured, "Oh, I'm the representative, so it's all good." You were surprised, repeating, "Representative?" Yeah, he proudly introduced himself. "I'm Cavan from Turkey, the representative of the town." "Wait, are you the Lord?" Parker questioned. Cavan scratched his head, agreeing. "Yeah, I'm the Lord. I'm not really familiar with the titles of this empire." Parker thought to himself, "Why am I asking about the Lord?" But then he realized that most of the townspeople seemed quite friendly. Everyone in the town really matched his description. Easy to approach. "Nice weather, huh?" Cavan said while walking. "Do you know about the green sand appearing in the desert?" He excitedly recounted, "We've encountered it on our way here." He was surprised. "Oh no! So you guys have seen it already?" Parker continued, wanting to surprise Cavan. "Not just that, we even walked past it on our own 2 feet." He excitedly shared the shocking information while crossing the desert. "We met some bugs. The Lord's Road." Thinking back, most of the townsfolk seem pretty friendly, huh? Everyone in town is just as he described, charming. "Nice weather, huh?" Cavan asked while walking. "Do you guys know about the green sand that appears in the desert?" He excitedly recounted, "You wouldn't believe it! We encountered it on our way here." He was surprised. "Oh no! So you guys have seen it already?" Para continued, wanting to surprise Cavan. "Not just that! We even walked past it on our own 2 feet." He excitedly shared shocking information while crossing the desert. "We met those. I even walked right through it on my own 2 feet," he said excitedly, dropping the bombshell. "While we were crossing the desert, we ran into some bugs that look like fireflies and emit a blue light. Cavan jumped in, sounding like he found a soulmate. Everyone says it's the cursed sand, but actually, they're living bugs, right? So I wasn't seeing things. But I heard that touching them would kill you. So how come you guys managed to walk past them?" Para chuckled, saying it was all thanks to our commander. Kin kept praising him nonstop, while Esto just stood there quietly. No wonder Ignis was so hyped. He suddenly got serious and sighed. "Anyway, the blue sand is bugs, huh? They've caused so much damage, and on top of that, the desert monsters have gotten way more aggressive. Their actions have become weirder, like they have some kind of strategy." Mubi, who's been quiet this whole time, agreed. "I feel like they're attacking us intentionally." Cavan was dissatisfied, wanting to vent a bit. "They're so strange, don't you think? But the townsfolk don't believe me. I'm sure something weird is going on, but they have no intention of investigating it." This made Pear super curious. "Didn't you say you're the Lord? You can just order them to do it." He raised his finger, explaining like a seasoned pro, telling people to do something unbelievable would just cause trouble, and in the end, they'd just get scolded. "That's why I'm on my way to send a request to the guild." Cavan, curious, said he heard the Ignis Guild accepts all requests, no matter what they are. Is that right? Para wasn't too sure. He replied that if it's something they can handle, they'll send someone suitable to deal with it, but some requests might get rejected. They stood in front of a magnificent building, reporting to each other that they had arrived. The door of the building slowly opened, and a girl with green hair smiled, welcoming them. "I've been waiting for you, Commander. I'm a member of the Turkey Branch Management Guild. My name is Dian." While she was speaking, she suddenly stopped, then continued in a lower voice. "And I have a similar ability to yours, Commander." Esto, full of curiosity, asked, "Similar?" Jinu explained. "I can transmit emotions through my voice and spread them to others. A person with a psychic ability." While everyone was watching, she commented on herself. "My ability is called emotion synchronization." Stowe looked a bit more excited than usual. "I never thought someone would have the same ability as me." Jinu shook his head, denying it. "No, guild leader, I can't read other people's minds. My ability isn't very strong, and the duration is quite short." She happily admired him, praising, "You really are the best in the field of psychic abilities. It's an honor to meet you, guild leader." After hearing Jinu explain, he felt disappointed and lowered his head. So that's it. Perer, standing aside, raised his hand as if wanting to grab attention. "I think you should hear our request first." She hurriedly apologized. "I'm sorry, Lord. What's your request?" C quickly chimed in. "I want someone to investigate the blue sand and find out why the bugs are appearing around us. If possible, I hope to have evidence proving that the blue sand is also bugs." He laughed generously. "I need to inform the townsfolk about them." Jinu curiously asked, "Don't you want to exterminate them?" Cavan flexed his muscles confidently, replying, "If we have enough evidence and information about their origins, then the Turkish warriors can handle the desert bugs ourselves." Turkey is our homeland. She agreed without hesitation. All right, I'll note your request. He smiled brightly, showing off his strong teeth. If you encounter any problems while here, come find me. I'll help as much as I can. Then, like a gust of wind, Cavan dashed off. Para was still in shock at Cavan's oddness, exclaiming, "The Lord here is something else." Huh? He's really impressive. In the guild, there's a vast space with long staircases. A curious voice rang out in front of a round mirror. So this is the soul mirror? Jinzu shared what she knew. I heard the soul mirror can change shape like a shapeshifter. Esto slowly said, That's right. Right now, there's no reaction because they're sleeping. So we need to store it in a quiet, unoccupied place. While explaining, Esto recalled the image of talking to an unclear creature. One day, when the seeker appears, I hope you can wake up from your deep sleep and find happiness. He gently asked, I heard there's a place in the Turkish desert, suitable for storing the mirror. She also pondered, remembering that near the town, there's an ancient temple from long ago, and the guides take great care of it, so that's a good place to store it. But right now, there's a problem. Jinzu suddenly remembers the temple and the green sand and worries, just like the Turkish lord said recently. The green sand and monsters keep popping up and attacking the area around the temple, making the path to the temple dangerous, causing the believers to stop going there. Esto stared into space, thinking, so that's why he said it's been a hot minute since they had any guests. The image of Cavan practicing Thuyen popped into his head. It really has been a long time, though, since a visitor came to our town. While everyone was gathered around the table, she announced something that made Perer yell out in shock. We also found this phenomenon super weird, so we conducted a preliminary investigation. He spun around, all worried, but the Turkish branch manager, isn't the guild not supposed to act without a request? That's against guild rules, Didu seriously explained. The guild master ordered us to investigate the unusual activities in the Turkish desert. The second she finished, the whole crew started speculating and remembered Kai. Hold up. Is that why she sent us here too? Mubin was so pissed he couldn't even keep a straight face. That damn brat, she's using us like pawns and playing dumb about it. Meanwhile, in Turkey, night was falling and the sky was lighting up with sparkling stars. A green lizard clung to the glass window pane while a wide-awake Esto was lying in bed with a fast-asleep Mubin. He just stared wide-eyed at the ceiling. Who knows what he was thinking? Then all of a sudden, Esto sat up silently and put on his cloak. He snuck over to the door, and just as he was about to open it, Suki's voice piped up from behind. Where do you think you're going? Esto immediately glanced back and saw Suki. He opened his mouth to explain something, but was at a loss for words. Still, Esto brazenly walked out of the room and coolly replied, nowhere. As he walked further away from the building with a determined stride, Esto suddenly froze in his tracks. Looks like he spotted someone. This place could be dangerous for you. Esto spun around, suspicious. Have you been following me this whole time? Turns out it was Mubin, the guy who was supposed to be sleeping, who stated, That's my job here. Suki chimed in, wondering, but just tailing you all the time is kind of boring. He leaned in with a smirk, joking, If there's no fight, what am I supposed to do? Black cat. The cat couldn't be bothered and snapped back. I'm not a black cat, Mubin kept nagging. Even if it's boring, being safe is what matters most. Black cat. Even though he got the picture, he still walked up and asked, more importantly, this isn't exactly the best place for a walk, you know? Can't sleep? Isto quietly replied, yeah. Mubin suddenly remembered the blood splattered everywhere and said in a low voice, I have days like that too, when my body's exhausted but my mind is crystal clear. All I can do is think, and think. He switched back to his usual cheeky tone and shrugged, so at times like this, I feel like I gotta do something. That's why I hunt a lot. Suki looked at him suspiciously at what he just heard. Hunting? Mubin went on, lost in thought. Monster hunting. There are monsters everywhere, so I can just get lost in the hunt. Then he suddenly got serious and said, Esto, after surviving that encounter with the weird phenomenon in the desert, I have a question. Esto didn't hesitate. What is it? Mubin laid out his theory. If someone is controlling those monsters and targeting the golden dragon, Suhanan, he warned, the Turkish desert could be way more dangerous than we think. Suddenly, a noise made him jump and warily look around. Mubin spun towards the firewood racks in the corner of the room and yelled, Who's there? Behind one of the racks, something was peeking out. After a moment of shuffling, a potted cactus shyly emerged. Mubin saw it and let out a sigh of relief. What the heck? Turns out it's Mr. Cactus. The terrified cactus said, That should be my line. Why are you guys standing there in the dark? I thought you were a monster. Ahu used its roots to lift its pot and move closer to Esto's group, asking, "So, what are the three of you doing here? The vibe is super serious. Are you guys fighting or something?" Mubin sighed and said, "We're just out for a night walk." Esto asked with concern, "Aru, do you want to go back to your family?" Aru questioned, "Family?" Esto said, "I don't know how you ended up in Galaxia, but I don't think you came here on purpose." He asked Aru, "Don't you want to go home?" The cactus flinched and replied, "No, not at all. I think you've got it twisted." Aru pointed to itself, confused. "My family? Is it even a family?" Anyway, we don't have deep family bonds like humans do. It began to recount its tough childhood. We are born underground, and after we grow to a certain size, my mother pushes each of us up to the surface. My very first memory of being above ground is the desert under the blazing, hot Sunday. You didn't have a good impression of it. I hate that hot, quiet desert. Aru remembered the human shadow that had shielded it, and then, by some twist of fate, I got to travel all over the continent thanks to a human. His uncle was placed in a tub that was put on a carriage and taken everywhere, which is why he got lost from his family. I don't know where my other siblings are or where my mom is right now, underground. Ahu confesses, "I want to see them again, but I don't need to go back there." Esto squats down, one leg on the ground, reaching out with the cactus. "I get it." Ahu rubs his head against Esto's hand and says, "That's why I like being next to you like this." Esto, with arms crossed, casually asks, "So where are you, cactus? Planning to go alone in the middle of the night?" Esto had lifted the pot with the cactus in hand. The cactus also crossed its arms in response. Esto disappeared, so I went out to find you. Esto, touched, thanks you, but next time, don't do that again. Ahu doesn't understand why. Sto explains that going alone is very dangerous. He advises, next time, please wake someone up or wait for me to come back, hugging the cactus to his chest. Esto promises, "I promise I'll be back as soon as possible," comforting and advising Ahu, "I get it now, you promise, okay?" At this point, Muan steps in, suggesting we go inside. It's cold out here at night. Esto speaks up. Muan replies, "What's up?" Sto shares his private plan. "I intend to go to the desert temple tomorrow morning." Mbian calmly replies, "If you command it, I will follow. But can I ask why you're willing to dive into this danger?" Esto thinks and then answers, "The sand insects ask me for help. I want to see what scares them so much." Ahu suddenly scoffs, "I hate insects." Muan, surprised, asks, "But you're a cactus. Why do you hate insects?" The prickly cactus retorts, "Just because I'm a plant doesn't mean I have to like insects." Everyone goes inside to rest. Muan reassures the cactus, "All right, all right." The next morning in the magnificent house, a voice apologizes. "I'm sorry." Jinu awkwardly says, "If I'd known you were going to the desert temple, I would have prepared beforehand." S replies, "It's okay." To save my support service, Jinzu hesitates. We quickly prepared a means of transportation. A few minutes later, everyone is arranged to sit on the giant desert crabs. Muan complains to Bang sitting in front, "Don't make that face, girl. I'm not riding this thing because I want to. If you hate it so much, you can get off." He gives a reluctant and annoyed smile. "Just me is enough to protect you." Suddenly, the reins are yanked out of Bang's hands. Glaring at him, he grinds his teeth. "What do you mean, get off? I'm the driver here." Muan leans back, hands behind his head, then whistles. All right. Just remember to drive carefully." Bang, annoyed, thinks to himself, "Carefully? Don't make me laugh. Do you think I'll make you regret letting me drive?" The person behind, very carefree, says, "I guess I should take a nap for a bit." Esto, driving another desert crab, hears the argument from the other side and finds it funny. Those two are arguing again. Nezu hugs Ahu, driving another crab. He feels sorry for the crab. Ahu agrees. "Thank goodness we were born as cacti." Seeing the team settle down, Esto volunteers, "Let's go." The place they're heading to is an old, dilapidated temple. The angel statues are damaged, wings broken, heads missing, as if they've gone through severe destruction. The walls are rotten, covered in cobwebs, looking even more desolate. The group steps down from the crab. Para just got off the giant crab and follows Esto, asking, "Is this the destroyed temple, President?" Esto looks around. "I don't feel any human presence here." He looks at the trembling crabs and thinks, even the desert crabs are scared of this place. Muan, coming up behind, suggests, "Let's set up the tools we brought from the association and then explore around." Esto looks up at the dilapidated entrance of the shrine in front of him, dark inside, exuding a mysterious and dangerous vibe. He doesn't hesitate and chooses to go inside. Inside is pitch black. What awaits them in there? Because it's dark, the group stays close together to avoid getting lost. Muon comments, with this, we can't really call this place a ruin. Para worries, I don't think there's anything here. No signs of human activity. Esto walks ahead, his serious face saying nothing. Seeing him quieter than usual, Parker gently calls out to the president. Suddenly, Esto's eyes widen. He hears someone crying, I'm scared. I want to go home. Help me. Para reaches out to touch Esto, who rushes inside. There's someone here. I can hear them. Para hurriedly shouts. The president is waiting for us inside the grand temple. The flickering light from the lamp on the wall is the only thing guiding them as they carefully step forward. Descending the stairs, the deeper they go, the more the architecture and carvings inside leave them in awe, exclaiming how amazing it is. This temple was built by people who lived thousands of years ago. It must have been tough to construct something like this, even with all the modern techniques. Parker is scared. Hey, President, let's turn back. I don't think we'll run into anyone if we keep going deeper. Esto insists there's definitely no one living here. His eyes show determination. I can hear them deep below. There's a voice calling for help. Someone, please save me. I want to go home. Parker worries and follows along, thinking to himself, the president's ability is getting much stronger. He quietly notes it's like he's evolving. While lost in thought, Esto points to the altar in front of them and calls out, there's an altar over there. They've reached the bottom of the temple where there's not much besides some murals and an altar covered with a red cloth. Parker looks around and says, I think this was originally a place of worship. Esto, surprised, asks, a place of worship? Parker continues, I heard that back in the day, people used to sacrifice live animals to the gods. Mew chimes in, yeah, I heard about that too. Do some people still do that? Parker explains, nowadays they only do it on special occasions in ancient temples. Every time they worship, they have to perform a sacrifice. Mew says something shocking, and there are records showing they even sacrificed humans. Parker, scared, stutters, what? Why would worshippers do that? Surely they did it for funeral purposes, right? Mew crosses his arms and adds, some findings suggest they placed living people in coffins and they even sacrificed people, Para said, scared. Meanwhile, Esto was looking around. Muon was busy sharing that info, which was just a hypothesis when the ancient ruins were first discovered. Human remains were found buried in the ground of temples like this. Hearing this, Para was so scared he felt like his soul was leaving his body. He trembled, stammering, the remains to save the 3 souls and 7 spirits that are shaking inside me. He defended, no way. Why would those who worship the gods do that, leaving the corpse? He trembled and stuttered, the body, trying to get a grip. He denied it. Impossible. Why would the god worshippers do that? They must have done this for a funeral, right? Mew crossed his arms and added, some findings show that they put living people into coffins and nailed them shut so they couldn't escape. They also covered them with magical preservation powder to stop decomposition. I wonder if they knew these things would be discovered in the future. Not wanting to continue on this topic, Parker decides to change the subject. He firmly shouts, we come from the Ignis Association. Is there anyone alive here? This time even Parker hears the cries for help. Oh gods, our prayers have been answered. The voices of the people calling for help ring out. We're still alive. Hurry. Parker looks around. I can hear the sounds too, he says confusedly. Is there anyone from the Ignis Association still alive here? This time, even Para heard the cries for help. Oh, the gods have answered our prayers. Coming now? It seems he has found the source of the sound. He squats down, taps the stone floor, and listens carefully, then concludes, the floor is... That sound seemed to have found its source. He squatted down, knocked on the stone floor, and listened carefully. Then he concluded that the floor hollow. Nezu hugs Ahu and walks over to Parker, who sneaks up next to Mu. Oh my god, how did they get down there? Below, there's a hint of a hand pointing on the mural on the stone wall. Esto stands up and finds the handle as indicated, gently presses it, and the floor opens up before the astonished group. Not long after, a boy wrapped in a white cloth appears, joyfully coming out. Oh my god! Mu stands aside, silently assessing. I wonder how long they've been down there, but surprisingly they're not out of air. The boy expresses his gratitude. Thank you so much! Without you guys, we would have dried up in there! He asks, is this mechanism? Bien stood aside, silently assessing. He didn't know how long they had been down there, but surprisingly, they hadn't run out of air. He expressed his gratitude. Thank you so much. meant to keep us from getting out from the inside? No, he replies. That's right. We were being chased by bugs and ran inside as fast as we could, but it couldn't open from the inside. Estio asks, did the green sand come here too? The boy replies, being chased by a swarm of bugs, I ran inside as fast as I could, but I couldn't open it from the inside. Hey, did Cat Green come here too? He asked. Yeah, that's what I meant. Suddenly, he panics. We have to get out of here right now! Estio doesn't understand. What's wrong? Is there something down below? There was just the boy before, but there are a few others helping each other climb out. The boy initially explains, this temple is their home. If we stay here, we'll be overwhelmed. There were a few other people helping each other climb out. The boy explained that this temple was their home. If we stayed here, we would be overwhelmed. Estio ponders. Their home? He looks toward the wall and realizes. So that's why I can hear the bugs from this place. Intuitively, he steps forward and lightly presses his hand against a brick on the wall. Mew notices and says, there's a door behind the altar. The stone door seems heavy and silent, not moving. The group of people in white cloaks has escaped and stands huddled together, trembling. One of them speaks up, that door won't open. It's a room that has been sealed. For a long time, that person said, according to the legend, unless someone is a divine being blessed by the gods, they can't open it. At this point, the other party fell silent. But because this opened the stone door, the group of hooded people was also stunned, with light flashing from inside the door. Seeing this, they screamed in fear, and then they just ran off. Parker asked nervously, should we just let them go? Moo didn't really care. Let them go. They'll be fine. Estio looked inside the room. It's way brighter in here than outside, he commented. So weird. It's brighter underground than it is in broad daylight. With this much light, it feels like we're in a cave, filled with crystals. Estio thought to himself, we found survivors, and we also know the green sand creatures come from this temple. So what exactly are we going deeper into this dangerous place for? Footsteps echoed from behind. Just let me torch this whole place. Bang stepped forward and offered her opinion. If the path's on fire, their numbers will drop like crazy. She tried to convince Estio, these things are different from those monkeys and cacti you love so much, guild leader. These bugs are man-eating monsters. If we're going to get rid of them, we have to do it now so they can't crawl up to the surface. Estio stopped her. Hold on. They were originally gentle creatures, he said, his eyes full of sincerity. We need to figure out why they turned into monsters. Bang shot back. And you think we'll figure that out by going in there? Estio answered, I'm not sure. A terrified cry for help was still ringing in his ears. I'm so scared. Please, help me. Estio pushed the stone door open and said, but I'm going in to check. With that, he walked inside. He turned back. Do whatever you want. You don't have to follow me. But Bang stubbornly said, I'm going in to check too. She was worried. If creatures that were once harmless can turn into monsters because of some outside factor, Bang gritted her teeth as if thinking about something unpleasant. Either way, this could be a major issue for me too. So please, read their minds and find out why. The bugs turned into monsters, she begged. Please. Estio froze. Please, he thought. He looked down, his gaze softening as he stared at his own hand. Estio wondered, is this ability even good for anything? Without another thought, the group headed deeper inside. Faced with a glittering light, everyone was stunned. What in the world? Forget danger. In front of them was a freaking mountain of gold. It was enough to make them all shout in unison, Gold! Everyone stared in shock at the pile of gold before them. Estio was pretty calm as he walked forward. Mubien crossed his arms. He stood there wondering, is this all real gold? Parker, on the other hand, looked like he'd hit the jackpot. Are we going to be rich? Mubien shook his head, totally crushing his dreams. Get a grip. All temple treasures are considered holy relics. Everything here will be confiscated by the Holy Palace. Parker's mood immediately deflated as he stared at the gold. Yo, but why? Is there gold in a temple? Mubien said nonchalantly. Who knows? He furrowed his brow a bit, especially in a secret place like this. Thinking about the green sand creatures, Mu suddenly asked, hold up. Is it possible the bugs were born from the gold? Nezu answered, probably not. The white-furred monkey looked at the pile of gold and said, there aren't any bugs anywhere near the gold. In the dazzling, gold-filled room, someone started analyzing. Come to think of it, they only showed up to a certain point, Parker shrugged. I don't see anything suspicious. Isn't this just some old secret vault? Estio knelt down to check it out. Bang, standing beside him, was also confused. Why would a temple need a treasury? The all-knowing Mubien spoke up again. Priests gotta eat too, young lady. The Pope is loaded, you know? There are probably like 10 vaults like this in the Holy Palace. Bang complained. That's so blasphemous. He laughed, amused. Look who's talking. You don't even believe in the gods. She turned and asked, So do you? Believe in God? Mubian put on his best pious act. He clasped his hands together, but his tone was dripping with sarcasm. Everyone in the Empire gets baptized at birth. My religion was decided for me before I was even born. Talk about forced faith. Then he shared his actual opinion. Well, yeah. But personally, I do believe there's a God, and that he cares about people and sometimes steps into their lives. Back with Esto, he heard the cry of the green sand again. Save me! He was totally confused. How do I save you? He closed his eyes, trying to sense them. They were saying, The box, Parker asked curiously. Guild leader, you find something? Esto replied, The bugs are talking about a box. Parker looked up, hesitating. The box you're talking about, is it? Following his gaze, they saw an exquisite box sitting all by itself on a high shelf. He flew up and brought the box down. He held it out to Esto and asked, Is this it, guild leader? In Esto's senses, he was surprised. The insect's movements were changing. Curious, he opened the box. Inside, a brilliant golden light shimmered. Staring at the glowing thing that looked kind of like a golden potato chip, someone blurted out, Is that gold? Mew observed for a moment before concluding. No, that's not gold. It's, Nezu piped up, a golden dragon scale. Mubian turned to ask, Hey, Cactus, do you know anything about golden dragon scales? Esto looked at the cactus and replied, It's just like the name suggests. Ahu explained, This is a scale, a dragon scale, not like fish scales. It's enchanted. Everyone was surprised. Enchanted? The cactus continued, Dragons are the race that created magic, right? So, of course, each of their scales contains immense magical power. Mu still didn't quite understand and asked, for example, like, what? Ahu was confused. Wait a minute, are you saying it has magic that drives monsters crazy and makes them kill people? Ahu jumped up, praising. Exactly. Mu crossed his arms, exhaling in exasperation. So that golden dragon, Shanann, or whatever, is the mastermind, Nezu asked. So what do we have to do? Ahu replied. Just destroy the scale. The bugs and scorpions will return to normal. Back was confused. But how do you know all this? Ahu proudly said. I inherited memories from my mother. Someone asked. Your mother is the ancient Minata from the desert of Turkey? Ahu laughed. 1,000 years is a bit much. My mom lived in the time when dragons and humans coexisted. The cactus recounted. She even talked directly with them. She learned many secrets from various sources. Ahu boasted, My siblings and I inherited all those memories. Minata is such a race, and we are one, and one can become all. Anyway, back to the main issue. The cactus jumped up. The dragon will die if killed by another dragon. It looked at Esto, meaning only you can do it. Esto nodded, I will destroy it. Suki, not happy, wagged her tail in disagreement. I oppose this. It could be very dangerous. Do you think a dragon scale is just a regular scale? If you think simply, there's no way it could break easily like a twig. Suki was trying hard to stop him. You were assigned to investigate this, right? Didn't you hear about it? The people of Turkey will handle this issue themselves. She turned away, showing her desire to leave. We just need to go back and tell them the reason and let them handle it. Esto seriously said, I still will. The green sand is killing all living creatures they encounter. Suki froze when she heard Esto say that the insects were also suffering because they were forced to harm others. She arrogantly turned back and asked, Are you going to risk your life for those bugs? Esto calmly replied, I don't just want to help someone. Suki didn't care much. So what now? Esto sincerely expressed his personal view. The reason I want to go all the way is that I saw this. Because I'm here, I don't want to just ignore it and leave as if nothing happened. Suki sadly looked up. I don't want you to be in danger. I hate that you're getting dragged into this. Esto smiled gratefully. Thanks for worrying about me, Suki. He turned to the box containing the dragon scale, picked up the scale, and wondered how to destroy it. Esto tried to gather strength in his hand and struggled to break it. The dragon scale saw him straining, shaking all over, and blushing. Para gently called the president. Suki saw this and also stepped forward. You need to use your strength, Esto innocently replied. I don't think strength is what's needed. Suki sighed. Not that strength, but your ability. Esto looked confused, back at the dragon scale in his hand. But my ability only reads minds and controls emotions in front of an inanimate object. Oh, he closed his eyes and thought, let's give it a try. Esto focused and activated his ability through his hand. He was surprised to see the golden dragon scale shine, as if responding to his ability. Esto took the stone he just got from the chest and examined it. Para curiously asked, So, can you destroy a golden dragon like that? I never thought it could happen. Well, then the magic controlling the insects will be nullified right now. Just as he finished speaking, suddenly an earthquake occurred where they were. Parker ran over, saying, Wait, I have a bad feeling about this. I have a similar feeling too. At this moment, Parker looked a bit scared and spoke up. Esto, can you stop it? He froze helplessly, saying, Sorry, I think it will take a while for me to control it. At the same time, the group panicked and shouted loudly as the earth and rocks around them were falling. So then, just as he finished speaking, an earthquake suddenly hit where they were. Parker rushed over and said, Wait, I have a bad feeling about this. I feel the same way, Parker said, looking a bit scared. Hey, can you stop it? He froze, feeling helpless. Sorry, I think it'll take me a while to control it. Meanwhile, the group was panicking, yelling as the rocks around them started to fall. What am I supposed to do now? Esto, stay calm and answer. It seems like you're going to dream a little, so just wait in the dream. Okay? Everyone's shocked and confused, exclaiming in the meantime, the stone in Esto's hand glows brightly. Dream. Yep. Scene shifts to a strange place. Stowe is still dazed. With his eyes closed, a clear voice appears beside him, saying, Hey there, who are you? Esto slowly opens his eyes and sees he's lying on a lush green prairie, thinking to himself about those strange voices. Are they people I know or not? The clear voice greets him, startling him awake. Hi, I'm Du Arin, one of the black kids here. On the grass where Esto is sitting, there's a boy lying down and a girl chattering endlessly. The boy with blonde hair opens one eye and looks at the girl, who is Su Hanan, asking, A black kid, huh? Du Arin smiles brightly and says, Yep, I'm really happy to meet a little bird like me. Esto sits there, dumbfounded, thinking this must be Su Hanan's memory. Maybe it's because I touched the dragon scale. Esto sits there as if no one can see him. Janan sits up and sighs, saying to Du Arin, I'll forgive you for your rudeness because you're still a little kid. I'm not a little bird, Du Arin says, intrigued. Really? But you look pretty small. That makes him fume with anger. Then Suhanan continues, I dress like this on purpose to seem nicer to humans. Du Arin squats down beside him, looking curious, asking continuously, Is that true? I've never talked to humans. What are they like? Do you understand them? Suhanan turns to say, You ask a lot, just like a little bird, and I don't like humans. The girl cheerfully asks, Then why are you here, and why did you change your appearance? The boy looks a bit sad, saying, Just for fun. Du Arin obediently replies, I get it. In the distance, someone calls the girl. Du Arin hears the call and stands up, saying, I'll play with you, so please tell me more about humans later. Then she runs toward the voice, smiling brightly, waving goodbye to him, resting his hands on the grass, replying, Don't come back, you annoying brat. The scene shifts to a different setting in the future. Eventually, they became friends and walked side by side on the grass. Then the scene shows the two kids growing up. At this point, they are lying on a vast green prairie, gazing at a small flower in front of them. The scene continues to shift to a bridge where the two kids are sitting. Du Arin asks, Why do you like humans so much? She brushes her hair back with a gentle smile, saying, They're adorable. Hearing this, Suhanan turns to say, I've heard that black people are very good at mind-related abilities, like reading souls or stuff like that. Du Arin leans on one hand on the bridge and cheerfully replies, That's right, I can also hear your heart. Suhanan gasps, exclaiming, What? The girl continues, I heard that from the first time we met and everything you wanted to say to me. Suhanan, actually, Du Arin, giggles and adds, You really love humans, don't you? Suhanan stares at her, then he shyly turns away, saying, Well, now I like them. Suhanan, embarrassed, turns her face away, explaining to the girl, In the end, I like them, because you do too. Du Arin, hearing this, gently calls out to Suhanan, asking, You're wondering why I love humans, right? Suhanan, still blushing, turns her curious face and says, Yeah. Du Arin begins to explain, I said we were born as intermediaries of this world. Among them, black people are born to love all living beings. The girl explains while imagining a beautiful scene where there are people with lovely personalities. We share thoughts and feelings with them. In that scene, there's a happy family of 3 walking together. Why can't I love humans? A beautiful lotus flower blooms in the middle of the lake when even a lotus flower in a pond is so adorable. Saying that, Suhanan slowly reaches for the little girl's hand beside her. The scene shifts to a midday, with a blue sky, white clouds, and golden sunshine. There are 2 people, a boy and a girl. Du Arin smiles beautifully, running quickly to Suhanan, calling out, Suhanan, you said you'd come back right after meeting the Lord. Why did it take you so long? I have so much to tell you. Suhanan, looking a bit sad, calls out to her, Du Arin, don't get close to humans anymore. That's the Lord's command. Du Arin, seemingly in disbelief, grabs her sleeve, saying, Command? What do you mean? Suhanan lowers her head, explaining to the girl, all the dragons decided to abandon this world. They will leave this place, so don't love humans anymore. The girl lightly, beautiful lotus flowers bloomed in the lake, and even a single flower in the pond looked so cute. Saying that, Swan gently took the small girl's hand beside her. We shifted scenes to a sunny afternoon with blue skies and white clouds. There were two people, a boy and a girl. Duarin smiled beautifully as he ran quickly to Suhan and called out to her. Suhan, you said you'd come back right after meeting the Lord. Why did it take you so long? I have so much to tell you, Suhan said, looking a bit sad as she called out to her. Duarin, don't get close to humans anymore. That's the Lord's command. Duarin, seemingly not believing it, grabbed his sleeve. What do you mean by that? Suhan lowered her head. I like you, girl. All the dragons have decided to abandon this world. They will leave this place. So don't fall in love with humans anymore, she said softly. Casually letting her sleeve drop, she said, I'm sorry, Suhanan, I can't go. I'm not going, and I'm staying here. Suhan, momentarily furious, yelled right in her face, causing her to flinch. The little one jumped, startled by Arn's action, and quickly stammered, I'm sorry for getting in your face. I didn't mean to. If you stay here, I'll stay with you. Promise me, okay? Aaron said, placing her hand on her chest. Sincerely, let's never be apart. Esto stood behind them, observing. She thought to herself, I can't see any more memories. But I still can't understand if Duarin has broken her promise yet. There are still things that can't be explained. Even if it's true, black people are born to love. All living beings. Esto spoke slowly in the dark. To love. The scene shifted to a place filled with people hurling insults. Those negative emotions weren't due to my abilities, but because I encountered people like that, the image of 3 people and 1 creature appeared in Esto's mind. This ability saved Nezu, allowing me to register at the church and led me to where I am now. Maybe I'm afraid of this power. If things had gone a little differently, Esto smiled. Would I be like you under the bright, vibrant sky with the cool air of a new day? Este, Pare, Nezu, and Ahu stood still, lying in a circle together, sleeping soundly despite being on the cold, rough stone floor. After a while, Esto suddenly woke up, slowly lifting his eyelids, still groggy, looking around. Suki, who had been silent, saw him awake and exclaimed, Meow, good morning! Hearing this, Esto turned his head, his eyes sparkling, and smiled at Suki, asking, Did you have a nice dream? Suki didn't say it out loud, but thought to himself, I guess so. I don't know about the others. It seemed like Per had slept enough as he sat up, looking a bit dazed, lifting a hand to his forehead and groaning, Meanwhile, Suki continued to voice his thoughts, affirming it was a beautiful dream. Then everyone gradually woke up. Nezu sat up happily, saying, My mom appeared in my dream. But Bang still hadn't woken up, lying still. Mubien gently called out to wake her, but she still didn't budge. He then suspiciously asked, Is she still asleep? Is she in a deep sleep? Under Nezu's worried gaze, he suggested, Let's wait a little longer. A while later, under the clear sky, someone spoke up, President, we've wasted too much time. The desert crabs might have been eaten by now. Seeing this, Esto turned to Nezu and asked, Nezu, can you carry Bang on your back? Everyone around Bang looked at her with concern. Nezu, hearing the question, replied, I can. Just as he finished, Nezu hesitated and added, But I think she won't like it. Without saying a word, Mu Bien suddenly lifted Bang and placed her on his shoulder, casually saying, I'll carry the luggage. Esto suddenly became tense, seriously asking, But before we leave, I have something I want to ask everyone. He recalled the room filled with gold dust in the temple and continued, Even after we return to the Turkish village, please don't tell them we saw this room. Someone asked back, You want to keep the temple's treasure a secret? He replied, Exactly. Mubien stood in front of him, curiously asking, I'm not opposed, but can I ask why? Esto suddenly remembered the dream he had earlier, his voice becoming deep as he explained, In the dream, I saw a piece of the golden dragon's memory. A pretty girl with black hair and a handsome guy with shiny blonde hair appeared, fragments of memories flashing before my eyes. Esto continued, This temple might hold a precious memory of him. I don't know what it means to him, so I don't want to touch it without permission. He suddenly bowed his head in thought, then spoke up again. I also think we should leave the mirror containing the soul here. Everyone nodded in agreement at the same time. They all chimed in. Then we'll do that. I'll keep the secret. Nezu agreed too, I promise. A few days later, on a fresh morning in the beautiful Turkish village, from a grand white house, a voice echoed, This trip seems successful. Our mission has been completed without any issues, and the president's condition has improved. He can now control his powers. Meanwhile, inside the large house, Miring was still sound asleep, lying quietly in bed. Parer, Nezu, and Mubian stood around where Esto was sitting. Esto listened. This temple could hold a precious memory for him. I don't know what it means to him, so I don't want to touch it without permission. He suddenly bowed his head in thought, then continued, I also think we should leave the mirror containing the soul here. The others nodded in agreement at the same time. Everyone took turns agreeing. Then we'll do that. I'll keep it a secret. Me too. I promise. A few days later, on a fresh morning in the beautiful Turkish village, a voice echoed from a grand white house. This trip seems successful. Our mission has been completed without any issues, and the president's condition has improved. He can control his power now. Meanwhile, inside the big house, Meringue was still sound asleep, lying quietly on the bed. Parker, NEU, and Muban stood around while Esto was sitting there, listening. Now, right? In a room inside the mansion, Meringue was still out cold, lying silently on the bed. Perer, Nu, and Muban stood around where Esto was seated. Esto heard, so he was like, yeah, you're right. At least I won't cause any trouble without realizing it. He looked at Bang's rosy cheeks and said softly, but I'm a bit worried because... Miss Bang still hasn't woken up. We need to head back to HQ soon. Paranezu and Muin both shot worried glances at Bang. Suddenly, Mubian spoke up nervously. We can't just drag her through the portal like this. After thinking for a sec, Esto pipes up, I'll dive into her dream and pull her out myself. Hearing that, all three of them freaked out and yelled at the same time. You can do that? Then he got up, slowly walking over to her bed while talking. I'll only know once I try. It's different for everyone. Ahu, who'd been quiet on the shelf, suddenly projected his thoughts. But do we really have to wake her up? No way. We can't just leave her here until she wakes up on her own. I can't stand her. She's the one who said anything that isn't human deserves to die. Then Ahu kinda drooped, his thoughts filled with a mix of hurt and anger. How many animals has she killed right in front of us? Plus, the smell of blood on her is making my nose go numb. Seeing Ahu standing there all pissed off with his arms crossed, Esto asked, Mr. Cactus, you have a nose? But you're a cactus. Ahu shot back, I have a nose in my heart. Esto then turned away from Ahu and cut him off in a low voice. Ahu, stop it. Ahu got all huffy, thinking, why am I the only one getting called out? Esto sighed. I'm not yelling at you. I also feel the same way. Bang isn't gonna change, even if we help her. Then he looked down, all bitter, and said, however, this time, it's my fault. Suddenly, Suki padded softly over to him and let out a little meow. Suki looked up, its crystal clear two-toned eyes meeting his, and sent a thought, let's go together. Esto nodded back at Suki. He walked over to Bang's bed, gently lifted his hand, and placed it on her forehead. As he channeled power into his palm, suddenly, a cluster of pure, dazzling light started glowing from his hand. Under a clear blue sky, with warm sunshine beaming down everywhere, was a lush, vibrant bamboo forest, just teeming with life. Esto looked up, glancing around for a sec, and said in surprise, a bamboo forest? He looked down at Suki next to him and asked, can you find Zeon Bang here? Suki glanced around and sent back a thought, I can't find her from here. Suki leaned toward him and reminded him, we're in a dream, you should be the one doing the tracking. Hearing that, Esto's face went totally blank, like a light bulb went off in his head. His eyes lit up and he suddenly yelled, aha! He spotted a bamboo stalk, grabbed it, and snapped it in half with all his might. After breaking it, he put the broken end on the ground. He gave the stalk a little shake and then let go. The bamboo stalk suddenly tipped over as he watched it intently. The stalk fell to the ground, pointing in a specific direction. He looked where it pointed and said, I think we should head that way. Suki, totally exasperated, was like, did CG tell you to do that? She replied as she stood up, I saw it in a book. Suki walked over gracefully, then shared her thoughts. Even a stupid method could be the answer, a surefire way in here. Since we're in a dream, anything can be a sign, and anyone can show up if you just wish for it. As Esto and Suki walked down the path they'd chosen, he replied, but the dream's owner should be the one doing the wishing, not me. Suki gave him a little side-eye. It slowly said, true, but you're the one who can control dreams. Hearing that, he couldn't help but look down, his eyes glazing over as he got lost in deep thought. He thought to himself, this power of mine, it feels so natural now. In the back of his mind, an image of a powerful dragon-like beast appeared, but its face was blurry. He kept thinking, what am I becoming? What even are dragons? While he was still drowning in his thoughts, a familiar voice kept calling his name, Esto! But he just stood there, completely still. Suki, getting annoyed, loudly projected its thoughts, Esto! But the sound that actually came out was meow. That snapped Esto out of it. Suki suspiciously sent a thought, what were you spacing out about? And stared hard at the tense Esto. Don't just stand there. Suddenly, between the tightly packed bamboo stalks, Suki spotted a familiar figure. It suddenly cried out, look, over there! Hearing that, Esto whipped his head around. He saw a tiny version of Bang and called out, Zeon Bang! All of a sudden, a small, round, yellow ball rolled up to his feet. Esto carefully picked it up and showed it to Suki. Looks like she was looking for this. He watched the little girl stumbling around, searching for something, and thought, the way this ball rolled right to me, she's probably never going to find it. Then, like she saw something amazing, the little girl suddenly took off running, the excitement totally obvious on her face. Hidden behind the leaves was a white. The tiger was covered in blood, its eyes kind of glazed over. The little girl greeted it, hello, Mr. White Tiger. Suki, sensing something, immediately explained, it's a divine being that manifests in the world through the body of an animal. But they're not gods for humans, they're gods for animals, Esto repeated. A god? Apparently, they aren't actual gods, but animals can't go against a divine beast's command. And right next to the tiger at this moment was Bang. She was trembling, totally confused, and just dropped to her knees, mumbling, Mr. White Tiger, you're hurt. Ugh. The tiger was in so much pain it couldn't even roar anymore, just letting out these weak groans. She worriedly asked, does it hurt a lot? Seeing how weak the tiger was, she offered, do you want to come to my house? I'll treat your wounds. Hearing that, it just opened its eyes and stayed silent, like it was, thinking it over. Then, it decided to get up anyway, even though it was covered in blood and had zero energy left. But it could only stand for a few seconds before the tiger collapsed right away. Bang freaked out and yelled, Mr. White Tiger! After telling this horrifying memory, she got super emotional. I should have just left it there, hearing this. Esto whipped his head around, totally shocked. The girl went on, if I had just ignored it back then, the Zeon clan wouldn't have had to suffer. Her face was now streaked with tears, and her brows were furrowed with injustice. That divine beast, that white tiger, or whatever the hell it is, I should have never trusted it. He had no idea what to do, so he just called out, Bang. But all he got in response was a confused look from the little girl. Just use my real name. We're inside my dream after all. Seeing that Esto looked a bit shocked, the girl continued, what's with that look? You already read my mind before, so you should know everything, right? He just calmly replied, I came looking for you because you haven't woken up after all this time. Hearing that, Bang whipped around and said bitterly, what, you feel responsible for me or something? Just go. I won't hold a grudge just because I'm trapped in this dream. But Esto's reply made her stop in her tracks. I actually am responsible for you, he said, full of guilt. I'm sorry for getting you trapped in this dream. I'll do everything I can to help you get out. She quietly started to walk away. However, it seemed like his answer didn't sway Bang at all. She quickly walked over to a wooden house. Inside were her mom, dad, and her little brother. Bang turned around and said to him, who says I want to leave? Her sweet mom placed a steaming pot of soup on the table and happily called out, Bang! Hearing her name, a younger Bang excitedly ran in from outside. Mom, she yelled, running inside. Watching this happy family scene from her past, the present-day Bang couldn't help but feel her heartache. Do you have any idea how many times I've had this dream? No? You want me to tell you what happens next? Bang was trying so hard to keep it together that her fists were clenched and shaking. That divine beast I saved. In that forest? That's the one who cursed my entire clan. A divine being, a great white tiger that protects our nation? Pfft, don't make me laugh. She couldn't take it anymore and screamed, her eyes filled with pure hatred. A divine beast that's not even strong enough to form a contract with the king? Who the hell can it protect? In her memories, a house being swallowed by a sea of flames appeared. Outside, you could see the silhouette of the white tiger. She went on, the divine beast, the white tiger, is known as the god of all four-legged creatures. It can control any animal. In front of the tiger was little Bang, unconscious next to a horrifying pool of blood. I passed out right after that, so I have no idea why I was the only one who survived. But it's pointless to think about it now. The tiger had apparently left. Bang remembered that soon after, the king's army showed up, and my clan, the very people who nursed the white tiger back to health, were accused of treason. We were branded as criminals who stole the palace's divine beast. As she said this, she gritted her teeth, tears about to spill over, her face a mask of pure rage. Everyone was framed because of me. We were condemned as criminals who harmed the divine beast without a single trial, and that beast just. The bloody images, the bodies of her family just kept replaying in her mind. She continued, It sat and did nothing. It did nothing while my clan was being annihilated. After telling her tragic story, she just said softly, "So it's fine for me to stay in this dream, as long as just seeing my family is enough for me." Bang turned back with a big smile at the two who had listened to his story from start to finish, thanking the guild leader after witnessing that heartbreaking situation. Esto felt a bit confused. He fell silent for a moment. Suki then spoke up. "Actually, the divine beasts are indeed the gods of animals, and they won't kill humans without a reason." Esto, after a moment of silence, hinted, "I'll help you." But he was met with a grumpy tone in response. "The god of animals will not kill humans without reason." After a moment of silence, Esto suggested, "I will help you." But the response was a sharp tone of Bang's. I said, "I didn't need it." She seemed super pissed and just turned around and stormed off. What am I supposed to do now? That king and the entire country are totally insane. How am I supposed to fight those beasts when I don't even get what they're thinking? Faced with her rage, Esto just gently placed his hand on the girl and said, "I'm still not a fan of you, but I don't want you to die." Then he looked her straight in the eye and slowly said, "Each word. Live, Xeon, bang!" A familiar image suddenly flashed in her mind. It was what her late mother had once told her. Her mom was covered in wounds back then, but still tried to tell her precious little girl, "You have to live." Bang! Esto's voice pulled her back to reality. "I'm gonna meet the White Tiger. I'll ask him who framed the Xeon clan." At this point, Esto grabbed her hand tightly and begged, "So please, stop running away." Hearing that Bang was a total mess, she was touched, confused, and a little scared all at once. Before she could even react, Esto continued, "Go meet the king who accused your family. Let them know your pain." Realizing he was for real, she was a little moved. But she still acted cold. "Even if you help me, nothing's going to change, you know." Hearing that, he didn't get mad or anything, but replied gently, "I don't expect it to." Bang was shocked. Then why? An answer that moved the girl to tears. "Because I want to help you." The girl looked down to stop the tears from falling and shakily made a deal with Esto. "I'll go with you. Just wake me up from this dream." Bang's eyes slowly opened, looking exhausted. Hearing her name called, she shot up, rubbing her head. Next to her was Esto, who had also just woken up. Suddenly, a voice called out to them both, "Miss Bang! Mr. Esto!" He was awake now and quickly turned to tell Bang, "Tomorrow, we're heading back to headquarters. Let's just rest today." She was a little touched and softly said, "Thanks." Parker, who was nearby, overheard and was totally shocked. He clutched his head like he'd just seen a miracle. Did Bang just say thanks? What the hell happened in that dream anyway? Next to him, Mubian added a sarcastic comment. "I heard people usually change when they're about to die." Hearing that, Bang got pissed. "I'm not dying," she continued. "To explain the guild, Master said he's going to meet the White Tiger for me." Hearing the words White Tiger, a clear image popped into Mubian's mind. He asked, "The White Tiger?" Bang said with pure hatred in her voice. "A disgusting divine beast that looks like a white tiger. He wants to use other beasts to crush humans and rule over them." Hearing the lowdown on that divine beast, Muon could only sigh. "Oh my god, you got mixed up with a creature like that?" By now, the girl was already getting ready to get out of bed and slowly explained to him, "We're not meeting it right away. We'll go when the guild master says to." Suddenly, there was a loud noise at the door and it burst open. It was a messenger from the guild. He was fast and precise. "The Ignis Guild is here to fulfill our client's trust. This is an order from the master." Everyone was wondering, from the master. On the piece of paper were two words, Master Rivet Castle. The Ignis Guild headquarters was a huge and magnificent place, no less grand than any royal palace. Seeing everyone was back, was super excited. She ran out cheerfully to greet everyone. "Welcome back, Commander." She, Saturday, right up on the table, holding her arms out like she wanted a hug, and praised him happily. "I heard you handled the problem in the Talk Desert perfectly." Esto wasn't fooled by Kai's innocent act and shot back. "Didn't you send me to talk on purpose?" Seeing she was caught, she just laughed loudly. "Busted. Actually, I sent you there because it was in the area." Seeing the confused and slightly surprised look on Esto's face, she continued, "But hey, it looks like you figured out how to control your powers. Congrats." He immediately switched back to his serious all-business attitude and started reporting to Kai. "By the way, it seems like the guild is a little short-staffed." Kai got a bit flustered about that. She explained the situation in the Empire is super unstable right now. The Crown Prince, the First Princess, and the Fifth Prince are officially going against each other. Plus, the nobles still haven't picked a side, which has all the power split up. It seems like the internal drama among the nobles is pretty intense. There have been alliances and breakups. Kai continued to spill the info she'd gathered while everyone was away. As a result, the Fifth Prince and the First Princess have teamed up, and she came to a conclusion. And it looks like the Emperor is done ignoring this power struggle. Hearing all these complicated, headache-inducing stories, Mubian couldn't help but complain. What a messed up family. I can probably guess the Emperor's plan with my sharp intuition and experience. With his experience in these circles, he could immediately guess the ruler's intentions. To end the internal conflict, he's going to aim his sword at an outside enemy. Kai, standing beside him, totally agreed. Exactly. A war of conquest is going to break out soon, and because of that, I think the Emperor might summon you, Duke Haiga. Jang, who had been listening intently this whole time, jumped when she heard Kai say, I heard the first targets are the nations on the border between the Empire and the Eastern continent. The girl, who had been quiet this whole time, suddenly spoke up. So that means everyone's being mobilized as mercenaries? Kai answered, That's right, the guild. Ignis is responsible for supporting the royal palace. Parker, standing nearby, also got curious and asked a few questions, looking around as if searching for someone. Guildmaster, the library staff, getting dragged into this too? Kai's answer kind of surprised him. No, I gave them all leave. The library is totally empty right now since the staff is all on vacation. All that's left is a messy pile of paperwork on the desk. She explained, It's because I have a hard time working when people are around, thanks to my weak heart. I'm easily influenced by other people's thoughts when I'm working. After giving a quick summary of the situation, it was Kai's turn to ask, I'm just asking to be sure, Guildmaster. But please don't interfere in the Empire's war. Stowe understood the gravity of the situation, so he was dead serious. I get it. Seeing that his teammate looked pretty worn out from the trip, Kai said gently, So I'm going to let you rest. Go somewhere peaceful and enjoy your life. I'll call you back for the Pope's inauguration. She gave a mysterious smile, and then suddenly Stowe was pulled back. Kai's abrupt move left him pretty confused. After they finished talking, everyone said their goodbyes. Stowe gratefully told Mu Bien, Thanks for coming along with us. Please go back to the people you need to protect. But Mu Bien didn't seem too happy about it. He argued back, I'm a guard, and the master I need to protect is still here. Stowe cut him off. But before that, you're also Duke Haiga. Seeing the unwilling look on his friend's face, he tried to comfort him, I'll always be here, so go back after you finish what you need to do. Hearing his leader's words, Mu Bien didn't want to argue with him. He promised, Fine, I'll be back as soon as I can. Beside them, Jang also announced she was going somewhere. I'm going too. Her words made Parker pretty surprised. Huh? Where are you going? Jang replied, To work as a mercenary. Only the guildmaster isn't allowed to join the war. That promise you made, call me when you want to. Make good on it. And before their two figures faded into the distance, Jang managed to say her last words, which also spoke for Mu Bien, even if it's not because of that promise. If you need me, just call. If it's your command, I'll follow without asking any questions. Watching his teammates leave one by one, Stowe felt a little lonely for a moment. Parker turned back and asked, So, Guildmaster, what are you going to do next? He recalled the words Kai had whispered to him earlier. If you go to the Sky Island, Elia, the place rumored to have Pegasuses and unicorns living on it, you might find a clue about your origins. It seems there's a path leading to this island if you go to the cliffs of the Wind Mountain Range. Her last words were still echoing in his head. Whether you go or not is your decision. Estio decided on his next destination. I'm planning to go to the Sky Island, Elia. Hearing that, Parker got super excited. He practically jumped on his commander. I'm going with you. Hearing that, Estio was a little hesitant. He asked, Are you okay with using your vacation to come with me? But Parker didn't seem to care one bit about his vacation. He said, with his eyes shining brightly, I've only heard about Elia, but I've always wanted to go. And so, the four of them started their journey to the new land. While everyone was casually walking, Parker had to pretty much run to keep up. He sighed. Looks like this is the first long trip we've taken without using a portal since we went to your village. Realizing his companion was getting tired and being left behind, Estio immediately turned back to apologize for the tiring trip. Parker panicked when he heard that. It's not like that at all. This is a good chance to get some exercise. Estio looked up at the sky. The sun was about to set. Seeing that, he gave the order. Let's find a place to rest for the night. While everyone was still figuring out where to sleep, Nezu's sharp ears caught something. It quickly alerted its master, Estio, I hear something strange. Looking into the deep, desolate forest, it started to speculate. It sounds like some large beast is in pain. At this point, Estio had to rely on Parker's ability. Parker, can you check the surrounding area for us? He sprang into the air at his commander's order. Parker spread his huge wings, quickly gaining momentum and flying straight up into the sky, scouting the area as he flew. Suddenly, something caught his eye, leaving him utterly stunned. Parker rushed back to his teammates, flying and shouting, "Guild leader, 30 meters north, there's a small hole, and next to it is a unicorn that's bleeding out and passed out on the ground." "It's in pretty bad shape." The team quickly moved to check on it. Parker guessed, "It seems like it got hurt by a hunter or poacher. Maybe it escaped because I don't see anyone else around." "Wow," he fumbled through his pockets. Flustered, "I don't have any medicine to treat such serious wounds." Esto suddenly had an idea. "Do you have a knife or something sharp?" Parker quickly handed his leader a dagger. "Thanks." Esto bit down on a cloth to keep from screaming, hurriedly cutting his palm to draw blood. Then he extended his hand for the unicorn to lick. Seeing it seemed to be doing better, Esto felt relieved. The whole team decided to set up camp here. "Let's rest here tonight." The unicorn, still dazed, suddenly heard a voice echoing, "Does it hurt?" It slowly opened its eyes and blinked at something fluffy and white as snow. The creature was excited. "Oh, you're awake. Are you okay?" Seeing its strange shape, the unicorn was a bit startled, thinking, "Am I going to be eaten by a beast? So do you have a knife or something sharp?" Parker quickly handed his leader a dagger. "Thanks." Esto held a cloth tightly in his mouth to avoid making noise. With one hand, he quickly cut his palm to draw blood, then offered his hand to the unicorn to lick. Seeing it seemed to be better, Esto felt relieved. The whole team decided to camp here. "Let's stay here tonight." The unicorn, still dazed, suddenly heard a voice echoing, "Does it hurt?" It slowly opened its eyes and saw something very furry and white as snow. The creature was cheerful. "Oh, you're awake. Are you okay?" Seeing its strange shape, the unicorn felt a bit startled and thought, "Am I going to be eaten by a beast?" But maybe it was better than being caught by a human, so it quickly curled up in the tree's roots. It panicked a little, thinking to itself, "A beast? Am I going to get eaten? But hey, maybe that's still better than getting caught by humans." It then quickly curled into a ball, cowering at the base of a tree. Nezu was quite surprised and said, "Hello!" His greeting not only didn't help, but made the unicorn cry out loud in fear. Hearing the commotion, Esto, who was warming up, turned to ask, "What's going on, Nezu?" Nezu replied, "I think I scared it." Hearing that, Esto quickly reassured him. "It's not your fault. It must still be very confused after just waking up from an attack." The unicorn was quite scared, suddenly startled by a voice it had heard somewhere long ago. On the other side, Esto began to stand up, preparing to rest separately, still troubled by his own thoughts and doubts. "When was it?" Esto gently raised his hand, saying, "It's okay, we can help you get home." The unicorn, with tears in its eyes, asked back, "Really? Who are you?" He slowly introduced himself. "I'm Esto," the unicorn replied. "I've never heard that name before, but you have a very familiar scent." It felt a closeness to Esto. "Anyway, thanks for saving me," the unicorn observed around and explained. "Your group has many different races together, which is why I feel more trusting." He curiously asked, "Why do you remember those cruel people? The humans I know don't like being with other races." Those cruel people, in the unicorn's memory, it kept ordering to catch it. Nezu was puzzled. But aren't not all races like that? Suki and Ahu also didn't like humans. Nezu used to feel the same way, and the image of him baring his teeth and glaring from back then gradually appeared in his mind. It's not exactly like that. But what you said is also true. Esto looked up at the starry night sky, announcing, "It's late. Let's sleep. We'll talk more tomorrow when the sun rises, and we'll set off." Everyone lay close to the fire, but he was quietly sitting, hugging his knees. Suki slowly approached and asked, "Esto, why aren't you asleep?" He gently replied, "I'm just not sleepy. What about you?" Suki, the cat, chimed in, almost mocking, "How can I sleep in a place like this?" Esto tried to reassure him, "This mountain isn't dangerous." Suki disagreed, turning away. "There's no place in this world that's The black cat sighed, reminding him, "I know I talk too much, but you need to stop trusting people blindly." Esto replied, "Of course, when I'm here, it's fine. I'll keep an eye on them." Suddenly, he called Suki's name, and immediately there was a response. While remembering the image of a giant dragon standing on the globe, Esto began, "I heard Suhanan really hates humans, but for some reason he's still in this world." Suki, with a flick of his tail, explained, "Just like what that guy said, he might have stayed to bring this world to destruction." He reached out to pet the cat's head, but "I don't like humans either." Nezu thought back to the image of himself baring his teeth from the past. The round, flat-eyed surprise was not entirely the same, but what he said was also true. Esto looked up at the starry night sky and announced, "It's late. Let's sleep. We'll talk tomorrow when the sun rises, and we'll set off." Everyone lay close to the fire, but only he sat quietly, hugging his knees. Suki slowly walked over and asked, "Why aren't you asleep?" Esto jumped a bit. "I just can't sleep. What about you?" Suki, the cat, spoke up as if to criticize, "How can I sleep in a place like this?" Esto tried to convince him, "This mountain isn't dangerous." Suki disagreed and turned away, saying, "There's no place in this world that's completely safe." The black cat sighed and advised, "I know I'm being chatty, but you need to stop trusting people blindly. Of course, when I'm here, it's fine. I'll keep an eye on them." Suddenly, he called Suki's name, and there was an immediate response. While recalling the image of a giant dragon standing on the globe, Esto spoke up. "I heard Suhan really hates humans, but for some reason, he still stays in this world." Suki flicked his tail and replied, just like what the guy had said. He could have stayed behind to bring this world to its doom. He reached out to pet the cat's head, but Suki calmly asked, "Why do you think there's a reason? Is it different?" This sad thought keeps popping up in my head. It leaves me with a ton of questions swirling around. What really happened to Joe? Did he actually die? No way. She betrayed Sue Hannon and just left? The last question echoed just as the image of the blonde man stood silently under the interrogation. Is Sue Hannon just a crazy golden dragon? It's so confusing. No matter how I think about it, I can't figure it out. I don't understand why he hates humanity so much. Suki is chilling on your lap, messing around. He probably won't ever know unless he reads that guy's mind. Right after finishing that thought, the cat sat up hesitantly. "Wait, dude," he said, not denying it. "I still have to meet him at least once." Suki regained his composure and questioned, "What if that's true? But if your target is a dragon that's gone insane, what are you planning to do after reading his thoughts?" This was left hanging. "I don't really plan on doing anything," the cat said, turning away, pretending not to care. "Sue Hannon is really dangerous. I won't stop you from meeting him at the inauguration, but that's it." Suki emphasized the warning. "Don't sympathize with anyone." The black cat's advice made you wonder if you were sympathizing with him. The sun was slowly rising, signaling a beautiful day ahead. As everyone was moving, you sighed in relief after being attacked. "I really thought I was going to die." "So, you guys are coming to Elia too? For real?" Destiny is weird. There are still many mysteries, but why did I recover so fast? "So interesting. You looked a bit distracted, pondering. I'm not confident I can explain my lineage. Maybe silence is better." Nezu, confused, asked, "Are we there yet?" Para immediately replied, "Not yet. He's just observing the vast scenery. We're still far away. This is just the first peak. We have to cross 5 more mountains to reach our destination." Chu was panicking while you were still excited. "5 mountains?" Para confirmed. "Yep, but luckily I know a shortcut." You hadn't been happy for long before you started doubting yourself when seeing the scene ahead. Is this really the shortcut? Just then, you flew up high. "Now, the unicorn will guide you." "Fly from this point," Para timidly said. "You're the only one with wings. The others can't fly." "I know, don't worry." "Of course, I'm not saying you have to fly alone," the cheerful unicorn suggested. "Hey, I won't owe you anything if you help me, right?" Your cheerful tone made it hard to understand. You looked up, and suddenly everyone was looking around. You heard the sound of hooves from somewhere. Eniyu was startled and suddenly pointed at the sky. Up in the clear blue sky were 4 beautiful unicorns flying toward them. A golden unicorn spoke up. "I'm so glad to see you, Elder Kieran," you exclaimed joyfully. The elder slowly landed. "So, you're okay. I was really worried when I heard the birds say you were hunted by humans. You signaled that these people saved you. Can we invite them to Elia, Elder?" It was hard to believe. "Humans saved you?" He hesitated. "No way. But we can't welcome humans." You were shocked. "The Elder, the green unicorn," continued. "Elder, they're not hunters. They're the benefactors who saved you and healed your wounds. I owe them, and I want to repay them." Kieran frowned, asking, "Healed your wounds? But I don't see any injuries on you, and I don't smell any blood around you. Did you get hurt when the hunters caught you?" You recalled the image of yourself being seriously injured and said, "I stepped on a trap and broke my leg, then got attacked with magic. I suffered a fatal wound." The other unicorns were shocked, unable to believe it. "Only the spring water in Elia can heal Pegasus's wounds." The elder stared at you, who was standing obediently. "If it's not you, then only dragons created Pegasus." He landed in front of you, asking, "What's your name?" You politely introduced yourself. "I'm Esto Kieran." You unexpectedly kneeled as if to show respect. He humbly bowed, welcoming the last descendant of the Black Dragon bloodline. Parker's surprised voice rang out. "I can see Pegasuses and unicorns everywhere." You curiously asked back, "Are you that surprised?" "We have a good relationship with the bird people and often communicate with them." His eyes sparkled as he smiled brightly. "I left the bird people's village a long time ago to work in the city, so everything here is super interesting." The green unicorn silently sighed in his heart. But what was even more interesting was, You just watched the back of the unicorn, finding it hard to believe that one was the descendant of the black dragon. The unicorn continued to think. He looks just like an ordinary human, he asked. You're that surprised? We're on good terms with the bird folk and talk with them all the time. His eyes twinkled as he grinned and explained that he left the birdfolk village a while back to work in the city, so everything here is super interesting to me. The blue unicorn was amazed, thinking to itself, but what's even more interesting is you guys. As it watched Escon's back, it couldn't believe it. One of them is a descendant of the black dragon. The unicorn continued to ponder. He looks exactly like a regular human. At that moment, Kieran respectfully invited Stowe to follow this way, where a shimmering blue lake gradually appeared after the elder introduced the unicorn. Born from this lake, Kieran with golden hair continued. This is where I want to show the lady that Aaron saw if she comes back. The heavenly steeds she blessed are still being born here. Esto immediately denied. I'm not from Aaron, the elder calmly replied, but I still want you to know who you are. The last trace of the black dragon left in this world. Sir Esto, he bit his lip like he wanted to deny it, but held himself back. I never asked for this. Just like that, the old man continued to explain. The lake was blessed by the gods. The pebbles were soaked in the yellow dragon's mana. It's like it was all proving his point. Kieran! A gentle ray of sunlight shone straight down on the lake and held there for like 3 seconds. He went on! These 3 elements combined to create a Kieran, Esto asked. So how are Pegasi born? The elder's voice got all sad. Not anymore. While our boy reached into the lake and picked up a stone, Kieran said Pegasi are born from the black dragon's mana, the elder said in a flat tone. Because Lady Duaran has returned to the god's embrace, there's no one left. Who can provide that mana anymore? Kieran was sweating bullets and suggested, so maybe you could share your mana with us as the successor of the black dragon lineage. Esto was silent and felt helpless inside. I can't. He was like giving up, dropping the stone, and thinking to himself as if blaming himself. I don't know what mana is, and I'm not the successor. The stone fell into the lake, making a sound that wasn't too loud or too quiet, but it was enough to stir a person's heart. The elder understood and replied, if that makes you uncomfortable, I won't ask again. Esto kept questioning him. I have a question. Did Su Hanan help this place? Kieran was shook and was like, you already know about Master Su Hanan. The elder was confused, thinking, that's so weird. Master Su Hanan never mentioned. This person, his voice echoed through the vast space. He once wanted to destroy everything Duaran loved, but at the very least he still took care of Elia. Our boy was confused and stared at Kieran! Why would he do that? The old man continued to spill what he knew. I don't know the details, but Master Su Hanan was originally a merciful dragon. Esto called out to him seriously. Elder, he gently suggested. Please call me Kieran. Our boy calmly pressed on to find the truth, which surprised the elder. Kieran was Su Hanan really the one who killed? Do Aaron! Kieran couldn't keep his cool and immediately shot back. Not at all. That's not true. Good heavens, is that what the humans are spreading around? The elder was in a hurry to clear things up. They were mates who shared a single heartbeat. If one dies, the other will die too, so they can't hurt each other. Instantly, Esto put 2 and 2 together. So if Su Hanan is still alive, then Duaran isn't dead. Then Kieran answered gently, Lady Duaran is gone because I, Kieran, was created by her own hands, so I can feel it. The elder kept talking, even though our boy was confused. But her heart is still alive. Kieran recounted what he knew. I heard that dragons can pass their hearts to their children before they die. The elder's eyes started to well up with emotion. So as long as the bloodline exists, the heart will continue to beat. When I heard the heartbeat in your chest, I could feel. Duaran! Esto was floored and clutched his left chest. Me! He continued to finish the sentence that was left hanging. I'm the one who inherited Joe Aron's heart. Right after that, Esto analyzed it in his head. But the timeline doesn't add up. Duaran died over 1,000 years ago, but I was only born 19 years ago. Wait a minute, how long was I sleeping in that? Egg. Kieran got mad and exposed the truth. The one who betrayed Duaran and took her life wasn't Su Hanan, it was the humans. Esto couldn't believe what he had just heard. I need some time to think about this. The elder understood and started to leave. I'll be outside for a bit. At that moment, in the warm forest filled with sunlight and the rustling of leaves, Suki came over and softly called, Esto's name! The cat seemed to sense his feelings and comforted him. Don't cry! Suki was heartbroken, seeing his tear-streaked face. Why are you the one crying? Esto suddenly realized, and hugged his left chest tightly where the heart was. It's not that you're not here. You've always been by my side protecting me. He was sobbing so hard he couldn't even speak. Suki kept pleading, please don't cry. Suddenly the black cat unexpectedly called out to Esto. Loud noises kept ringing out, making them both jump. Esto whipped his head around in a panic and looked up at the sky in disbelief at the scene. The Kirans were scrambling to escape from the humans' chains right in front of his eyes. Ruberry's voice boomed out, "An order! Capture the foals!" The brutal command kept coming. "It doesn't matter if you kill the big ones or not." Esto immediately ran over to everyone to check on them. "Are you guys okay?" Pegasus was horrified and pissed. "I can't believe it. They don't even have wings." But then he immediately spotted something over there. He couldn't believe his eyes when he saw a bird person. "Why is that bird person trying to catch the unicorns?" Ahu worriedly reminded. "Wait, there's something more serious. Look at that cloak." Blueberry. That's the emblem of the Holy Order. Seeing the cross symbol on the cloak, Perrer nervously exclaimed, "Holy Knights! They act directly under the Pope's orders." The group of Holy Knights looked down from above at Esto and the two heavenly steeds. A male team member with pink hair turned to the golden-haired captain. "These guys aren't mentioned in the orders," the captain instructed. "Just stick to your assigned tasks. It'll be easier if we don't interfere with other matters." Then he turned to signal a female team member with red hair, Lieb, to open the mic, and Lieb immediately complied. Here, under the influence of the amplification spell, the captain loudly declared, "This is the order of the new pope. Elia will be managed by both the imperial palace and the Holy See." Razin and the Holy See below heard this and got annoyed, rebutting, "This land doesn't belong to anyone from above." The golden-haired captain drew his sword, thus any resistance will be seen as heresy. His eyes glowed fiercely, and they would be judged according to the law. After finishing his words, he slammed the sword into the ground. The sword plunged deep into the earth. Lightning flickered along the blade, growing stronger, and the thunderous sound exploded with intensity, almost spreading across the island. Seeing this, the young man with pink hair gasped. He was about to destroy the whole island? Libe casually said he couldn't. He hadn't even burned half of it yet. Another member of the Holy Knights shook his head, sticking out his tongue in disdain. He was sent to protect Elia, yet he's already destroyed half of it. Kieran stepped up to question, "Is this how the Holy See manages Elia without anyone's authority?" The golden-haired captain seemed indifferent, turning to ask Libe, "Are they rebelling?" She replied, "Looks like it." Perrer hurriedly stepped in to stop them. "Please stop," he sadly said. "Elia is the only place left for the heavenly steeds. I beg you, don't turn this sky island into a battlefield." At that moment, a hunter approached, unnoticed by Perrer. The hunter was injured, but still looked fierce, holding a crossbow. "Don't block my way!" The arrow whistled through the air, and Perrer instinctively closed his eyes and raised his hand to shield himself. After the pain didn't hit him, he opened one eye to check the situation, surprised. Perrer was stunned. He wasn't injured because he had blocked the arrow. The arrow had pierced through the neck of a creature, which fell heavily, blood gushing out. Perrer shouted in panic, "Kieran! Nezu!" and Esto all stepped forward to check. The captain above was dissatisfied with this person's actions, shouting, "I told you not to aim at the steeds." The hunter stammered, It jumped out on its own." The Holy Knight's captain scratched his head, sighing, "Damn it, this is why we shouldn't have brought these hunters along." Suddenly, he froze, panicking. "What's happening? I can't move." His eyes darted around, looking down at Esto, the one in the black and gold robe, wondering if it was because of that black-haired guy. The more he looked, the more frightening his opponent seemed. A thought flashed in the captain's mind. What the heck is that? Below, Esto seemed to be getting angry. "What do you want me to do with them?" Parker anxiously checked the creature's injuries, raising his head, confused. Sto said. "We could erase their memories and let them go." The aura didn't show on the outside, but Esto looked quite scary at that moment. But I don't know if that would solve the problem. Maybe not. Then he asked a rather chilling question. "Or should I just kill them all?" Parker was terrified, stunned for a moment, thinking to himself, "Strange. The captain isn't acting normal today." Suddenly, Esto looked up, apologizing to Perrer, turning around and saying, "I don't even know who's right in this fight. Su Hanan, are you protecting Elia just to keep it for yourself?" Esto clenched his fist, asking himself, "In the end, are the heavenly steeds just pawns to appease your anger?" Esto said, "I won't die. She has my blood." He weakly called out, "Esto," she asked. "So in the end, were the Pegasi just sacrificial pawns for your rage?" Esto stated, "She will not die. She has my blood." The creature weakly called out, "Esto, you ordered me to stand up and I trembled as I got up." Esto gently stroked my face and asked, "What do you want me to do with them?" "You sincerely said, I can do anything you want." Looking at Esto's actions below, the captain realized this was dangerous. It was a form of mind control. On a large scale, he had seen Esto's eyes and thought he also had the same eyes as our Pope. Lee suddenly spoke up. "It seems he is the leader of the Ignis Guild, that Our Pope is interested in the captain, was stunned. Is that him? Leib remarked. I heard he can read other people's minds in the middle of the sky. Another team member spoke up, but looking at the situation now, it seems he has even more abilities than that. Another person said firmly, no way that's a human. Remember that scary man? The blonde captain concluded. He's the same type as our master. The young man with pink hair laughed as if he just heard a terrifying joke. Please give a warning before you say jokes like that. You sound really serious. Leader, but the captain's and serious. Not a hint of jest. The smile on the pink-haired team member's face gradually twisted until he bit his lip. Are you serious? The captain replied, we'll know if he's real or not when we confront him, and he realized he could move normally again. I can move again. Turned to signal to Leip. Leip transformed the holy relic, she responded with, green energy appearing as she cast a spell in front of Leip. A holy sword appeared. The energy faded. The sword became more real. A hand reached out to grip the hilt. The captain held the sword pointing down and spoke to deal with the troublemakers first. The sword's tip began to gather energy. It emitted a blinding light. The light gathered and formed a powerful attack aimed down at the island. The light flashed and struck hard down at the island. The attack was so strong it shook a corner of the island, dust flying everywhere, causing Estio's group to close their eyes and cover their faces. Perrer groaned. Oh my God, when the aftershock passed. Perrer opened his eyes in surprise. Huh? Looking at the group of hunters lying scattered on the ground, he was shocked. The hunters couldn't possibly be the only ones who died. The captain of the Holy Knights spoke up. The leader of the Ignis Guild seems to have landed on the island when he launched that attack just now. He walked over with his sword to express his intention. It seems you're wondering how to deal with this mess. So I did it for you, he introduced himself. I am Ruberi Ezan, the only knight ordered to protect Ilia under the authority of the Pope, Estio casually said. A pope in waiting who hasn't been baptized can't be called a pope. He has no right to command the Holy Knights. So you glared at Blueberry and continued, he's not a knight serving the Pope, but just a loyal follower of Suhanan. Looking at the arrogant guy in front of Estio, finished his sentence. A guard Blueberry chuckled. Oh, so you already knew, huh? Guild leader, what exactly are you? Estio remained silent. Not answering, he also seemed not to want to hear the answer, putting the sword on his shoulder and said, well, I never really do anything outside of the orders given, but I feel that eliminating threats that could hinder my master's work is still something that should be done. Speaking of which, Blueberry rushed towards Estio, he shouted. My master will be very pleased if I bring back your head. The sound of clashing echoed as the sword and Rewberry were both knocked back, the sword in his hand still trembling, showing that the previous impact was quite strong. He was confused. Did he just block my attack in front of Ruberi at this moment was not Estio, but a tiger with two colored eyes, yellow and green, angrily staring at him. Suki transformed into a tiger to protect Estio behind him just now. It had knocked Blueberry back. Estio worriedly called out Suki. Blueberry fearfully gritted his teeth, losing all fighting spirit. As he looked at the fierce Suki, he suddenly realized a beast that was completely unharmed even after touching the holy sword. Huh? Suki opened its mouth and roared, the sound causing Ruberi to fall back. His team members panicked. Captain Ruberi laughed awkwardly. I used to think it was possible, but I didn't expect you to have a guard by your side. Estio didn't care about that, Captain. You calm down, Suki. Stay calm. Suki the tiger turned its head to look at him. He tried to kill you, Estio assured me. I'm fine and I'm still alive. Suki was furious. It didn't understand Estio's calm thoughts. Why are you so relaxed? That disgusting bastard tried to kill you, Estio nodded, but either way, he can't harm me, Suki asked. Did you read his thoughts? Estio's gaze was slightly pensive. Yes, but not exactly like that. You looked at the sword in Ruberi's hand. I read the will of the sword he was holding at this moment. Leib walked forward. Blueberry jerked back. Blueberry charged at Estio, roaring. The master will be thrilled if I bring him your head. A loud clash echoed as both the sword and Blueberry were sent flying back. The sword in his hand was still trembling, showing just how powerful that impact was. He thought in a daze. He blocked my attack in front of Blueberry now wasn't Estio, but a tiger with one gold and one green eye glaring at him furiously. Suki had turned into a tiger, shielding Estio behind it. It was Suki who had just sent Blueberry flying back. Suki! Estio called out, worried, terrified. Blueberry grit his teeth, his fighting spirit completely gone as he stared at the ferocious Suki. He suddenly noticed, a beast is totally fine after touching. A holy sword! Suki opened its maw and let out a roar that sent Blueberry tumbling backward. His men panicked. Captain! Blueberry forced a laugh. I had a hunch, but to think you'd have a guardian with you as well. Estio paid the captain no mind and calmed Suki down. Easy now, Suki. The tiger turned its head to look at him. That guy. He tried to kill you! Esto says, I'm fine. I'm still alive. Suki gets pissed off. She doesn't get Esto's clueless attitude. Why are you still so calm? That disgusting bastard tried to kill you. Esto nods, but anyway, he couldn't hurt me. Suki asks if he read his mind. Esto's gaze gets a little pensive. Yeah, but not exactly. He looks at the sword in Blueberry's hand. I read the will of the sword he was holding. Just then, Libe walks forward. Startling Blueberry! I'm like, seriously? Look at her acting on her own like that. Blueberry's not happy. I never told you to turn into a person, Libe. Don't care about her, just ask Esto first. What's your name? Esto. Esto replied briefly, expressing her opinion. I've decided that from now on, I won't attack you anymore. Blueberry seems to be still sitting on the ground, probably too scared to get up. He angrily said, Who gave the orders? Take it back. That's not my order. Libe stubbornly turned around to argue back at me. By fear, so he's still sitting on the ground, unable to get up. He angrily says, By whose order? Take it back. That's an order. Libe stubbornly turns her head and argues back at me. I don't want Libe to have the freedom to choose. Blueberry was freaking out over this. This is driving me nuts. Esto wondered to himself why she would betray her own comrades. He thought the girl looked kind of familiar. Looking closer, he saw she had a resemblance to Du-Arn Lee. Lee placed a hand on her chest, introducing herself. I was born from the bone of the golden dragon, and I can feel a similar energy from Yuzanan and Du-Arn. I know they perform some kind of bonding ritual. Esto guessed. So that means my father... That's it! Esto stopped overthinking it. He said coldly, Go back. Light turned and left right away. But Blueberry, who was just helped up by his teammate, was totally shocked. He stumbled and pointed to himself, asking, What? You're not going to kill me and you're just letting me go back? Esto calmly replied, That's right, Blueberry was confused. Even though I tried to kill you, and you're not even going to hold a grudge? Esto explained, The guys who really pissed me off are already dead and gone. He glanced over at his crew. The people I wanted to protect are still alive, so I don't really care. He took a step forward. Pass on a message for me. So go back to Suhanan and tell him this. On the promised day, I'll come to the Ilium Holy Temple, Esto said. Seriously, I've got some questions for him too. A few weeks later, Parker slammed the newspaper down and complained. I thought we could finally chill after that whole mess in Ilia. He slapped the newspaper hard, showing how pissed off he was. But every single day, it's just more war. This country is a total disaster. Just then, Esto walked in with a tray of cookies. Parker looked up at him and said worriedly, There's breaking news every single day. I'm afraid it's going to be a while before Sir Mubian gets back. Esto put the cookie tray on the table and replied, I get it. Parker eyed the freshly baked cookies, but they looked kinda gross. He hesitated before asking. So, this cookie thing, you've been practicing for a few days, right? Esto popped a cookie in his mouth, chewed it like it was the best thing ever, and answered, Yep, scared that Esto would offer him one of the questionable cookies. Parker quickly changed the subject. So, aren't you worried about Sir Mubian? Esto shrugged. Not yet. Parker's eyes went wide in confusion. You mean you're cool with it because no news is good news, or what? Esto picked up another cookie and explained, He's seriously fine. You don't have to worry. I can feel it. Just then there was a knock. Knock sound. Parker stood up and looked around. Did you hear that knocking? After looking around for a sec, he realized someone was knocking on the window. Parker was shocked when he saw something on the windowsill. On the sill was a toy soldier-style doll raising its hand to wave. It was like it had a soul or was programmed or something. It smiled brightly. I'm my master's doll, hello. Parker opened the window and let the doll in. Standing on the windowsill, it introduced itself. I'm Johnny and I came here on my master's orders, Esto said back. Hello, the doll said. My master has a message for the leader. Esto was curious. A message? Like a program was activated. The doll's recording started to play the message. Are you getting some good rest today? It seems like today is a special day off for you. This is a message from, Hi, the master of this messenger doll. Her voice echoed through the doll. Sorry to interrupt your day off, but as soon as you get this message, please get ready. On New Year's Day, the Pillar of Light ceremony will be held. That night in his fancy house, Esto was lying in bed, tossing and turning. There's a rumor that the Pope has the same kind of power as the Emperor, and the new Pope is only officially appointed after they do the baptism ceremony. And I'm the one who got invited to a ceremony like that, not the Emperor. This is a huge honor. He clenched his fist, his mind racing. Maybe Suhanan also knows. About me. Esto turned over in bed thinking, no way. There's no way he doesn't know that. Du-Arn is dead. He tossed and turned. So why would Suhanan summon me now? A voice whispered in his ear. This feeling really sucks. Esto! It was Suki! It hopped onto Esto's bed and pleaded. Just as I thought. Don't go to that baptism ceremony. seeing that guy will only get you hurt. Esto sat up and replied, I still have to go, Suki fretted. I might not be able to protect you this time. He picked Suki up, trying to calm it down. It's okay. Whatever happens, I can handle it. Esto hugged Suki close and petted it. So don't worry, okay? Comforted by him, the cat's eyes were still filled with worry, but it didn't say anything else. On the last day of the year, Parker was already there chatting with Kai and Jen. He saw Esto arrive, waved him over, and yelled out, Captain, over here. Esto walked over, surprised to see who was standing next to Parker. She nodded with a smile. Hey, long time no see. Esto greeted them back. Hey, Jen. And she gave a little bow back. Esto was confused, but asked anyway. But Kai, aren't you busy? Kai replied, I am. But the thought of you meeting Suhanan, I'm really worried, she explained. Unfortunately, there aren't any suitable members in the group to go with you, and Sir Tuga is busy right now. Although it might not be enough, I feel like me going with you will at least help a little. Hearing that, Perrer laughed. Well, if you look at it that way, the captain isn't completely alone. But if the master goes too, I'll feel more at ease. He scratched his head, laughing, be enough, but I feel like me going with you will at least help in some way. Hearing that, Parker laughs. Well, if you look at it that way, the captain isn't completely alone, but if the master comes along, I'll feel more at ease. He scratches his head and laughs, trying to hide his anxiety. I was a bit scared about this. Kai clears her throat anyway. Thinking about that temple, she said. For that reason, I will go with you to the temple as requested. She sincerely shared, when you're in danger, I will do everything to support you. Kai looked a bit gloomy. Of course, this visit is for the sacred baptism ceremony, so things like this shouldn't happen, especially with the people we're facing. Full force to support you. Kai looks a bit sad, of course. Since this visit is for a sacred baptism ceremony, things like this shouldn't happen because of the people. I can't be sure. Esto thought about Hong Long and Suhanan. Should I tell her about my relationship with Suhanan? No, maybe it doesn't matter. He felt a bit down. He had never met me even once in the past 19 years. Kai spoke up, let's get going. Looking at everyone, no, maybe it doesn't even matter. He's sad, he's never met me, even once in the past 19 years. Kai says, let's get going. Looking at everyone, they had stepped through the teleportation gate. In Esto's mind, it was still a chaotic mess of thoughts. He must have taken a step following the group, thinking about feeling a bit lonely, like he wasn't needed. Stepping through the teleportation gate, they arrived at the temple on the other side, where there were statues of angels. The temple was quite tall, built in a circular architecture, allowing a view of the lonely and not needing me. Stepping through the teleportation gate, they arrive at the holy temple. On the other side are statues of angels, and the temple dome is quite high, built in a circular architecture so you can see the stars above. Someone exclaims, this is Ilium. Parker looks around, observing the place, and remarks, the feeling here is really... Kai noticed two people sneaking away quickly as if trying to avoid them. She said, when I came here before, it didn't look like this. How strange. Kai was more alert. Something must have happened. She noticed the candles in the corner, the sacred candles used to ward off negative energy, had weakened. It's best if we don't meet anyone from the new Pope's side until we reach the ceremony like this. It's so weird. Kai is more on guard. Something definitely happened. She notices the candles in the corner, the sacred candles used to ward off negative energy, have weakened. It's best we don't run into anyone from the new Pope's side until we reach the ceremony. As the group walks, a hair-raising sound rings out. Chilling sound echoes. As usual, Parker is always the first one to freak out and ask, what's that sound? Esto analyzes, it sounds like a wolf. Is there a wolf in the temple? Harrer was terrified, voicing his hypothesis. Oh my god, what if Suhanan released a monster to seize the palace? Kai laughed. That's not a wolf. She smiled and said, that's a dog. Harrer didn't believe it. Where? He asked, still scared. What dog? A shadow darted past and landed with a growl that echoed throughout the temple, its mouth dripping with saliva, looking anything but friendly. Its silhouette appeared at the top of the temple dome, where one could look up at the starry sky. It was a white no. She smiles and says it's a dog. Parker doesn't believe it, huh? But he's still scared and asks again, what? A dog? A shadow flashes by and lands with a loud growl. A fierce growl echoes throughout the holy temple. Its mouth is dripping with drool, and it doesn't look friendly at all. Its shadow appears at the top of the dome where you look up to the starry sky. It's a white dog with a single horn like a unicorn's. Kai introduces it as the Saintess's guardian dog, Heavenesis. Nezu's eyes widen in admiration. It looks just like her. Hera was scared, looking pale. It looks more like a bear. The shadow of the guardian dog dashed away, disappearing on the temple dome. It jumped down to the ground, weaving between the supporting columns of the dome. Seeing that, Kai continued, I've heard that Heaven Isis is a divine beast sent from the heavens to protect the Saintus. When it saw the dog blocking their path, pillars supporting the dome. Seeing this, Kai continues, I heard that Heaven Isis is a divine beast that descended from the heavens to protect the Saintess. Seeing the dog has blocked the way, Kai said, from what I know, it won't be as brutal and bloodthirsty as a monster. Para didn't think so, trembling and cautiously backing away. Are you sure? He asked, sensing the dog's movements. The dog growled threateningly. Para jumped, panicking. I take that back! The dog bared its teeth, as if wanting to charge at him, the one it deemed an intruder in the temple. Estio's vision, but sensing movement, the dog growls a warning. Parker jumps startled and yells in a panic, I take that back! The angry dog bares its fangs as if it wants to lunge and bite him, the one it sees as an intruder in the holy temple. Estio's eyes darken as he steps forward past a worried Parker and commands, leave it to me, I'll take care of it. Everyone could hear its voice for a moment as he looked at Estio with a determined gaze and said, I'm here to guide you. I'm here to guide you, according to the orders of the Saintess, Jay Grail. Vaser sighed in relief upon hearing that, but still asked, I'm glad it's not here to harm us, but why is it the Saintess and not Su Hanan? Its gaze became resolute as it replied, I don't listen to anyone but Jigo. At this point, Estio finally asked, is it true that Su Hanan is the Pope? Female, not Su Hanan. Its gaze became resolute as it replied, I don't hear anyone but Jigo. At this point, Estio asked, is it true that Shannon is the Pope? No, he quickly clarified. Su Hanan is loved by God. He has the right to change the world and the power to control justice. For that reason, Jigo, believing he's worthy enough to be Pope, that's why it's obvious that Su Hanan will be given the papacy, even though he has enough qualifications too. He gritted his teeth, clearly showing his frustration as he voiced his doubts. Why are you telling me this? He replied, now I'll take you, to Jay Grow. However, you can't bring your friends along. Hearing his request, they were taken aback, and he immediately hugged one of his arms, sobbing, we can't send the leader alone. The white monkey beside him wasn't any different, shouting, Ni will go with you. H's face was grim, and he said, make a choice. If you don't meet Jay Grow, you can't meet Su Hanan, Estio asked. But why? He then began to explain the situation. The Saintess chooses the Pope and takes care of them because Su Hanan has received the Saintess Suki's grace. Suddenly, he spoke up, urging him, go, you said you wanted to meet the Golden Dragon. Su Hanan advised him to go and convince the Saintess, then they could meet the Golden Dragon together. Suki's eyes sparkled as she looked at him intently. I'll wait for you. The two who were holding on tightly, not wanting Estio to leave, finally let go, stuttering. I'll wait here. I'll wait for you to go with him. But he didn't forget to turn around and tell them, I'll be back. He then stomped his foot hard, and immediately his appearance transformed into that of a unicorn. Estio watched him closely, without a hint of hesitation, climbed onto his back. The scene shifted to another place that looked like a grand temple. While Estio was curiously looking around, suddenly a gentle voice rang out, thank you for accepting my request. You are special, Saintess. She gently introduced herself. I am one of the children who inherited the name Jay Grell. He also formally said, I'm Estio. She cheerfully replied, Estio, I'm very pleased to meet you. Jay Grell also. Looking around, suddenly a gentle voice rang out. Thank you for accepting my request. You are special, Holy Maiden. I gently introduced myself as one of the children who inherited the name of Jay Grell. You can call me Estio, she cheerfully said. I'm so glad to meet you. Jay Grell, too, of the children who inherited the name of Jay Grell. He also says formally, I am Estio. She says warmly, Estio, I'm very happy to meet you. Jay Grell also patted his head beside her and said, thank you. Estio was very cautious about her appearance. Today, I'm here at Su Hanan's request. If you plan to stop me from meeting him, before he could finish, she interrupted, I truly hoped you could meet Su Hanan, Jiso explained. The only one who can calm him down is you, the judger who can read hearts, one of the black dragons. Now, I'll tell you the story about Su Hanan. She clasped her hands together as if praying and continued. When I first met Su Hanan, he was completely out of control. He couldn't overcome his rage and caused a lot of harm to himself. His back was covered in numerous wounds. Holy water can heal physical wounds, but can't heal the wounds in his heart. The wounds were even soaked with blood through his clothes. I couldn't stop his madness. All I could do was cry. Jaso confessed to him, her voice pleading as she continued. After all, as the last member of Gold, I decided to follow him, even if he ultimately chose to destroy all of humanity. Estio was puzzled by Jagro's strange words. How can you be sure I can stop him? She answered without hesitation. Because you are one of the black dragons, the ones he loves. He rebutted, but Su Hanan loved Duaran, not me. Yeso asked, can you listen to more of my story? She quietly recounted, Suhanan didn't get the chance to witness the last moments of Miss Du Aran when all the dragons left the world to return to the dragon realm. Miss Du Aran suddenly disappeared. I heard that this happened because when humans realized that the judging gods were abandoning the world, they betrayed Miss Du Aran to steal her power for themselves. The reason behind Suhanan's loss of control became clearer, meaning they had hunted a dragon. Humans cruelly killed the girl. They believed that obtaining the heart of the black dragon would help them become the leaders of the world. Whether the truth of this tale is right or wrong doesn't matter. Those heroes took the scales and bones of the black dragon as trophies. When Suhanan saw the poor girl, Du Aran was left as nothing but a skeleton. Jigo's voice grew deeper. Even I don't know why Miss Du Aran became a victim of the temptations of humans and couldn't resist them. However, she disappeared when Suhanan learned the truth. He became furious and began to destroy the world. He went mad every day, and eventually the other dragons had to try to pull him back with chains. Lord Suhanan didn't get the chance to witness the last moments of Miss Du Aran when all the dragons left the world to return to the realm of dragons. Miss Du Aran suddenly disappeared. I heard that this happened because when humanity realized that the gods of judgment were abandoning the world, they rebelled against Miss Du Aran to steal her power for themselves. The reason behind Suhanan's loss of control became clearer, meaning they had hunted a dragon. Humans ruthlessly killed the little girl. They believed that obtaining the heart of the black dragon would help them take over the world. Whether this story is true or not doesn't matter. Those heroes took the scales and bones of the black dragon as trophies and hunted down a dragon. Humans ruthlessly killed the little girl. They believed that possessing the black dragon's heart would help them rule the world. The truth of this story doesn't really matter. Those heroes took the black dragon's scales and bones as trophies, and when Suhanan saw this, he lost control. The poor girl, Du Aran, was left with nothing but a skeleton. Jigo's voice grew deeper. Even I don't know why Miss Du Aran became a victim of the temptations of humanity and couldn't resist them. However, she disappeared when Lord Suhanan learned the truth. Once again became a victim of human temptations and couldn't resist them. However, the little girl disappeared when Lord Suhanan found out the truth. He became furious and began to destroy the world. He went insane every day, and eventually the other dragons had to try to pull him back with chains. But at the last minute, just before the door between the two worlds closed, he broke the chains himself and fell down, now suffering from the wounds he endured. At that moment, he had lost most of his powers and was slowly dying. She felt immense pity for his situation. This was the first time. The fairy knew this truth and was very surprised, so I dared to tell it, but please end his madness so he can find peace. Finally, without hesitation, he silently agreed. Okay, I need to tell him that Jo Aran's heart is in me. At least that's how it is. He gently placed his hand on his heart, thought for a moment, then replied, if that's true, the anger I just felt suddenly came back when this was in his mind. An image of Suki lying in a pool of blood, calling his name for help, flashed in his head. His eyes widened in shock. He panicked and shouted, Suki! In Jay's astonishment. Gro hurriedly called out when she saw his hurried footsteps, Sir Estio! On the other side, Estio had just dealt with the soldiers, and he suddenly froze at a voice. A surprising voice rang out. Estio! Suki's voice echoed, stopping Estio. Don't come here. Don't come. On the other side, Blueberry arrogantly said, looks like we meet again. The leader of Ignis stood over Suki's corpse. Estio silently knelt before her body. He mocked, I almost had to come looking for you. You should thank me for coming to you. He still didn't respond to the guy, but stared at Suki lying in the pool of blood, softly calling, Suki. Nezu was also injured and still trembling. Get out of here, Estio. Go now. Kai similarly tried to stop him. You need to run. I should have protected them better. I have no reason to explain. It was an ambush. It just happened that someone used fire, so my puppets had a hard time. Not far below, the floor was littered with burnt wooden puppets. She had been affected. Not small at all. Even needing Jen beside her to help her up, she continued. Suhanan seems to care about you more. We had planned. She panicked, calling, Master Estio! Despite their warnings, she advised, Kai, you need to rest. I can't rest! His face turned cold, completely different from usual. Kai struggled to whisper, but before she could finish her sentence, she fell into a coma from exhaustion. Blueberry's voice rang out, All right, you just came back from a meeting with Jigo. Clearly, she's just a saintess, or curious and talks nonsense. He showed clear contempt for Jigo, then continued, reminding, but with a threatening tone, If you say you won't meet my master, or if you run away now, you'll be in big trouble, leader. Rubery confidently joked, if you break the promise you made earlier, Estio, you'll be punished by the higher powers. Esto's face darkened, his eyes clearly showing intent as he growled, "Remind me of the punishment from the higher powers?" His terrifying gaze startled Blueberry. Slowly, he raised his sword. Esto immediately used mind control, making him and his subordinates so scared they trembled, having to raise their weapons defensively before every word he said was what you had to face. Because of these actions, he had completely controlled Blueberry's mind, making him involuntarily press the sword against his throat. "Isn't this enough?" Esto's sharp voice rang out. "Su Hanan sent you, right? If so, you should come just to deliver me as his order. Why did you attack the others?" Rubery's hands holding the sword trembled continuously, thinking to himself that his power had grown much stronger in just a few weeks. He couldn't resist against his divine strength anymore. Esto widened his eyes, responding to what he was thinking as if he had heard it all. "So you're just facing the consequences of your actions. So don't hold a grudge." His words, each sentence, carried a murderous intent. The cactus Ahu jumped out to stop him. "Wait a minute," he spoke up. "I don't intend to resist killing these people." Esto was also surprised by its appearance, exclaiming, "Aru!" Rubery looked at Ahu, thinking, but his body was trembling in fear, knowing that just a moment longer he would die by his own sword. It wasn't an ordinary cactus. He continued, "We should ask why they attacked us. Of course, I understand if you don't want to hear their explanation at all, but are you sure you won't regret killing them afterward?" Esto, at this moment, regained his composure and stammered, I already feel regret." He held Suki's body in his arms, replying. Esto held her tightly, feeling complicated. "I shouldn't have rushed to assume that the Golden Dragon wasn't my enemy." He recalled how it looked back then and thought, Suki was right again. I just impulsively sympathized with him. I shouldn't have left them alone. This reminds me of when I was taken away. Right now, all that's in your head is self-blame. Honestly, I shouldn't have brought you here with me after thinking it through. I made a decision with Ahu, and I have no regrets. Please don't stop me." Ahu hurriedly explained, "It's not about that. These people are the guardians of the Golden Dragon, right? If you kill them all, you can say whatever you want when you meet the Golden Dragon. Surprisingly, no one has died yet. So let's calm down a bit, okay?" I said. Ahu happily reported to Esto that all our close ones, including Kai, Zen, Nezu, and Parker, are still alive. Even though they were in a coma, you stuttered in disbelief. "They're still alive?" he confirmed. "Of course, they're not dead. They'll recover after I heal them. With my flowers, what do you want to do now?" This question made Esto's original goal, which was to wipe out the Rubery gang for revenge, shift. After everything calmed down, they started with the most important thing right now, healing them. Ahu agreed, saying, "Let's get to it." Esto no longer held the same hostility towards them as before, and told the Zuberi group, "You can take a break." They didn't dare act tough like before, so they obediently listened. After a while of being treated, NEU and Kai had their wounds bandaged and fell asleep. Almost all the medical supplies were used up. Suki, who was the most seriously injured, was also taken care of. A pair of legs walked over to call out to Blueberry F. Esto, calmly asked about the orders he received from Su Hanan. He honestly replied, "To deal with the people around you." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately faced the bitter end, being controlled by you and slammed down on the floor. "To be precise, your orders weren't to kill me, but to kill my allies, right?" Rubery had to admit defeat and replied, "Not to kill them, but to ensure they don't follow you anymore." After hearing this, Esto lowered his eyes, thinking about how Su Hanan ordered him to deal with his surroundings. Why did he target them and not me? He warned, "Don't think I'll obediently follow Su Hanan just because he asked me to come." Rubery cautiously asked, "Don't you want to meet our master?" Esto turned away and replied, "I do, but at least I need to wait for my teammates to recover first." The three members of RY were helpless and sad. He didn't care about them and asked about his teammates. "Is your wound okay? Have you woken up?" She cheerfully said, "This wound has healed thanks to you. It was surprising to see that your cactus had such impressive healing abilities." Ahu, hearing himself praised, smugly cleared his throat and requested, "Please, call me doctor." Not far away, Suki was still fast asleep. Esto sadly spoke up, "I thought I could protect you. I'm sorry." He knelt before the body behind him. The light of the night shone directly onto the round glasses on the dome. A new day began, the sky clear and peaceful. Looking at the scenery outside, he sighed, "It's time. I wish you a safe journey." Esto calmly replied, "I'm not going. I don't know what will happen if I leave you guys again. Protecting my teammates is more important after yesterday's incident left a bad impression on me. Suddenly, Jay Raysel, who I didn't know when appeared, spoke up. You don't need to worry about that. I used my divine power to take your friends to safety. To be cautious, Esto asked. Where did you send them? She didn't hesitate to explain. I sent them to your guild headquarters so you can rest easy and pray for protection from above. The familiar sound of footsteps was gradually coming up the stairs. Esto followed the music coming from above, feeling complicated. After walking for a while, Esto stopped in front of a large door that was wide open, decorated luxuriously. The piano keys were continuously playing soothing music. A figure of a man stood by the window, his ears perked up at the strange noise outside the music. His sharp, cold eyes opened, mixed with indifference. That person was none other than Su Hanan. He had called Esto to meet him. Esto saw him silent and didn't dare to say a word, only silently judging him. Is that Su Hanan? He's so quiet. It feels like he's no longer alive. Esto met him for the first time in this situation, and worry crept in as he slowly stepped forward. Amidst the soothing music, a silhouette of a man stood before the window. His ears perked up when he heard a strange noise outside the music. His sharp, cold eyes opened. The person was none other than Su Hanan. He had summoned Esto to meet him, and she saw him silent, not daring to make a sound. Just silent cold, mixed with indifference, opened up. That person was none other than Su Hanan. You summoned Esto to meet me. He saw him stay silent, not daring to make a peep, just silently sizing him up. Was that Su Hanan? He was so quiet, it felt like he wasn't even alive anymore. Esto was meeting him for the first time in this situation, and she was worried as she slowly stepped forward. Stepping closer to Su Hanan, each step Estio took caused the piano heater to crack, and that noise pulled him into an illusion, making him turn around. Estio was startled by Shanann's gaze, standing frozen with wide eyes, trembling, calling out to Aaron. Su Hanan looked at him and said strange words. It was just another illusion. You're wearing a different outfit. This time, light always chases away darkness. If you rush too much, you'll find that the darkness has already left. If you're just an illusion, that's okay. So please stay with me a little longer, Arn. Su Hanan pleaded, begging Estio to stand still so his hand could touch his hair. When he touched it, he immediately thought that Estio was his beloved and shouted, "Oh God, Arn, you're not an illusion." At that moment, he finally introduced himself. I'm Estio from the Ignis Guild. You are Su Hanan, right? You made a request? Su Hanan's eyes widened in surprise at this information for just a moment. His gaze clearly showed disappointment as he quietly said, You're not Aaron, so why do I feel Aaron in you? Su Hanan trembled, gripping his collar. Seeing his suffering, Estio felt it too. The pain, the sadness, and the anger, all emotions flooding into him, as if he could see Su Hanan's inner thoughts. What's the point of living a life without her? If I'm the one who died in her place, why am I left here all alone? Return her to me! Su Hanan quickly changed his attitude. He grabbed Estio's shirt. I can hear Aaron's heartbeat in your body. You killed her, didn't you? Finally, was it a human who took the heart of a dragon? His eyes bulged as if he wanted to tear Estio into 100 pieces. Su Hanan gritted his teeth and asked, You cut off her scales and skin to take her heart, didn't you? Suddenly, a loud, maniacal laugh erupted. He bowed his head, his mind going crazy, saying, Look, Aaron loved these people. He immediately summoned his weapon, the Liber stick. Estio was startled by this sudden action and quickly ran over, shouting to stop him. Wait! Give it to me! Estio held the sword tightly, leaving him stunned. What did you say? Su Hanan also noticed his actions, feeling confused. How could you touch the holy sword when you're not a guardian? Estio held the sword he was carrying in front of him, explaining, This heart that Aaron left behind, I will return it to you, her beloved. So please, stop hurting yourself. After saying that, Estio didn't hesitate to stab the sword straight into his chest, lowering his eyes, thinking that this way he wouldn't know anything about himself. Maybe that would be better. The image of, if only I had time to say goodbye. Su Hanan was bewildered by this situation, awkwardly saying, Why? Before he could finish, Estio presented the heart he had taken out. Here is the dragon heart of Aaron. He looked at the heart in his hand, thinking that only blood relatives could hold the dragon heart within their body. And the holy sword. Estio looked at the sword lying in the pool of blood flowing from his body. At that moment, Su Hanan also held that heart in his hand. Only a golden dragon could wield the holy sword. The guardians and he stared wide-eyed at the sight before them. Su Hanan looked at Estio's profile and sighed, seeing the resemblance to Aaron. The image of the girl he longed for appeared before his eyes, leading to a bold, Give it to me. Esto held the sword tightly, leaving him stunned, saying, "What?" Suhanan also noticed her actions and was bewildered, wondering how she could touch the holy sword when she wasn't a guardian. Esto presented the sword she was holding in front of him, explaining, "This heart left by Du Arn, I will return it to you, her loved one. So please, stop hurting yourself," she pleaded. After saying this, Esto didn't hesitate to stab the sword into her own chest. She lowered her eyes, thinking that this way she wouldn't know anything about herself. Maybe that's better. How can he touch the holy sword when he's not a guardian? Esto holds the sword he's carrying in front of him and explains this heart that Aran left behind. "I will return it to you, her beloved. So please, please stop hurting yourself," he pleads. After speaking, Esto doesn't hesitate and stabs the sword straight into his own chest. He lowers his eyes, thinking to himself, "So you won't know anything about me. Maybe it's better this way." The image of Suki appears in Esto's mind. He grits his teeth, suppressing the physical pain, and comforts himself. "If this heart can soothe your sorrow, maybe this is for the best, if I had time to say goodbye." Suhanan was bewildered by this situation, awkwardly saying, "Why?" Before he could finish, Esto presented the heart she had taken out, saying, "Here is the dragon heart of Du Aran." She looked at the heart in her hand, thinking that only blood relatives could hold the dragon heart within their body. Takes it out, saying, "This is Arn's dragon heart." He looks at the heart in his hand and thinks only a blood relative can take a dragon's heart from a body and the holy sword. Esto looked at the sword lying in the pool of blood flowing from her body. At this moment, Suhanan also held that heart in his hand. Only a golden dragon could wield the holy sword. The guardians and he stared wide-eyed at the sight before them. Suhan looked at Esto's profile and sighed. The shape was exactly like Du Arn. The appearance of the girl he longed for can hold the holy sword. The guardians, and he stare wide-eyed at the sight before them. Suhan looks at Esto's side profile and exclaims the resemblance is identical. The spitting image of the girl he's been missing just appears before his eyes, sparking a wild thought. He's like,